Before we begin, I thought it would be fun if everyone lets me know in the comments where they're watching this video from. And while you're down there, don't forget to subscribe. Now, let's start today's episode. Covina Massacre. On Christmas Eve 2008, in the quiet suburb of Covina, California, a horrific mass killing took place during a family holiday celebration at 1129 East Knollcrest Drive. At around 11:30 p.m., 45-year-old Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, disguised in a Santa Claus costume, entered the home carrying a cart with 4 semi-automatic handguns and a large gift-wrapped package. The package concealed a homemade flamethrower. Upon arrival, Pardo was greeted by his excited 8-year-old niece, Katrina. In a shocking act of violence, he immediately shot her in the face. Chaos erupted as some guests tried to help Katrina while others fled. Pardo opened fire on the gathering, indiscriminately shooting at those inside. After emptying rounds from his weapons, he opened the wrapped present and used the flamethrower to douse the home in racing fuel before setting it ablaze. The fire consumed the house rapidly. A 20-year-old woman survived by leaping from a second-story window, sustaining only minor injuries. Another victim, a 16-year-old girl, was shot in the back but survived the attack. The young girl who was shot in the face miraculously survived her critical injuries, but 9 others at the Christmas Eve gathering were not as fortunate. Investigators later theorized that some of the victims were executed at close range, with Bruce Pardo standing over them as he fired. One of the survivors managed to flee the burning home and seek help from a nearby neighbor, alerting authorities. The fire itself was intense, with flames reportedly reaching heights of 40 to 50 feet, requiring the efforts of nearly 80 firefighters to bring it under control due to the massive quantity and volatility of the accelerant used. The ferocity of the blaze meant that the victims' remains could not be recovered until the fire had been fully extinguished. As a result, authorities had to rely on dental and medical records to identify the deceased. Among those killed were Bruce's ex-wife, 43-year-old Sylvia Ortega Pardo, and her mother, 70-year-old Alicia Ortega, who suffered gunshot wounds to the abdomen. Bruce also shot and killed Sylvia's father, who died from multiple gunshot wounds. In addition to those killed by gunfire, 6 others lost their lives to the fire and smoke: Charles Ortega, 49, Sherry Lynn Ortega, 45, James Ortega, 51, Teresa Ortega, 52, Alicia Ortega Ortiz, 46, and Bruce's 17-year-old nephew, Michael Andre Ortiz, who was the youngest victim of the massacre. In addition to the 9 murder victims, 2 children lost one parent, and an estimated 13 children were tragically orphaned as a result of these heinous murders. After his reign of pain and chaos, Bruce calmly got out of his Santa suit and into his street clothes, which he had packed ahead of time. He then got into his rental car, a Dodge Caliber, and drove to the house of his brother, who was not at home at the time, in Sylmar, California, about a 30-minute drive from the crime scene. It was in his brother's home that he made the cowardly decision to take his own life and died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Because the cheap polyester fabric of the red and white Santa suit had partially melted adhering to his skin, the suit was never truly taken off, and remnants of the false holiday cheer would be found adhered to his skin long after death. His body was found with $17,000 in cash wrapped in a girdle attached to his leg. His rental car was parked 1 block away from his brother's home, and it had been seemingly booby-trapped so that anyone who attempted to Santa suit or anything else in the car would perish in a fiery blaze courtesy of black powder, a temperamental explosive. Seeing the threat for what it was, the bomb squad was able to shoot an incendiary device into the Dodge Caliber, which destroyed the imminent threat, but also destroyed precious evidence that may have answered some of the investigators' questions. The 4 semi-automatic handguns that he had brought with him to the Christmas party were found near Bruce's lifeless body, packed with at least 200 rounds of ammunition. While police initially thought that Bruce had plans to flee to Canada because of a ticket he had purchased from Air Canada in the days leading up to the attack, it was later discovered to be a domestic flight that would have taken him from LA to Moline, Illinois. It was discovered that Bruce had called an old friend of his from high school to tell him that he would be visiting in the next few days. He had previously visited this friend back in February, but as Bruce took the cowardly way out prior to the flight, we will never know if this supposed trip was a red herring or if his plans simply changed after his senseless killing of 9 people. Back at the residence of Bruce Pardo, officers found what they described as a virtual bomb factory. It contained, in addition to various explosive materials, as well as the empty high-octane fuel container, empty boxes of 5 semi-automatic handguns. It is unclear if the 5th handgun was ever recovered and also had a Benelli M2 tactical shotgun. A prior student of John H. Francis Polytechnic High School in Sun Valley, Los Angeles, and a graduate of Cal State Northridge, the would-be killer had worked at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in La Canada, Flintridge. He had met his soon-to-be wife back in February 2004, 4 years prior to the massacre. After a less than 2-year-long courtship, the couple wed in February, but marital problems arose almost instantly. The marital issues described by those closest to the couple surrounded the issue of finances. Bruce refused to open a joint account with his new wife Sylvia and expected her to pay all the expenses of her 3 children from a previous marriage all on her own without the help or support of her new husband. In February, less than 2 years after the couple had married and just 6 months before the tragic Christmas killings would occur, Los Angeles County Divorce Court ruled that Bruce needed to pay Sylvia $1,785 a month as spousal support. Bruce, to his dismay, was also made to pay a one-time payment of $10,000 to cover Sylvia's building a new life separate from him. The courts, using an algorithm which took into account Bruce's current income and previous tax returns, calculated the spousal support number objectively. But unsurprisingly to those who knew him, Bruce thought that this government-ordered aid to his wife was patently unfair and morally unjust. A month after the tragic massacre, Bruce Pardo was terminated from his job under circumstances that suggested fault on his part rather than a routine layoff. Although the specific reasons remain undisclosed, sources familiar with the family reported that Bruce had grown furious over having to pay spousal support to his ex-wife, Sylvia. He allegedly believed she was misusing the money, claiming she lived rent-free with her parents while indulging in luxuries such as a high-end vehicle, spa treatments, golf lessons, and repeated gambling trips to Las Vegas, all funded, he claimed, by the financial support he provided. With limited forensic leads, investigators quickly focused on Bruce and Sylvia's divorce, which had been finalized just a week prior to the killings, on December 18th. Those close to the couple also raised the possibility that Bruce had kept a significant secret from Sylvia, the existence of a child from a previous relationship. That child had reportedly suffered a severe injury in a swimming pool accident, though little is publicly known about the incident, including whether Bruce played any role in it. Earlier in July of that year, Bruce had been dismissed from his role as an electrical engineer at ITT Electronic and Radar Systems. Despite extensive investigation, no definitive motive emerged beyond the fractured divorce and personal grievances, leaving the horrific events carried out by Bruce, infamously dubbed the Santa Shooter, etched into memory, with many survivors and families still grappling with the trauma he left behind. Moving on to the next case. Julianne Gonzalez. In February 2010, 21-year-old Julianne Gonzalez lived in Dripping Springs, Texas. She was married to George de la Cruz, but they were estranged and in the process of getting a divorce. The couple had a 2-year-old daughter, Layla, whom they shared custody of. Julie was busy balancing her job as a pharmacy technician, her studies, and spending time with her daughter. Julie was described as a hardworking and kind-hearted person who fully embraced her role as a mother and worked to raise her daughter independently. In February, Julie was last seen by George, who said she came by to drop off their daughter. Julie's aunt Dora expected to hear from her that day but never did. When Julie didn't respond to calls and texts, Dora began to worry. Julie's family, her aunt, mother Sandra, and sister Samantha, spoke to George, who claimed that Julie had told him she was going on a trip for a few days. However, the family found this explanation hard to believe, knowing Julie would never leave without informing someone and would never abandon her daughter. Julie's family emphasized that her daughter was her entire world, and they believed there was no way she would ever leave her behind. Julie was known to be reliable and in constant contact with her loved ones. By 11 p.m. that night, her aunt and mother filed a missing person report with the Austin, Texas police. The police, however, found no evidence suggesting Julie hadn't left voluntarily, noting that as an adult, she had the right to go wherever she chose. Julie's mother and aunt also pointed out that her new car was missing. The following day, in February, Julie's family and her new boyfriend, Aaron, began receiving text messages from her. Julie's sister believed the messages were from her, as they included her nickname, but Julie's aunt, mom, and Aaron were skeptical. Aaron had just received a message from Julie saying she was breaking up with him, which shocked her mother because Julie was deeply in love with him. Additionally, Julie, or someone using her phone, had posted messages on Facebook stating she was depressed and had left messages of her own or if foul play was involved. But they did speak to George as he was the last person who saw Julie alive. George only told them that Julie dropped off their daughter and then she left abruptly. Julie's family began their own investigation. Her aunt went driving around South Austin and spotted Julie's new car in the parking lot of a Walgreens. Her aunt ran inside, looked all over the store for Julie, but she was nowhere to be found. Concerned about what she could find, Julie's aunt contacted Julie's mother. Together, they checked Julie's trunk but didn't find her. They did spot a paper bag in the back seat which had asthma medication inside for Julie's daughter. It wasn't like Julie to not give George such an important medication for their own daughter. Julie's family asked one of the employees inside Walgreens if Julie had been there. They showed him a picture, and he said she looked familiar. They also asked him if he knew anything about the car outside. He said that a girl had entered the store, and she said she was having car issues. The police obtained the surveillance footage from Walgreens. There were several women that matched the description of Julie, but Julie herself had not entered the store. Julie's family then plastered the city with a billboard, posters, and handed out T-shirts with Julie's picture on them. The police looked at Julie's phone records and social media accounts. Her phone and social media had gone quiet. It hadn't been used since February, the day after she was last seen. George's mom, Victoria de la Cruz, made a frantic phone call to the police. She asked them to come to her house. Victoria called them because she had found a large hole in the storage shed of the home she shared with her son. Victoria told them that she started to dig, but then she got scared and decided it's best to call the police. When detectives arrived, Victoria was covered in dirt and was clearly shaken. The hole that she had contacted them about looked eerily like a grave. George told the police that the hole was an electrical trench. Investigators decided to dig anyway, but found no sign of Julie in the hole. The police obtained Julie's bank records. They found that on the day Julie was last seen, George had used her card at Walmart and Best Buy. George had purchased an Xbox Points card at Best Buy because he had an obsession with video games. His obsession was one of the reasons he and Julie got divorced. George would have rather stayed home all day to play video games than to work and earn money. Victoria gave the police permission to search the house. Inside, they found the purchases from both stores and a receipt from Best Buy. The police obtained the surveillance footage from both stores. They saw George with his daughter at both stores. Jim Cook, a wireless expert, examined George's phone to map out his movements on February. He also compared them to Julie's phone. Julie and George's phones both moved together, which proved that George had possession of her phone. George had also accessed his MySpace page and Julia's page from the same IP address. The police also looked at George's Xbox activity. George was known to play video games for around 12 to 15 hours a day. On March 26th, he hadn't played for about 20 hours. The police believed George had done something to Julie, but they did not have much evidence to even prove that she was not alive anymore. Unfortunately, the case then went cold for some time. For 3 years, Julie's family waited for answers and had to share custody with George. Julie's mom asked George constantly if Julie was going to come back. George always told her she was going to someday. Finally, on February, George de la Cruz was arrested and charged with taking Julianne Gonzalez's life. The prosecution offered George a reduced sentence of 50 years if he cooperated and told them where Julie's body was. George always denied being involved. He rejected the offer and decided to plead not guilty. George's trial began in February. George never showed remorse, but seemed nervous. The prosecution didn't have a body, but needed to convince the jury that Julie was never coming back. They said a knife, ammunition, and some clothing that appeared to have been burned was also found in the de la Cruz's backyard and shed. Yet, defense lawyer Robert McCabe and Keith Lauerman contended that prosecutors had left too many loose ends and too many unanswered questions. They attacked the state expert's analysis, raised questions about its witnesses, and said the timeline prosecutors had offered was impossible. George de la Cruz, who was described as an immature and irresponsible heavy video game player, would not have had the time or wherewithal to clean his home, dispose of his estranged wife's remains, and dig a hole in his backyard to bury her. All before he was captured on security camera footage shopping with their daughter, McCabe said. Convictions are about knowledge, the attorney argued. You convict on fact, not fantasy. You convict on logic, not emotions. When you don't, he told jurors, innocent people end up in prison. On February, George de la Cruz was found guilty. He put his head down while Julie's family celebrated. In February, 27-year-old George was sentenced to life in prison. At present, he remains incarcerated at the Jim Ferguson Unit in unincorporated Madison County, Texas. He will be eligible for parole in the year February 1943. Julie's family said that they are praying that George will someday tell them where Julie is. They hope that he will let his daughter know what really happened to her mom. In February, the house belonging to Julie's mother, Sandra Soto, burned down. Julie's family managed to escape safely after being alerted by their dog, but their house was destroyed, and they lost everything. To support them, a benefit was held at Jack's Roadhouse in San Marcos. The event featured homemade barbecue and live music, and the family was deeply moved by the outpouring of support from strangers during such a difficult time. Julie's sister, Samantha Petrie, expressed her gratitude, saying, "We have been through a lot. At first, when I got the news, I did think this was just one more thing being thrown at us. Today, it really shows that not only the love and support from our family and friends, but also from people who know the story of my sister, Julianne Gonzalez, who have not forgotten about our family and our story." Moving on to the next case. Khadija Britton. Born on April 22, 1994, Khadija Rose Britton was remembered by her loved ones as a bright, athletic teenager with a promising future. A member of the Round Valley Indian tribes of the Round Valley Reservation, she grew up in Covina, California. Khadija was a high-achieving student and the star player on her high school basketball team. Friends and classmates described her as popular, confident, and quick-witted, and many believed she would leave her small town behind to pursue college and greater opportunities. Unfortunately, that future was stolen from her in the early months of 2018. On the night of February 7, 2018, Khadija was last seen alive. 3 days passed before her family reported her missing, not out of indifference, but because Khadija had been living a more unpredictable lifestyle in recent years. After graduating high school in 2012, she had planned to attend community college, but instead began associating with the wrong crowd. It wasn't long before she'd become involved in abusing drugs. Her community was known to be suffering from both drug and alcohol issues. Through her substance abuse, Khadija got to know a man named Niji Tony Falize IV, who was around 14 years her senior. Although she didn't know it right away, Falize was bad news. He'd had far more than his fair share of brushes with the law and had been charged with numerous offenses ranging from manufacturing meth to endangering the health of a child to domestic violence. Falize had previously lost custody of his children due to keeping them in filthy, squalid conditions. Despite a stint in prison in San Joaquin County, it appeared he fathered more children afterward. When he met Khadija, she found herself caring for his kids, doing their laundry, cooking meals, and picking them up from school. While those close to her were deeply concerned about her relationship with him, their warnings went unheeded. On January 30th, 2018, a bruised, bleeding, and visibly distraught Khadija arrived at the home of her father and stepmother. She recounted how Fallas had attacked her with his fists and then grabbed a hammer. The following day, with help from the tribe's domestic violence center, Khadija filed a restraining order against him. She also received financial support to replace belongings she had left behind, including her clothes and phone. However, Fallas ultimately convinced, or coerced, her into dropping the charges. Given his extensive criminal record, a conviction would likely have resulted in a lengthy prison sentence. However, that was not the end. After Khadija was reported missing on February 10, 2018, a witness came forward to police with a horrific story. On the night of her disappearance, Khadija was known to have been visiting a friend in the 23,000 block of Airport Road. The witness claimed that around midnight, Fallas, accompanied by his new girlfriend, a woman named Antonia, turned up at the house in a black Mercedes. Armed with a small pistol, Fallas went to the door of the house and demanded that Khadija come out and speak with him. After this, a physical altercation ensued and Fallas began to chase his ex-girlfriend around the car, which was being driven by Antonia. Fallas managed to hit Khadija and shove her into the car, and the three drove off together. The 23-year-old was never seen since. 10 days later, in mid-February, Fallas was charged with multiple offenses in connection with the disappearance of Khadija, including assault, kidnapping, first-degree burglary, threats to commit a crime resulting in death or great bodily injury, attempted murder, and for being a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition. However, Fallas pleaded not guilty and refused to cooperate with detectives who were investigating the vanishing of his ex-girlfriend. Several months later, in June of 2018, the police were forced to drop most of the charges due to a lack of evidence. Fallas's bail was reduced, and he was released shortly afterwards, although he still faced the gun and ammunition possession charges. In August, Antonia was arrested for suspicion of harboring or concealing a wanted felon. A few months later, in October, Fallas pled no contest to the firearm charges, while his girlfriend pled no contest to being an accessory to a felony. Fallas, who was 37 at the time, was sentenced to 4 years in prison, while Antonia was sentenced to 18 months in prison and 18 months under supervision. She was also ordered to have no further contact with her boyfriend and was forced to spend 6 months in an inpatient drug rehabilitation program. Both detectives and Khadija's family believe that Fallas kills the 23-year-old on the night she was taken. The problem is they're unable to prove it without first finding her body. During the investigation, authorities questioned and arrested many of Fallas' associates. They also set up an anonymous tip line, and missing persons posters were plastered all across the surrounding counties. Meanwhile, friends and family did their best to raise awareness for Khadija's case on social media, including setting up a Facebook group. In 2019, a pond in Mendocino County was drained when cadaver dogs indicated that something was buried there. However, no human remains were found. Lieutenant Shannon Barney of the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, who was also a member of the reservation, said in a 2018 article that he believed somebody knew what happened and where Khadija was, but they were keeping quiet, telling the press Democrats, throughout the ages, tribal people have closed down among their own within their own little tribal system for protection. That's part of the culture. We know there are people who know more than they're telling us, but we have not been able to break through that tribalism. In 2018, a $50,000 reward was offered for information in Khadija Britton's case. That amount was doubled in 2020 with support from the FBI, who continue to assist in the investigation. Khadija's family remains determined to uncover the truth. In March 2018, her father, Jerry, and one of her brothers ventured into the snowy terrain of the Mendocino National Forest after receiving a promising tip. When their SUV became stuck, they pressed on by foot, but the search yielded nothing. Jerry has personally investigated abandoned buildings and chicken coops, always bringing a shovel to probe for shallow graves. Despite the apparent suspect in the case, Khadija's family has yet to see justice or closure. Her body has not been recovered, and without it, authorities are unlikely to bring formal charges against Flawless. The investigation remains open and active. If you have any information on the location of Khadija or her remains, you can contact the Mendocino Sheriff's Office tip line on 707-234-2100. Moving on to the next case. Kiara Coles. Born on September 24, 1992, to Joseph Coles and Karen Phillips, Kiara was the fourth of 5 children and grew up in what appeared to be a stable, typical household. As an adult, she remained especially close to her mother, with whom she spoke nearly every day. Kiara had long expressed her desire to start a family of her own, often saying she wanted to have a child as soon as she was financially secure. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Kiara seemed to be on track to achieving that dream. She had recently moved into her own apartment on the south side of Chicago, Illinois, and had purchased a new car. She had also just learned that she was pregnant, with her baby due in April 2019. At the time she went missing, the 26-year-old was working for the United States Postal Service. Reports vary regarding when Kiara began working for the USPS. Some suggest she started in 2017, while others claim she'd been there for about 3 years. According to her mother Karen, Kiara had taken some personal time off from work in October 2018 and was scheduled to return on the 3rd. However, she never showed up for her shift. Instead, she called in sick that day. From October 3rd to 4th, Karen repeatedly tried calling her daughter, but each call went straight to voicemail. Assuming Kiara's phone battery had died, she asked one of her other children to check Kiara's social media accounts. There had been no recent activity there either. Growing increasingly worried, Karen contacted the Chicago Police Department and requested a welfare check. Kiara's car was still parked outside her apartment block, but the young woman herself was missing. Initially, police didn't think much of Kiara's vanishing, believing it to be a non-suspicious case, but eventually they began to suspect foul play. Karen had last seen her daughter on the Sunday before she vanished, September 30th. The pair had spoken about Kiara's preparation for the baby and what milk was best to drink while she was pregnant. However, the case grew a little complicated when the 26-year-old sister claimed that she had last seen her on Monday the 1st after picking her up from work. This account contradicted Karen's earlier statement that Kiara had taken Monday, October 1st, and Tuesday, October 2nd, off from work. To date, this discrepancy has never been fully clarified in official reports. As investigators dug deeper into Kiara's disappearance, the situation became increasingly complicated, particularly surrounding the identity of her unborn child's father, Joshua Simmons. Kiara had reportedly been in a 5-year relationship with Simmons, who was revealed to already be in a long-term relationship with another woman. He also had multiple children and, according to some sources, may have had a third girlfriend, though this has only been briefly mentioned in limited reports. At the time of Kiara's disappearance, both she and Simmons' long-term girlfriend were pregnant. It's believed that both women were aware of each other's existence, and according to Karen, they did not get along. Kiara had allegedly been banned from visiting Simmons at his home. It remains unclear whether investigators ever formally interviewed Simmons. However, in early 2019, he was wanted for questioning in connection with Kiara's case. Not long after she vanished, Simmons, along with his girlfriend and their children, reportedly relocated out of state. They never participated in any searches for Kiara nor any vigils. NBC5 found Simmons living in Louisiana in 2021, but he failed to reply to any of their letters. Following her disappearance, investigators found CCTV footage from a neighbor's surveillance camera, which showed a woman resembling Kiara walking toward her car on the morning of October 3rd. The woman was possibly wearing a postal worker uniform, although this has been heavily debated. The woman appeared to spot something out of frame and walked towards it. She didn't appear fearful or hesitant as she passed by Kiara's car and disappeared from view. Her movements led some to speculate that she had seen someone she knew or a car she recognized and walked towards it. Over the years, this footage has been subject to much scrutiny. At first, the Coles believed that this was their missing loved one. Over time, however, they have changed their minds. Most notably, Karen came forward earlier this year to tell the media that she never believed the woman was Kiara, but that authorities had asked her to keep quiet about her suspicions. Karen explained that the woman's gait and the shape of her body did not match that of her daughter. She also added that she was only revealing this information now because the investigation had stalled and she felt she had nothing to lose. The USPS, for their parts, also does not believe that the woman in the footage is Kiara, but another postal worker who was on that route that day. In February of 2021, Karen also revealed that another neighbor had come forward with CCTV footage from the nights of October 2nd. The video showed Kiara and Simmons leaving her apartment in separate vehicles. Investigators told the media that they had also recovered surveillance images of the 26-year-old withdrawing $400 from her bank accounts before handing it over to Simmons. It's unclear if Kiara's bank account has been used in the years since she vanished. After Kiara disappeared, her phone, bag, and lunchbox were recovered from her car. Meanwhile, her keys and purse were found in her apartment. Online sleuths have noted that the lunchbox being found in the car was odd given that she had supposedly called in sick. This phone call has been a controversial part of the case online. Many armchair detectives has suggested perhaps someone called in sick pretending to be the 26-year-old. Her family have been unable to confirm if the phone call was in her call log, as they have been unable to access her phone without her passcode. It's unknown why authorities haven't looked into this. The USPS worker who took Kiara's call is adamant that it was her. Authorities also searched Whistler Woods Forest Preserve in Riverdale after following some anonymous tips they'd received. While a few bones were discovered at the scene, it's unknown if they were animal or human. Many areas in and around Chicago were searched, but all to no avail. A reward of $50,000 was also set up, although it has yet to be claimed. Kiara's family are desperate to bring her home and hopefully meet her baby. Her father Joseph quit his job in Wisconsin and moved to Chicago following the disappearance. He has spoken frequently about the case online and to the media and has handed out flyers on the street. For a period of time, he lived in his car outside of Kiara's apartment block, determined to find answers. The 26-year-old's friends and co-workers also continued to tirelessly spread awareness of her case. Even today, Joseph continues to hold meetings to spread awareness about his daughter's disappearance. In 2020, he said that he believed Kiara was alive, but being held captive in a vacant home. He added that he believed authorities had not done enough to help bring her back. In July of 2020, law enforcement announced that the investigation was suspended because they'd exhausted all leads. They have stated that they still suspect Kiara met with foul play, but have otherwise been tight-lipped. They told the media that they are looking for evidence to back up their theory, and that they believe 2 or 3 people were involved with the 26-year-old's disappearance. In September of 2020, the Chicago Police Department told the Chicago Tribune that they were working with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service and the FBI to continue the search. They also noted that the case was not closed and they'd be investigating any new evidence or tips they received. Although there isn't much in the way of evidence in Kiara's case, there is a lot of speculation online. The prevailing theory among the public is that Joshua Simmons played a role in Kiara's disappearance, with some even suggesting that his girlfriend may have been involved as well. This belief largely stems from the fact that both Simmons and his partner left Illinois shortly after Kiara went missing and did not participate in the investigation or public search efforts. Some speculate that jealousy may have been a motive, while others theorize that the couple wanted to avoid responsibility for Kiara's baby and took drastic action. Karen, Kiara's mother, has admitted that although she initially doubted Simmons was capable of harming her daughter, his refusal to speak out has led her to reconsider. Another theory posits that Kiara may have left voluntarily to escape the pressures of her changing life. However, her family strongly disputes this idea, insisting that she would never abandon her responsibilities or fail to contact them. There are also suggestions that she may have fallen victim to a gang-related incident or a random act of violence. While her case remains open, progress has slowed significantly in recent months. Anyone with information about Kiara Coles' disappearance is urged to contact the Area South Division of the Chicago Police Department at 312-747-8274. Moving on to the next case. Laura Berkland. In 1991, 94-year-old Laura Berkland was living in the Solbakken neighborhood with her 26-year-old grandnephew, Chaitil Berkland. Chaitil occupied the first floor of the home, while Laura resided on the ground floor. She allowed him to live there for a minimal rent in exchange for helping her with household tasks. Laura was known as a quiet, reserved woman, and in the time leading up to her murder, she had grown increasingly reliant on Chaitil. She had stopped cooking and, for the past 9 months, had been receiving meal deliveries from the local care home. On the afternoon of December 28, 1991, at around 12:35 p.m., Chaitil went downstairs to let his cat inside due to the harsh, cold weather. According to him, the following events took place. Asterisk. When I turn around in the hallway, I notice that the door leading to the basement is open and the door into my aunt's kitchen is open. The cat runs into my aunt's apartment because that's where he gets his food. I walk into the living room where she stores her valuables. I look to the right and see her corner cabinets. Asterisk. I see that it's open and there is paper lying all over the floor. I yell, "Aunt, Aunt," and run into her bedroom. There she was, dead. After discovering Laura's body, Chaitil panicked and fled to a neighbor's house to call the police. When investigators arrived, they quickly saw that the home had been ransacked and many of Laura's valuables were missing. At first, there were no visible signs of violence on her body. Laura was found lying on her bed with her hands tied behind her back. The autopsy later confirmed that she had died from strangulation. Police noted there were no signs of forced entry, which raised suspicions. This suggested that Laura had willingly let her killer inside, someone she likely knew and trusted. Following an examination of the crime scene, law enforcement began going door to door speaking with around 30 of Laura's neighbors. Few of them had seen anything. One witness reported they'd seen the 94-year-old at her window at around 11 p.m., suggesting that she was murdered sometime after this point. Another reported an odd thing she'd seen while looking out of her window that morning, a stranger sitting on Laura's doorstep and petting her grandnephew's cat. This was at around 10:25 a.m., about 2 hours before the body was discovered. This stranger is described as being a man between the ages of 20 and 25 and standing between 5'5" and 5'9". He had dark scruffy hair that covered his ears and went down his neck and wore a dark battle jacket, a sleeveless type of jacket, possibly denim that is most associated with punk, heavy metal and biker subcultures. The man also wore dark or possibly blue jeans. After he petted the cats, he went east along the street. Neither neighbors nor Laura's family, including Chaitil, recognized this description. And while detectives have asked him to come forward, he never has. To this day, he is still unidentified and it's unknown if he had anything to do with the crime. The day after Laura's body was discovered, Chaitil and a friend of his were arrested and charged with the murder. The pair had inconsistent alibis pertaining to their whereabouts on the evening of the murder, although both denied being involved. Reportedly, the two disagreed about what time they returned home. However, after less than a week on January 1, 1992, Chaitil's friend was released due to a lack of evidence. A year later, on January 14, 1993, the charges against Chaitil himself were also dropped for the same reason. According to Chaitil's friend, who later spoke with the media, the two visited another companion on the night of the crime. They then returned without that companion to Chaitil's home. At around 1:30 a.m., the friend left and drove home. A forensic examination of the crime scene showed that out of the 40 different fingerprints taken from Laura's home, not one of them matched her friend's. He told one local newspaper, quote, "I pray to God that the police find the culprits because I am not the right man. I did not help kill Laura Berkland." The initial investigation into the crime concluded after 14 months. Since then, it has largely been cold. Chaitil remains the primary suspect in the case, as he was at home during the time of the murder and had no alibi beyond 1:30 a.m. A week after the killing, police stated they had evidence from the crime scene linking the 26-year-old to the incident, though they never revealed what that evidence was. Investigators also expressed doubt that he could have slept through both the murder and the ransacking of the apartment. Additionally, witnesses reported that Chaitil often voiced frustration and resentment about having to care for Laura. He, however, supported his friend's account of events and claimed he had locked the door after his friend both entered and left the house. In a surprising development, about a month after his arrest, Chaitil confessed that he had intended to kill Laura, but claimed someone else had done it before he could. He admitted feeling overwhelmed by the responsibility of caring for her and acknowledged stealing money from her to support his marijuana use. Despite this, he consistently denied any involvement in her death. Laura's family do not believe Chaitil was responsible and suspect an outsider instead. During the early stages of the investigation, Norway's National Crime Unit, Kripos, also launched their own inquiry into the case. They found several pieces of information that differed from that which had been discovered by the local authorities. The police claimed there was no sign of forced entry, but Kripos discovered evidence of a break-in. There were marks on a window in the basement, and footprints that reportedly led from the basement upstairs. They were found on a kitchen stool and in Laura's living room and bedroom. Furthermore, the rope used to tie her up came from a hook in the basement. This led Kripos to theorize that the break-in might have been staged. They also noted that there was dust on the windowsill which hadn't been moved, proving their theory further. It was also discovered that Laura's dinner delivery, the one she received from the local nursing home every evening, had been cancelled on the day of the murder. On the morning of December 28th, the nursing home received a call from an anonymous person who cancelled Laura's dinner. It's unknown if they gave a reason why or if the home asked that question at all. The delivery driver drove past her house that evening but then remembered her delivery for the night had been cancelled. It does not seem likely that the 94-year-old cancelled the dinner herself, as she didn't own a mobile phone or a landline, and neither did her grandnephew. If he had cancelled it, then he must have left the house and called using someone else's telephone. In 1999, Chaitil contacted a private investigator named Tor Sandberg. Although he had been released and the charges against him dropped, he felt he was still thought of as Laura's killer. Sandberg discovered there were a few things that hadn't been followed through during the original investigation and that other things had been done wrong. He believed that evidence had been manipulated and key information had been withheld. In his reports, he noted that the cancelled delivery hadn't been followed up on and the footprints hadn't been thoroughly examined. And there were several other individuals without alibis on the night of the crime. He also stated that Chaitil's sister had left a few business cards with Laura that had gone missing on the night of the crime. Reportedly, this sister was contacted by an anonymous man who asked if she'd like to see the crime resolved. While a Norwegian article mentions that Sandberg was able to track this man down, it's unclear what became of this lead and the man's involvement with the case. It was also vaguely noted in another article about the case that a woman mentioned to a hotel employee that she knew who had killed Laura but couldn't tell anyone for fear that she would wind up dead herself. While the private investigator attempted to reopen the case, his appeal was rejected. The case was examined again in 2016, but no new information was uncovered during this time. Chaitil, who has since changed his name, continues to assert his innocence. He claims the last time he saw Laura was when she shouted at him to take out the garbage after he returned home with a friend. He also stated that he smoked marijuana before going to bed and was later awakened in the night by the sound of a car door slamming. He recalled hearing the doorbell ring but chose to ignore it, saying, "I'm too tired. I'm too stoned." He said he turned over and tried to go back to sleep. Based on his account, some have theorized that the killer rang the doorbell and was let in by Laura. However, many online sleuths continue to suspect Chaitil of involvement in her death. Laura's case remains unsolved. If you have any information, please contact the Mora Ramsdorp Police District at 70118-700. Moving on to the next case. Marianne Rugos Knutson. Born around 1974, Marianne Knutson was described by her teachers as a cheerful and kind child. Her sudden disappearance during the summer of the early 1980s remains one of Norway's most puzzling and unexplained cases. On August 28, 1981, 6-year-old Marianne finished school at noon and went to a friend's house to play before heading home. At the time, her mother Torun had recently given birth to Marianne's baby sister, just 4 months earlier. Marianne's parents were divorced, with her father living approximately 40 minutes away. Marianne, her mother, and her infant sister had recently settled into a new home in the town of Risa, where they lived with Torun's boyfriend. The property featured a large garden, which Marianne adored, and they were situated near other family members. That afternoon, Torun informed her daughter that she intended to go out to shop for curtains. Marianne wanted to join her mother, and Torun agreed. She gave her daughter some money to buy ice cream from a nearby shop before they left. Marianne, a familiar face at the store, enjoyed her ice cream in the car park before heading back home. When she returned, her older cousin Nina had arrived, and Marianne chose to stay and play instead. Torun then left for the shops, leaving Nina, Marianne, and the baby at home. Before leaving, Torun gave Marianne some extra money for more sweets and ice cream later in the day. The girls played until around 2:30 p.m., when Marianne left once again to go to the store. She was barefoot, wearing a summer dress, and carrying some empty bottles. After buying a bag of sweets and 2 ice creams, the shopkeeper reminded her to hurry home before they melted. Marianne followed the advice and quickly made her way down the front steps of the store. After she left, she was never seen again. 8 witnesses saw Marianne between 12:30 p.m. and when she left the store with the ice creams. However, nobody was questioned until 4 to 5 days after she had gone missing. Although authorities were alerted about 3 hours after she disappeared, it seems that her case was not treated as a crime until September 1st, when investigators announced they were dealing with a criminal act. Prior to this, it was thought that she had gotten lost or been in some kind of accident, and on the evening of her disappearance, a large-scale search operation was carried out. This search included the use of scent dogs and a helicopter equipped with a thermal imaging device and was assisted by the Red Cross and Kripos, the National Criminal Investigation Service in Norway. Both land and sea were searched in the following days, and officers made sure to check wells and manholes. There was no trace of the 6-year-old. Even her ice cream and sweets were never located, and investigators were unable to discover the crime scene. It wasn't until August 31st that Marianne's disappearance made the national news. One of Norway's biggest papers wrote an article titled, "Where is Marianne?" Around this time, investigators received a tip that a girl resembling the year-old had been seen alone in the city of Kristiansand, but this didn't pan out. 15 detectives worked on the case, and they theorized she may have been taken by someone with a vehicle while she was at the store. She may have been abducted, transported away from the scene, and killed. Still, they could find no evidence that told them what had transpired when she left the store. The official search for Marianne ended on September. On October 16, 1981, a man in his 50s was arrested and charged with the kidnapping. However, he was released on June 22, 1982 due to a lack of evidence. Another brief suspect in the case was Marianne's father, who would much later reveal to the media that he had been monitored following her disappearance. In 1998, a man named Sture Bergwall confessed to taking her, and this led to the reopening of the case. However, Bergwall is a known liar with a history of mental health issues who confessed to crimes he didn't commit for years. Beginning in the early 1990s, we covered Bergwall's case in a previous episode of Cold Case Detective. Marianne's case was reopened earlier between 1993 and 1994 due to several tips that came in, but they all led nowhere. In 2016, a self-proclaimed psychic claimed in a YouTube video that he had a vision of the culprits and his whereabouts. This video triggered a new search in which over 100 people participated. However, no evidence was uncovered, and the psychic later deleted the video. The following year, a private investigator claimed that the police had made several errors during the initial investigation and called for the case to be reopened. This request was ultimately denied. Due to Norwegian laws and the amount of time that has passed, even if Marianne's abductor is identified, they cannot be prosecuted and will never face legal consequences. Her mysterious disappearance left a lasting impact on her parents. In the aftermath, children were no longer allowed to go out unsupervised, and the tight-knit community of Riso began to fall apart as trust between neighbors eroded. The case has since gone cold. Marianne is described as a white girl with dark hair and thick eyeglasses. If you have any information regarding her disappearance, please contact the police in Riso at 381-36000. Moving on to the next case. The Austin Axe Murderer. Before Austin, Texas became known for its vibrant culture and growth, it was once a quiet town with fewer than 5,000 residents, a place journalist Skip Hollandsworth described as a rustic cow town. But by 1885, the city had rapidly expanded, boasting a population of 14,500 and a bustling downtown filled with hotels, restaurants, and opportunity. Amidst this progress, a terrifying figure emerged, an unidentified killer who wielded an axe and left a trail of horror in his wake. Over time, 8 innocent people would lose their lives to this unknown assailant. The first known victim was Molly Smith, a 25-year-old African-American woman. Molly and her boyfriend were employed by a prominent local family, performing domestic duties such as cooking and cleaning. The pair lived in the family's residence on West Pecan Street and led a seemingly ordinary life, until the night of December 30, 1884. That evening, chaos erupted. Molly's boyfriend, Walter, awoke in excruciating pain. When he looked into the mirror, he discovered a gash across his face. After tending to his wound, he noticed that their living quarters had been ransacked. A trail of blood led investigators from the ransacked quarters to the couple's outhouse, where they found Molly's lifeless body lying in the snow. She had endured multiple stab wounds to her face, chest, arms, and legs, and it was determined she had also been sexually assaulted. During their investigation, police discovered a blood-covered axe inside the couple's quarters, presumably the murder weapon. A few months later, on March 19, 1885, the unknown attacker struck again, this time seriously injuring 2 Swedish servant girls, Clara Strand and Christine Martinson. Though both women survived, the brutality of the attack deepened the community's growing fear. After a brief lull, the killer returned in May. The second known fatality was Eliza Shelley, a 30-year-old African-American cook employed by Dr. L. B. Johnson. She was found dead at the doctor's cottage, located between San Jacinto Boulevard and Cypress Street. Eliza lived with her 3 children in a cabin behind the home. Her murder was strikingly similar to that of Molly Smith, but the brutality had only gotten worse as her head had been split in 2. Her blood-soaked bedsheets indicated that she'd been attacked while sleeping and her body had been dragged onto the floor afterwards. Reportedly, Eliza's 8-year-old son saw a man enter the cabin in the middle of the night, but he was unable to recall any details the following morning. He only remembered waking up to find a man standing over him before he was thrown from the bed, covered with a blanket, and told to stay quiet. Later that month, on May 22nd, a third African-American servant named Irene Cross, 33, was struck while she was sleeping. Except this time the murder weapon was determined to be a knife, not an axe. The first police officers who arrived on the scene were allegedly able to speak to the young woman before she passed away, although it doesn't seem that they gathered any useful information from her. Irene's arm was so severely cut that it was almost severed from the body. She'd also been scalped, leaving her with massive head wounds. In August, a young woman named Clara Dick was seriously wounded. That same month, on the 30th, a 40-year-old cook named Rebecca Ramey was attacked in her home. She wasn't killed, but her 11-year-old daughter Mary caught the Austin Axe murderer's attention and was dragged outside. She was sexually assaulted and stabbed through the ears with an iron rod. Mary died from her injuries just a few hours later. Meanwhile, her mother, Rebecca, had been violently beaten and left on the floor in a pool of her own blood, a deep wound on her temple. On September 28th, the culprit struck again, this time targeting a couple named Gracie Vance and Orange Washington. The pair lived and worked in the home of a local attorney. Much like the other victims, Gracie awoke in the middle of the night to find a stranger standing over her. She screamed in fear and panic, and Orange rushed to her defense. But the 25-year-old suffered a blow to the head with an axe, smashing his skull and leaving him to collapse on the floor. Afterwards, the unidentified man dragged 20-year-old Gracie out into the yard, assaulted her, and then bludgeoned her to death with a brick. He left his axe behind for the police to discover. The attack on Gracie Vance was so brutal that the Austin Daily Statesman described her body as having been beaten into a jelly. Investigators believe the killer had entered the cabin through a window. Around the same time, 2 other servant girls who lived in the same quarters were also assaulted but managed to survive. One of them, Lucinda Body, later recounted disturbing behavior from the intruder, most notably him yelling, "Don't look at me," after he had murdered Gracie. A peculiar detail emerged during the investigation. Gracie was found clutching a gold watch, which was not recognized as belonging to anyone residing at the property. The murderer's final 2 victims broke from his established pattern and were both killed on Christmas Eve of 1885. Unlike his previous targets, these victims were not servants. One of them, Susan Hancock, was a 41-year-old white woman and a mother of 2, described as one of the most refined ladies in Austin. She had either been sleeping in her daughter's bed or had her 16-year-old daughter beside her when the attacker seized her and dragged her outside into the garden. Strangely, her husband, asleep in the master bedroom, heard nothing during the attack. Authorities found Susan's body, her skull split open. Like the other victims, she'd been sexually assaulted. Less than 1 hour later, 17-year-old Eula Phillips, a white married mother of 1, was found dead in her back garden in a wealthy neighborhood in Austin. She had been sexually assaulted and bludgeoned to death and was discovered lying face down. Heavy timber had been placed on her, possibly to restrain her, and some articles note that the young girl had been stripped of her clothing. Her husband, 24-year-old James Phillip Jr., had also been attacked and wounded. Eula Phillips is the Austin axe murderer's final victim as far as we know anyway. All in all, he killed 8 people and injured another 5. Over the course of the investigation into these deaths, the police interviewed around 400 suspects, but none were ever charged. Boyfriends and husbands of the slain women were examined, but nothing concrete was ever found. James Phillips Jr. was at one point convicted of murdering his wife and accused of using the Austin axe murders as a cover for his crime, but he was acquitted 6 months later after a court deemed him innocent. Additionally, Walter Spencer, the boyfriend of the first victim, Molly Smith, was also charged but was acquitted after a 2-day trial. By the time additional law enforcement officers were hired, rewards were offered and citizens had formed a vigilance committee to patrol the streets at nights the murders stopped. They seemed to stop as quickly as they started. Despite the fact there were at least 5 survivors of the Austin axe murderer, none were able to give a complete description of him. Some reports stated that he was white, others that his complexion was dark. Other accounts note that he was a quote yellow man wearing a lamp black or carbon black to conceal his skin color. He has also been described as a man wearing a Mother Hubbard-style dress, a popular dress style in the Victorian era described as being a long, wide and loose-fitting with long sleeves and a high neck. He may also have been wearing a slouch hat, a wide-brimmed felt hat commonly worn as part of a military uniform, or perhaps wore a white rag covering his face. It is generally believed that one person is responsible for all of these crimes, but some theories suggest there was a group who participated in and perpetuated the slayings. Several gang theories also emerged around 1885, proposing possible financial or racial motivations, but nothing substantial ever came of these notions. The most prominent suspect in the killings is a man known only as Maurice, a Malaysian cook who spent most of his life working on ships, but eventually landed himself a job at an Austin hotel named the Pearl House in 1885. Each crime that occurred did so somewhere near to the hotel, and the slaying stopped shortly after Maurice left his job in January of 1886, opting to go to London. This has prompted speculation that the Austin axe murderer and Jack the Ripper are one and the same, especially as the Ripper crime stopped 2 weeks after Maurice left London again. The Maurice theory was first reported by the Austin American Statesman. According to their article in August 1888, a sailor named George Dodge was interviewed by Scotland Yard. He claimed that he met a Malaysian cook named Alaska, although it was possible his name was Lasker, an old Malaysian word for sailor. The pair met at the Queen's Musical Hall in Poplar, London, and Alaska showed George a double-edged knife, which he always carried with him. Alaska was described as a 35-year-old who stood at 5'7" and weighed around 140 to 153 pounds. Reportedly, Alaska had said to George that he had been, quote, robbed by a woman of bad character, and that unless he found the woman and recovered his money, he would murder and mutilate every Whitechapel woman he met. Writer Shirley Harrison put forward the theory that the individual responsible for the Austin Axe murders, also known as the Servant Girl Annihilator, a nickname coined by a contemporary journalist, was actually Jack the Ripper. She believed this person to be James Maybrick, a cotton merchant from Liverpool, who happened to be in Austin when the murders took place. Maybrick died in 1889, and his personal journals allegedly contained confessions to murdering sex workers, with one entry even signed, Jack the Ripper. A more recent theory surfaced in 2014 during an episode of History Detectives on PBS. Combining historical investigation with modern psychological and geographical profiling methods, the program suggested that the killer might have been Nathan Elgin, a 19-year-old African-American cook. Elgin was known to have worked in close proximity to the murder locations and was missing a small toe, a detail that matched unusual footprints found at the crime scenes. In February 1886, he was fatally shot by police while trying to attack a woman with a knife. Yet, despite numerous theories and possible suspects, the true identity of the Austin Axe murderer has never been confirmed. Moving on to the next case. Richard Crafts. For some, marriage is the ultimate aspiration, their greatest dream. They long for the gleaming ring on their finger and the sense of stability, security, and devotion that comes with pledging a lifetime to a partner. For others, marriage feels like a prison. They cherish their independence, seeing the idea of being bound to one person as their worst nightmare. Of course, many people fall somewhere in between, holding views that don't lean too strongly in either direction. Then, there are those whose emotions consume them entirely. Overwhelmed by bitterness, anger, and resentment, they see only one way out. Uxoricide is the act of a husband killing his wife. One such case was that of Helle Crafts. Born in July 1947 in Denmark as Helle Lork Nielsen, she married Richard Crafts in 1979, and the couple settled in Newtown, Connecticut. Helle, a flight attendant, was widely regarded as a kind and hardworking woman who dedicated herself to both her career and motherhood. After their marriage, she and Richard had 3 children together. Richard Crafts, a former Marine pilot turned airline captain and part-time police officer, met Helle in Miami in 1969, while they were both training for their respective careers. In 1984, Richard was diagnosed with cancer, with doctors giving him only a 2% chance of survival. However, against all odds, he overcame the illness and resumed his life. Though their marriage appeared relatively normal on the surface, fractures in their relationship soon became evident. By 1986, Helle had initiated divorce proceedings after uncovering her husband's infidelities. She had hired a private investigator, who revealed that Richard was involved with another flight attendant. Around the same time, Richard claimed that his cancer had returned. However, Helle soon discovered this was a lie. He was in perfect health. In November of that year, after returning from a work trip, Helle was dropped off at her home by a friend. It was the last time anyone saw her alive. Over the next few weeks, her husband gave varying accounts of his wife's whereabouts and offered up flimsy explanations as to why she was unavailable to friends and her workplace. Reportedly, Richard said in one instance that Helle was visiting her mother in Denmark. In another, he said she was on holiday with a friend in the Canary Islands. And at other times, he simply said that he didn't know where she was. Friends of Helle grew concerned. It wasn't like the mother of 3 to just up and disappear without contacting anyone, and they were well aware of Richard's aggression and temperament, having had Helle tell them of the details of her and her husband's relationship. He was reportedly even physically abusive. At one point shortly before her death, she told friends, "If something happens to me, don't think it was an accident." She even told this to her divorce lawyer, who described the unusualness of the statement in her interview on the TV show Forensic Files. When authorities were eventually alerted to the troubling disappearance of the 39-year-old flight attendant, they went to search the family home. One of the first things they noticed was the missing pieces of carpet from the floor in the master bedroom. The Crafts nanny recalled that there was a dark grapefruit-sized stain on one of the pieces of carpet which had now been removed. This had investigators worried, and as they continued to look around, they also found evident blood smears on the side of the bed, and that a large freezer was missing from the home. As they looked into Richard Kraft's bank records, they found that he had purchased several interesting items around the time that his wife disappeared: new bedsheets and a duvet, and the rental of a woodchipper. Papers that were provided to a private investigator by Richard included the receipt of a chainsaw too. The fears that family and friends of Shelley Crafts held were confirmed when a snowplow driver came forward and said that he'd seen Richard at the shore of Lake Sohar. A search of the lake found the purchased chainsaw covered in blood and hair, which was later proven to match Shelley. Then in or near the water, police found further evidence of foul play, including metal pieces, 85 grams of human tissue, including a tooth with unique dental work, a fingernail with pink polish, bone chips, 2,660 bleached blonde human hairs, and O-negative type blood, the same type as Shelley's. From these horrifying discoveries, police concluded that the remains of Shelley Crafts had been fed into the woodchipper. To test this theory out, the medical examiner used a pig's body to recreate the damage a woodchipper would cause to the bones, and it was found that the pig's bone fragments bore a similar shape to those of Shelley's and had the same marks on. Investigators determined that Shelley Crafts had been struck in the head multiple times, leaving the bloodstains on the carpet and the smear on the bed, and that her body was kept in a freezer before it was cut up with a chainsaw and fed through the woodchipper. The gruesome disposal of Shelley's body shocked friends, family, and the local community. The prosecution of Richard Crafts required an official determination of death via body identification, which initially threw a spanner in the works of the investigation, as of course, Shelley's body wasn't available. However, after a tooth found in the lake was found to match her dental records, the Connecticut State Medical Examiner's Office issued the death certificate for the mother of three. Richard Crafts was arrested in January 1987, and his trial began a year and a half later in May 1988. The first trial, which concluded in July, resulted in a hung jury, but a second trial in November 1989 led to a guilty verdict. During one of the proceedings, Richard's defense argued that Shelley, being bilingual and fluent in 4 languages, could have simply disappeared, using her linguistic skills to start a new life elsewhere. However, this theory did not convince the second jury, who found the physical evidence against Richard overwhelming. Richard Crafts later appealed his conviction, but his request was denied. Shelley's 3 children were placed in the care of one of Richard's sisters, who had supported the prosecution and advocated for a severe punishment. While no sentence could truly compensate for the loss felt by Shelley's children, her mother, and her loved ones, Richard was given a 50-year prison term. He became eligible for parole in 2021. Moving on to the next case. Roger Scott Dunn. Roger Scott, born on February 10, 1967, in Lubbock, Texas, was one of 2 sons born to Jim and Mary Sue Dunn. He was known as Scott to everyone and was described as a fun-loving jokester and a ladies' man. By 1991, at 24 years old, he had left the military and settled in Lubbock, where he worked at MGM Electronics, specializing in custom sound system installations for vehicles. Scott had a passion for working on cars and had even won stereo installation competitions. Additionally, he bought, restored, and resold used cars on his own. He was in a relationship with LaShae Hamilton, a 28-year-old waitress. On the evening of May 13, 1991, Scott attended a party at a friend's house. Suddenly, Scott became very ill. He was unable to walk or drive home and ended up sleeping at his friend's house. The following morning, LaShae came to pick him up so he could rest in their apartment at Oakwood Club Apartments, located at 581820 4th Street. By May 15th, Scott felt well enough to return to work. His car was still at his friend's place, so he made arrangements for his friends to give him a ride to work. Scott informed LaShae about the arrangement with his friends. She made him tea before leaving for work. When his friends arrived at the apartment, Scott didn't respond to the door. LaShae returned home later and told them that Scott must have left while she was at work. Scott didn't come home that night, and for the next 2 days, there was no sign of him. LaShae then contacted Scott's father, Jim Dunn, who lived in Pennsylvania, to inform him that Scott had disappeared. Jim Dunn reached out to the Lubbock Police Department to file a missing persons report. He explained to detectives that it was unusual for Scott to leave his beloved Camaro, known as the Yellow Submarine, and his tools at work. When the police arrived at Scott and LaShae's apartment, LaShae pointed out that a piece of carpet was missing from under the couch. The police later discovered that the missing carpet piece was in Scott's bedroom. It had been duct taped together with the carpet in the bedroom. A piece of carpet had been removed from the bedroom. Along the seam, the police noticed a rusty-colored stain. It was clear that it was blood. There was another large stain on the padding underneath the carpet in one section. The blood on the padding had seeped down to the concrete below. It also looked like someone had cleaned blood off of the baseboard of the wall. The investigators used luminol to test the room. The room lit up. It was obvious that someone, presumably Scott, had suffered a violent attack. Investigators looked at Scott's life and the people he knew to see if anything stood out to them. Scott had a previous arrest for using illegal substances. At age 23, he was arrested in connection with the Domino's Pizza robbery. The police followed up on this to see if anyone might have had reasons to hurt Scott because of the substances or money. They didn't find anything useful. Looking at Scott's relationship with LaShae, investigators found a lot of oddities. It seemed that Scott wasn't able to commit to LaShae as much as she would have liked. 1 month before Scott's disappearance, LaShae had learned that Scott was engaged to another woman. Investigators saw this as a possible motive. Could LaShae have sought revenge against Scott? Scott's friends told investigators something worrisome about LaShae. A family friend of Scott said that Scott was afraid to break up with LaShae. LaShae's ex-boyfriends warned Scott that she could lather herself up into violent jealous rages. LaShae continued to contact Jim to talk about the case. Jim taped all of their phone calls. For some reason, LaShae didn't really seem that interested in finding Scott. She often talked about his sports car. She even asked Jim if she could have it. LaShae told Jim that she didn't want the car but needed it. LaShae was clearly getting impatient about having to wait for the car. This was really odd behavior. Investigators learned that LaShae had a criminal record. She had been arrested in New Mexico for embezzlement. Investigators continued looking into the possibility that she was responsible, but then she actually came up with the first suspect. LaShae told Jim that she believed a man named Tim Smith was involved in Scott's disappearance. Tim lived near Scott and LaShae and became infatuated with her. The police went to speak to Tim at his apartment and saw that he was packing up to move. Tim willingly let the police search his apartment. When the police walked back out to the room where Tim was standing, they discovered that Tim had moved a roll of duct tape that was on his bookshelf. Tim claimed he didn't move anything, but the police found it hidden behind some books. The tape was sent in for forensic testing. Using infrared lights to look at different wavelengths and components of the tape, the results were that the tape from Tim's apartment were consistent with the tape used on the carpet in Scott's bedroom. On the side of the tape, triangular green carpet fibers were found, which were the same color as the carpet in Scott's bedroom. Unfortunately, without a body, there wasn't much else investigators could do, and the case went cold. Jim got impatient and set out to find answers himself. He met with a group called the Vidic Society. It's a group of 82 international forensic experts. The group is a members-only group that meets in Philadelphia to try to solve unsolved crimes. Jim met with Richard Walter, a co-founder of the group, to go over the case of his son. Richard immediately confirmed that Scott is not alive anymore. Furthermore, he was convinced that LaShae held the answers. Richard sent the information to Dr. Richard Shepherd of New Scotland Yard. Dr. Shepard concluded that Scott's life was taken in his bedroom and had been struck multiple times with a blunt object. He conducted multiple tests and confirmed that with the amount of blood that was lost, no one could have survived. Richard Walter begged the district attorney to take this case to trial. Richard said that they didn't have a body, but had a body part, the blood's connective tissue. Richard Walter noticed that there were unidentified hairs in the duct tape found in Scott's bedroom. It was sent in for testing and was determined to be hair from both Tim Smith and LaShae Hamilton. Smith and Hamilton were finally arrested 3 years after Scott disappeared in 1994. It is believed that Scott's life was taken in the early morning hours of May 16, 1991, while he was asleep. Scott was struck 4 times with a blunt object. Hamilton and Smith tried to clean up the scene, but obviously left behind too much evidence. It is believed that LaShae wanted revenge after finding out that Scott had been seeing other women and was engaged. Smith probably helped Hamilton because she manipulated him, and he was obsessed with her. They were tried separately and both convicted. LaShae Hamilton was sentenced to 20 years in prison, while Smith received 10 years of probation. The jury believed that Smith had helped Hamilton clean up and dispose of evidence, but they weren't convinced he was present during the crime. The reasoning behind LaShae's relatively short sentence in Texas remains unclear, but she had to serve the full term after being denied parole multiple times. After her release, LaShae disappeared from the public eye. Unfortunately, neither Hamilton nor Smith would reveal the location of Scott's body. In February 2012, Jim Dunn received the news he had been waiting for when Victims Assistance Services in Lubbock informed him that a work crew had discovered skeletal remains in a sewage system near Scott's apartment complex. Dental records confirmed the remains were indeed Scott's. On June 16, 2012, the Dunn family laid Scott to rest in a grave marked by a stone bearing an engraving of his Camaro. Jim Dunn was quoted as saying, "I tell everyone that Scott came home for Father's Day." Moving on to the next case. Shelley Connelly. In the quiet stretch of Seward Highway south of Anchorage, Alaska, a haunting discovery in 1978 marked the start of a long-standing mystery when the body of 16-year-old Shelley Connelly was found. The case eventually went cold, leaving her loved ones without answers, until 2019, when forensic technology finally unraveled the case. Raised in Anchorage, Shelley was an energetic and adventurous teenager with a strong bond to her family. Petite in stature, she was often described as having a natural beauty, though her mother later remarked that Shelley didn't quite realize how attractive she was. Although she dropped out of high school, Shelley was determined to forge her own path. With a passion for beauty and personal care, she was set to begin cosmetology classes. At just 16, she was also engaged to a man stationed at Fort Richardson in the military. January 7, 1978, began as any other day in Anchorage, shrouded in thick fog, a day that would later be forever etched in the memories of those who knew Shelley. It was a day that Judy Connelly, Shelley's mother, would replay in her mind countless times over the years. That evening, Shelley had plans to go out. She chose an outfit that matched her bold personality, and despite her mother's concerns about her revealing clothing, Shelley slipped on a ski jacket her parents had gifted her for Christmas and headed to Chilkoot Charlie's, a popular Anchorage bar. Though underage, Shelley blended in with the crowd of young adults who frequented the bar. At the time, Chilkoot Charlie's was a hotspot, fueled by the oil boom that had brought a surge of young men with disposable incomes to the area. Later that night, Shelley was seen leaving the bar in the company of several men. Witnesses later reported spotting her at Lyra's, a 24-hour diner on C Street. However, the timeline of her movements started to become increasingly unclear. Sometime after leaving Lyra's, Shelley's night took a tragic turn. The following morning, 2 female hikers walking along the Seward Highway noticed something down an embankment near the train tracks. What they first mistook for discarded trash or debris turned out to be something much more disturbing. Lying motionless in the snow was the body of Shelley Connelly, her petite frame partially covered by the fresh snow. The hikers immediately notified the authorities, and soon Alaska state troopers arrived on the scene. They quickly secured the area as investigators from the Alaska Bureau of Investigation joined them. The state medical examiner would later confirm that Shelley had been brutally assaulted and left to die in the frigid Alaskan winter. She had been beaten, and her body showed signs of a violent attack. In the end, a combination of internal injuries, including a ruptured spleen, and the exposure to the freezing temperatures ultimately took her life. Evidence suggested that after she was assaulted, Shelley had been thrown from a moving car. Her hand became trapped in the door, and the vehicle dragged her some distance before her assailants realized what had happened. When they stopped the car and freed her, they callously discarded her over the side of the embankment, deserting her in the cold of the night. There were faint marks in the snow, signs that she had tried to crawl up after being thrown out of the vehicle. Initial efforts focused on piecing together the events leading up to Shelley's tragic demise. Troopers interviewed witnesses, including patrons of Chilkoot Charlie's and Lyra's diner, trying to trace her movements from the night before. Despite numerous interviews and efforts to reconstruct her last hours, the investigation hit a series of ends. The Alaska State Troopers quickly realized that the case would require more advanced forensic techniques. By 1997, with forensic DNA technology becoming a viable tool for solving cases, the Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory began developing a DNA profile from the biological evidence collected during Shelley's autopsy. This profile aimed to match the unidentified suspect's DNA with known profiles and codes. In February 2003, the DNA profile from Shelley's case was uploaded into codes. Even with this step forward in the right direction, there was no match found, and the investigation remained at a standstill. The case was reopened and evidence re-examined multiple times throughout the years, yielding no new leads. It was not until 2019 that investigators finally got a break in the cold case. In early 2019, the Alaska State Troopers Cold Case Unit turned to genetic genealogy for new insights. This innovative forensic technique involves submitting a DNA profile from the crime scene to Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based company specializing in DNA analysis and genealogy. Parabon Nanolabs compared the DNA profile from Shelley's case to profiles in public genealogical databases, such as GEDmatch. They identified a man named Donald F. McQuaid as a person of interest based on genetic connections to the DNA profile. The results indicated that McQuaid, who was 21 years old at the time of Shelley's slaying, was a likely suspect. Following this identification, Alaska State Troopers conducted a thorough investigation to confirm the link. They obtained a DNA sample from McQuaid and compared it with the evidence collected from Shelley's autopsy. The match was conclusive. DNA samples collected from 2 locations on Shelley's body matched McQuaid's DNA profile. The breakthrough led to McQuaid's arrest in September 2019. It was a pivotal moment in the case, bringing renewed hope to Shelley Connelly's family and the community. Shelley's mother, Judy, said that she felt many emotions when she was told that her daughter's perpetrator was finally found. She said happiness that they found him. Sad too. 41 years. So this was totally unexpected. The evidence against McQuaid was compelling. The DNA match firmly linked him to the crime scene, and further investigation verified that he had been in Alaska in 1978, aligning with the timeline of the slaying. The legal proceedings that followed were intensive. McQuaid faced charges of first degree and second degree. The case was handled by Assistant Attorneys General Aaron McCarthy and Paige Smothers, who worked tirelessly to build a strong case for the court. The prosecution emphasized the severity of the crime and the profound impact it had on Shelley's family, pushing for a sentence that would reflect both the seriousness of the offense and McQuaid's advanced age. On April 26, 2024, Superior Court Judge Andrew Peterson sentenced McQuaid to 50 years in prison for the murder of Shelley Connelly. In his remarks, Judge Peterson highlighted the gravity of the crime and the long-awaited justice for Shelley and her family. He pointed out that while McQuaid had lived a full life and witnessed his children grow up, Shelley's family had been robbed of those same years with her. The sentencing was an emotional moment for the Connelly family, who had spent over 4 decades waiting for closure. They felt a mix of relief and sorrow, knowing that while justice had been served, it could never truly make up for the loss of Shelley. Shelley's mother, Judy, said. "Whatever the new technology is, I'm just so glad it came around and solved this crime. Hopefully, it will solve other unsolved cases as well." Moving on to the next case. Terrence Paquette. At around 7 a.m. on February 3, 1996, the Orange County Police Department responded to a call concerning Lilcham Convenience Store, located on Clarkona Ocoee Road in Orlando, Florida. A witness had reported an unusual finding that morning. He explained that while driving by the store at approximately 6:55 a.m., he noticed the lights were off, which struck him as odd since the store typically opened by that time. Curious about what might be going on, the witness tried to enter the store. However, before doing so, he parked nearby to peer through the windows. He said he didn't see any store employees, which seemed strange to him. Feeling unsettled, the witness contacted the police to express his concerns before leaving the area. Upon arriving at the scene, deputies found 2 employees from an armored car company waiting to collect a cash deposit from the store, but the door was locked. The deputies attempted to contact the store by phone, but there was no answer. They then conducted a quick search around the premises and discovered a white car parked in the lot. After running a license plate check, deputies learned that the white car belonged to the store manager, Terrence Paquette. They attempted to contact his residence to confirm if he was home, but received no response. With no way to access the store since it was locked from the outside, the deputies were at a standstill. Fortunately, another employee, who had closed the store the night before, happened to drive by and noticed the police. He offered to help and provided his keys, allowing the deputies to enter. As they worked to open the door, the deputies noticed a small amount of blood on the exterior lock. Once inside, they discovered the lifeless body of Terrence Paquette in the men's restroom, lying in a pool of blood. The medical examiner later confirmed that Paquette had been the victim of a brutal attack, suffering 73 stab wounds across his neck, torso, and limbs. His heart and lungs had been severely punctured, leading to his death. Investigators noted a significant amount of bloodstains throughout the store, leading them to believe that the person responsible for Terrence Paquette's murder had also been injured. Blood was found in multiple areas, including the freezer door, the freezer flap, the lottery machine behind the counter, the key cylinder on the entry and exit door, and the door push bar. The blood patterns suggested the suspect moved through the store, starting from the restroom, to the beverage freezer, then behind the cash register where money was stolen, and finally to the entry and exit door, likely where the perpetrator fled. Deputies determined that after taking about $1,000 from the safe beneath the cash register, the killer took Paquette's keys and locked the store's doors. At the time, the murder of Terrence Paquette deeply troubled both the police and his family. Paquette had arrived at Lil Champ food store between 5 and 6 a.m. to open for business, as he did regularly. Sadly, within minutes of entering the store, he was violently attacked and killed by an unknown assailant. The police questioned those who knew him, but little was known about Paquette, as he had only recently moved to Orlando, Florida. He worked long hours, often around 60 a week, and had few acquaintances. Investigators worked tirelessly, following all leads in search of his killer, but there were almost no witnesses to the crime. Although they had all the necessary evidence, the investigators lacked the means to put it to use. The blood samples taken from different locations at the crime scene were sent to a crime lab, and all samples were determined to have originated from the same unidentified killer. The following year, in 1997, a detective closed the case and documented it that it was pending further investigative leads. On July 22, 2003, a different detective reopened the case, re-interviewing witnesses and obtaining buccal swabs to compare with the suspect's blood, but there were no matches found. On March 17, 2003, an analyst entered the unidentified DNA profile from the freezer door handle into the combined DNA index database, but no matches were found either. Another detective, Brian Savelli, took up the investigation in 2019 and kept working to identify the suspect whose blood had been left behind in various locations of the store. During the course of going through the case, the idea of genetic genealogy came to Detective Brian Savelli's mind. Genetic genealogy uses a known DNA profile to reverse engineer a family tree for the unknown suspect. It became a well-liked new investigative tool in 2018 when the officials in California used it to pinpoint the Golden State Killer. Finally, in March 2021, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was contacted by the Orange County Sheriff's Office to help with the investigation. To create a thorough genealogical profile that may be utilized to generate fresh leads that could help identify Terrence Paquette's killer, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement hired Othram to use cutting-edge DNA testing. Othram created a thorough genealogical profile using forensic-grade genome sequencing. After the profile was successfully created, Othram gave it to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, whose detectives uploaded the DNA profile into two open ancestry databases, GetMatch and Family Tree. They later created a family tree, and it revealed that the blood samples originated from a person who shared genetic ancestry with a couple, Kenneth Stowe Sr. and his wife. Investigators were then led to the couple's 3 children. Authorities started a background check on the 3 children and discovered that one of them, Kenneth Robert Stowe Jr., a 54-year-old Eustis resident, had lived across the street from Terrence Paquette in 1996. Kenneth Robert Stowe was 28 years old at the time of the murder. Detective Brian Savelli also found out that he had once worked at the LaShae convenience store. All the puzzles were coming together. In order to apprehend the murderer, detectives got the court order to commence a GPS surveillance on Robert Stowe Jr. The investigation took a significant turn on August 27, 2021, when a GPS device was placed on Robert Stowe's vehicle outside his building supply business. Detective Brian Savelli, who was tracking Stowe, observed him on September 14, 2021 throwing a bag filled with beer cans into a trash can. The bag was retrieved by the detective and submitted to the Orange County Crime Scene Unit for analysis. Forensic testing revealed that DNA found on one of the beer cans matched the blood from the beverage freezer door handle at the Lille Champ food store in 1996, linking Stowe to the scene. On November 2, 2021, authorities arrested Robert Stowe based on the newly discovered evidence. During questioning, Stowe admitted to having worked at the convenience store but denied any involvement in the murder of Terrence Paquette. He was charged with first-degree murder with a firearm and robbery with a deadly weapon. A judge ordered that Stowe be held without bond. Since the murder, all of Terrence Paquette's family members had passed away, but the authorities informed a number of his friends about Stowe's arrest. The case, which had remained unsolved for so long, finally seemed to be reaching its resolution. Moving on to the next case. Tina Feltz. A young girl left school and set out for home, but she never arrived. As soon as the police launched their investigation, they found themselves facing a long list of suspects, each with a troubling and mysterious background. Despite their best efforts, detectives were unable to crack the case for years. However, a series of seemingly unrelated events eventually led to a shocking revelation, one that would stun the entire community. Tina Feltz was born on April 27, 1969, in Washington State. After her parents divorced, she moved to California with her mother, settling in a small town called Pleasanton. Not long after, her mother remarried a man named Steve, and they had a son together. At just 6 years old, Tina was excited to help care for her baby brother, and despite her young age, her parents often relied on her to babysit him. Tina grew up to be independent and started planning her future from a young age. By middle school, she was already considering which college she wanted to attend and had begun saving for her own car. In 1984, at 14 years old and in her first year of high school, Tina wasn't particularly fond of her school. She was shy and kept to a small circle of friends, which led to bullying from other girls. Tina even considered transferring to another school at the end of the year. On April 5th, her day began on a difficult note. When Tina entered the cafeteria, a group of girls began bullying her again, even threatening to wait for her after school. The school had a poor reputation, and Tina only attended it because it was the closest one to her home. That same day, another troubling incident occurred when several boys shoved a classmate into an outdoor trash bin. When a teacher found him, they discovered he was heavily intoxicated. It turned out some students had brought alcohol to school and had been drinking during class. Tina's mom had offered to transfer her to a different school, but Tina chose to stick it out for the remaining few months of the year. On that particular day, in addition to the bullying, Tina was told she would have to stay after school as punishment for frequently being late to her classes. Tina had once taken the school bus, but she had to stop because of the girls who would bully her during the ride. As a result, her mom began driving her to school. However, since her mom also had to prepare for work in the mornings, Tina often ended up running late. Despite being told to stay after school, Tina refused to comply and decided to skip detention, heading straight home instead. Though her house wasn't far, the route wasn't simple. She had to walk down a narrow path that led to an underpass beneath the highway, then continue a few hundred yards more before finally reaching her home. Tina left school around 2:50 p.m. and began her walk. At first, there were other kids on the path, but they all gradually went their separate ways, leaving her alone. About 20 minutes later, a truck driver was driving along the highway above the underpass when he noticed what appeared to be a person lying on the ground near the entrance to the tunnel. Something seemed off, so he decided to turn around at the nearest exit and pull over for a closer look. Upon driving back over the underpass, he realized it was a body. He immediately sought out the nearest payphone to call the police. On his way, he spotted a police car and flagged down the officers to report what he had seen. Around the same time, other students who had been walking along the path called the police after stumbling upon the body. The officers rushed to the scene and discovered the lifeless body of a young girl. The amount of blood suggested she had been stabbed multiple times. They quickly secured the area and began their investigation. The first notable thing they observed was her bag, hanging from a tree just a few yards away from the body. When they retrieved the bag, they were able to identify the victim, Tina. The crime scene didn't provide much evidence. Police collected a few items scattered around, such as cigarette butts, though they didn't appear to be connected to the crime. The murder weapon was also nowhere to be found. After detectives informed Tina's mother about the tragic news, they showed her Tina's bag and confirmed that none of her personal belongings were missing, ruling out robbery as a motive. With no clear answers, investigators hoped that medical examiners and forensic experts would provide more clues, but they too came up short. The only detail they could confirm was that Tina had been stabbed 44 times with what appeared to be a kitchen knife. There was no evidence of sexual assault, eliminating that as a potential motive. This led detectives to believe that the killer was likely someone who knew Tina and harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. Tina's mother mentioned the girls who had been bullying her at school, prompting the police to investigate them. However, it turned out that the entire group had been assigned detention that day and stayed after school, a fact confirmed by a teacher's testimony. Then, another intriguing lead came to light. A high school student came forward, saying that after school, while driving along the highway near the location where Tina's body was discovered, he saw his classmate Jeff running toward the tunnel. Investigators quickly learned that Jeff had a history of troubling behavior. Jeff was known as one of the school's primary bullies and had a history of picking on other students. Several girls had accused him of making inappropriate advances toward them, but what truly raised concerns for detectives was Jeff's habit of carrying a pocket knife with him at all times. When the police questioned him, they immediately noticed a fresh cut on his finger. Initially, Jeff claimed he had cut himself at work while slicing pizza, but he later changed his story, saying he had gotten the cut while removing a vent cover. This inconsistency led the police to obtain a warrant to search his home. Inside, they discovered 2 hunting knives, which they sent to the lab for testing. However, no traces of blood were found on either of them. Jeff continued to deny any involvement in Tina's murder, and without concrete evidence, the police were unable to make an arrest. The biggest challenge they faced was the lack of solid evidence tying him to the crime. The crime scene provided no evidence that could link the killer to the crime. There were no fingerprints, no personal belongings, and no biological traces that could be used for future DNA analysis as technology advanced. Despite this, Jeff remained a suspect, but with no concrete leads, investigators were left to continue searching for any other clues that could help solve the case. The police received a large number of tips, but each one turned out to be a dead end. Students at the school started pointing fingers at their classmates, and some even admitted to friends that they were responsible for the crime. However, when detectives brought them in for questioning, each of them claimed it was just a joke, insisting they had no involvement in the murder. Eventually, the focus shifted to Tina's stepfather. Investigators learned that he and Tina's mother had recently separated due to his heavy drinking and aggressive behavior. Additionally, relatives and friends of Tina's mother told detectives that he had been physically abusive toward her, though Tina's mom denied the allegations. Despite their recent breakup, the man had been trying to reconcile. Just a few days before the murder, he had shown up at their house. Things escalated into another argument, and Tina had yelled at him to leave her mom alone. When detectives questioned him, the man claimed he'd been at work when the murder happened. His co-workers backed up his story, but then the detectives uncovered something fishy. After hearing about Tina's death, the man had taken a bus driven by an acquaintance to Tina's mom's house. The driver later told police that right before getting off, the man handed him a knife and asked him to hold on to it for a while. The police found this super suspicious, but the man insisted he just didn't think it was appropriate to show up at Tina's mom's house with a knife after her daughter had been killed with one. Detectives looked into his possible involvement a bit longer, but his alibi held up, so eventually, they had to cross him off the suspect list. There was no progress in the case until 5 days later when police suddenly got a new suspect. A young woman from a town called Felton, about 50 miles from Pleasanton, was walking through an underpass when she was attacked by a stranger. The man demanded she do whatever he said, threatening to kill her, but she managed to break free and run away, immediately reporting the attack to the police. Detectives on Tina's case immediately noticed that this attack bore a chilling resemblance to her murder. Eventually, they tracked down and arrested the attacker, a 23-year-old man named Walter. Digging into his past, investigators discovered Walter had been living in Pleasanton at the time of Tina's murder and moved away right after it happened. They also learned that on the day Tina was killed, Walter had visited his grandmother and acted strangely. He was visibly upset, telling her he didn't like where his life was going. After his arrest in Felton, police got a warrant to search Walter's home. Inside, they found blood-stained clothes and 2 knives also covered in blood. But when the evidence went to the lab, there was a twist. The blood came from animals, not humans. Detectives kept pushing to tie Walter to Athena's murder, but nothing stuck. They eventually moved on to other leads, though Walter remained a person of interest in the case. Over the next few weeks, police began to wonder if Tina's murder might be the work of an unknown serial killer. In the months that followed, 3 more young women were killed in and around Pleasanton, but investigators made little progress on any of the cases. Still, they started to suspect the crimes might be connected. The theory plunged the town, once considered safe, into fear. Women avoided walking alone, and parents kept their children under tight supervision. Pressure mounted on the police department as the public demanded answers, but detectives hit dead ends every time. Years passed with no breakthroughs in Tina's case. Then, in 1989, another young woman was murdered in Pleasanton, just a few miles from where Tina's body had been found, also near an underpass. But like all the others, this case went cold, leaving investigators no closer to catching the killer. The next twist in the case came in 1994. By then, DNA analysis had become a powerful tool in forensics, and detectives finally cracked one of the cold cases linked to the suspected serial killer. Experts re-examined evidence and got a DNA match to 35-year-old Michael Ide, who was already serving time for murdering a 66-year-old woman. With the DNA hit, Michael became a suspect in 3 other killings, including Tina's. But here's where things get interesting. When detectives told Tina's mom about him, she suddenly claimed she recognized him. Looking at his photo, she said she'd seen him at a barbecue years before the murder. She even dug up old photos from the event to prove it. But when she found them, she realized she was wrong. The man in the photo looked eerily similar to Michael, but it wasn't him. Investigators spent years digging for any link between Michael and Tina's murder, but they came up empty. He couldn't be tied to two of the other killings either. Still, he was sentenced to death for the one murder where his DNA sealed his fate. 2 years later in 1996, detectives cracked another case when DNA matched a man named Robert Rhodes. But just like with the previous suspect, police couldn't tie him to Tina's murder. Over the next decade, a few more suspects popped up, but they all denied any involvement, and the case stalled out again. Then in February 2007, Detective Dana Savage decided to take a fresh look. She was pregnant at the time and couldn't handle her usual duties, so she started digging into cold cases instead, and Tina's file caught her eye. After combing through every shred of evidence, Savage realized there was nothing solid to point to a killer. But one odd detail stuck with her: Tina's bag hanging in that tree. She knew there was no way Tina could have thrown it up there herself during the attack. This meant the killer had to have done it. By February 2007, DNA technology had advanced enough that Savage decided to take a bold step. She sent the bag to the lab, thinking that the killer might have cut himself with his own knife during the frenzied attack, especially since Tina had been stabbed 44 times. If he was bleeding, even a tiny drop could have ended up on the bag when he tossed it into the tree. But their local lab didn't have the tools to detect such old and tiny traces of blood, so the bag was shipped off to the FBI's lab where it sat waiting for years. This went on until March 2011 when Savage finally got the call she'd been hoping for. FBI experts told her they'd found microscopic traces of blood on the bag and extracted a DNA profile from it. But that wasn't all. When they ran it through the database, it came back as a match. The blood belonged to Stephen Carlson. Detective Savage was shocked to hear the name. She'd been convinced one of two other suspects already behind bars was the likely culprit. But Carlson's name wasn't new to her. He popped up in the case files before. Stephen Carlson had gone to the same school as Tina. He was 16 at the time, and if you remember from earlier, he was the kid who got shoved into the trash bin near the school on the day she was killed. He was also the student who'd pointed police toward Jeff, the knife-carrying bully we talked about earlier. Detectives had actually considered him a potential suspect during the original investigation, but they'd found nothing to back up their suspicions. In school, Stephen's behavior was quite disturbing, and most people wanted nothing to do with him. He had a habit of saying crude and inappropriate things to girls, acted aggressively, and eventually earned the nickname Creepy Carlson. Because of his odd behavior, he was often bullied by other students. By the time he was around 15, he had started using illegal substances, which only made things worse. He was in and out of juvenile detention multiple times, though never for long. During those years, several people who knew him went to the police, claiming that Stephen had confessed to killing Tina. But whenever officers questioned him, he denied everything, saying it was just a joke. After high school, Carlson ended up in adult prison for 2 years for attempted assault. When he got out, he kept using drugs and refused to register as a sex offender, which led to more arrests. By the end of 2010, Stephen was homeless and got caught with illegal substances. He was arrested, and for the first time, his DNA was collected and entered into the database. That turned out to be crucial, because just 6 months later, the FBI lab finally got around to testing Tina's purse. By then, Stephen was already serving time for drug possession, so detectives went to see him. As soon as they mentioned Tina's name, he started acting strangely, but still refused to admit anything. With a DNA match, though, detectives had little doubt about his involvement, and he was officially charged with murder. Carlson's lawyer immediately demanded that the case be tried in juvenile court since Stephen was only 16 at the time of the murder, but this request was denied. The trial preparation dragged on for 3 years, and during that time, Stephen remained behind bars. Tragically, on the very day the trial was set to begin, Tina's mother passed away from a heart attack, never getting to see justice for her daughter. As a result, the trial was postponed again and didn't start until October 2014. Despite his lawyer's best efforts to defend him, the jury found Carlson guilty, and he was sentenced to 26 years to life. Even then, he continued to claim he was innocent and immediately filed an appeal. For the next few years, Carlson's appeal was under review, and in 2017, his lawyer finally managed to get the sentence reduced. He convinced the court that the prosecution hadn't proven Stephen intended to kill Tina, meaning he shouldn't have been convicted of first-degree murder. As a result, the charge was lowered to second-degree murder, and his sentence was reduced to 16 years to life. Even then, he still refused to admit his guilt, but in 2020, something completely unexpected happened. Stephen wrote 3 letters, one to Tina's family, one to the police, and one addressed to Tina herself. In those letters, for the first time ever, he took responsibility for what he had done and finally revealed what really happened on that tragic day 36 years earlier. According to his account, Stephen was furious that other students had stuffed him into a trash can earlier that day. On top of that, he had thrown a party at his house the night before, leaving a mess behind, and he knew his father was going to punish him that evening. Frustrated and drunk, he went home right after school, grabbed a knife, and started walking back in the opposite direction. He claimed he had no idea what he was going to do and wasn't planning to attack anyone. But as he stepped out of the underpass, he saw Tina, and without thinking, he brutally attacked her. Carlson claimed he doesn't remember the actual attack. The only thing he recalls is standing over her body holding a bloodied knife. In his letter to Tina and her family, he apologized and admitted that she didn't deserve what happened to her. But despite his confession, many doubted whether he truly felt remorse. Stephen's sentence allowed for the possibility of parole, but to get it, he had to convince a board that he regretted his actions and was no longer a threat to society. For convicted killers who keep claiming innocence, getting released is nearly impossible. So it's entirely possible that Carlson wrote those letters just to improve his chances. But even after his confession, his parole request was denied, and he remains behind bars to this day. That said, he'll have plenty more chances to be released, and one day, the board might decide differently. It's also worth mentioning that after Carlson's arrest, many former students from his school spoke out. They said that back then, almost everyone in school suspected him, even though the police had plenty of other more likely suspects. This only made things worse for Carlson. Carlson's classmates distanced themselves from him, and most refused to talk to him, but their suspicions didn't lead to a breakthrough in the case. Ultimately, it was modern DNA analysis, along with Detective Savage's relentless pursuit of justice, that led to Carlson's arrest. Interestingly, before 2010, Carlson's DNA was not in the system. So, even if investigators had tested the blood found on Tina's purse earlier, it likely wouldn't have pointed them to him. It was only after he was caught with illegal substances that his DNA was added to the database, which ultimately played a crucial role in solving the case. Without this turn of events, Carlson might have remained free, and Tina's murder might never have been solved. Moving on to the next case. Zhu Ling. In 1984, Zhu Ling was a sophomore at Tsinghua University in Beijing, where she was known for being attractive, intelligent, and talented, with a keen interest in music. Toward the end of 1994, she began to experience unusual and debilitating symptoms, including severe stomach pain and significant hair loss. After being hospitalized at Tongren Hospital, her condition gradually improved, and she was able to return to school. However, the following March, her symptoms returned, even worse than before. This time, she experienced pain in her legs, loss of control over her eye muscles, and partial facial paralysis. Her condition worsened to the point where she was unable to breathe on her own and had to be placed on a respirator. A physician at Peking Union Medical College Hospital recalled diagnosing a similar case of poisoning in the 1960s and strongly suspected thallium poisoning. Despite this, Zhu Ling denied any exposure to thallium, a claim that was corroborated by her university's chemistry department. Consequently, her doctors ruled out thallium poisoning as the cause of her symptoms. Instead, she was diagnosed with and treated for Guillain-Barré syndrome. However, her condition deteriorated rapidly. Desperate for help, two of Zhou's friends decided to turn to internet, which was still in its infancy in China at the time. They shared Zhou's story on several news groups, providing a detailed description of her symptoms. They wound up receiving thousands of responses, many from people who believed that Zhu had been poisoned by a toxic heavy metal known as thallium, the common antelope for which is known as Prussian blue. Subsequent tests confirmed that Zhu Ling had extraordinarily high levels of thallium in her body, about 10,000 times more than normal people. Doctors were able to administer the antidote Prussian blue in time to save her life, but she sustained serious permanent neurological damage. While she has recovered the ability to breathe on her own, she still cannot speak and remains largely paralyzed and almost blind, with severely reduced mental function. In addition, she has contracted hepatitis C from a tainted blood transfusion. The police began investigating the case in May 1995. It wasn't until January 2006 that police finally revealed to the media that their initial investigation had led them to a possible suspect, Sun Wei, Zhu Ling's roommate at the university, who was one of the few students with access to thallium. However, some of Sun Wei's family members were powerful Communist Party officials, and it was alleged that their influence helped obstruct the investigation. In 2013, an online petition was launched on May 3, urging the White House to investigate the major suspect, who was believed to be living in the United States at the time. The petition quickly gained traction, gathering over 143,000 signatures calling for intervention in the case. However, on July 20, 2013, the White House declined to comment on the petition, and the poisoning case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Ziziquang. Ziziquang, a 13-year-old boy, attended a local boarding school in a small town in Chongqing, China, while his parents, former peasants, worked in the northern district of the city. Zizu was the only son in the family, and they typically reunited every weekend. They owned an old house in a village not far from the school, but it had been abandoned for a long time, as no one lived there anymore. The house had 3 doors, a front door, a side door, and a back door. The back door, however, was discreetly hidden and blocked by 2 wooden planks and a rebar, making it nearly impossible to notice if you weren't familiar with the house. On October 25, 2009, before heading back to school, Zizu told his parents that he planned to visit the old house the following week. However, by the end of the week, his parents hadn't heard from him, and their concern grew. On November 3rd, his father called him, but no one answered. He contacted the school, only to learn that Zizu had been absent for the entire week. The school had explained Zizu's absence by attributing it to the outbreak of influenza A, leading them to believe that the boy had been ill at home. His parents, however, were shocked and panicked by this news. The father immediately rushed to the old house, where Zizu had said he would visit. Upon arrival, he found that neither the front door nor the side door would open, but the back door was ajar. The 2 wooden planks and rebar that had blocked it were lying on the ground. Upon entering the house, the father discovered a horrifying sight. Zizu's lifeless body was hanging from a wooden beam, his hands and feet tightly bound, with a large weight attached to his feet. The boy was dressed in a red dress and a woman's swimming suit, with a pinhole visible on his forehead. In his trouser pocket, the father found 32 yuan, and his cell phone was still inside his school bag. Nothing was missing. His father called the police. On December 3rd, the police released a report and said that the death was an accident. They told the father that his son was accidentally killed in some kind of a game involving superstition, which did not constitute a crime. They decided not to file the case. The father couldn't accept such an answer, so he applied for reconsideration on December 11th. He stated that the red dress once belonged to his niece but had no idea whose swimsuit he was wearing. 2 crumpled black cloth were stuffed in the bra to form fake breasts. The boy was hanging from a wooden beam, but the rope was tied around his hands instead of his neck. The way of tying was very professional, with 12 loops on each hand and foot, something that a 13-year-old wouldn't be able to do on his own. However, 10 days later, the police told him after a thorough investigation there was no clue of murder or suicide. The autopsy showed the boy died of asphyxiation and there was no trauma except the pinhole on the forehead and the marks of rain. They again ruled it an accidental death. The father believed that his wife's ex-husband was the killer. The boy's mother had married twice. Zhu was the son from his mother's second marriage. She had another child with her first husband, but after their divorce, the father gained custody of that child. However, the child disappeared many years ago, and her ex-husband firmly believed that she had hidden him. 3 years prior to Ziz's death, her ex-husband had warned her that if she didn't hand over his child, he would seek revenge. Despite this ominous threat, there was no evidence linking the ex-husband to the murder, and the case remains unsolved to this day. Moving on to the next case. Balraj Ratu. 19-year-old Balraj Ratu lived with his family in Surrey, British Columbia, Canada. On November 6, 1995, he asked his father if he could use the family car to meet some friends. Around 7 p.m., Balraj was seen sitting in the car, drinking beer with a friend near the intersection of 138th Street and 72nd Avenue in Surrey. This was the last time anyone saw him. When he didn't return home that night, his family reported him missing to the police. 2 days later, at around 1 a.m., a strange phone call was made to the Ratu home. The voice on the other end was a young woman who seemed to think she was speaking to Balraj. She simply said, "Raj, you were beaten up," before laughing and hanging up. The following day, another mysterious call was received around the same time, but this time the voice was believed to be that of an older woman. She told the family that their son was no longer alive. In both cases, the callers were said to speak both Punjabi and English, and police determined they were two different women, though their identities remained unknown. At the time, the technology available to trace such calls was not advanced enough to track them down. A few days after the mysterious phone calls, Balraj's car was found abandoned and burned out on a remote road near Chilliwack, British Columbia. Inside the car, authorities discovered bloody clothes, but there was no sign of Balraj. Upon a thorough search, police only found his fingerprints inside the vehicle, suggesting that the assailant had intentionally wiped down the door handles to remove their own prints. Balraj's friends were questioned, but none of them had seen or met up with him that day. Family members stated that Balraj had no known enemies and was not involved in gangs or drugs. Authorities believe foul play was involved and suspect that the unidentified callers may be connected to his disappearance. To this day, the circumstances surrounding Balraj Ratu's disappearance remain a mystery, and the identity of the mysterious callers is still unknown. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Jenny Lin. Jenny Lin, a bright and gifted 14-year-old, excelled both academically and musically, playing the piano and viola while maintaining straight A's. She was the only child of John and May Leanne Lin, both professionals, and lived in Castro Valley, California. On May 27, 1994, Jenny arrived home from school and spoke on the phone with a friend until around 5:15 p.m. This was a common routine for her, as she was well-liked and had many friends, often spending her free time talking on the phone, doing homework, or practicing music. Sometime after ending the call, Jenny was attacked in the second-floor bathroom of her home, where she was bound with duct tape and fatally stabbed. She had also been forced to undress. Her father discovered her lifeless body when he returned from work around 6:45 p.m., immediately alerting the authorities. When police searched the home with the family's assistance, they found no signs of burglary, suggesting the crime was not motivated by theft. Detectives suspect that the perpetrator entered the home through either a broken window or the sliding glass door. There is also speculation that the attacker may have intended to sexually assault Jenny but was interrupted for some reason. Bloodhounds were brought to the crime scene, and they managed to trace a scent leading through a field behind the Lin family's home, suggesting a possible escape route for the killer. However, the case took an even more puzzling turn when Jenny's father, John Lin, came forward with a potential lead. John recounted an unsettling encounter that occurred on or around May 12, 1994, between 6 o'clock and 7:30 p.m. at the Bay Fair BART station in San Leandro, California. A man approached him and stated, "I have a proposition for you. I got your daughter." John provided authorities with a description of the individual, leading to the creation of a composite sketch. The man was described as being between 30 and 45 years old at the time, standing between 5 feet 8 inches and 6 feet 0 inches with a thin, gaunt appearance. Despite this, investigators do not currently consider him a person of interest in Jenny's case. For over a decade, John and May Lien waited for answers and for justice so that they could finally begin to heal and overcome the tragedy that hit their family. Then in February 2006, police named their prime suspect as Sebastian Alexander Shaw, a Vietnamese man born in 1967. Sebastian was arrested in August of 1994, where he was found with a stolen car and 2 rifles taken from San Ramon just 3 days after Jenny's cold-blooded murder. Sebastian was also in possession of a quote murder kit including surgical gloves, a ski mask, duct tape, knives, binoculars, and plastic wrist ties like those used by police. The man already has a long criminal history, as he had already 3 murder convictions and claimed to have killed 10 to 12 people. While the lead in Jenny's case appears promising, there is not enough evidence to conclusively link Sebastian to the crime or secure a conviction. Authorities have not publicly disclosed what initially led them to consider him a suspect. Earlier in the investigation, the FBI theorized that the perpetrator was likely someone local who was familiar with Jenny and her daily routine. For a time, online sleuths speculated that serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells might have been responsible, but this theory has long been dismissed. Following the heartbreaking loss of their daughter, Jenny's parents established the Jenny Lynn Foundation to honor her memory through community initiatives. The organization hosts various events in the East Bay Area, including a youth music camp, scholarships for aspiring musicians, and safety awareness programs. Despite their ongoing efforts to keep Jenny's case in the public eye, her murder remains unsolved to this day. Moving on to the next case. Jersey Bridgman. A mother from a small town tucked her daughters into bed, but when she went to wake them the following morning, one of the girls was missing. The police quickly sprang into action and began uncovering a series of strange and unsettling clues. It wasn't long before detectives started piecing together the chilling truth of what had happened to the girl, and the revelation was far more shocking than anyone had anticipated. Jersey Bridgman was born on November 14, 2006, in the quiet town of Bentonville, Arkansas. When Jersey was 3 years old, her parents had another daughter, but shortly after, they decided to divorce. Despite the separation, Jersey continued to spend a lot of time with her father. He remarried and had 2 more daughters with his new wife. Living just a short drive away in a neighboring town, Jersey would often visit them for a few days before returning to her mother. In 2012, when Jersey was 5, she and her mother relocated to a new house within the same town. Jersey and her sister quickly bonded with the local kids, and her mother's best friend lived only a few yards away. The families were so close-knit that they felt like one big extended family, spending a lot of time together. On November 19, 2012, just days after Jersey's birthday, her mom went to work her regular evening shift at the local supermarket. On nights when her parents couldn't watch the girls, Jersey's mom would sometimes leave them with her best friend, who didn't mind taking care of them, especially since her own children were friends with Jersey and her sister. After finishing her shift around 11:30 p.m., Jersey's mom picked up the girls and took them home to bed. Jersey quickly fell asleep, but her younger sister wanted to sleep with their mom, so she went into her room. The following morning, Jersey's mom woke up around 6:30 a.m. to get Jersey ready for school, but when she checked her daughter's bedroom, Jersey was nowhere to be found. The woman began frantically searching the entire house, quickly realizing that Jersey had vanished. In a panic, Jersey's mom called her own mother, telling her that Jersey was missing. Her mom suggested that maybe Jersey was hiding somewhere and advised her to check closets and other places she might fit. Jersey's mom searched every corner of the house again, but there was still no sign of her. When she looked outside, she saw her friend sitting on the front porch. Thinking that maybe Jersey had woken up early and gone over to her house to play, she asked if she had seen her. Since Jersey spent a lot of time there, it seemed plausible. However, her friend hadn't seen Jersey and immediately joined in the search. They checked around the neighborhood, and her friend even looked inside her own house, but there was still no trace of Jersey. At this point, Jersey's mom was in full-blown panic and decided to call the police right away. Officers arrived quickly and began their search. The officers thoroughly searched the house to ensure Jersey wasn't inside, then got permission from her friend to inspect her house as well. Meanwhile, other officers began searching the nearby streets in case Jersey had wandered off. During the search, they noticed a small vacant house next to Jersey's mother's property. Seeing that one of the doors was slightly ajar, they decided to investigate. After confirming that the house was unoccupied, they quickly requested a search warrant. Investigators entertained the possibility that Jersey might have entered the house, and a judge swiftly granted them permission to search the property. The officers combed through each room but found no sign of Jersey, until one of them decided to check a closet in the bedroom. What he discovered was horrifying. Inside, they found Jersey's lifeless body, and it was immediately clear that she was no longer alive. Her clothes were missing, and based on what they could see, it appeared she had been strangled. The body was handed over to medical examiners, and the police began their investigation. When they spoke with Jersey's mom, she mentioned that she left one of the front doors unlocked that night. She explained that she often did this because her boyfriend also worked night shifts and sometimes came by afterward to stay at her place. Since he didn't have a key, leaving the door unlocked meant he wouldn't have to wake her up. She added that he hadn't come over that night, and police immediately began considering him as a potential suspect. Since someone had taken Jersey to the abandoned house, it was likely she knew and trusted this person. Her mom's boyfriend got along well with Jersey and her younger sister. Whenever he was around, he spent a lot of time playing with the girls, and they both trusted him. While investigators looked into his whereabouts that night, they uncovered something else. About a year earlier, Jersey's biological father had faced some serious charges. In December 2011, Jersey was spending time at her father's house with his new wife. During her stay, a friend of the family was visiting, and one day, this person heard a child crying from behind a closed door. Curious and concerned, she opened the bedroom door to check what was going on. What she saw was truly shocking. Jersey was sitting there with a dog collar around her leg, tied to a dresser. The room was a mess, cluttered with dirty clothes and other stuff. Horrified, she freed Jersey and immediately reported what she'd seen to the police. Officers quickly arrested Jersey's father and his wife. During questioning, they claimed they'd been tying Jersey up at night for her own safety, saying she'd sometimes sleepwalk and tried to grab some medications or even leave the house in the middle of the night. When asked why they didn't just use child gates, Jersey's father simply replied that they couldn't afford them. However, as the investigation continued, police found out that her father had been using drugs and somehow had enough money to buy them. He also wasn't working, despite the fact that he and his wife were raising 2 other children. Investigators spoke with Jersey, and she revealed the real reason they'd started tying her to the dresser. One night, she had gone into the kitchen and taken a few pieces of pie and some other snacks without permission. To punish the girl, her father and stepmother decided to tie her up. Jersey also told that sometimes she was forced to sleep on the floor in the bedroom without even being allowed to use the bathroom. In the end, Jersey's father was sentenced to 18 years, and his wife received 12 years behind bars. Since then, Jersey had been living with her mother, who had no idea about all of this, as Jersey had been too afraid to tell anyone. This story, for obvious reasons, caught the detectives' attention, but they quickly established that Jersey's father couldn't have been involved, as he had been in prison since his arrest and would not have been able to be at his daughter's home that night. Investigators then turned their attention to all known sex offenders living within a few miles. Each one provided an alibi, leading the police to focus on people in Jersey's close circle. Around this time, the medical examiners completed a preliminary report confirming that the cause of death was strangulation. They also found evidence S.A. and collected a biological material from the perpetrator. This sample was sent to the lab for DNA analysis, while detectives turned their attention to Jersey's mother's boyfriend. He claimed that he'd been working at a store that night, and his shift didn't end until early in the morning. Police reviewed the store's CCTV footage, which backed up his claim. However, there was one problem. Detectives found that he had a break during his shift. Theoretically, he could have committed the crime, as the store was only a few minutes away from Jersey's home. But his co-workers told the police that he hadn't left the store during his break, so detectives eventually ruled him out as a suspect. While speaking with the police, the boyfriend mentioned an interesting detail. Around 3 a.m., a man named Zachary, Jersey's mother's neighbor and the husband of her best friend, had come into the store. Zachary said he had stomach pains, bought some medicine, and left. Given that the crime seemed to have been committed around this time, police found this account quite suspicious. They had already spoken to Zachary and his wife and had searched their home, but didn't find any evidence. Initially, Zachary hadn't raised any suspicions, but with this new information about his late-night trip, detectives decided to question him again. Zachary confirmed that he did wake up in the middle of the night with stomach pain. Not finding any medication at home, he headed to a store just a few hundred yards away. When he got back, he eventually fell asleep again and woke up around 6:30 a.m. to get his older son ready for school. He also willingly provided police with his fingerprints, a DNA sample, and the clothes he wore to the store that night. Zachary insisted he would never harm Jersey, and the detectives believed he was telling the truth. While awaiting the DNA test results, the police decided to dig deeper into Zachary's background and uncovered a few intriguing details. First, they found that he had an extensive criminal record, though it was mainly for non-violent, relatively minor offenses. Zachary also had a troubled past. Police learned that he had suffered various forms of abuse over the years from his family members, including his stepfather, biological mother, and brother. 13 reports had been filed by concerned people who noticed the abuse and wanted to help, but it's unclear if the police ever took action. Detectives then spoke with Jersey's mother to learn more about Zachary. She shared that he and his wife often helped look after the kids, and he got along great with them. Jersey and her sister even called him Uncle Zach. He was practically family. The girls visited his house. Mother also mentioned that both Zachary and his wife had keys to her home. Since Jersey seemed to trust Zachary completely, and would have followed him anywhere without question, detectives began to consider he might be involved. They also grew suspicious of his late-night store visit, thinking it could have been a calculated move to create an alibi with witnesses and CCTV footage. When detectives brought Zachary in for another interview, he suddenly said he wouldn't talk without his lawyer. This shift caught investigators off guard, especially since he'd been fully cooperative just recently, doing everything they'd asked. With no solid evidence against Zachary, all the investigators could do was wait for the DNA test results and keep searching for new leads. But then, out of nowhere came an unexpected twist. Despite his initial refusal, Zachary called the police, saying he was now willing to take a polygraph test to clear his name. Detectives immediately set everything up, but the results weren't in Zachary's favor. The polygraph operator determined that many of his responses showed signs of deception. This only deepened detectives' suspicions, but they still needed concrete evidence. They also discovered that Zachary's decision to take the polygraph test was prompted by his wife, who had apparently started to doubt his honesty. It turned out she warned him that if he refused to cooperate with the police, she would take the children and leave him. So, this sudden change wasn't really about Zachary trying to clear his name after all. Soon after failing the polygraph, Zachary took another suspicious step. He posted on social media saying he had made a huge mistake that would ruin his life. To detectives, this seemed like further confirmation of his guilt, yet they still needed some solid proof to move forward. The lab results came back on November 26, 6 days after the murder. This was also the day of Jersey's funeral, and Zachary, along with his wife, planned to attend it. Forensic experts had extracted a DNA profile from the biological material found on the victim's body and analyzed all of Zachary's clothing. The results didn't surprise detectives. Nearly all of Zachary's clothes contained traces of Jersey's DNA, and the biological material on her body matched his DNA as well. With this crucial evidence, detectives obtained a warrant for his arrest and detained him right outside the church, just as the ceremony was about to begin. During the interrogation, Zachary continued to deny his involvement, saying he had nothing to do with it. But when detectives told him about the lab results, he ultimately confessed to the crime. According to his story, Zachary really did wake up with a stomachache that night and went looking for medicine, but couldn't find any at home. So, he decided to drop by Jersey's mom's place. For him and his wife, this wasn't unusual. They would often stop by to borrow medicine from her cabinet. Besides, Zachary knew she usually left one of the doors unlocked so he wouldn't even need to wake her up. Once inside, he noticed that Jersey's bedroom door was slightly open and decided to go in. According to Zachary, he had no clear motive and insisted he didn't understand why he went in there. He woke Jersey up and asked her to come with him. Trusting him like family, Jersey didn't hesitate and followed. Zachary led her to an abandoned house nearby, where he committed his monstrous crime and left her body in a closet. Afterward, he walked to a store, bought some stomach medicine and went home, where he was able to fall asleep without a care. The next morning, he joined the search for Jersey as if nothing had happened, pretending he was just worried and eager to help find her. Zachary also claimed he hadn't planned the crime and said it all happened on impulse, though detectives had doubts about that. Still, they had no reason to question the rest of his confession. He provided many highly accurate details that hadn't been made public. At that point, the police had kept almost all information under wraps, even from Jersey's mother, so there was no way Zachary could have known those specifics otherwise. In the end, he was charged with murder and held in jail awaiting trial. The prosecution announced they would seek the death penalty. As for his attorney, he didn't even try to argue Zachary's innocence. Given the confession and overwhelming evidence, it seemed like a lost cause. Instead, his focus was on getting a life sentence instead of the death penalty. It's worth mentioning that soon after Zachary was put in jail, another inmate attacked him. He wasn't seriously injured though, and since then, he's been under increased protection. The trial began in the spring of 2015, 2.5 years after the murder. Since Zachary never recanted his confession, the proceedings moved very quickly. He was found guilty and sentenced to death, with 2 additional life sentences and an extra 20 years. Before the sentencing, Zachary spoke to Jersey's family, expressing deep regret for what he'd done and hoping they might one day forgive him. However, his apology didn't seem to have much effect on them. As is often happens, executions are almost always delayed for many years, and Zachary's case was no exception. He made several attempts to appeal his sentence, initially claiming that his first lawyer hadn't even tried to exclude certain pieces of evidence, and that the jury selection process had been flawed. His new attorney also argued that Zachary suffered from severe mental health issues and developmental delays. They claimed his mental capacity was equivalent to that of an 8-year-old, meaning he shouldn't be held fully responsible for his actions. Interestingly, even Zachary's own mother, who had mistreated him for years, came forward in his defense. In an interview, Jersey's mother expressed that she still loved her son and hoped that his lawyers would be able to overturn his sentence. Zachary's wife, who was also Jersey's mother's best friend, supported his appeal as well, despite having previously condemned his actions. However, despite these efforts, the appeal was denied. Independent experts concluded that although Zachary faced developmental challenges, he was fully capable of understanding his actions and was aware that he was committing a serious crime. Zachary remains in prison, still pursuing efforts to appeal his sentence. The most recent developments in his case occurred in early 2024, but his lawyers have yet to convince the court to overturn the death penalty, and it seems unlikely that the situation will change. As for Jersey's mother, she eventually married the man she was dating at the time of the tragedy, and they had a daughter together. She regrets that this little girl will never get to know Jersey or experience the kind of wonderful older sister she could have been. Moving on to the next case. Joel and Lisa Guy. Saturday, November 26, 2016, began like any other for Joel and Lisa Guy. The couple, who had been together for 31 years, lived in Knoxville, Tennessee, and were in the process of selling their property on Golden View Lane, with plans to retire in Sneeville. Joel, 61, worked as a pipeline engineering designer, while Lisa, 55, worked in human resources at Jacobs Engineering in Oak Ridge. Lisa had spent much of her life as a homemaker, but according to one of Joel's daughters, Lisa only worked to give her paycheck to her son, Joel Jr. Born in 1988, Joel Jr. was 28 years old at the time. He graduated from the Louisiana School for Math, Science, and Arts in 2006, after attending Hanville High School. Over the years, Joel Jr. attended one semester at George Washington University before enrolling at Louisiana State University. Despite his education, Joel Jr. had never held a job and was financially supported by his parents. In 2016, Joel Jr. was living in Baton Rouge, apparently pursuing a career as a plastic surgeon. However, as his parents, Lisa and Joel Sr., decided to retire, they also planned to stop financially supporting him. They had informed his siblings that it was time for Joel Jr. to become independent. The prosecution would later argue that this withdrawal of support was the catalyst for his decision to kill his parents. On Saturday, November 26, 2016, Lisa went out to Walmart to do some shopping. CCTV footage from the store showed her purchasing food around 12:15 p.m. While she shopped, unaware of the horror unfolding back at home, Joel Jr. began executing his plan. He attacked his father, Joel Sr., in the exercise room on the first floor of the house. The attack was brutal. Joel Sr. was stabbed at least 40 times, with severe damage to his liver, kidneys, lungs, and ribs. After the stabbing, Joel Jr. cut his father's clothing and placed it near the crime scene. The exercise room displayed clear signs of a violent struggle, with torn blinds and a tipped-over Bowflex machine. Blood spattered across one of the walls, evidence of the brutal assault. When Lisa returned from Walmart, she set down her shopping bags at the front door and climbed the stairs to the first floor. There, she too was violently attacked, stabbed at least 31 times. 9 of her ribs were severed. Afterward, as with her husband, her clothing was removed and left beside where she was killed. In the aftermath of the murders, Joel Jr. took his father's hands, severing them at the wrists, and left them on the floor of the exercise room. He then proceeded to decapitate his mother, placing her head in a pot and setting it on the stove to boil. A forensic examiner would later testify that Lisa's head had not been cleanly removed but had been violently torn off with force. But Joel Jr.'s actions didn't stop there. He dismembered both of his parents entirely and placed their remains in a bin filled with chemicals, hoping to accelerate decomposition and dissolve the bodies completely. Each body was later found to have had a large gash inflicted upon it after death so the chemicals in the bin would seep into the body's main cavities more quickly. As a result of the violence, the 28-year-old had sustained wounds to both his hands, including several deep cuts. At 3:30 p.m. that day, Joel Jr. can be seen on CCTV in Walmart gathering bandages and ointments so that he could attempt to look after the wounds. However, the following day, he drove back to Baton Rouge to have the cuts treated at the student clinic. After this, he did not return to the scene of the crime. It wasn't long, however, before those close to the older couple became suspicious. Lisa's boss became concerned when she repeatedly tried to call the 55-year-old but got no answer, and she never turned up to work when she was scheduled to. Subsequently, Lisa's employer alerted the authorities and asked them to perform a welfare check. Knox County police officers arrived on the scene and noticed immediately that it seemed to be empty. Strangely, although the house was for sale, there was no real estate lockbox on the front door handle. It was later determined that the doorknob had been switched with the one from the back door. Peering inside, investigators saw perishable groceries which is spelled out of shopping bags. Packets of bacon and tubs of ice cream lay on the ground floor of the home just inside the door. Most tellingly of all, however, was the odd chemical smell emanating from the house. They were able to access one of the cars in the driveway and open the garage door to get inside, where they were immediately met with an even stronger version of the chemical smell and also a blazing heat. The home's thermostat was turned up and several small heaters were plugged in, making the building a blazing 33 degrees Celsius inside. On the table, authorities found the wallets of Joel Sr. and Lisa. A sledgehammer sat on top of them. The pot containing Lisa's head was still boiling away on the stove, although it was not yet investigated and officers were unaware of what the pot contained at the time. Upstairs, Joel Sr.'s hands were found. Then the bodies in solution were discovered in the bathroom. Alongside this find, investigators noticed a bag of baking soda, muriatic acid, drain opener, and bottles of bleach in the home. One officer described the crime scene as, quote, "the most horrific thing I've ever encountered in law enforcement in my life." In the guest bedroom, authorities uncovered the most incriminating piece of evidence of all. Inside a backpack, they recovered a notebook filled with the details of Joel Jr.'s plan to kill his parents. One of his notes read, quote, "Money all mine. I get the whole thing." He was to receive $500,000 in life insurance policies if both his parents died or went missing. The 28-year-old had originally planned to stab his parents to death, dismember and dissolve their remains, clean and burn down their house, and then frame his father for the entire thing. Joel Jr. was also caught on CCTV buying the supplies he needed for the crime, and this showed that he was stocking up on the items he would need as early as November 7th. Joel Jr.'s behavior before the murders was meticulously planned, as he used cash in each transaction to avoid being tracked, often opting for self-checkout. His purchases included muriatic acid, food-grade hydrogen peroxide, a bleach sprayer, multiple extension cords, a timer, and a large plastic blue bin, items all critical for his horrific crime. Surveillance footage from stores like Home Depot and Walmart placed him at these locations just days before the killings, showing his preparation for the dismemberment and attempted disposal of his parents' bodies. Once the authorities discovered the gruesome evidence and reviewed the surveillance footage, a joint task force from the FBI, Knox County Sheriff's Office, and East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office was formed to place Joel Jr. under surveillance. On November 29th, he was apprehended in the parking lot of his apartment complex, where officers found disturbing items in his car, including a meat grinder and a jerry can. Despite pleading not guilty, Joel Jr. filed a motion to receive the death penalty should he be convicted. His defense team presented no evidence during his 4-day trial. In October 2020, the jury found him guilty of both murders, and he was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. The trial marked the end of a disturbing chapter, but the pain and shock of his actions continued to haunt the surviving family members and community. The jury deliberated for only 3 hours before returning a guilty verdict. Joel Sr. had 3 daughters from a previous marriage, and they spoke to the court, describing their parents as larger than life. They shared that the couple was incredibly happy and loving, always putting their children first. One daughter expressed the profound love their parents had for all of them, saying, "They loved him so much. They loved all of us." In the wake of such a horrific crime, another daughter added that the family would never be the same, unable to fully comprehend or recover from the devastating loss and the tragic betrayal of their son. The pain and shock of losing both parents in such a brutal and senseless manner left an indelible mark on their lives. Moving on to the next case. Suzanne Jovin. Born in West Germany on January 26, 1977, to parents who were both scientists, Suzanne Jovin was destined for success. Exceptionally intelligent, she navigated the rigorous German education system with determination and secured a place at one of the United States' most prestigious institutions, Yale University. Beyond her academic excellence, she possessed musical talent, singing in the freshman chorus and Bach Society Orchestra. Suzanne also dedicated her time to tutoring through the Yale Tutoring in Elementary Schools program, co-founded the German Club, and volunteered with a program that connected students with mentally disabled adults. On December 4, 1998, Suzanne submitted the penultimate draft of her senior essay at approximately 4:15 p.m. before heading to a pizza-making party at Trinity Lutheran Church for the volunteer program. After assisting with cleanup, she drove another volunteer home in the university's station wagon, which she had borrowed earlier that day. By 8:45 p.m., she returned the vehicle to its designated parking lot and walked the short distance back to her second-floor apartment. Around 8:50 p.m., friends passing by her residence invited her to the movies, but she declined. Just minutes later, at 9:02 p.m., Suzanne logged into her Yale email account. While conversing with a friend in German, Suzanne mentioned that she would leave some study materials in her apartment building's lobby once she retrieved them from an unidentified person. This individual has never been identified or come forward. At 9:10 p.m., she logged off her email, and shortly after, she left on foot for Yale's old campus to return the university's car keys. At 9:22 p.m., she encountered a classmate, Peter Stein, who was out for a walk. In a later interview with the Yale Daily News, Peter recalled that Suzanne did not mention any plans after returning the keys. Instead, she expressed how exhausted she was and looked forward to getting some rest. He also noted that she wasn't carrying a backpack but held multiple sheets of white A4 paper in her right hand. She walked at a normal pace, showing no signs of distress or excitement. Their conversation lasted about 2 to 3 minutes. It is believed that Suzanne returned the keys around 9:25 p.m., and she was last seen between 9:25 and 9:30 p.m. by another student who was heading home from a hockey game. It remains unclear whether Suzanne was heading straight home or waiting for someone when she was last seen. Roughly 25 minutes later, a passerby called emergency services to report a woman bleeding at the corner of Edgehill Road, 1.9 miles from where Suzanne was last spotted alive. Police arrived within minutes and found the gravely injured student barely clinging to life. She had been viciously stabbed 17 times in the back of her head and neck, and her throat had been slit. The 21-year-old lay face down, her feet on the road and her body on the grassy strip between the sidewalk and the street. She was fully dressed, still wearing her watch and earrings, with a crumpled dollar bill in her pocket. Her wallet, however, remained at home. Suzanne was pronounced dead at the hospital at 10:26 p.m. During the autopsy, forensic experts discovered that a piece of the murder weapon had broken off, with the tip of the blade embedded in her skull. The rest of the knife was never found. According to ABC's 2020, a news show, the medical examiner claimed that only 1 out of the 17 wounds she had suffered was fatal. The knife is described as being 4 to 5 inches in length and made of carbon steel. DNA was found under Suzanne's left fingernails, and her fingerprints were found on a bottle of Fresca, which was located in the bushes in front of where her body was left. Also on the bottle was the palm prints of an unidentified person. Both of these details were kept out of the public until February 2001. The only store in the vicinity of the campus that sold Fresca at that time of night was Krause's Markets on York Street, 1 block south of Suzanne's flat. The store does maintain a surveillance camera system, but police never checked it, nor did they speak with workers who were on shift that night. It is unknown why they didn't follow up this lead. Witnesses came forward as the police began their extensive investigation into what happens to the young intelligent German American. Reportedly, a brown or tan van stopped in the road facing east, adjacent to where the body was found. This information was not made public until February 2001. And although a van was impounded this same year in connection to the murder, no link was ever established between it and the students. Another alleged sighting was of a man in his 20s or 30s described as having an athletic build, well-groomed hair, dark trousers, and a loose-fitting greenish jacket. He apparently ran from the scene like his life depended on it in the opposite direction from where Suzanne was murdered. This sighting was withheld for a decade as police wanted to show the witness an image of the student's thesis advisor to determine if they were who the witness had seen. He was not, and so they didn't contact her again. A sketch of the unidentified man was then released. While there were no witnesses to Suzanne's movement after the student spotted her whilst returning from hockey, It's assumed that she either entered a vehicle voluntarily or was forced inside, as the distance between where she was last seen and where she was found is too big a gap to be covered in such a small amount of time. After this, progress in Suzanne's case becomes slow and sporadic. In February 2009, Suzanne's parents wrote to the governor asking for forensic investigations to be properly carried out given how much techniques had advanced since 1998. In November that same year, results showed that the DNA beneath her fingernails was contaminated as it matched a technician at the Connecticut State's Police Forensics Lab. The main suspect in the case of Suzanne Jovin was her thesis advisor, James Di Van Velde, who was publicly named as such 4 days after the murder. It took 15 months for police to admit that they had no physical evidence tying him to the case, and it seemed that the only theory investigators had was that the student was carrying out an illicit affair with her teacher. However, her friends and boyfriend disagreed with this notion. Authorities then speculated that perhaps Suzanne was unhappy with her teacher given he had criticized her paper in some way, and this had caused some sort of rift between the two. They claimed that having Van de Velde as a person of interest was not a presumptuous one, but no real motive was ever given. Due to this reckless bull in a china shop approach, Van de Velde's career was nearly destroyed. His spring 1999 classes were cancelled, as his presence was deemed too much of a distraction, and his reputation suffered significant damage. In February 2001, after mounting pressure from multiple parties, Yale University hired a private investigative team. Their findings confirmed that no DNA or fingerprint evidence from Suzanne or the crime scene matched Van de Velde. In February 2012, a group of local residents informed the Jovin task force about a former Yale graduate who had died by suicide after expressing fears that he was about to be arrested for murder. Despite this, the task force chose not to pursue the lead. Suzanne Jovin's murder remains unsolved. It appears that authorities failed to conduct a thorough investigation, instead fixating on Van de Velde while disregarding other critical evidence. Now, more than 2 decades later, the chances of justice for Suzanne seem increasingly slim. Moving on to the next case. Valerie Tindle. A 17-year-old girl started a part-time job during her summer break, only to mysteriously vanish without a trace. For months, the police, along with many residents from her small town, searched tirelessly, but it seemed as though she had disappeared completely. Meanwhile, investigators were piecing together a complex puzzle of unusual and contradictory clues, until they eventually uncovered a startling revelation. Valerie Tindle was born on August 29, 2005, in Indianapolis, Indiana. She came from a large, close-knit family, including her parents, a brother, and 4 sisters. Eventually, they made the decision to leave the bustling city and move to a small town called Arlington, located about an hour's drive from Indianapolis. With only a few hundred residents, Arlington offered a quiet, peaceful, and safe environment. Valerie joined the local school, made new friends, and quickly grew fond of life in the small town. As a teenager, she began taking on different part-time jobs to earn her first paycheck. She started by working at local restaurants before securing a position with a lawn care company. This job was ideal for her. It offered a flexible schedule that worked well around her school hours, and operating a lawnmower didn't require much skill or heavy effort. By 2023, at 17 years old, Valerie was diligently working to maintain good grades with hopes of being accepted into college to pursue her dream of becoming a veterinarian. Her love for animals had been a part of her life since childhood, and becoming a vet had always been her aspiration. That summer, during her school break, Valerie was busy researching colleges and continued working as a landscaper to save as much money as possible before heading off to school. On June 7th, she told her parents she was heading to work, said goodbye, and left. Her mom expected her to return in a few hours, but as the day went on, it became apparent that something was wrong. Valerie wasn't answering her phone, and as evening approached, her mom decided to call her boss. Valerie worked for a neighbor and family friend named Patrick. To her shock, Patrick informed her that not only had Valerie not shown up for work, but she wasn't even scheduled to work that day. This revelation deepened her parents' concern. They began fearing something terrible had happened, but still held on to the hope that Valerie might be fine. Her mom even considered the possibility that Valerie had lied about going to work and spent the day with friends, though it was out of character for her. In the end, they decided to wait, hoping their daughter would return home soon. They also reached out to everyone Valerie knew, but no one had seen her that day. By the following morning, with no sign of Valerie, her parents decided it was time to call the police. After speaking with Valerie's parents, the police considered the possibility that she had gone somewhere secretly or even run away. Her mom mentioned that Valerie usually didn't work on Wednesdays, but assumed she had just picked up an extra shift that day. The officers then spoke to Valerie's boss, who confirmed that Valerie had no shift that day and had last worked on Tuesday. The police interviewed her friends and acquaintances, but none had seen or spent time with Valerie. Given the small size of the town, the officers quickly spoke to everyone who might have been with her, but it led to no new information. The only lead they found was a witness who saw Valerie driving by around noon on the day she went missing, but that didn't bring them any closer to understanding where she was. As days went by with no sign of Valerie, the police grew more and more certain that she wasn't going to return on her own. Investigators concentrated on two main theories: that Valerie had either run away or been the victim of foul play. Valerie's parents were doubtful that she had run away. There were no problems at home, and she had been working hard in school to achieve her dream of becoming a veterinarian. However, the possibility that she had run away still offered a small hope that she was alive and safe, as the alternative was much more terrifying. For weeks, the police, along with Valerie's family and volunteers, searched tirelessly around their town. Authorities also enlisted the help of local residents to locate Valerie's car. The fact that no one had seen her vehicle in the small town suggested that either Valerie had driven it out of Arlington herself, or someone had hidden it. Almost 3 weeks later, on June 26th, the police finally discovered Valerie's car parked at an apartment complex in Shelbyville, about 20 miles from Arlington. The license plates were missing, and the doors were locked. There were no signs of a struggle or any useful clues inside the car, but detectives quickly uncovered an intriguing detail. The apartment complex where the car was found was a client of the lawn mowing company where Valerie worked. Despite this, Valerie's boss, Patrick, had insisted that she wasn't scheduled to work that day. The investigators began to suspect that he might be concealing something and started to focus more on him. After speaking with residents in the area around the apartment complex, they discovered another witness who had seen Valerie on the day she disappeared. However, she wasn't alone. Her boss, Patrick, was with her in the car. Upon hearing this, the detectives went to question Patrick. He initially stuck to his story, claiming that he hadn't seen Valerie that day. But when the police informed him that a witness had placed him with Valerie and that her car had been found, his story suddenly changed. Patrick admitted that he had indeed seen Valerie that day. In his revised version of events, Patrick stated that they met up in Shelbyville, where Valerie asked him to drive her to a small town called Homer, a few miles from Arlington. She allegedly told him she planned to run away from home and that someone would be waiting for her there. Once they arrived, Valerie got out of his car and into another vehicle driven by an unknown man, and they drove off together. Patrick added that the next day, he picked up Valerie's car and left it in the parking lot of the apartment complex where the police later found it. He claimed he was just trying to help her, but investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in his story. They had already reviewed the location data from Valerie's phone, which showed that it had last been active in Arlington, not in any other town. This raised doubts about his version of events, and they confronted Patrick with this information. To their surprise, he changed his story again. This time, he said they had met near the apartment complex in Shelbyville, where Valerie got into his car and they drove to his house. He then left Valerie at his home alone while he went to work, and when he returned, she was gone. Naturally, the detectives found this version even less credible than his previous ones. They asked Patrick to hand over his phone, and he agreed. The detectives found text messages exchanged with Valerie on the day she disappeared. At 11:23 a.m., Valerie had sent him a message saying, I'll be there soon." And a few hours later, Patrick had replied, "Where are you?" He sent the same message again little later, but there was no response. All of this raised serious suspicions, and the detectives were highly doubtful of Patrick's truthfulness. They decided to speak with Valerie's parents to ask if they had noticed anything unusual about Patrick's behavior. Valerie's mom shared that Patrick did sometimes act strangely. He had built a close friendship with Valerie, spending time with her outside of work, giving her gifts, and even taking her shopping. Sometimes, the 59-year-old man seemed to behave more like a jealous boyfriend than a boss. However, Valerie's mom didn't take these concerns too seriously. Patrick was a close family friend, and Valerie was friends with his daughter, so her mother assumed he was just being supportive. Yet, one particular incident stood out to her as especially suspicious. Patrick once invited Valerie to visit an aquarium in another city. Her parents allowed her to go, thinking that Patrick was taking his entire family. But they later found out that he went alone with Valerie, which her parents found quite odd. Valerie's mom also mentioned that on the night of June 7th, Patrick and his wife came over to visit their house, where he suggested that Valerie might have run away and might never come back. She also brought up one curious detail that caught the detective's attention. Patrick, why did he send her several messages asking where are you on the day she disappeared? After piecing together all the information, the detectives were nearly convinced of Patrick's involvement in Valerie's disappearance. However, with only circumstantial evidence and no clear idea of Valerie's current whereabouts, they couldn't yet hold him accountable. Still, the police decided to arrest Patrick for providing false statements, as he had broken the law by lying about not seeing Valerie on the day she vanished. He was formally charged, and the police continued to think what to do next. This move was largely driven by the detectives' hope that after his arrest, Patrick might eventually tell them the truth. But he continued to insist that he had nothing to do with her disappearance. The next step was to obtain a warrant to search Patrick's home, but this process proved difficult. Without any solid evidence, it took several months. Eventually, the police uncovered another suspicious detail. Several of Patrick's neighbors reported that the day after Valerie disappeared, he dismantled and burned his garage in the middle of the night around 2 a.m. Finally, on October 11th, the police secured a warrant and went to search Patrick's property. His house sat on a vast piece of land with a pond in the middle. Four search dogs immediately indicated that there was a scent of human remains coming from the water, so investigators focused their search there. However, no remains were found in the water. The expert suggested that a body might have been near the pond at some point, causing the scent to seep into the water. The police then expanded their search across the property. They requested a helicopter equipped with ground-penetrating radar, and from the data collected, they created a map highlighting areas with some signs of digging. Given the size of the property, the search extended for several weeks. This continued until November 28th, when the police focused their attention on a large pile of construction debris mixed with soil. After clearing the debris, they uncovered 2 wooden crates beneath it. The first contained old VHS tapes and documents, though the police have not yet disclosed their contents. In the second crate, they found human remains wrapped in black garbage bags. The level of decomposition made it impossible to visually identify the person, but the detectives noticed the nails of the deceased were painted in the same color as Valerie's on the day she disappeared. The remains were sent to medical examiners, who quickly confirmed that they belonged to Valerie Tindle. Following this confirmation, Patrick was charged with her murder, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. Now that Valerie's body had been found on his property, Patrick did not deny his involvement. However, his account once again raised serious doubts. According to his account, they met that day near the apartment complex in Shelbyville for work, after which they went to his home, where his office was also located. Patrick claimed that Valerie began to blackmail him. He insisted that she had been trying to seduce him for some time and that, on that day, she demanded a new car. If he didn't comply, she threatened to tell everyone he had seduced her, destroying his life. Patrick said he panicked, and a heated argument ensued, escalating into a physical struggle. In the midst of this, he grabbed his belt and strangled Valerie. Afterward, he moved her body to his office and hid it there. The next day, he went to a store, purchased some wooden boards, and made 2 makeshift coffins. In one, he placed Valerie's body, and in the other, he stored documents and old videotapes. He also wrapped the body in garbage bags and duct tape to mask the odor of decomposition. Patrick then decided to hide the crates in a pit that was already on his property, but he needed something to cover them. So he used the construction debris, which was plenty on his land, and buried the coffins under a layer of soil to secure them. As for the burned garage, the purpose of his action remains unclear. Given that he burned it shortly after the murder and in the middle of the night, it likely has some connection to the crime. Perhaps he needed to destroy certain evidence, and the garage demolition was just a cover for the large fire. It's worth noting that the pit where he buried Valerie's body was only 100 yards from her parents' home, who had been searching for their daughter for almost 6 months. When police asked him how he felt after committing the murder, Patrick calmly stated that nothing in his life had really changed. Naturally, the detectives were skeptical of his entire story. It all seemed like Patrick was trying to portray himself as the victim, justifying his actions by claiming he was being blackmailed. A far more likely scenario was that Patrick had been ingratiating himself with Valerie for some time, hoping for a romantic relationship. On the day of the murder, he might have brought her to his home and attempted to initiate an intimate encounter. But when Valerie refused, he panicked at the thought she might tell her parents and decided to kill her. Another detail that cast doubt on Patrick's version of events was the testimony from Valerie's relatives. They mentioned that she loved her car and even said once that she wanted to drive it for the rest of her life. This made Patrick's story about being blackmailed for a new car seem even less believable. After charges were brought against Patrick, detectives uncovered several more intriguing pieces of evidence that further built the case against him. A thorough examination of his smartphone revealed that shortly after arriving home on the day of the murder, Patrick began deleting apps from his device. Although, he failed to remove his health app, which recorded a significant spike in his heart rate for several minutes shortly after his arrival. Investigators believe that this was the moment when he killed Valerie and moved her body. Patrick also admitted to disposing of the license plates from Valerie's car and her keys by throwing them into a river, intending to make it harder for the police to locate the vehicle. He also revealed a chilling detail. After strangling Valerie with his belt, he just put it back on and continued wearing it as if nothing had happened. The victim's parents were devastated to learn that their neighbor and friend was her killer. They admitted that they had never truly believed Patrick was involved despite his strange behavior. It's important to note that detectives had kept most of the information from the parents to avoid compromising the investigation, so many details only came to light after Patrick's arrest. When Patrick was placed in jail awaiting trial and was appointed a lawyer, he didn't attempt to retract his confession, as is often the case. Instead, he and his lawyer negotiated a plea deal. Patrick would plead guilty to the murder, and in exchange, the charges of giving false information, for which he was originally arrested, would be dropped. Thanks to the plea deal, Patrick stood before the judge on March 11, 2024, just a few months after his arrest, and was sentenced to 57 years in prison. While this spared the victim's family from enduring years of waiting for the trial and dealing with the defense's attempts to justify Patrick's actions, the plea deal came with a significant downside. Typically, such agreements don't require the guilty party to fully disclose the details of their crime. Patrick only had to admit to the murder. As a result, Valerie's parents may never know the full truth behind the crime, even though investigators' theories seem the closest to the real explanation. Patrick's family was also horrified when the police discovered Valerie's body on their property. His wife and children, including his daughter who had been friends with Valerie, had unknowingly lived just yards from where her remains were buried for nearly 6 months. The plea deal also means that the content of the tapes Patrick buried in the second coffin alongside Valerie may never be revealed. These tapes might have contained crucial information or could have led to further charges, and Patrick may have feared that the police would eventually search his home after Valerie's disappearance. Moving on to the next case. Evelyn Hartley. Evelyn Grace Hartley was born on November 21, 1937, to Richard Hartley, a university professor, and his wife, Ethel. The family lived in La Crosse County, Wisconsin, where Richard worked at La Crosse State College, now known as the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. Evelyn, often called Evie, was known to be a smart and capable young girl. A straight-A student, she was involved in various school activities, played the piano, and sang in her local church choir. Though she was shy around others and had no steady boyfriend, it seemed Evelyn had a promising future ahead of her. Tragically, she would never get the chance to experience it. On October 24, 1953, Evelyn was hired by her father's colleague, Viggo Rasmussen, to care for his 20-month-old daughter while he, his wife, and his 7-year-old daughter attended the town's homecoming game. Normally, a classmate of Evelyn's named Janice would have babysat for the Rasmussens, but since she too was attending the game, Evelyn reluctantly agreed to take on the task. Evelyn took her school books with her that evening so she could study while the baby slept. Later that night, Richard Hartley attempted to pick up his daughter, but when he called the Rasmussens' home phone several times with no answer, he became concerned. Around 9:20 p.m., he decided to drive over to the Rasmussens' house at 2400 block of Hulsher Drive. Upon arrival, he knocked on the door but received no response. The doors were locked, but the lights and radio were still on. Looking through the window, Richard noticed that the living room furniture had been rearranged and saw his daughter's schoolbooks scattered on the floor. He also spotted a pair of broken glasses and a single shoe, both of which he recognized as Evelyn's. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. At the back of the house, Richard found an open window leading into the basement. The screen from the window was propped up against the wall outside, and a short stepladder belonging to the Rasmussens was positioned by the open window. Footprints were discovered in various areas of the house by law enforcement. Inside, Richard found no sign of his daughter, but he did find her other shoe at the top of the basement stairs. He also saw the Rasmussens' youngest daughter fast asleep and unharmed in her crib. Blood was found both inside the house and in the backyard, with a pool of blood about 18 inches in diameter. A bloody handprint was discovered approximately 100 feet away on a nearby house and garage. Authorities speculated that the abductor had carried Evelyn through the garden, paused to rest, and then continued on. When law enforcement arrived, they acted quickly. Police dogs picked up Evelyn's scent, which ended at Cooley Drive, just 2 blocks away. This led investigators to believe that she had been forcibly bundled into a car and driven away. Neighbors told the police that a car had been driving around the area repeatedly, and at around 7:15 p.m., a scream had been heard, though it had been dismissed as just children playing. 2 days after Evelyn's disappearance, a local man named Ed Hoffa, whose identity was kept private for several decades, came forward. He told authorities that he had narrowly avoided being hit by a 2-ton green 1941 Buick, speeding westward around 7:15 p.m. Hoffa claimed to have seen 2 men in the car, one of whom was sitting in the back seat with a young girl. The search that followed Evelyn's disappearance was one of the largest in the county's history, involving 1,000 local volunteers, including law enforcement, the National Guard, Boy Scouts, and university staff and students. The Air Force and Civil Air Patrol were also called in to assist. A vehicle inspection program was initiated to search every vehicle in the county, with gas station attendants checking for bloodstains in cars. Recently dug graves were even reopened in the hope of finding Evelyn's remains. In the first year after her disappearance, over 3,500 people were questioned in connection to the case. Yet despite the incredible efforts of authorities and the local community, Evelyn's fate remained elusive. Not long after the vanishing, a pair of underwear and a bra possibly belonging to Evelyn were found near an underpass on Highway 14, 2 miles south of La Crosse. Both garments were in Evelyn's size and both were blood-stained with the blood type matching that of the 15-year-old. Along that same stretch of highway, Authorities also recovered a pair of bloody size 11 trainers by the brand Goodrich. The soles had a pattern on them resembling what was found near to where Evelyn was last seen. Investigators believed that the abductor had worn them. Inside, they found a single human hair, possibly from an African American. Authorities spoke with the manufacturers and found out that this style of shoe named the Hood Mogul was sold in Wisconsin, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, and Illinois. The wear pattern on them suggested that the owner worked with machinery and frequently operated a Whizzer motorbike. It's also noted that although the area had been previously searched, the shoes were not recovered before. It is possible the shoes were dumped there afterwards as a red herring, although this can't be said with any certainty. Also found within 800 feet of the shoes was a well-worn size 36 blue denim jacket with metallic buttons. The garment sported bloodstains on the front, back, and sleeves. It had base metal paint flecks on it and had been cut off at the bottom and roughly rehemmed using white thread. One of its 4 buttons was missing. A worn mark ran the entire width of the jacket beneath the armpits, possibly from a safety harness. Fibers resembling those used in scrubbing brushes were located in the left-hand pocket. While the blood type on the shoes could not be determined, the blood type on the jackets matched Evelyn's. Blood smears at the house appeared to be made by a fabric with the same characteristics as denim, leading investigators to believe that this jacket could have been worn by the culprit. Although some believe the jacket is too small a size to match someone who wore size 11 shoes. It's been theorized that the jacket belonged to a steeplejack, which could explain the worn marks that looked as if a harness had been used. Although both the jackets and the shoes were displayed to over 10,000 people in different areas of the county, nobody recognized them or came forward with information. Eventually, La Crosse County created a new position for a criminal investigator and hired a M. Josephson, a former Army criminologist who specialized in using polygraphs. His job was to work solely on Evelyn's case. In May of 1954, he began to conduct mass polygraph tests on LA Crosse High School boys in an attempt to find out more about the 15-year-old's private life, all in the aim of finding her current whereabouts. The plan was for 1750 students to be tested, but it was such a controversial task that it ended after just 300 boys were interviewed. The strongest lead came in February 2004 when a man named Mel Williams came forward with a tape recording of several men discussing the abduction and subsequent slaying of a 15-year-old Evelyn Hartley. Mel was a tavern owner in Lafarge, Wisconsin, and somewhere between 1968 and 1969, he recorded a conversation he had with a man named Clyde Peterson. When asked why he wanted to interview Peterson, Williams said he was likable, funny, and quite a character. While the interview started with just Peterson, the pair was soon joined by a man named Whitey Barkley, who was known to be a big mouth. Upon his arrival, Barkley encouraged Peterson to, quote, "Tell him about that Hartley girl you kidnapped," and Peterson reportedly obliged. He admitted that he and another man named Jack Goldhair, who apparently knew Evelyn and knew she was babysitting for the Rasmussen that night, abducted the 15-year-old and ultimately shot her on a friend's farm. Goldhair took his own life on Christmas Day of 1967 at the age of 39, dying from a gunshot wound. Peterson passed away in 1974 at the age of 53 due to a heart attack. By the time Mel Williams came forward with the tapes, the only remaining member of the group outside of himself was Barkley, who was suffering from dementia, leaving the police with little direction. An old newspaper clipping from the 1950s revealed that Evelyn wasn't Goldhair's first brush with crime. At the age of 24, Goldhair was charged with contributing to the delinquency of a girl under the age of 16 after taking her to a tavern to drink. For a time, notorious serial killer Ed Gein was considered a suspect in Evelyn's disappearance, as he was reportedly visiting relatives nearby when she vanished. However, he has since been cleared of any involvement. Evelyn's parents eventually moved to Portland, Oregon, in the 1970s. Sadly, they both passed away without ever finding out what happened to their daughter. If you have any information about Evelyn Hartley's disappearance, please contact the La Crosse Police Department at 608-785-5962. Moving on to the next case. Leah Croucher. On February 14, 2019, 19-year-old Leah Croucher left her home around 6 p.m., telling her family she was going to visit a friend. However, just 15 minutes before leaving, she had changed the settings on her phone, leading police to suspect she had turned off the location tracking feature. Leah seemed to want her movements to remain private. Later, it was discovered that Leah hadn't gone to see her friend at all, and from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. that evening, her whereabouts remained a mystery. For some online sleuths, this secret meeting Leah was involved in was seen as a potential catalyst for the events that unfolded the following day. On February 15th, Leah headed out for work, and CCTV footage captured her walking down Buzzacott Lane in Fuston, Milton Keynes, at 8:15 a.m. This was the last confirmed sighting of the 19-year-old. After Leah was reported missing, 3 separate witnesses came forward, claiming they had seen her that morning between 9:30 and 11:15 a.m. near First and Lake. All 3 witnesses noted that Leah was on her phone, with 2 of them reporting that she appeared visibly upset during the conversation. While these sightings haven't been confirmed as definitely being Leah, authorities believe they are credible. Leah's family quickly reported her missing, and an extensive investigation was launched into her sudden and unusual disappearance. Officers visited over 4,000 homes in Milton Keynes, using specialist teams, drones, and helicopters in their search for the missing teenager. In October 2019, marine and dive teams conducted a 2-week search of the lakes in the area, including Fureston Lake, but no personal items belonging to Leah or any other clues to her whereabouts were found. Leah was described as a homebody, someone who enjoyed reading fantasy fiction and spending time with her family rather than going out to pubs or clubs. As the investigation into her disappearance unfolded, Leah's family revealed that she had changed in recent months. They noted that she had become moody, argumentative, and often locked herself in her room for long periods. It wasn't until the investigation began that they discovered the possible cause of her behavior. They learned that Leah had been seeing an older man, around 27 years old, who was engaged to another woman. This man had been investigated by the police, and they have confirmed that he is currently not a suspect in the case. He has an alibi for the time that Leah went missing. Despite this, the family appear to have their suspicions about this unnamed man. Leah's older brother, Hayden, was issued with a restraining order in May of 2019 after threatening him. That same month, Hayden posted on social media that the man had groomed and mistreated his sister. In February 2020, Leah's father, John, said he believed a man was withholding key information about the case and accused the unnamed person of being a selfish person and that the situation was, quote, destroying his family. He added that he would publicly name the man if he does not come forward. It is not clear whether John is referring to Leah's boyfriend, but many suspect he is. Of this matter, DCI Andy Howard and the Thames Valley Police agreed that some people potentially hold more information about Leah's life than they are willing to share with police so far. However, he was less convinced about whether those people would know why she disappeared. In May 2019, there was a suspicion that a severed foot found in Lincolnshire might have belonged to Leah, but this theory was later ruled out. Police are still actively investigating Leah's case, and an anniversary appeal this year led to 20 new reports of potential sightings and information from various parts of the UK. Leah's phone and bank account have remained inactive since she went missing. Meanwhile, the Croucher family continues to be deeply affected by the tragedy. In November 2019, Aidan Croucher, Leah's 24-year-old brother, tragically took his own life after struggling to cope with his sister's disappearance, with whom he had been very close. Anyone with information regarding Leah's whereabouts is encouraged to contact Crime Stoppers at 08055555101. Moving on to the next case. LaShae Stein. LaShae was last seen in Aurora, Colorado, in the early hours of July 15, 2016. She left home without her mother's permission to meet someone near the 1600 block of North Peoria Street at 2:23 a.m., and has not been heard from since. She left behind her clothing, wallet, money, phone charger, and other personal belongings. According to her mother, It was completely out of character for LaShae to leave in the middle of the night. She had been excited about a potential summer job opportunity, and had no history of running away or getting into trouble. Her mother strongly believes that her daughter is still alive but being held against her will by sex traffickers. Several individuals have told the family they have seen LaShae, now 17, in a rundown area known for its cheap motels, prostitution, and drug activity. Some claim she is being kept drugged by her captors. At the time of her disappearance, LaShae was an honors student at George Washington High School and had secured an internship at the University of Colorado Hospital. Police have stated that there have been no new developments in her case, but they continue to investigate every lead. Moving on to the next case. Margaret Fox. Margaret Ellen Fox was born on February 22, 1960, in Burlington, New Jersey. A kind-hearted and bright young girl at the time of her disappearance in 1974, she was studying piano and had recently graduated from St. Paul's Grammar School. Margaret was also passionate about horses and had a practical, thoughtful nature. Though the only girl among 5 siblings, Margaret wasn't loud or boisterous like her brothers. Instead, she was quiet and reserved. Her sudden disappearance in the mid-1970s shattered her family and left a lasting emotional scar on the Burlington community. On the morning of June 24, 1974, Margaret set out to catch the bus to Mount Holly, where she was scheduled to meet a man named John Marshall, who was seeking a new babysitter. The previous week, Margaret and her cousin had placed an ad in the local newspaper offering babysitting services. John Marshall had reportedly first contacted the cousin, but since she was younger and her mother was concerned about her traveling alone, the cousin was not allowed to go. Marshall then contacted Margaret directly, and her father agreed she could go, having spoken to the man who introduced himself as John Marshall at least once on the phone. At around 8:40 a.m., Margaret boarded the bus to Mount Holly, with her brother watching her as he escorted her to the bus station. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Margaret Fox. Marshall had initially responded to the babysitting ad on June 19th and tried to arrange multiple meetings with Margaret, all of which he canceled, despite claiming he needed a sitter starting June 21st. He told her he required a babysitter for his 5-year-old son 5 days a week, offering Margaret $40 a week for her services. He also mentioned that either he or his wife would pick her up at the bus stop in a red Volkswagen on June 24th. The plan was for Margaret to call her parents once she arrived at Marshall's home to confirm she was safe. However, the 14-year-old never made the call. Her parents grew increasingly worried when she did not return home that afternoon as planned. In a panic, Margaret's mother searched for the telephone number Marshall had given her. The number led to a public phone booth at a supermarket in Lumberton. Desperate, the mother of 5 began calling various John Marshalls in the area, but all of them denied being the person her daughter had spoken with. Meanwhile, Margaret's father, David, traveled to Mount Holly to search for their missing daughter. However, neither parent had any success. Just after midnight, they filed a missing persons report. The police quickly launched an investigation into the disappearance of 14-year-old Margaret Fox. Witnesses in Mount Holly reported seeing a young girl matching Margaret's description speaking to a man in a red car at the corner of Mill Street and High Street. The owner of the red car was located, but he provided a solid alibi, leaving the case even more perplexing. Authorities speculated that Margaret may have mistaken the driver she encountered for John Marshall. Another potential suspect was a local sex offender who also drove a red Volkswagen, but he was ruled out after he provided a solid alibi. Another person of interest was a John or Jack Marshall, who worked as a manager at the Lumberton supermarket. There is little information available about him, but he was eventually ruled out because he was working at the time Margaret went missing and successfully passed a polygraph test. At the time, lie detector tests were even less reliable than they are today, but they were often viewed as conclusive evidence of truthfulness. Some online sleuths have speculated that the unidentified abductor may have seen the manager's name, possibly on his office door, and used it when contacting the girls in an attempt to avoid being identified. In the hours following Margaret's disappearance, police began monitoring calls to and from the Fox residence. one particular call raised concerns for the authorities. A man called the home and spoke with Margaret's mother, demanding $10,000, the modern-day equivalent of around $53,000, in exchange for her daughter's safe return. He stated, quote, $10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping. The day after this ransom call, a letter arrived reciting the same words of the caller. It instructed Margaret's parents to put the money in a box with blue wrapping and claimed that Margaret is all right. We only tore her blouse and broke her glasses. These details had already been made public, so they were not deemed to be particularly significant by authorities. While latent prints were found on the letter, they did not match any prints on file with the Burlington County Jail, Prosecutor's Office, or the Mount Holly Police Department. Frustratingly, the prints have since been lost. After receiving the notes, the Fox family withdrew the money the ransomers demanded. However, they had no instructions on how to deliver the cash. On June 30th, a second letter arrived saying, among other things, quote, $10,000 was a lot of bread, but your daughter's life was the butter topping. It was also reportedly made to look like it was from the Symbionese Liberation Army, a small-scale terrorist group that was frequently in the news at the time. After this letter, communication stopped. In 1976, a suspect in Margaret's case admitted to abducting her, but this confession was later proven to be false. In 1992, a body found in the Atlantic Highlands area in Monmouth County was thought to be that of the missing teenagers. However, there were no dental records available to make a match. Theories in the 14-year-old's case are few and far between. Many have speculated that perhaps the ransom caller was carrying out a cruel joke, and that's why they did not provide instructions on where to deliver the money to. Others have suggested that perhaps the caller had every intention of making an exchange, but Margaret was accidentally killed, and so the caller changed their plan. Both the caller and John Marshall remain unidentified. Several Jane Does have been ruled out as being Margaret. These exclusions include the Will County Jane Doe found in Illinois in April 1981, the Knox County Jane Doe in Tennessee from June 1987, the Fairfax Jane Doe of Virginia in December 1993, and the Newport News Jane Doe, also from Virginia, in June 2014. Margaret's disappearance remains a poignant mystery for both the community and law enforcement. The Burlington City Police Department, alongside the FBI, is renewing efforts to solve the case. A $25,000 reward is being offered for information that could lead to an arrest. No arrests have been made so far, but law enforcement remains hopeful that someone will come forward with crucial information. If you recognize the voice from the brief audio clip, please contact the FBI at 973-792-3000. As of now, the case of Margaret Ellen Fox remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Melissa Tremblay. A girl went out for a walk and disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The police quickly joined the search, uncovering a series of eerie clues along the way. Despite their efforts, the case remained unsolved for 30 years. However, investigators eventually managed to crack it, revealing a shocking truth. Yet, even after the case was solved, some questions remain unanswered, leaving parts of the story still shrouded in mystery. Melissa Tremblay was born on March 1, 1977, in Lawrence, Massachusetts. Just a month after birth, her biological parents gave her up for adoption, and she was welcomed into the home of Jeanette and Robert Tremblay. Melissa grew up in Salem, New Hampshire, where she was an energetic and lively child. Her interests included fashion, singing, and reading, and she quickly made many friends at school. She also spent a lot of time at the Boys and Girls Club of America. At the age of 9, Melissa's life was shaken when her adoptive parents divorced, and her father became absent from her life. Later on, her mother, Jeanette, began a relationship with a man named Robert, but they did not live together. On September 11, 1988, when Melissa was 11, her mother took her to Lawrence to meet Robert. They often frequented a local bar, and since there was no one else to care for Melissa, Jeanette would bring her along. While her mother socialized inside the bar, Melissa would often play outside, with the only rule being not to venture too far from the bar. She spent time on the nearby streets, unaware that this seemingly mundane day would soon take a tragic turn. Because her mom frequented the bar, Melissa had become acquainted with some of the local kids and would often play with them. That particular day, she spent most of her time outdoors, periodically checking in with her mom. At one point, the bartender made her some popcorn, and Melissa told him she'd come back for it soon. However, she never returned to collect the snack. By 4 p.m., Jeanette started to grow concerned as hours had passed without hearing from Melissa. She went outside to check her car, but there was no sign of her daughter. Jeanette and Robert immediately began searching the area, going down street after street, but they couldn't find any trace of Melissa. They spent several hours looking and by 9 p.m., Jeanette decided to call the police. Officers quickly joined the search, but by the time they arrived, it was already dark, and there was still no sign of Melissa. The difficulty of the search was compounded by the darkness, but the police persisted through the night. They also considered the possibility that Melissa had run away, but her mother firmly rejected this theory, stating that Melissa was afraid of the dark and would never venture off on her own. By the next day, there was still no sign of her, and the search continued without success. It wasn't until around 3 p.m. when a railroad worker made a call that would change the course of the investigation. The worker was conducting a routine inspection of an old rail yard located just a few hundred yards from the bar. The yard was quite expansive, with up to 8 tracks in its widest section, although some tracks hadn't been used in years. The area was filled with empty boxcars, and between 2 of them, the worker noticed something odd. As he approached, he realized it was a human body, prompting him to immediately call the police. Detectives arrived on the scene and quickly identified the body as Melissa Tremblay. In addition to the fact that she had been reported missing the day before, a card with her name from the Boys and Girls Club was found in a purse near her body. Melissa's body was found on tracks that were still in use, and one of her legs had been severed. Initially, it seemed as though a passing train might have been responsible for the injury, given the section of track was active. However, the lead detective quickly began to question this theory after observing several details that didn't align with it. For one, Melissa's purse, which contained a card with her name, was found nearly 20 yards away from her body. It seemed unlikely that a train accident could have thrown the purse that far. Additionally, the detective noticed a significant number of footprints and blood drops near the purse, which suggested that Melissa may have been attacked at that location before her body was moved to the tracks. This raised suspicions that the assailant had staged the scene to make it appear as though she had died in a train accident. Another important clue was the specific location where Melissa's body was found. It was an area that didn't seem like an accident site, but rather a place that might have been chosen intentionally to mislead investigators. The old rail yard, known for being a secluded spot frequented by homeless individuals and people using illegal substances, became a point of interest for the detectives. They wondered if someone from that community might have been involved in Melissa's death. As the body was sent for examination, police focused on collecting clues and speaking with potential witnesses to piece together the timeline of events. The first witness they interviewed was an employee from the railroad company. He recalled seeing a girl matching Melissa's description near the tracks the day before her body was found. Concerned about her safety, he asked her to leave, and she complied, walking away from the area. Next, detectives interviewed a woman who lived near the bar where Melissa's mother had been. She was familiar with Melissa, as her children had become friends with her, and Melissa often visited their home. On the day she went missing, Melissa had come by to invite the woman's children to play, but when the woman informed her that her children were grounded and couldn't go out, Melissa left on her own. The breakthrough came when detectives spoke to another witness, whose statement provided the first real lead in the case. The witness who had seen Melissa talking to a man near the rail yard provided a crucial lead in the investigation. He described the man as being large, unkempt, around 30 years old, with dark hair and a large beard. The van he was driving was brown, old, and rusty. With this information in hand, the police began canvassing the area, looking for similar vehicles and gathering more details about the man in question. Meanwhile, the medical examiner's findings ruled out the train as the cause of death. They determined that Melissa had suffered numerous bruises and 3 fatal stab wounds. There was no evidence of sexual assault, and no foreign biological material was found on her body or clothes. The stab wounds were inflicted by someone who used their left hand, which suggested that the killer was likely left-handed. Reclassifying the case as a homicide, detectives honed in on the only solid lead they had: the description of the van and the man who had been seen with Melissa shortly before she went missing. The search for the suspect intensified, but they still faced significant challenges in connecting the dots. The police concentrated on finding similar vehicles in the area, but repeatedly hit dead ends. The challenge was that even if they found the right van, linking its owner to the murder would be nearly impossible without a confession. DNA analysis was not impossible without a confession. DNA analysis was not yet in use, and there were no additional pieces of evidence, like Melissa's belongings or fingerprints, likely to be found in the van. The police also kept trying to find new witnesses. They interviewed several hundred residents in the area, but this effort yielded no results. Detectives continued searching for the van and other clues for several months, but the case eventually went cold. Melissa's murder received significant media coverage, and many people began blaming her mother for what happened. They were outraged that Jeanette let her 11-year-old daughter wander the streets alone, especially near such a dangerous place as a rail yard. What infuriated them even more was that while Melissa roamed the streets for hours unattended, her mother was drinking in a bar. Rumors began spreading in the newspapers that Jeanette had developed a drinking problem after her divorce and was struggling with her parental responsibilities. People also started blaming social services for failing Melissa by not intervening in the situation. Amid all these accusations, Jeanette refused to speak with media or answer their questions. When reporters reached out to Child Protective Services, they stated they were aware of the family's complicated situation and had tried to take some measures, but revoking Jeanette's parental rights had never been considered. Since then, there had been no progress in the case. Police repeatedly reviewed it and examined potential suspects, but this yielded no results. In 2000, 12 years after the murder, investigators identified their first potential suspect, Tommy Lynn Sells. He confessed to 22 murders, and investigators in Melissa's case found that many details of his crime closely matched those of her murder. Moreover, Tommy resembled the van driver seen with the girl, and he often spent nights in empty boxcars while traveling across various states. Detectives began investigating his possible involvement in Melissa's murder, but they eventually concluded that he was unlikely to be responsible. They couldn't find any evidence placing Tommy near Lawrence at that time. Instead, they determined he was probably in another state. The case remained cold for several more years until 2013, when detectives unexpectedly obtained a new lead. They arrested a man from Lawrence for an unrelated case, and during questioning, he suddenly claimed to know some details about Melissa Trembley's murder. The man said that in 1988, when he was just 13, he used to steal cars for a living. He spent a lot of time on the streets looking for suitable vehicles, and on the day Melissa disappeared, he saw a girl resembling her. She was sitting on the steps of that same bar, and next to her was a man named Mike. The witness knew Mike, but his family had warned him to stay away from that man because of his questionable reputation. The boy walked past them, and about 10 minutes later, on his way back, he saw the girl leaving the bar with Mike. At some point, another man whom the witness didn't recognize approached them, and the three of them continued walking together. The police asked the witness why he had remained silent for 25 years. He replied that at the time, he didn't want any unnecessary contact with the police. However, when he learned about Melissa's murder and realized he might have seen her, he asked his brother if he should tell someone, but he advised him to stay quiet. However, the detectives immediately found a serious contradiction in the story. According to the witness, he saw the girl on the bar steps when it was already dark outside, but Melissa was reported missing around 4 p.m. when it was still daylight. Given that all the bar patrons and staff were aware of her disappearance, and her mother had been searching for her for hours, the detectives found it highly unlikely that Melissa could have been right outside the bar without being noticed. The police considered the possibility that the witness had either seen a different girl or his account was inaccurate. Despite this, they investigated Mike for potential involvement, but made no progress. Nevertheless, the witness's story brought renewed attention to the old case, and in 2014, it was reopened. By then, DNA analysis was widely used, and the police hoped that experts could find some new clues by re-examining all the available evidence. They examined Melissa's clothing and other items, but found no foreign DNA. However, there was something else among the evidence: samples taken from under Melissa's nails. Collected in case she had scratched. The experts analyzed these samples and indeed found traces of foreign skin, which were promptly sent to the lab. But there was a new problem. Experts were able to extract a DNA profile of an unknown male, but it was only partial. It wasn't enough to get a match in the database, but the investigators were determined not to give up. Sometime later, they reached out to a company specializing in genetic genealogy. The company analyzed the sample and began searching for potential matches in available databases. This was a challenging task because they had to work with a partial profile, which made it impossible to identify the person with absolute certainty. Nevertheless, through meticulous work, they managed to find a possible distant relative of the sample's owner in the databases. This led them to a specific family with the last name McClendon. Detectives began investigating the members of this family, trying to determine who might have committed the crime. This process took several years due to the primary challenge: the lack of a complete DNA profile to definitively prove the guilt of any family member. Therefore, investigators carefully examined who among them could have been in Lawrence in 1988, matched all the criteria like age, and so on. Eventually, they focused on two brothers, one of whom was Marvin McClendon. Marvin lived in Alabama, but investigators discovered that in the late 80s, he lived just 20 minutes away from Lawrence and worked as a carpenter. Digging into Marvin's past, they learned that he frequently visited a church located just a few hundred yards from the bar where Melissa was last seen. Marvin had also worked as a prison guard for about 30 years, but with breaks, one of which occurred in 1988. The intriguing findings didn't stop there. Police found that Marvin owned an old brown van during those years, which he used for work. Despite this, Marvin had no criminal record, aside from numerous traffic fines for not wearing a seatbelt. He had been married twice, but both wives had left him. He had 2 sons from his first marriage, but was not actively involved in their lives. Finally, Marvin was left-handed, unlike all his close male relatives. While detectives were investigating this suspect, Melissa's mother passed away in 2015 at the age of 70. She had struggled with a severe illness for a long time and never found out who killed her daughter. After gathering all the information on Marvin and checking his other relatives, detectives concluded that he was the most likely perpetrator. In 2021, they went to Alabama to question him about that time in the late 80s. Eventually, they brought up the murder of Melissa Tremblay, and Marvin claimed he had nothing to do with it. When told that DNA from one of his close relatives was found on the victim, Marvin suggested that the killer might be his brother. Marvin suggested that the killer might be his brother. That same year, Marvin voluntarily provided his DNA sample, but experts still couldn't establish a complete match. The partial profile from under Melissa's nails only indicated that Marvin was either closely related to the killer or was the killer himself. However, investigators who had already examined all his close male relatives knew that none of them could have committed the crime, leaving Marvin as the prime suspect. They also understood that without a full DNA match, it would be extremely challenging for the prosecution to secure a conviction. As a result, they spent another year trying to find any additional clues. Detectives also checked Mike, the man whom the 13-year-old boy claimed to have seen with a girl resembling Melissa on the bar steps. After obtaining his DNA sample, experts determined that it didn't match the skin particles found under the victim's nails, ruling him out as a suspect. They visited Marvin several times, asking him various questions, and in April 2022, they finally decided to arrest him. Despite his continued claims of innocence, Marvin allegedly made a suspicious remark during his arrest. He told one of the officers, "At least I got to enjoy 20 years of my pension." Marvin, who was 74 years old at the time, was sent to jail awaiting trial. The judge had to place him under constant protection because other inmates quickly learned about his charges and the fact that he had worked as a prison guard. Without DNA from someone in Marvin's family was found under the victim's nails, but none of his close relatives had the opportunity to commit the crime. As for distant relatives, a match with their DNA would be less evident, and experts could easily see the difference. They also pointed out that in 1988, Marvin frequently visited a church on the same street as the bar, owned a similar van, and matched the description given by a witness who saw a girl near his vehicle. The trial began in December 2022. Marvin's lawyer immediately focused on the lack of a complete DNA profile of the perpetrator, claiming that without it, his client's guilt couldn't be confirmed. The defense then called two experts. One was a forensic specialist who testified that, based on crime scene photos, she couldn't confirm that the killer was indeed left-handed. The case took a dramatic turn when the jury deliberated for nearly a week but ultimately failed to reach a unanimous verdict. Some jurors believed that without a complete DNA profile, they could not definitively convict Marvin, which led the judge to declare a mistrial on December 27. The prosecution, however, wasted no time and announced plans for a retrial, scheduled for September 30, 2024. As the trial approaches, Marvin remains in jail. At 76 years old and suffering from various health problems, there is concern that he may not live to see the end of the new trial. If the court fails to convict him again, there is a real possibility that Marvin could be released, leaving Melissa's murder unresolved and the truth about what happened to her still hidden. The case continues to hang in the balance, and the question of whether justice will ever be fully served remains uncertain. Moving on to the next case. Miky Bush. A young family moved into a quiet, peaceful apartment complex, thinking they had found the perfect place to start their new life. However, just days later their world would be turned upside down. What unfolded next shocked the entire country. Though the case was resolved quickly, its aftermath left a lasting impact, prompting crucial changes in the law. Miky Bush was born on February 13, 1997, in the Canadian province of Alberta. She grew up surrounded by love, with her parents and a younger sister, whom Miky was incredibly close to. Her sister saw Miky as a role model, and their bond was unbreakable. Miky was known for her cheerful, energetic, and kind nature, qualities that naturally drew people to her and helped her make many friends throughout her life. One of Miky's greatest passions was ice skating. From a young age, she and her parents would frequent local rinks, where Miky's love for the sport blossomed. As she grew older, skating became a central part of her life. During high school, Miky met Cody, a boy who would soon become an important figure in her life. They started dating, and their relationship seemed to promise a bright future together. It didn't take long for Miky and Cody to realize that they were meant to spend the rest of their lives together. After graduation, they began making plans for their future as a couple. Miky, driven by her desire to help others, found a job at a charity organization, where she poured her heart into her work. Inspired by her passion for making a difference, she decided to pursue a career in healthcare. In 2017, Miky enrolled in a local college to earn her nursing degree, which she successfully completed. After graduating, she returned to her beloved job at the charity center, eager to continue her mission of helping those in need. But life had more surprises in store for her. Not long after settling into her career, Miky discovered she was pregnant. She and Cody were thrilled by the news, and to celebrate, Cody proposed to Miky in the very place where they shared so many fond memories, on the ice rink. In 2020, their happiness was complete when they welcomed their son, Noah, into the world. They began to build their life together as a family, with Cody working in pipeline construction, a job that had him traveling across Canada frequently. Despite the challenges of his constant travels, the couple was determined to create a loving home for Noah, filled with the same warmth and joy that had marked their relationship from the beginning. With Cody's new job, the family moved to a small town called Hinton. It was a more remote area, but for the first time, Cody's job no longer required him to travel constantly, allowing the family to settle down and spend more time together. In early September 2021, Mikhail, Cody, and their son Noah moved into a new apartment in a quiet residential complex on the outskirts of town. At 24 years old, Mikhail was settling into her new routine, and Noah, just 16, was starting to adjust to life in the peaceful town. They were excited about their new home, which was surrounded by nature and parks, offering a peaceful retreat from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. On September 16th, Cody left for work as usual, and Mikhail stayed home to care for Noah. Cody's shift ended around 6 p.m., and he looked forward to returning home to spend the evening with his family. However, when he arrived, neither Mikhail nor Noah was home. Cody checked every room in the apartment and looked out into the yard, but there was no sign of Mikhail or Noah. At first, he thought Mikhail might have taken Noah for a walk to one of the nearby parks, but then he noticed something strange. Their son's stroller was still inside the apartment, indicating that they hadn't gone far. As he continued to search, Cody found something even more unsettling. On the kitchen table, there were plates with half-prepared food, as though Mikhail had started making lunch but had abruptly stopped and left the house. Panic started to set in. Cody decided to check the nearby parks and playgrounds, hoping to find Mikhail and Noah enjoying the outdoors. But after searching the entire area with no luck, he returned home, feeling more desperate. Still hoping for some answers, Cody began calling family and friends, thinking someone might have picked them up. But no one had seen Mikhail or Noah that day. He kept trying to reach Mikhail, but her phone went unanswered, adding to his growing sense of fear and uncertainty. The whole situation felt increasingly bizarre, and Cody knew he needed to take action. He made the difficult decision to call the police. By the time he placed the call, one of his friends had arrived at the apartment complex to help. Together, they searched the area once more, hoping to find some sign of Mikhail and Noah, but there was still no trace of them. It seemed as though Mikhail had vanished into thin air. The police arrived shortly after and immediately joined the search. They methodically checked the apartment complex, the wooded area behind it, and the nearby streets. Officers began going door to door, questioning residents in hopes of uncovering any clues that might shed light on Mikhail and Noah's disappearance. After hours of searching, their persistence paid off. A neighbor finally came forward with a crucial piece of information. The neighbor had seen a woman who resembled Mikhail running away from the complex earlier that day. The woman wasn't screaming or calling for help, and notably, her son wasn't with her. The strange sighting only deepened the mystery of Mikhail and Noah's sudden disappearance. The police decided to follow up on this lead and asked the complex manager for access to the CCTV footage. They reviewed hours of recordings but couldn't find any sign of Mikhail. But then something completely unexpected caught their attention. Around noon, the same neighbor who claimed to have seen Mikhail was captured on camera carrying 2 large garbage bags out of the building. The police went straight to the dumpster to examine the contents of those bags. When they opened one, they were met with a horrifying sight. Inside was Noah's body, along with some of Mikhail's belongings, including her phone. This discovery immediately changed the course of the investigation. Detectives knew they had to proceed carefully, as Mikhail's whereabouts were still unknown. They suspected the neighbor was directly involved in the crime and decided to search his apartment. But there was a problem. The man lived right next door to Mikhail's apartment, where Cody and other family members were waiting. The 2 apartments shared a wall, and the police were concerned that what they might find inside the neighbor's apartment could trigger an uncontrollable situation. To avoid this scenario, the officers came up with a plan. They asked Cody and his family members to temporarily leave their apartment, explaining that investigators needed to conduct a thorough examination. What they didn't tell Cody was that his son's body had just been discovered only a few dozen yards away. As soon as Cody left, the police went straight to the neighbor's apartment. They requested permission to search the unit, and the man voluntarily agreed. When investigators reached the bathroom, they found Mikhail. Her body was lying in the tub, completely unclothed. After this heartbreaking discovery, the neighbor, 53-year-old Robert Major, was immediately arrested, and detectives now had to piece together what had happened inside that apartment. While waiting for medical examiners to determine the exact causes of death, the police began looking into Robert's background, and what they found was truly shocking. Robert had an extensive criminal record spanning several decades. He had been charged more than 24 times, most for sexual offenses. But despite his repeated arrests, Robert had only served short prison sentences. During his time in custody, he was evaluated by multiple psychiatrists, and he openly admitted to them that he really enjoyed committing these acts and took pleasure in his crimes. With multiple expert evaluations on record, authorities knew for sure Robert was likely to reoffend. But instead of keeping him behind bars after his numerous crimes, he was released in 2016. The only measure the police took was to issue a public warning, informing the community about Robert and the threat he posed. Robert was also required to register in a special offender database. He was banned from living near women, children, schools, or playgrounds, prohibited from leaving his city, which was located about 190 miles from Hinton, and ordered to meet with a police representative on a regular basis. But these restrictions quickly became irrelevant. Canadian law basically removed individuals from the registry and lifted their restrictions if they went a year without committing another crime. Because of this, Robert fell off the radar of law enforcement several years before the tragedy. At some point, he moved to Hinton and settled in a residential complex filled with families and children. None of the local police officers were aware of his criminal history. The management of the apartment complex, even if they wanted to, had no way of accessing this information, let alone the residents themselves. Medical experts soon completed their examination of the bodies, while Robert, shortly after his arrest, gave a partial confession, and his words shocked even the most seasoned investigators. On top of that, they managed to gather additional evidence and witness statements that helped piece together the full picture of what happened on that fateful day. That morning, Mikhail and Noah went for a walk in the nearby park. When they returned home, the building manager approached Mikhail to discuss an issue. The problem was that Cody, who worked on pipelines, would often come home with his boots and clothes covered in dirt, leaving muddy tracks all the way to their apartment door. The manager asked Mikhail to address the situation, and she promised to clean it up right away. After their conversation, Mikhail went back inside, put Noah down for a nap, and started preparing lunch. Around this time, she also called a friend. This friend later recalled hearing a knock at Mikhail's door during their conversation, followed by a man's voice. He offered to help clean the hallway, but the friend didn't catch the rest of the exchange. Shortly after, Mikhail returned to the kitchen, finished her call, and sent a message to a family member around 2 p.m. From there, one critical question remained unanswered for investigators. How did Mikhail end up in Robert's apartment? Robert himself refused to clarify this particular moment, leaving police to speculate. Perhaps he lured her there under some pretense, maybe by continuing the conversation about cleaning the hallway or asking for her help with something else. One way or another, Mikhail ended up inside Robert's apartment, and this is where his confession began. Almost immediately after she walked through the door, he attacked her and tried to strangle her. But for nearly 10 minutes he struggled to succeed. In the end, he managed to kill her and then assay her. He then dragged her body to the bathroom before heading to her apartment, where he took Noah and ended his life as well. After committing these horrific acts, Robert placed Noah's body, along with Mikhail's clothes and belongings, into garbage bags and dumped them in a container outside the building. It seemed he had no further plan as Mikhail's body was simply left in the bathroom. Although, he tried to mislead investigators by claiming that Mikhail had run off from the complex, possibly hoping that police wouldn't think to look inside his apartment. As for his motives, they remain unclear. The details of the case, including the full account of his confession, were never made fully public. Investigators shared only bits of information with media, leaving room for speculation. The reason behind Mikhail's murder was relatively straightforward. Not only did Robert find satisfaction in causing harm, but he also killed her with the intent of SA. However, Noah's murder was more perplexing. Investigators suggested that Robert may have killed him out of fear that Noah could identify him. Another theory is that Noah woke up and started crying, which may have scared Robert, thinking the noise could draw attention from the neighbors. One way or another, Robert's main motive became crystal clear through his numerous conversations with psychiatrists. He simply took genuine pleasure in harming others, especially those who were physically weaker than him. It's worth noting that even prison didn't stop him. During one of his previous sentences, Robert assaulted a cellmate, which led to additional charges. With news of this case spread across the country, many were horrified, not only by the brutality of the crime but also by the fact that such a dangerous man had been allowed to live freely. Public outrage grew even stronger when details of what happened during the trial came to light, but more on that later. Robert openly admitted to psychiatrists that he enjoyed committing such crimes, and all of them agreed there was a very high likelihood he would do it again. But despite this, he was released back into society, and eventually, authorities stopped monitoring him altogether. The residents of that complex had no way of knowing about his criminal past either. Even if he had remained on a sex offender registry, the system in Canada works very differently than in the US. In Canada, only law enforcement officials can access the registry, not the general public. This left many Canadians outraged as the laws prioritized protecting the privacy of a predator but failed to protect Mikhail and her son. The family had moved into that complex just 15 days before the tragedy, only to become victims of a man who lived literally next door. This devastating injustice pushed Cody and the rest of the family to fight for change. They became actively involved in drafting a new piece of legislation named in Noah's memory. The main goal of the bill was to ensure that repeat offenders are monitored for their entire lives, not just for a short period after their release. The bill that was proposed sought to create a public registry of offenders like Robert, making it easier for people to check if someone with a criminal past was living in their neighborhood. The intention was to prevent future harm and give communities a sense of security. Robert, however, didn't try to deny his guilt. He admitted to his crimes and was sentenced to life in prison. Despite being behind bars for the rest of his life, Robert expressed a disturbing belief that he was still a good person, despite his past actions. In the end, he was sentenced to life in prison, but with the possibility of parole in 25 years. If he lives that long, he would be 78 years old by the time of his eligibility for parole. There's no certainty that, even at that age, he wouldn't still present a danger to others. As for the bill that the victim's family is fighting for, progress has been agonizingly slow. Years of advocacy have passed, yet the legislation has not been passed, and it remains uncertain whether it ever will be. Moving on to the next case. Dorene Errett. Dorene Errett, born on November 29, 1952, in California, came from a large family with 5 children. She was known for her kindness, positivity, and her desire to help others. This desire led her to pursue a career in physiotherapy after college. Moving to San Francisco, Dorene began working in her chosen field, but she also had a dream of building her own large family. At the age of 24, Dorene met Michael Dennis, a man who would later become her husband. The couple quickly connected, sharing similar values and aspirations, and soon they were married. Together, they started their own family, a dream Dorene had long cherished. However, their life took an unimaginable turn on Halloween night, when a simple evening at home would lead to a horrifying and tragic event. Michael Dennis worked at a factory near Dorene's clinic, and their relationship quickly blossomed, leading to marriage. In 1976, they welcomed their son, Paul, into the world. However, as time passed, the joy of parenthood began to strain their marriage. Within a year of Paul's birth, Dorene and Michael made the difficult decision to divorce. Their son, Paul, stayed with Dorene, but Michael maintained a regular presence in his life through visits. Despite the divorce, Dorene and Michael kept their relationship amicable, and she continued to move forward with her life. A year later, Dorene met a man named Charles, and they began dating. The couple soon married and moved to San Jose, where they settled in a peaceful residential neighborhood. In 1979, Dorene and Charles welcomed a daughter, Diana, further fulfilling their dream of a growing family. Like Dorene, Charles also envisioned a large, happy family, and their new life seemed promising. But little did they know, their world would soon be turned upside down by a tragedy that no one could have anticipated. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Charles embraced Dorene's son, Paul, as his own, and the arrival of their daughter, Diana, brought them immense joy. However, in February of 1980, their world shattered when tragedy struck. Paul, just 4 years old, climbed over the fence surrounding their pool and fell into the water. Dorene, who was at home at the time, noticed too late. She rushed to pull her son from the pool and called for an ambulance. Paul was quickly transported to the hospital, where doctors connected him to a life support machine. Despite their best efforts, after 10 agonizing days, the doctors concluded that there was no chance of survival. The decision was made to disconnect him from life support. Dorene, utterly devastated, could not stop blaming herself for the accident, even though the police investigation cleared her of any wrongdoing. The loss of her son tore her apart, and she was left with a deep, unshakable sense of grief and guilt. Despite the lingering sadness from the loss of her son, Dorene found solace in her daughter Diana, who helped her through the grief. For years after the tragedy, there was finally a glimmer of hope for the family. Dorene and Charles had been trying for years to have another child, but 2 pregnancies had ended in miscarriage. However, this time, Dorene's pregnancy progressed well, and the couple eagerly awaited the arrival of a baby boy, due in early November. As Halloween approached, the family decided to participate in the festive activities. The neighborhood was alive with decorations, children running from house to house, and families enjoying the spirit of the season. Diana, now 4 years old, was especially excited about trick-or-treating. Despite being 9 months pregnant, Dorene couldn't say no to her daughter's enthusiasm and joined her for a night of Halloween fun. Charles stayed home, passing out candy to the neighborhood kids. Mother and daughter returned home shortly before 9 p.m., full of laughter and candy bags in hand. Little did they know, their evening would take a shocking and horrifying turn. Charles told his wife that they were running low on candy, so he planned to head to the nearest store to restock, not wanting to disappoint the neighborhood children. He left the house at around 8:50 p.m. and returned 15 minutes later. As he approached the house, he noticed the front door was slightly open, which seemed unusual. What he found inside, however, was a true nightmare. Upon entering, he saw his wife lying on the floor in the hallway, surrounded by a large amount of blood. Dorene appeared lifeless, prompting Charles to immediately call 911. As he moved further into the house, he found the body of their unborn child in the living room. In shock and disbelief, he struggled to process what he was seeing. At one point, he briefly wondered if Dorene had suffered a miscarriage, but he soon realized the situation was far worse. Next to the child, he saw a human hand. Charles immediately realized the hand belonged to Dorene. Understanding that someone had attacked his family, he began searching for his daughter, fearing she might also be in danger. The house was covered in blood, and in his frantic search, Charles even slipped and fell while rushing through the rooms. Thankfully, he found his daughter alive, hiding behind the sofa in the living room. When the ambulance arrived, paramedics detected a faint pulse in Dorene and quickly rushed her to the hospital. Sadly, they were unable to save her, and she passed away en route. The unborn child also did not survive. In addition to being removed from Dorene's womb, the baby had suffered multiple blows. Medical experts later determined that Dorene had been repeatedly struck with a long, sharp object, possibly a sword or machete. Meanwhile, the police investigated the house, which resembled a scene from a horrific horror movie. Later, several officers sought psychological help, as even they couldn't cope with what they had witnessed. Blood was everywhere, on the floor, walls, and even the ceiling. Investigators examined the entire house but didn't find the perpetrator or any clues. Outside the house, police saw bloody footprints on the sidewalk. They stopped in the middle of the road, leading investigators to believe the killer had gotten into a car at that spot. Soon, as Charles stated, they never owned such a mask. The evidence was sent to the laboratory, and police tried to talk to Diana. The girl was in complete shock, but she was the sole witness to what happened, and potentially could help identify the assailant. Diana told them that shortly after her father left for the store, someone knocked on their door. Dorene went to answer, and saw a man in a wolf mask holding a long blade. He told her, "I'm going to kill you now." After that, the woman screamed at her daughter to run out of the house, and the girl hid behind the sofa. Diana couldn't recall what happened next to the moment when her father found her. She also couldn't help the police identify the attacker, as he was wearing a wolf mask. Initially, investigators considered the victim's husband as a suspect. They found it suspicious how his trip to the store coincided with the arrival of the killer, as Dorene was attacked just minutes after her husband left home. When Charles returned, he stepped on blood multiple times, even falling and getting covered in it. Police didn't rule out the possibility that he might have done this intentionally to have an excuse for the blood on his clothes. However, detectives quickly found several inconsistencies in this theory. Firstly, Charles's shoes clearly didn't match those that left bloody footprints on the street. Secondly, the killer likely got into a car parked on the road in front of the house, but there were no blood traces found in Charles's vehicle, nor a different pair of shoes. Police went to the store Charles visited and spoke to the staff member. He confirmed that Charles did buy candies from him that evening, indicating he didn't have time to commit the murder. Surveillance footage from the store also supported this alibi, so detectives temporarily stopped considering him the prime suspect and asked Charles if he had anyone in mind who might wish harm to his family. And the men immediately pointed to Dorene's ex-husband, Michael. According to Charles initially, Michael maintained a normal relationship with his ex-wife, but everything changed after the death of their son, who drowned in the pool. Michael blamed Dorene, believing she deliberately killed the boy to cut all connections. He even filed a civil lawsuit against her, seeking to hold her responsible for the child's death, but lost the case. Even during the time when Michael and Dorene were still married, he occasionally behaved quite strangely. After the birth of their son, he often fell into depression, distancing himself from both his wife and child. Dorene believed all of this somehow connected to his childhood traumas. Michael had hearing problems from an early age, requiring him to constantly wear a bulky hearing aid. In those days, it was a rather large device, and because of it, other children constantly teased Michael. All of this led to the man growing up introverted, practically having no friends, and avoiding interaction with women. Despite seemingly leaving these issues behind after meeting Dorene, Michael couldn't shake off his old problems completely. This became one of the main reasons for the couple's decision to divorce. When Dorene married Charles, Michael began harboring resentment and animosity towards her, especially disliking the fact that another man was raising his son. These feelings intensified after Paul's death, and he started genuinely hating his ex-wife. Michael also lost his job, where he had spent most of his adult life. This factor also had some negative effect on him. After hearing all of this, the detectives decided to go to the man's house and talk to him. Charles's account was clearly insufficient to make Michael the prime suspect, but since he lived only 2 miles from Dorene's house, they decided to pay him a visit right away. Officers arrived at his home around midnight and saw the pickup truck parked near the garage. They shined a flashlight inside and saw something resembling blood on the steering wheel and keys. Afterward, they knocked on the door, but nobody answered. The lights were on, and officers could hear water running inside the house, leading them to suspect that the man might be disposing of evidence or cleaning blood-stained clothes. So they continued knocking. Michael eventually opened the door. He remained calm, even after being informed about his ex-wife's murder. The man answered all their questions nonchalantly, and allowed the officers inside without a warrant. According to him, he went to the store during the day, returned home, and hadn't left since. Michael even agreed to sign voluntary consent papers to allow a search of his house. As he reached for the pen to sign, investigators noticed a deep cut on his right hand. Michael claimed he accidentally cut himself earlier while carving a pumpkin for Halloween. However, the police doubted his words. The wound was visibly fresh, and blood was still oozing from it. Meanwhile, a few officers started searching his house. Michael went upstairs with one of them since they asked him to show his ID. When they entered his bedroom, Michael reached for the bed headboard, but the officer immediately told him to step aside. His actions seemed suspicious. Why would he keep his documents behind the bed? When the officer approached, he saw a holster hanging on the bed headboard with a loaded gun inside. He took the weapon and led Michael downstairs to the other officers. Meanwhile, his colleagues discovered blood droplets on the floor, leading them to a washing machine in the garage and a pile of clothes with blood stains. This was sufficient for an arrest, and they took the man into custody. Afterward, detectives, along with forensic experts, scrutinized the house more thoroughly, seeking evidence that might link Michael to the murder. The analysis of the blood would take a few days, and meanwhile the police found some new gruesome discoveries. At first, they uncovered an empty box for a machete with an 18-inch blade. Medical experts confirmed that this model perfectly matched the wounds on Dorene's body. Secondly, Michael had 2 makeshift coffins in his house, leading detectives to suspect they were intended for Dorene and her husband. Additionally, the police found body bags typically used by medical staff. Considering Michael had no association with these items, it raised significant concerns. Putting all these pieces together, the police went to the judge to request a warrant for the suspect's arrest for an extended period. Without it, they could only detain him for a limited time. However, the judge deemed the evidence too circumstantial. As a result, Michael had to be released, and the man walked free. Nevertheless, 3 days later, the detectives got the answer from the lab. Experts found 2 types of blood at the crime scene, belonging to different individuals. Blood type analysis revealed that the majority of it shared the same blood type as Dorene, with a small amount matching Michael's. Apparently, the man injured himself during the attack on his ex-wife. This time the judge promptly issued an arrest warrant, and Michael was officially charged with the murder of his ex-wife and her unborn child. Soon, detectives found another piece of evidence linking him to the crime. Speaking with Michael's acquaintances, they learned he owned the exact same wolf mask found near Dorene's house. On the previous Halloween, he wore it to a party, and police even discovered a photo of Michael wearing the mask. To eliminate any doubts, they found in his home the exact clothing he wore in that photo. But the story of the mask didn't end there. To further strengthen the case, police interviewed all of Dorene's neighbors about that evening. It turned out that children going door to door for candy saw an adult man wearing a wolf mask standing across the street from the victim's house, staring at it. Notably, they spotted him around 7 p.m., 2 hours before the murder. Michael's trial began in July 1988, 4 years after the murder. Initially, he pleaded guilty, but later changed his plea. He didn't deny committing the murder, but claimed innocence due to mental health issues. A psychologist assigned to him concluded that he indeed had serious mental problems. Michael told him that he snapped because of Halloween. Witnessing other kids joyfully trick or treating reminded him of Paul's death, triggering his breakdown. According to Michael, he went to Dorene's house with a machete on that evening. When she opened the door, he said, "You killed my son," and added that he intended to murder her. She immediately recognized the man behind the mask, screamed for her daughter to run, and in the second, Michael attacked her. He insisted that he was unaware of Dorene's pregnancy, a claim that seemed hard to believe. Standing at just 4 feet tall, all her friends insisted it was impossible not to notice her pregnancy. Before the tragedy, they even joked that because of her belly, Dorene had become broader than taller. The prosecution argued that the man was fully aware of his actions and had planned the crime in advance. During the investigation, detectives discovered he had told friends about his desire to kill his ex-wife and her husband, then dispose of their bodies in the bay. Given that they found 2 coffins and body bags in his home, the prosecution suggested he intended to carry out this plan, but changed his mind for some reason. Perhaps he panicked, or feared staying in the house too long, thinking he might get caught. Dorene's daughter, Diana, also gave testimony during the trial. At the time, she was 9 years old and still had a vivid recollection of the events. Though Charles wanted to shield his daughter from the trauma, she was the only person who had witnessed the crime. The trial lasted for a year, and in the end, Michael was found guilty of murdering both Dorene and her child. He was sentenced to death, but while awaiting execution, California implemented a moratorium on the death penalty. As a result, Michael remains incarcerated to this day, with little chance of his sentence being carried out anytime soon. Many years later, Diana shared that the memory of the murder haunted her throughout her life, constantly reminding her of the horrific events. Eventually, she chose to forgive Michael and try to move forward, fearing that holding on to the pain would lead her to lose her sanity. Moving on to the next case. Laurel Jean Mitchell. Laurel Jean Mitchell was born on May 24, 1958, in Whitley County, Indiana, to parents Richard and Wilma Mitchell. She grew up in North Webster, Indiana, alongside her siblings, Sarah and Bruce. At the time, North Webster had a population of around 500 and was considered a very safe community. It was a place where residents rarely locked their doors. Parents felt comfortable letting their children ride bikes freely around the traffic-free streets, and neighbors often spent hours socializing on their front porches. By 1975, Laurel, a 17-year-old senior at Wawasee High School, worked at Cokesbury Inn in the Epworth Forest neighborhood, situated on the shores of Webster Lake. For her, the job offered a perfect chance to gain valuable experience while earning some extra money. Laurel approached everything with determination and enthusiasm, fully investing herself in the role. Laurel Mitchell quickly became a favorite among both the staff and the customers at Cokesbury Inn. She was actively involved in her local church youth group and was also a member of a traveling singing group called God's Children. The group toured across the United States, recording music and releasing a couple of albums. Laurel was deeply religious, with her faith playing a central role in her life. Most of her free time was spent at church, and although she had the occasional disagreement with her siblings, she shared a strong and close-knit bond with them that only grew as time went on. Laurel was adored in her community, where her warm smile and kind demeanor won over everyone she met. One of her most cherished traits was her genuine kindness and caring nature, which made her particularly beloved by the neighborhood children. It was common to see Laurel surrounded by children, all eager to be in her company. She had a variety of talents, with a natural gift for singing that made her an integral part of the local church choir. Laurel was also a skilled dancer, having taken lessons at a local studio to perfect her craft. For her, singing and dancing were more than just pastimes, they were an essential part of her life. On the afternoon of August 6, 1975, the day began just like any other. Laurel and her siblings completed their morning chores, and Laurel left for work around 2 p.m. Her 12-year-old sister, Sarah, stayed home that day. Laurel's brother Bruce was married and stationed in California with the Army at the time, and one of her friends from Michigan was staying with the family. After finishing her shift at the snack bar around 10 p.m., Laurel was headed to meet friends at Adventureland Amusement Park, which was about a half-mile walk away. A coworker offered her a ride, but Laurel declined, choosing to walk instead. She was last seen walking toward the amusement park on the north side of North Webster. A family friend, Scott Pruitt, spotted her as she passed by the pillars marking the entrance to Epworth Forest. He waved at her, and she waved back before continuing past the pillars. That was the final confirmed sighting of Laurel Mitchell. Laurel never showed up to meet her friends at the amusement park, as they had decided to go to the county fair instead, which included the friend from Michigan. As a result, no one realized Laurel was missing until she didn't come home by midnight. Known for being responsible, Laurel would always call her parents if she were going to be late. When she still hadn't returned home by curfew, her family became worried. The situation became even clearer when the friend from Michigan arrived at the Mitchell home and asked, "Where is Laurel?" The friends thought she had gone home, and her family assumed she was with her friends. This misunderstanding led Laurel's parents, Richard and Wilma Mitchell, to report her as a missing person at 4:16 a.m. the following morning. The dispatcher took their information and assured them that a unit would be sent out to take the report. An extensive search was immediately launched by the police, as well as by Richard Mitchell, family members, and friends of Laurel. Richard himself walked the ditches along the road, worried that she might have been struck by a car and thrown into the side. Concerned neighbors and friends gathered to comb through the woods and check the roadsides, hoping to find any sign of Laurel. Investigators quickly concluded that Laurel never made it to Adventureland, suggesting that something must have happened to her on the way there. A few hours after she was reported missing, at around 10:30 a.m., a fisherman named Glenn Dixon and his son discovered a woman's body in the Elkhart River at the Mallard Bruce public access site on Noble County Road 600 North, just west of 400 West. They immediately called 911. Officers waded into the water to retrieve the body, which was found face down on the west bank of the river near the boat landing ramp. The body was floating in about waist-deep water. State police initially could not identify the woman, but they estimated that the body had been in the water for about a day. They checked missing persons reports in the area that matched the victim's description. The woman was described as being 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing about 160 pounds, with long brown hair. After further investigation, police identified her as Laurel Mitchell, based on a class ring from LaSae High School, class of 1976, which was found on her. Her initials, LJM, were engraved inside the ring. At first, investigators believed the death might have been an accidental drowning, especially considering Laurel's reputation as a strong swimmer. However, this theory changed once the autopsy report came back. The autopsy was conducted later that same day, on August 7, 1975, by Dr. P.L. Sankey at Goshen General Hospital. The autopsy report revealed that Laurel had been forcibly drowned, and signs of assault were present. It also showed evidence that she had fought violently to survive. The police speculated that much of the evidence had been washed away by the water, as only a small bruise was found on her hand and a few abrasions under her arms. When the police arrived at Laurel's parents' home, Richard and Wilma were anxiously waiting for news about their daughter. They were not prepared for the devastating information the officers brought. As they learned the tragic fate of their daughter, Richard's eyes filled with tears, and Wilma was left inconsolable. Laurel's funeral became a poignant moment for the community of North Webster, as it highlighted the close-knit bond among the residents. The funeral home was overwhelmed with flowers, and the outpouring of support from the community was so great that there was no more room for the people who came to mourn her. The funeral for Laurel Mitchell drew an overwhelming crowd of well-wishers, friends, and family members who wanted to pay their respects. Due to the sheer number of people, the service had to be moved to the church. Laurel's sister, Sarah, recalled, "I don't remember the sermon at all. I just remember sitting between my dad and my brother, and they were both squeezing my hands so hard." As they left the church, they were met with the sight of people lined up down the street, many of whom couldn't fit inside the church. After the funeral, the investigation into Laurel's tragic death intensified, with detectives from various state and local agencies working tirelessly. They scoured through evidence and conducted numerous interviews. On August 9, 1975, a crucial call was received at 3:15 p.m. The caller had important information but abruptly hung up before they could provide full details or reveal their identity. This mysterious call further complicated the investigation, leaving more questions than answers. Investigators made an appeal for the person to contact them again, and they would do their best to keep her identity private. Police set up a headquarters for the continuing investigation in North Webster. One local witness, identified as Catherine Flynn, said around 10 p.m. that night she heard a loud car turn around next door. She said she heard voices say, "Let's get or let's get her." Investigators interviewed Catherine, who lived half a mile east of Epworth Forest on Epworth Forest Road. She said she was home on Wednesday, August 6, 1975, and at around 10 p.m. or a little later, an old car turned into the drive next door and turned around as it came back by her house. She informed investigators that she heard several voices say, "Let's get or let's get her." She said the car was very loud and probably a dark color. Another local, Frank Overmeyer, told investigators he also heard a loud vehicle in the neighborhood, possibly an Oldsmobile Cutlass. They went to interview Frank Overmeyer and his wife on August 14, 1975. The Overmeyers lived on Epworth Forest Road just west of Epworth Forest. Frank Overmeyer said on August 6, 1975, he was at home watching TV and heard a loud car go by, and the car turned around and stopped east of their house. Frank reported he then heard what he thought sounded like someone slamming the trunk on a car. Frank reported he turned on his porch light and stepped outside. When he stepped out, 2 cars were leaving the area. The first car was the one that had gone by his house that he described was a red-orange GM product, possibly an Oldsmobile Cutlass. The second vehicle was a medium green Mustang. The Oldsmobile was very loud and sounded like it was loud by design. All of the clothing and belongings found on Laurel's body were collected and preserved for DNA testing, including shoes, a sweatshirt, bra, underwear, and denim jeans. Unfortunately, due to the lack of DNA technology at the time, there was little that could be done with the clothing. Detectives from the Kosciuszko County Sheriff's Department and Indiana State Police examined the case closely through the years. The location of Laurel's abduction and the discovery of her body in the Elkhart River about 15 miles from Epworth Forest seemed to indicate that the perpetrator was familiar with the area. Many people were interviewed, and despite being a $5,000 reward offered, there was never enough evidence to charge anyone. As weeks turned into months and months into years, the case slowly faded from the headlines and went cold. For Laurel's family and friends, the pain of her loss remained. In February 2007, Indiana State Police Captain Kevin Smith was assigned as the lead investigator on Laurel's case. He was a man on a mission and was determined to provide answers that had eluded Laurel's family for so long. The pressure was on, but Captain Smith knew that he would do whatever it takes to give Laurel's loved ones the closure they deserved. Despite his best efforts, no new leads or evidence surfaced for several years, leaving him and his team frustrated. Then on January 16, 2012, Laurel's father, Richard Mitchell, passed away. He was a well-known public figure in North Webster. Laurel's mother, Wilma Mitchell, also passed away in February 2012. She operated the North Webster Food Pantry for several years. They passed never knowing what exactly happened to their 17-year-old daughter or why. It was a heartbreaking end for a couple who had dedicated their lives to seeking answers and closure for their daughter. In February 2013, a woman called Renee from Port Charlotte, Florida came forward and gave investigators a lot of useful information. Detective Donovan interviewed Renee on June 7, 2013. She informed the detective that she lived in Noble County as a teenager, and that she was 16 years old in 1975. She went on a date with a man named John Wayne Lehman. And while on the date, they went to a party. After the party, John Wayne Lehman was driving her home when Lehman admitted his involvement in a crime that he committed with his friend, Fred Bandy Jr. Lehman provided details of the crime to Renee that are consistent with the findings made by police where Laurel's body was found and the anatomical findings made by Dr. Sankey during the autopsy of her body. On July 3, 2014, investigators interviewed Bill McDonald at the Ligonier Police Department. Bill indicated that back in 1975, he was a sophomore at West Noble High School and that he socialized with a man named Fred Bandy Jr. Bill told investigators that Bandy told him that he had committed the crime that took place at Mallard's Roost, which was a public access site adjacent to the location where Laurel's body was found. Also in February 2014, Captain Kevin Smith received information about a local music group that performed in Epworth Forest the night of August 6, 1975. They were identified as the Celebrate the Sun group. This generated renewed interest in the case. Unfortunately, it did not lead anywhere. Captain Smith said, "I feel pretty confident after speaking with someone from that group. I don't believe they have information that will help." On September 25, 2019, Noble County Sheriff's Department Detective Joe Hutzel met with Rick Johnson to interview him about the Laurel Mitchell case. Rick Johnson informed Detective Hutzel that he was friends with Bill McDonald and that while he was in high school, he, Bill McDonald, Fred Bandy, John Wayne Lehman, and others were at a party together. While at the party, a conversation about the slaying of Laurel Mitchell came up, and Fred Bandy Jr. stated he and John Wayne Lehman committed that crime together. Investigators needed more than just reports from witnesses. They needed DNA evidence linking Bandy and Lehman to the crime. Advances had been made in cold cases in recent years due to new technology such as genetic genealogy, which involves putting a suspect or victim's DNA profile into a public database, allowing them to reverse engineer a family tree. This enables investigation of multiple branches of a family's tree to determine who could be a viable suspect in an unsolved case. Another recent advancement factoring into solving cold cases is the use of touch DNA samples. This method requires minuscule amounts of DNA, such as skin cells from the perpetrator that may be left on objects at a crime scene. A breakthrough enabling an accurate genotype from rootless hair is another technique now available. Until February 2019, forensic scientists were only able to extract DNA from hairs found at crime scenes if the root of the hair was attached. Unfortunately, most hairs do not have the root attached. This breakthrough in DNA extraction from rootless hair is extremely useful in solving crimes. Solving cold cases often involves a diligent and time-consuming re-examination of evidence from files and the efforts of experienced investigators. By February 2019, Laurel Mitchell's clothes and evidence were resubmitted for DNA testing. In February 2020, a certificate of analysis was generated by Indiana State Police Laboratory Division that showed a male DNA profile was developed from the clothing. After 3 suspects were eliminated as possibilities, attention shifted to Fred Bandy for a buccal swab. Bandy voluntarily provided the DNA sample on December 5, 2022 at his residence. On January 13, 2023, the state laboratory found that Fred Bandy Jr.'s buccal swab showed he is 13 billion times more likely to be the contributor of the DNA on Laurel Mitchell's clothing than any other unknown person. A review of Indiana State Police records also disclosed that Bandy was driving a 1971 Oldsmobile at the time, which is consistent with eyewitness statements from area residents on that fateful night. Investigators concluded that Lehman and Bandy, with premeditated malice, used Bandy's Oldsmobile to bring Laurel to the Mallard Roost public access site in Noble County, where they forcibly removed her from the vehicle and deliberately drowned her. While the Indiana State Police declined to comment on the specific techniques used to solve the case, Ashley Hall, the director of the Forensic Science Graduate Program at the University of California, explained. She said the method seemed to be a standard genetic identification technology used in crime labs called STR or short tandem repeat. The technology is developing to become more and more sensitive. It is being developed to pick up smaller and smaller amounts of DNA. We can pick up much more DNA than we used to be able to. Laurel Mitchell's case is a good example of the power and evolution of DNA testing to assist in criminal investigations, Dr. Hole said. We're not done with our work until every family, every victim has an answer. And the fact that we can go back to cases that are this old, this is where we should be going, she said. Captain Kevin Smith, who has been working the case for over 20 years, said this case is a culmination of a 5 decades-long investigation, and science finally gave us the answers we needed. Playing a significant role in charges being filed was the Indiana State Police Laboratory Division. We simply could not have solved this case without them. He also said that the investigation of the case had followed a similar pattern of other such cases. Witnesses pass away. Memories fade. All those hurdles make it very difficult, especially when you go back this far. On Monday, February 6, 2023, the Indiana State Police arrested 67-year-old John Wayne Lehman and 67-year-old Fred Bandy Jr. It was announced to the public that John Lehman and Bandy Jr., both 67-year-old residents of Indiana, have been identified as the suspects responsible for what happened to Laurel Jean Mitchell. Bandy lived in 1014 5th Street in Goshen, Indiana, and Lehman lived at 108 Clark Street in Auburn, Indiana. Both are being held without bond at the Noble County Jail. This is not the first time that Fred Bandy Jr. is in trouble with law. He is a twice convicted child abuser and deemed a violent predator. In February 2001, he pleaded guilty to child solicitation and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. In February 2016, he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of child abuse and served nearly 6 years. During an initial hearing on February 8, 2023, Bandy and Lehman were informed by Noble Circuit Court Judge Michael Kramer they each face a charge of taking Laurel's life in the first degree. With current Indiana law, an individual convicted of such a charge faces a prison sentence between 45 and 65 years, with the advisory sentence being 55 years. However, since Laurel's slaying occurred in 1975, if the men are convicted, Bandy and Lehman could be sentenced to life in prison, which was the maximum possible prison sentence at that time. Also, during the initial hearing, a pretrial conference for both Bandy and Lehman was scheduled for 1:30 p.m. on April 24, 2023 in Noble County. Laurel's sister, Sarah, who was 12 years old back in 1975, recently did an interview with the New York Times after the arrests were made. She described their childhood in North Webster as typical before the horror visited her family. It was just a very small town, laid back. We felt safe, she said. We came and went as we pleased in the summer, and parents did not worry about us. She was a really good person. It's like, gosh, you picked somebody really good to do this to, somebody who could have done a lot of good in this world. I'm very glad they were finally arrested and very appreciative of the people who came forward. Sarah recalled how Captain Smith had carried around big books that detailed the names and addresses of everyone the authorities had interviewed over the years. There were over 1,000 names in there, she said. When Captain Smith called Sarah and her brother, Bruce Mitchell, to let them know they had arrested 2 men, she was surprised but mostly wished her parents had been alive to see it. 47 years had passed, but for Sarah Mitchell, the pain of that day remained as fresh as ever. Right now, it feels like yesterday, she said. On that fateful night when Laurel didn't return home, 12-year-old Sarah had somehow slept through the uncertainty. When she awoke the next morning, she was more confused than concerned, unaware of the nightmare that was about to unfold. She had a softball game that day, and despite the growing tension at home, her parents encouraged her to go. As Sarah played, focused on the game, she didn't know that her world was about to change forever. Halfway through, a neighbor woman appeared at the ball field in the Mitchell family car. I saw her pull up to the ball diamond, Sarah recalled. Immediately, Sarah told her coach she had to leave. The neighbor told her that she had been sent to pick her up, though Sarah was still unaware of what was going on. As they neared home, the sight of police cars surrounding the house stopped her in her tracks. The neighbor's somber words cut through the air. They're here to look for your sister. Sarah's heart began to race. As they entered through the back door, she saw her father. Tears filled his eyes as he told her the unthinkable. Laurel was gone. Gone? Sarah asked, her mind struggling to grasp the reality of what he was saying. At just 12 years old, Sarah struggled to comprehend the devastating news. Gone where? She had wondered before her father finally broke the heartbreaking news. Her big sister Laurel, the one who always took care of her, as big sisters do, was gone. It was a realization that shook her to her core. Years later, when she saw the accused, Lehman and Bandy, in court, Sarah reflected on their appearances. At 12, they would have been scary. They look like very frail men, and I do not need to be afraid of them. Despite the eventual convictions of the men responsible for her sister's death, Sarah expressed that it did little to bring closure. I'm glad they are going to be punished, that they won't be able to hurt anyone else, but she's still not coming back to us. Convictions would not bring closure for me. I do not think there is such a thing. For Sarah, the grief remains ongoing, a burden that can't be erased by the judicial process or the passing of time. She, like her family, would continue to mourn Laurel, knowing that no punishment could undo the tragedy that had torn their world apart. Moving on to the next case. Preeti Ashley Porter. Situated between Virginia, Tennessee, and South Carolina, North Carolina boasts stunning beaches along the Atlantic coastline as well as breathtaking mountain landscapes, including the Great Smoky Mountains. Yet, it is also a place filled with mysteries. Preeti Ashley Porter, who preferred to go by her middle name, was born on April 2, 1987, and led a relatively ordinary life. After completing her studies at Ashbrook High School in 2007, she took on various jobs in the manufacturing industry. Ashley maintained a relatively clean lifestyle. She stayed away from drugs, drank only occasionally, and never had any run-ins with the law. February began like any other month. That morning, she attended church with her mother, Tanya Davis. Later in the evening, they had dinner with extended family and Ashley's stepfather. Afterward, the 22-year-old spent some time online before heading over to chat with a neighbor. At 10 p.m., Ashley returned to her home on Windy Hill Drive in Gastonia, bid her mother goodnight, and went to her bedroom. The following morning, Tanya knocked on Ashley's bedroom door, intending to retrieve a coat from her daughter's closet. However, Ashley didn't respond. When Tanya tried the door, she discovered it was locked. Worried, Tanya and her husband forced the door open. Inside, they discovered that the screen from Ashley's bedroom window had been removed and was lying on the floor. Her handbag and cell phone were still there, but Ashley was nowhere to be found. It seemed that when she left that night, she hadn't taken anything with her. Her money remained untouched, and she hadn't packed a bag or taken any extra clothing. This indicated that Ashley hadn't planned to be gone for long and had likely intended to return. Tanya believed her daughter had climbed out of the window to meet someone, expecting to come back shortly after. She also noted that Ashley never used the window as a regular way to enter or exit their home. However, assuming her daughter was simply out with friends, Tanya didn't report her missing until April 27th, an entire week after she was last seen. Due to the limited information available in the case, it remains unclear whether Tanya attempted to contact Ashley's friends or conducted any searches for her daughter during this period. Additionally, after Ashley was reported missing, her family told the authorities that one of her ex-boyfriends was abusive and as a result was not welcome at her parents' house. This has led to speculation by both Tanya and online sleuths alike that Ashley snuck out to see this ex-boyfriend, or that he came to the window to see her and convince her to go with him. Armchair detectives have also, however, asked the question, why wait a week to report your daughter missing knowing that she had an abusive ex-boyfriend? Unfortunately, we have no answers to this question. Speaking in 2017, Tanya added, "It kinda makes you think, was it someone who was not comfortable with knocking at my door, ringing my doorbell that they would go to the window and get her attention instead of coming to the door? It is not normal, no, for her to go out the window." Initially, authorities did not believe that Ashley was in any danger, but this later changed and they now believe that the 22-year-old met with foul play. In 2017, they stated that they were keeping what they knew quiet so as not to jeopardize the case. Ashley's ex-boyfriend has never been publicly identified and it has not been revealed if he is a suspect or person of interest in the case. Since she went missing, Tanya has kept many of Ashley's belongings. Her room is now a playroom for her niece. Preeti Ashley Porter was last seen on the evening of April 19, 2009 at around 10 p.m. She said goodnight to her parents in their home on Windy Hill Drive in Gastonia, North Carolina before going to bed. Ashley is an African-American woman with black hair, brown eyes, and a piercing in each ear. She wore glasses sometimes, but didn't take them with her when she left her home. Ashley stands about 5'3" and weighed between 140 to 150 pounds when she was last seen. She has a tattoo on her buttocks, a burn scar on her left hand between her thumb and forefinger, and a mole in the center of her forehead. At the time she was last seen, she was wearing a 14-karat gold necklace with the name, Preeti, on it, a 14-karat gold necklace with a heart pendant, gray sneakers, and possibly jeans and a black t-shirt with the words, "Puts a ring on it." She goes by her middle name, Ashley. If she is still alive, Ashley would be 34 years old. Anyone with information regarding her disappearance can contact the Gastonia Police Department at 704-866-6702. Moving on to the next case. Roberto Carabayo. In the quiet town of Charlotte, Michigan, The mysterious death of Roberto Carabayo remained unsolved for over a decade until his charred remains were discovered in 2015. A critical DNA breakthrough would later reveal a startling truth, pointing to those who were closest to him. Roberto Carabayo, a 37-year-old from Charlotte, Michigan, had faced numerous personal challenges and legal troubles before his untimely death in February 2002. Roberto had served time in federal prison, though the specific reasons for his incarceration are not widely known. After his release, his life continued to be plagued by difficulties, including strained relationships and ongoing conflicts. He was married to Beverly McCallum, and their relationship was reportedly troubled, marked by discord and personal strife. Roberto lived with Beverly and her daughter, Danielle Ducharme, in a home on Horatio Street in Charlotte. In February 2002, investigators discovered a metal footlocker containing human remains. The remains were severely burned, making initial identification a challenge. Despite the evidence of the brutal slaying, including the presence of a hammer, pieces of a wooden baseball bat, and remnants of a plastic bag and rope, authorities struggled to piece together the full story. Forensic teams collected physical evidence from the crime scene, but the investigation initially brought forward very few leads. The investigation continued for years, with detectives diligently following leads and exploring various theories. Even with the extensive work, the case remained unsolved, and the identity of the victim was not known until several years later. The breakthrough in the case came in 2015, more than a decade after the slaying. Danielle Ducharme, who was serving a life sentence for first degree, reached out to authorities and provided crucial information implicating her mother, Beverly McCallum, and Christopher McMillan. This new information prompted a reinvestigation into the case. Advanced forensic techniques, including DNA analysis, were used to confirm the identity of Roberto and link the suspects to the crime. The information from Ducharme led to the identification of Roberto's remains and connected the suspects to the crime scene evidence. In May 2002, the basement of Roberto Carabayo's home in Charlotte, Michigan became the scene of a brutal crime. He was lured into the basement by his wife and her daughter. Accompanied by Christopher McMillan, the group had planned the violent attack. Beverly pushed Roberto down the basement stairs where her daughter struck him in the head with a hammer. Beverly then took over again, hitting Roberto repeatedly with the hammer until it became lodged in his head. Afterward, they suffocated him with a plastic bag and a rope. The body was then placed into a metal footlocker, driven to a remote location in Ottawa County, and set afire with gasoline. The remains were partially burned and left inside the locker, concealed in a blueberry field. In 2019, Christopher McMillan, a crucial figure in the case, was arrested and charged with second-degree and conspiracy to commit the slaying. McMillan, who had initially cooperated with authorities, provided pivotal testimony that implicated Beverly McCallum and Danielle Ducharme in the February 2002 slaying of Roberto Carabayo. As part of a plea deal, McMillan pleaded guilty to the charges against him. His cooperation proved crucial in unraveling the events of May 2002, which included the brutal assault on Roberto and the subsequent disposal of his body. McMillan was eventually sentenced to 15 to 40 years in prison. Beverly McCallum's arrest came a year later in 2020, when she was apprehended in Italy, where she had been living under the radar since the crime. She was extradited to Michigan in 2022. Although McCallum maintained her innocence and her defense attorney argued that she was merely an accomplice, the jury convicted her of second-degree murder in April 2024. She was sentenced to 40 to 60 years in prison for the crime, along with an additional 10 to 15 years for disinterment and mutilation of a body. McCallum received credit for 1,500 days served, including her time in detention in Italy. Her sentencing marked the end of the long-running investigation, bringing a sense of justice to the case and closure to the victim's family. Moving on to the next case. Ruby Doss. In 1986, Ruby Doss was found strangled in Spokane's East Sprague area in Washington, leaving investigators with a cold case that seemed like it would never be solved. Over the years, the similarities between her case and other unsolved killings led to multiple false leads and dead ends. It seemed as though justice for Ruby might never be realized until a breakthrough in an unrelated crime unexpectedly uncovered new evidence, reigniting the search for her killer. Ruby J. Doss was a 27-year-old woman living in Spokane, Washington, in 1986. Originally from Detroit, Ruby had moved to Spokane in search of new opportunities and a fresh start. Before the crime that claimed her life, Ruby had been dealing with various personal struggles, including financial difficulties. To make ends meet, she worked as an escort, a choice that increased her vulnerability in an already dangerous world. Despite these hardships, Ruby remained hopeful and resilient, striving to create a better life for herself and her children. Sadly, Ruby's dreams would never be realized. On the rainy night of January 30th, 1986, Ruby J. Doss' life was tragically cut short. She was last seen in Spokane's East Sprague area, a neighborhood notorious for its high crime rates and transient population. As the night wore on, the weather grew colder and wetter, adding to the grim atmosphere of the evening. The details of Ruby's final hours remain unclear, but it is known that she was found in a field near the intersection of Fisk and Ferry, an isolated and poorly lit area. Her body was discovered by a transient who happened upon the scene. Ruby had been strangled, and the brutality of the crime was evident from the evidence at the scene. Her body showed clear signs of trauma, indicating a violent struggle before her death. Police arrived to find Ruby's body, confirming the signs of a brutal attack. The investigation quickly shifted focus to the details surrounding Ruby's murder, including identifying potential witnesses and gathering evidence from the crime scene. The evidence collected included fingerprints and DNA, although forensic technology at the time was limited. Early interviews with people who knew Ruby or might have witnessed something did not yield any substantial leads, leaving investigators searching for answers. As the investigation continued, detectives began to notice disturbing similarities between Ruby's case and several other unsolved murders in the Spokane area. Throughout 1986, several women, including Marian Turner and Dorothy Burdett, were found strangled in ways that seemed to follow a pattern. Marian, a convicted prostitute, was discovered strangled next to a garage on South Ivory in early November. Dorothy, a 62-year-old woman with no known criminal background, was found on Christmas Day in Highbridge Park. The common thread of strangulation and the similar circumstances surrounding these deaths led investigators to suspect that one individual might be responsible for all of these cases. Despite these connections, Ruby's case faced significant hurdles. The conditions of that night, along with the sparse evidence and lack of immediate witnesses, made the investigation especially difficult. The forensic evidence collected was limited, and the technology of the time did not allow for comprehensive DNA analysis or provided definitive links between the cases. The police explored various theories, including the possibility of a serial perpetrator operating in the region, but were unable to find conclusive evidence to tie the cases together. The lack of significant progress and the absence of new leads gradually caused Ruby's case to grow cold. The investigation continued sporadically, but with each passing year, the chances of solving the case seemed to diminish. The breakthrough in Ruby Doss' case came more than 30 years after her brutal slaying, stemming from a seemingly unrelated investigation in a different state. By 2015, advancements in forensic technology had revolutionized the way law enforcement could analyze and match DNA evidence, providing new hope for cold cases. In a separate case, Richard Aguirre, then in his late 50s and a former police officer from Pasco, Washington, was under investigation for an assault that occurred in Franklin County. During this investigation, Aguirre's DNA was collected and entered into the National DNA Database, CODIS. In a stroke of luck, Aguirre's DNA profile was cross-referenced with DNA evidence collected from Ruby's crime scene. This pivotal match was made possible by advancements in DNA technology and the entry of evidence into the database, which had not been feasible at the time of the original investigation. The connection between Aguirre and Ruby's case was solidified when Spokane police obtained a search warrant for Aguirre's home. They collected new evidence, including items that could potentially link him to the crime. The renewed scrutiny and comparison of evidence confirmed that Aguirre was the prime suspect in Ruby's case. The discovery was a game-changer. It not only identified the man responsible for Ruby's demise, but also rekindled hope for the families of other victims who had remained unsolved. After remaining unsolved for nearly 3 decades, Aguirre was arrested in June 2015 for his involvement in the slaying of Ruby Doss. The arrest was a major breakthrough for the Spokane police, who had long sought justice for Ruby and her family. Aguirre's trial began with intense scrutiny and high public interest. The prosecution presented a compelling case, highlighting the DNA evidence that linked Aguirre to the crime scene. But the trial was not without complications. The defense argued that Aguirre was not in Spokane at the time of the slaying, pointing to his military records and claiming that other DNA evidence found at the scene suggested multiple potential suspects. They contended that Aguirre's successful career as a police officer and his subsequent life should be considered in their defense. The trial took a turn when the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial in early 2021. Aguirre's case was retried in 2023, and he chose to waive his right to a jury trial. He opted instead for a bench trial where Spokane County Superior Court Judge Jeremy Schmidt would decide his fate. The second trial concluded with Aguirre being found guilty of first degree on December 26, 2023. The verdict came as a relief to Ruby Doss' family, who had endured years of uncertainty and grief. On March 5, 2024, Richard Aguirre was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Judge Schmidt delivered the sentence, emphasizing the brutal nature of the crime and the lasting pain endured by Ruby's family. He acknowledged that no sentence could ever truly fill the void left by Ruby's death. Aguirre's defense attorney sought a reduced sentence, highlighting Aguirre's age at the time of the crime and his later positive contributions to society. They also pointed out the vulnerabilities Aguirre might face in prison, given his previous career in law enforcement. In the end, the judge imposed the maximum sentence allowed under the 1986 laws. The sentencing offered a bittersweet form of closure for Ruby Doss' case. While it couldn't reverse the past or completely heal the scars left by her loss, it provided some measure of justice and resolution for her family. Ruby's oldest daughter, LaShae Doss Walker, shared her thoughts. "I'm not sure how much he understands that he was such an eraser. He changed the trajectory of my life and my sister's lives in such a major way." LaToya Doss, another of Ruby's daughters, said, "This is not just a loss for me. It is a generational loss for my future family members." Moving on to the next case. Athena Strand. A young girl disappeared from her room without leaving a single trace behind. Authorities launched a massive search operation, deploying drones, helicopters, and enlisting the help of hundreds of volunteers. Despite these extensive efforts, not a single clue emerged. However, on the third day of the search, unexpected developments surfaced that instantly thrust the case into the national spotlight, shocking everyone involved. Athena Strand was born on May 25, 2015, in the small town of Duncan, Oklahoma. After her parents divorced, Athena stayed with her mother, while her father moved to Texas. Despite the separation, her father remained actively involved in her life, visiting regularly and staying in touch. Occasionally, her mother would take her to visit him too, as they maintained a good relationship and wanted Athena to enjoy time with both parents. Eventually, both of them remarried, and Athena gained 2 younger sisters, with whom she shared a strong bond. They cherished their time together and made the most of every moment. Athena was a cheerful, outdoorsy child who radiated happiness and thrived in nature. In late 2022, when she was 7 years old, Athena went to live with her father in Texas temporarily, planning to return to her mother in Oklahoma after the New Year holidays. During this period, Athena was enrolled in a nearby elementary school. Her father's home was in a secluded rural area, surrounded by woods and open fields. She enjoyed spending time outdoors with her dad and had a positive relationship with his new wife, Elizabeth. On November 30th, things started out like any other day. Athena arrived home from school at around 4:15 p.m. At the time, Her father and grandfather were out hunting, leaving her at the house with Elizabeth. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. That evening, Athena seemed to be in a bad mood, which led to a disagreement between her and Elizabeth. Upset, Athena retreated to her room while Elizabeth went to the kitchen to start making dinner. About 20 minutes later, Elizabeth went to call Athena for dinner. To her shock, Athena was gone. Elizabeth searched the house from top to bottom and checked the yard, but there was no sign of her. She then contacted her husband's relatives who lived just a few hundred yards away, as Athena would occasionally visit them. However, they hadn't seen her either. Elizabeth then called her husband and explained the situation. He immediately urged her to contact the police and rushed home. Around 6:40 p.m., Elizabeth called 911, and officers arrived at the house within 14 minutes. She recounted what happened, explaining that she believed Athena may have run away following their argument. However, Athena's relatives were highly skeptical of that theory. To begin with, Athena was only 7 years old and had never ventured far from home on her own. Additionally, it was already getting dark, and she was known to be afraid of the dark. Initially, police were suspicious of Elizabeth, particularly because she waited about 40 minutes before reporting Athena missing. However, after she explained how she had thoroughly searched the house and reached out to nearby relatives, authorities found her explanation credible. They quickly launched a search operation. Even though night had already fallen, officers began scouring the surrounding forests and fields within several kilometers of the home. Their leading theory was that Athena may have wandered off and become lost in the dark, so they concentrated their efforts on that area. While they also considered the possibility of an abduction, they found no solid evidence to support it. There were no signs of forced entry into the house. Elizabeth hadn't heard any unusual noises or cries for help, and none of the neighbors reported seeing anything out of the ordinary that evening. Athena's family members and concerned locals quickly joined the search efforts alongside law enforcement. Her mother rushed to the scene as soon as she learned about her daughter's disappearance. The search continued into the early morning hours, wrapping up around 5 a.m., but there were still no signs of Athena. The difficult terrain surrounding the house, especially in the darkness, made the search even more challenging. At 7 a.m., the police resumed operations with an increased number of officers. As word of Athena's disappearance spread across the county, hundreds of volunteers came forward to help. Some searched the rugged landscape on horseback and ATVs, while police used drones and helicopters equipped with thermal imaging cameras. Despite these combined efforts, Athena remained missing by the end of the day. Authorities grew increasingly concerned for her safety, especially since winter had already begun. While Texas is a southern state, temperatures during that time had dropped to around 50 degrees, raising further alarm. Given that the girl was wearing light clothing, it would have been really challenging for her to endure such weather. On the third day, the search continued, and the police expanded the area to miles around the house. They also involved their colleagues, exploring the possibility of a criminal aspect to the case. Despite the initial lack of evidence of abduction, the police increasingly doubted that Athena had left the house of her own accord during these days. They combed several miles in all directions, but they couldn't find the girl. The idea that she could have walked such a distance without encountering any civilization seemed highly doubtful. Investigators tried to identify everyone who was near Athena's house that evening. This task was quite challenging since the residence was surrounded by trees and located a few dozen yards away from the main road. Moreover, there wasn't a single surveillance camera in the area. Nevertheless, they quickly obtained their first lead. It turned out that on the same evening, a courier service had delivered a package to the girl's home. Investigators immediately contacted FedEx, where they were informed that the delivery to that address was handled by an external contractor. They reached out to the organization responsible for package deliveries, and they identified the specific van that had arrived at Athena's home that evening. Fortunately for the police, each of these vehicles was equipped with surveillance cameras, so they immediately requested the footage from November 30th. After rewinding to the time when the van arrived at the house, investigators saw very alarming footage. It showed the driver pulling a girl, resembling Athena, into the vehicle. They quickly identified the driver as a 31-year-old Tanner Horner, and the police went to his address. Soon, the man was arrested on suspicion of abduction, and he was taken in for questioning. As soon as investigators mentioned the video evidence, Horner began talking. He explained that on that evening, he had indeed delivered a package to Athena's house. When he was backing up his van, he felt a strike and went to check what had happened. Horner found the girl on the ground and realized that he accidentally hit her with his vehicle. Upon approaching, he noticed that she hadn't sustained any serious injuries. The girl was conscious, not crying, and even spoke to him. According to Horner, she told him her name was Athena. Feeling unsure of what to do in this situation, he panicked. After that, he put the girl in his van, trying to figure out how to resolve the situation. She continued talking to him and said that she will tell her father about it, and Horner became even more anxious. He didn't know what to do with the whole situation, as he understood that if the girl will tell adults about the incident, he could face legal trouble. And after that, he continued telling the investigators something that, to put it mildly, puzzled them. According to Horner, he couldn't come up with anything better than to kill her. He said that he first tried to break her neck, but it didn't work. Then he strangled the victim, took her body to a river near a neighboring town, and dumped it in the water. Of course, such a version of events raised significant questions for the police, but the suspect provided them with the exact location where he left Athena. The investigators immediately went there and indeed found her body. The news of the girl's murder shocked not only her relatives, but also thousands of people across the country. By that time, all major media outlets were covering the case, and people were appalled by such cruelty. After the body was found, Horner was charged with abduction and murder. While waiting for the medical examiner's report, detectives scrutinized the criminal's identity, trying to better understand his motives. The version of events presented by Horner seemed utterly implausible. According to his account, he had lightly hit the girl with the van, causing her no serious injuries. However, the man was so terrified that he immediately decided to kill her. Considering that hitting a child without causing harm might only lead him to losing his job, Horner's story appeared highly strange. The police found that the man was engaged and had a child born a year before these events. Besides delivering packages, he occasionally worked as Uber driver. Horner was also involved in music and played in a band performing at various cafes in the neighboring city of Fort Worth. On social media, he posted multiple photos with his child, musical performance snapshots, and other things that, upon viewing, didn't portray Horner as a true monster. Before his arrest, he had no previous legal issues, and the police couldn't find any hints that this person was a cruel killer throughout his biography. Just 2 months before Athena's death, the man had posted photos of spending time with his son and his grandparents. The wait for the medical examiner's report, which was expected to shed light on the actual sequence of events, lasted for several weeks. In the meantime, Athena's parents filed a lawsuit against FedEx and the contracting company, accusing them of allowing Horner to work. They demanded higher standards for employee screening to prevent such crimes in the future. One fact that came to light made this whole story even more devastating. It turned out that the package Horner delivered that evening was a Christmas present for Athena. Her parents had ordered a Barbie doll, something she had long wanted. When the medical examiner's conclusion became public, even more questions arose in the case. According to the document, the victim died within the first hour after being abducted. Her body bore injuries of varying severity, and the cause of death was asphyxiation. However, the main version held by the detectives didn't stand. They believed that Horner noticed the girl near the house and decided to abduct her to sexually assault her, but the medical experts found no evidence of that. This puzzled the police as this motive seemed the most obvious. None of them believed that events unfolded according to the killer's account, as it lacked any logical explanation. Then the investigators speculated that the perpetrator initially planned to sexually assault the girl, but something deviated from his plan. According to the detective's version, after the argument between Athena and her father's wife, the girl went outside and was in the yard. At the same time, Horner arrived at the house to deliver the package and noticed the girl. According to this version, he saw an opportunity to fulfill his depraved fantasies. Athena was alone near the house, surrounded by trees, completely isolated from prying eyes. Horner could have either lured the girl into the van through deception or deliberately hit her to place her in the vehicle without resistance. What happened next is unclear. There are two main versions that seem most logical. Horner might have planned to take the girl far away from the house to commit his intended acts, but she either started screaming or attempted to escape. Fearing capture, the man killed her and then took her body to the river. According to the second version, Horner might have engaged in some deviant actions towards the victim that did not involve direct contact. In such a case, medical experts would not have found evidence of sexual assault. Soon, the detectives came across an indirect and rather unexpected clue that this crime indeed could have had a sexual motive. Horner had no previous legal issues before this murder, which is relatively rare. In most cases, people capable of deliberately taking someone's life begin with much less severe crimes. For many weeks, the detectives meticulously studied Horner's past. They spoke to his relatives, friends, and acquaintances, trying to find any hints that the man might have been involved in other crimes. In the end, they made a breakthrough. The police managed to find several individuals who claimed to have suffered from Horner's actions when they were children. The police didn't disclose their identities in the interest of the investigation, nor did they reveal all the details of what happened. It's only known that one of the victims accused the man of assaulting her 9 years ago. Additionally, Horner was charged with 3 more incidents of sexual assault involving minors in 2013. It's unknown at this time whether these incidents involve one child or 3 different victims, but that's not all. One of Horner's victims had been publicly speaking for years about how he assaulted her when she was 16. She wrote about it on her social media, trying to bring attention to the fact that Horner was a dangerous criminal. For some reason, the man faced no consequences for this act and wasn't even considered a suspect. The girl accusing him of this crime wrote that for all those years, nobody believed her. However, after Horner killed Athena, these allegations received much more attention. They exposed the true nature of this individual and his possible motives. Now, Horner will also face separate trials for these 4 incidents. Apart from the legal proceedings for Athena's murder, there's one more aspect that, on its own, might not seem significant. But in the context of all of Horner's crimes, it provides further insight into his true character. After his identity became known to the public, internet users discovered his TikTok account. There were only a few videos, with the last one shot a few weeks before the murder. In this video, Horner recorded his reaction to a clip where someone captured a bug in a glass and then slowly poisoned it with a spray. As Horner watched the bug die, his face took on a disturbing expression, one that suggested he truly found satisfaction in the act. If he was, in fact, a sadist who took pleasure in the suffering or death of others, it cast serious doubt on his original statement about Athena's murder. Horner had claimed he killed her only because he feared punishment for a less serious offense. But considering the possibility of sadistic tendencies, that explanation seems even less believable. As preparations for the trial moved forward, authorities confirmed they would pursue the death penalty. Horner retained legal counsel, and his attorney advised him to retract his confession and plead not guilty. However, that strategy is unlikely to prevent his conviction. The police possess video evidence from the van, and Horner himself disclosed the precise location of Athena's body, making his guilt nearly indisputable. It's also possible that more evidence will be presented during the trial, which hasn't been revealed to the public yet. Investigators likely recovered traces of Athena's DNA from inside the van, and forensic evidence from her clothing or body may also link directly to the killer. For now, all we can do is follow the trial and wait for more information to surface. In the meantime, feel free to share your thoughts on this case in the comments below. Moving on to the next case. Austin Yogurt Shop. The case began on a cold Saturday night in December 1991 in Austin, Texas. 2 17-year-old girls, Eliza Thomas and Jennifer Harbison, were working together at the I can't believe it's yogurt. Store in North Cross Mall. It was nearly 11 p.m., and their shift was coming to a close. Around 10 o'clock, Jennifer's 15-year-old sister, Sarah Harbison, and her 13-year-old friend, Amy Ayres, were hanging out at the mall, waiting for the girls to finish their shift so they could head to a slumber party together. In an effort to avoid being late, Sarah and Amy decided to help Eliza and Jennifer close up the store. By midnight, Officer Troy Gay, who was patrolling the area that night, noticed smoke rising from the strip mall. He immediately reported it, and firefighters rushed to the scene. As they fought the flames, they made a gruesome discovery. Inside the store, the lifeless bodies of Jennifer, Sarah, Amy, and Eliza were found scattered on the floor. It was clear that the victims had been mercilessly murdered. The teenagers were bound and gagged in their own clothing but left completely naked. Jennifer, Sarah, and Eliza were found huddled together in a corner at the back of the room, while Amy's body was found in the center. Sarah and Eliza were stacked on top of each other, with Jennifer lying nearby. Their legs were spread apart, and one of them had an ice cream scoop placed between them. The killer or killers had gathered napkins and other combustible materials from about the shop, doused the victims with lighter fluid, and then set the place on fire before escaping, leaving their bodies almost completely burned beyond recognition. Their autopsy results revealed that they had all been shot execution style in the back of the heads. Additionally, 2 or more of the girls had experienced sexual assault. Authorities also disclosed to the media that 2 firearms had been used in the killings, raising the possibility of at least 2 killers. Police investigators and the management of the yogurt shop determined that $540 also was taken from the shop. It was unclear whether the girls were specifically targeted because someone knew they would be alone in the store that night, or if the initial intent had been a robbery, with the perpetrators then seizing an opportunity to exploit them. Lead Detective John Jones and his partner Mike Huckabee quickly launched an investigation into the case. However, several challenges emerged right away. First, while the firefighters who responded to the scene did their job, they inadvertently destroyed crucial forensic evidence in the process. Additionally, at the time, Austin had only 1 fingerprint unit, which lacked the necessary forensic expertise. Moreover, there was only 1 homicide investigator working that night due to the limited resources in the city's homicide department. Despite these setbacks, Detectives Jones and Huckabee were faced with a large number of suspects. The police station was flooded with calls as they dealt with 342 potential suspects and numerous false confessions. Overwhelmed, the investigators began considering local serial killers as suspects due to the brutal nature of the crime and the way the bodies had been staged. This investigation led the detectives to Kenneth Allen McDuff, a notorious Texas serial killer believed to have committed at least 14 murders. On August 6, 1966, McDuff was convicted of killing 3 teenagers, Robert Brand, Mark Dunman, and Edna E. Sullivan, an act known as the Broomstick Murders. Edna's neck was broken like a broomstick after she had been sexually assaulted multiple times. For these crimes, McDuff was sentenced to death. However, in 1972, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled to abolish the death penalty in a 5-4 decision, and his sentence was commuted to life in prison with the possibility of parole. Due to prison overcrowding, McDuff was granted parole in 1989. It is widely believed that McDuff went on to commit several more murders after his release, including the 1992 killing of 22-year-old Texan Melissa Ann Northrup. After years of evading capture, McDuff was eventually apprehended and placed on death row. On November 17, 1998, the day before he was put to death, he admitted to killing the 4 teenagers at the yogurt store. He was foolish if he believed that making this last-minute confession would save his life. That day, as planned, he was put to death. Detectives looked into McDuff's confession, but disregarded him when fingerprints and hair taken from the yogurt store could not be used to identify him as the killer. Days after the brutal killing of the girls, investigators received a tip to look into a teenager named Maurice Beers. Maurice Beers was a 16-year-old boy who was spotted with a gun that night at the North Crawl Mall where Sarah and Amy were hanging out before going to the yogurt store. The weapon was a handgun with a .22 caliber, the same caliber as one of the weapons used to kill the girls. However, nothing came out from the lead when Detectives Jones and Huckerby questioned Pierce along with his 3 friends who accompanied him to the mall. Ballistics analysis of Marie Spears' gun revealed that it did not match the murder weapon. Additionally, just like with McDuff, none of the 4 suspects were identified by the fingerprints and hair samples taken from the crime site. The detectives eventually moved on from this. The case was given to new detectives after years went by without any arrests. Then, in 1999, Forrest Welborn, Michael Scott, Robert Springsteen, and Maurice Spears, 4 earlier suspects now in their 20s, were apprehended for the killings at the yogurt store. These were the same suspects who had been questioned 8 days prior to the girls' deaths and had been let go due to a lack of evidence. Michael Scott, one of the suspects, admitted to the murders. He wasn't alone, though. Robert Springsteen also admitted to killing the girls and raping one of them. The police were sure they had their killers after these confessions. According to the theory, the 4 boys had intended to rob the yogurt shop. Forrest Welborn waited outside and kept watch as Michael Scott, Robert Springsteen, and Maurice Spears entered the store. The theft went horribly wrong, though, and all of the females were killed. The allegations against Welborn were dropped after the authorities made 2 attempts to indict him for the killings, but were unable to do so due to a lack of evidence connecting him to the crime. Charges against Maurice Spears were also dropped due to a lack of evidence, which was extremely difficult for the police and the families of the victims to accept because he was thought to be the mastermind behind the crime and the subsequent killings. Both Robert Springsteen and Michael Scott were found guilty of capital murder after separate trials for the yogurt store killings. The state of Texas had approved a new death penalty statute, making it feasible for Robert Springsteen to receive the death penalty even after the Supreme Court decision in 1972. But Michael Scott received a 99-year jail sentence. However, shortly after their trials, grave questions were presented that showed Springsteen and Scott might not have been guilty. In the beginning, there was no tangible proof connecting any of them to the crime. Both men added that their confessions had been forced upon them, and there was some proof to support their assertions. One of the detectives working on the case was reassigned after it was claimed that he had forced confessions in an unrelated case. Additionally, a picture of another Austin police officer aiming a gun at Scott's head during questioning surfaced. Both convictions were overturned by the courts after they determined that they had violated Springsteen and Scott's Sixth Amendment right to confront their accuser. This came 15 years after the yogurt shop killings were perpetrated. During the trial, Michael Scott and Robert Springsteen's confessions were used against each other, but their attorneys were never permitted to cross-examine the accuser. It was determined that their constitutional rights had been violated as a result. Later, in February 2008, DNA testing on the evidence gathered from the crime scene revealed that neither Scott nor Springsteen's DNA, nor that of any other persons accused of the crime, matched the results. According to then Travis County District Attorney Rosemary Lemberg, the yogurt store murder was committed by Scott and Springsteen, but the men would not be charged again until the unknown man linked to the DNA evidence at the crime scene was located. The majority of law enforcement officials continue to believe that the original 4 suspects were the culprits, and that the DNA evidence implicating a 5th suspect was a fabrication. The 5th suspect argument, according to Michael Scott and Robert Springsteen's defense attorneys, is absurd, and they emphasize that no one ever brought up a 5th suspect before the inconvenient DNA results came in. According to some attorneys, investigators, family members, and armchair detectives who have studied this case, the killers of the teenagers may have been 2 unnamed customers who were at the yogurt store right before it closed. Although 52 customers who had come into the store on the day of the murders were reportedly questioned by the police, 2 individuals who witnesses said were present at closing time have never been located. 3 customers left the store shortly before it closed, and on their way out, they reportedly saw 2 males seated in a booth, and they didn't appear to be planning to leave anytime soon. Perhaps the men ordered a soft drink. When Jennifer and her co-worker decided to close the store, at least one of the customers witnessed her lock the front door and post a closed sign to prevent any additional customers from coming in. After all the other customers had left, only the 2 men in the booth remained. Witnesses gave the following descriptions of the persons of interest. One is around 5 foot 6 inches tall and has lighter hair, maybe like a dirty blonde. He seemed in his late 20s through early 30s. The second man is noted as being larger. Both were dressed in larger jackets, one of which was green, an army fatigue kind of looking jacket. The other had a black jacket. Neither of these males has been named as of yet. In the end, it is debatable if robbery was really the true motivation in this instance. It is difficult to believe that these killings were just the outcome of a robbery gone wrong, given the meager sum of money seized and the high level of violence. The likelihood that the murder was committed with sexual motivation, and that the murderers only grabbed the money as an afterthought, is substantially higher. The possibility that one of the girls knew the murderers, or that Sarah and Amy were followed from the mall to the yogurt shop, adds an unsettling layer of complexity to the case. The connection of the DNA evidence found at the scene to the 2 male customers seen lingering in the store after closing could indeed be a critical piece of the puzzle. The impact of the murders on the Austin community was profound, leaving many to question the safety of a city once considered a peaceful place. The loss of 4 young lives in such a violent manner left an indelible mark on the city, and the phrase, "Austin lost its innocence," speaks to the deep sense of shock and fear that followed. The transformation of the yogurt shop into a nail salon doesn't erase the tragedy that occurred there, and the plaque that stands in the parking lot serves as a poignant reminder that justice has yet to be served. As for who killed the girls, it's difficult to say without more information, but the focus on potential suspects, the DNA evidence, and the connection to McDuff's past crimes raises many questions. It seems likely that the investigation could still hold important leads, and there may be much more to uncover before the truth is revealed. Moving on to the next case. Carmen Van Hus. A young woman returned home and abruptly stopped responding to calls. Her family grew concerned, prompting the police to get involved. It didn't take long for investigators to uncover a series of strange and unsettling clues, but for years, the true events remained a mystery. That was until a surprising breakthrough finally revealed an unexpected truth. Carmen Van Hus was born on October 9, 1973, in Indianapolis, Indiana. She was raised there with her parents and 2 younger brothers. When Carmen was still young, her parents divorced, but she remained very close to her father and spent a lot of time with him. From an early age, Carmen had a deep love for drawing and a strong compassion for animals. Her parents often mentioned how she couldn't pass by a stray cat without bringing it home. At one point, Carmen even thought about becoming a veterinarian, but later, she chose to pursue her passion for art instead. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in fine arts studies at Indiana University. To support herself, she worked at Pizza Hut, as she didn't want to burden her parents, who were already focused on caring for her younger brothers. At the time, Carmen was in a relationship, and in October 1992, she and her boyfriend decided to rent their first apartment together. Carmen and her boyfriend moved into an apartment complex near her job, and she remained focused on finishing her degree and pursuing a career in the arts. On March 22, 1993, 19-year-old Carmen visited her sick grandmother in the hospital with her father and brother. Afterward, she drove them both home, and her father suggested she stay at their place for the night since it was already late, and her apartment was on the other side of town. Concerned for her safety, he thought it would be better if she stayed the night. However, Carmen explained that she needed to do laundry so she could have her uniform ready for her shift at the pizzeria the next day. She said goodbye to her family and returned home. 2 days later, Carmen's friend stopped by her workplace, hoping to ask her for help with a job. To her surprise, Carmen was nowhere to be found. After speaking with the manager, she discovered that Carmen had not shown up for her shift the day before. The manager had tried reaching her multiple times but received no response, so he assumed Carmen had quit without notice and didn't think much of it. Her friend found this behavior unusual because she knew Carmen to be responsible and had never expressed any intention of quitting her job. She mentioned this to the manager and asked if they had any emergency contacts on file. When Carmen was hired, she had provided her father's phone number, so the manager called him. Carmen's dad explained that he had tried reaching her the day before, but she hadn't responded. At first, he thought she was just busy with work, but now his concern was growing. Without hesitation, he drove to her apartment complex to check on her. Upon arriving, the first thing he noticed was his daughter's boyfriend's car parked outside the building. Carmen frequently drove it, and her purse was sitting inside the car. He then approached her apartment door and saw a note from the building manager. The note mentioned that several neighbors had complained about late-night noise coming from Carmen's apartment and asked her to quiet down. Concerned, her father began knocking on the door, but received no answer. Upon realizing the door was unlocked, he stepped inside and was met with a chilling sight. His daughter lay on the floor in a pool of blood, most of her clothes missing. In disbelief, he rushed out of the apartment and immediately called for an ambulance. When paramedics arrived, they confirmed there was nothing they could do. Carmen had already passed away. It didn't take long for them to determine that this was no accident. It was a murder. They swiftly contacted the police, who began investigating the crime scene and interviewing the neighbors. On Carmen's door, they found a note from the building manager regarding noise complaints. After speaking to the manager, they learned that several residents had reported loud sounds coming from her apartment on the night of March 22nd. Around 11:30 p.m., neighbors heard Carmen return home, and it seemed she wasn't alone. Laughter could be heard as she walked up to her third-floor apartment, with a man's voice sounding cheerful and calm. Then, around 1:30 a.m., the neighbors heard more noise, but this time it was Carmen shouting, "Get away from me!" After that, someone hurriedly ran out of the apartment, and the noise ceased. Despite the suspicious nature of the sounds, none of the neighbors thought to contact the police. The following morning, they went to the building manager to file a complaint about the noise. When police later spoke to the neighbors, they explained their actions by stating that, at the time, they assumed the man Carmen had come home with was her boyfriend, so they didn't suspect anything out of the ordinary. The police concluded that Carmen had likely been murdered around the time her neighbors heard her scream, nearly 2 days before her body was found. Inside her apartment, investigators discovered empty food wrappers and beer bottles, indicating that Carmen had spent time with someone she knew well. She had let him into her apartment, and they likely spent several hours together before he attacked her. The crime most likely took place in the living room, where they had been eating, as there were clear signs of a struggle, such as a flipped table and pieces of Carmen's torn clothes scattered on the floor. Detectives speculated that after the attack, the killer might have gone into the kitchen to wash the blood off himself before fleeing the scene. Medical examiners confirmed that Carmen had been stabbed more than 60 times with a sharp object. One of her earrings was missing, suggesting that the killer had taken it. Carmen had also been sexually assaulted, and biological material was recovered from the scene, but due to the limitations of DNA testing at the time, investigators were unable to create a profile of the suspect. Despite gathering substantial evidence, experts were unable to find any traces of the killer's DNA or fingerprints in the apartment. With no leads, no witnesses, and no concrete evidence pointing to a suspect, detectives found themselves at a dead end. It was significant that nothing of value was stolen from the apartment, which led investigators to rule out robbery as a motive. Naturally, they began questioning Carmen's boyfriend, wondering if he could be involved, but that theory was quickly dismissed. The police discovered he had been in Arizona, far from Indianapolis, at the time of the murder, and his solid alibi cleared him as a suspect. The investigation then shifted toward examining Carmen's friends and acquaintances. Based on the evidence, it seemed the motive might have been sexual assault. As a result, detectives focused on individuals who were close to Carmen but not romantically involved with her. They interviewed her friends, co-workers, and others in her life, but none of them could be connected to the crime. With no tangible evidence to move forward, the police held on to hope that some clue, whether fresh scratches, odd behavior, or something else, might eventually surface. Unfortunately, nothing did. Carmen's funeral took place a week after her murder, but her family was about to face yet another devastating blow. During the service, as her father stood near his daughter's casket, he received a call from the hospital. Carmen's grandmother had passed away. This was the family's second devastating loss in just a few days. On top of their heartbreak, they were also facing financial struggles and couldn't afford another funeral. Their friends stepped up and organized a fundraiser to help cover the expenses. Thanks to the generosity of others, they managed to pull together the money they needed. In the weeks following Carmen's murder, police worked tirelessly to find any leads, but nothing panned out. They turned to the public through the media, asking anyone with information about the case to come forward. But unfortunately, none of the tips they received brought them any closer to solving the mystery. The case eventually went cold and stayed that way for years. Detectives would check in on it from time to time, but no matter how many times they looked, they couldn't find any new leads. Carmen's family never gave up fighting for justice. They kept in touch with investigators, gave interviews to local TV stations and newspapers, and begged the public to come forward with any information that could help. But no matter how hard they tried, nothing ever came of it. Carmen's father was never able to return to a normal life after losing his daughter. He spent years seeking justice for her until, in February 2002, he tragically passed away in a car accident. After their father's death, Carmen's younger brother, Jimmy, took it upon himself to keep the case alive. He stayed in regular contact with the police, hoping for any updates, but every time, he was met with the same response. They still didn't have a single lead. This dragged on for more than 10 years, with investigators hitting dead end after dead end, never getting any closer to figuring out who the killer was. In 2013, Detective William Carter took an interest in the case. Even though Carter wasn't part of the homicide unit, and usually handled other types of crimes, he had a soft spot for cold cases. In fact, he'd even managed to solve one before, all on his own time. Carter reached out to Carmen's family and began digging into the investigation. Since he could only work on it outside his regular job, the process stretched on for months. The first thing Carter did was ask for a fresh analysis of the evidence from Carmen's apartment, focusing on finding any foreign DNA. Forensic experts went back over several items from a trash bag and actually managed to pull some genetic material. But there was a problem. The sample was only partial, so they couldn't pinpoint who it belonged to. The only thing they could confirm was that the DNA came from a man. Then in 2015, Carter pushed for a DNA analysis of biological samples taken from Carmen's body. He was hopeful that modern forensic technology would finally give them a clear profile of the killer, moving the case forward. But the results from the lab delivered a shocking twist. The DNA from the body belonged to a woman. Carter knew right away something wasn't right. After digging deeper, he found out the lab had made a huge mistake. They'd mixed up Carmen's DNA with the suspect's samples. He asked for a new analysis, but this time the lab refused, claiming they didn't have the funds, even though the error was on them. To make things worse, the police department had already paid the lab $1,600 for the messed-up analysis, and there was no chance of getting that money back. The department refused to pay for another round of testing, but Carter wasn't about to give up. He was sure that re-examining the evidence could finally bring justice for Carmen. Determined, he took a bold step. He started a crowdfunding campaign, asking the public for help. To show his own commitment, Carter even contributed part of the needed funds out of his own pocket. To his surprise, the response was huge. In just 7 hours, he blew past the fundraising goal. Carter announced that any extra money would go towards boosting the existing reward for information about the case, which was already sitting at $10,000. Carter was ready to request a new DNA analysis, this time with the correct samples. But just 2 days after the funds were raised, he called Carmen's brother with unexpected news. He had been ordered to stop working on the case. While the police department didn't outright say the decision was linked to the crowdfunding campaign, it was pretty clear. The fundraiser stirred up mixed reactions from the public. A lot of people wondered why such a crucial test wasn't being paid for by the department, and why regular folks had to foot the bill instead. Still, Carter had no shortage of supporters. When Carmen's brother found out about it, he immediately started a petition demanding Carter be put back on the case. The petition took off fast, grabbing attention from local media and hundreds of upset residents who started bombarding the police department with complaints. The public outcry was so huge that the department was forced to hold a press conference that same day. They claimed it had all been a misunderstanding and insisted that Carter was never barred from working on the case. To calm the backlash, they also announced that all donations would be refunded and promised to cover the cost of the DNA tests themselves. Eventually, Carter was allowed back on the case and immediately requested a new analysis of the biological samples taken from Carmen's body. This time, the lab took the correct sample and successfully extracted a full DNA profile of an unknown man. But there was yet another setback. The profile didn't match anyone in the FBI's database, leaving the suspect's identity a mystery. Over the next few years, Carter zeroed in on every man Carmen might have known who could have been in her apartment that night. He was sure that the killer was someone she knew, but no matter how hard he dug, he still couldn't get any closer to figuring out who he was. This dragged on until 2023, when the police department decided to bring in Parabon, a company known for its cutting-edge forensic techniques. They opted to try genetic genealogy, a relatively new method that had already cracked hundreds of cases. The process involves taking a DNA sample from an unknown person and searching for their relatives using public genetic databases where people voluntarily uploaded their DNA profiles. Most of the time, the connections are pretty distant, and the people identified often have no idea who the person being traced even is. But even these far-off matches can give experts enough to go on. Once they spot potential relatives, they start building family trees, ruling out people who didn't fit based on age, gender, location, and other details. They keep narrowing it down until they land on the most likely suspect. From there, it's up to the police to get a DNA sample from the person and confirm if it's a match. Given that detectives had made no real progress in catching the killer over all these years, this method was their last hope. Experts got to work, and after several months, they finally identified a man who fit the profile of the murderer. It was 52-year-old Dana Shepard. Investigators found out that at the time of Carmen's murder, he wasn't just living in the same apartment complex, he was right next door. Shepard had a long rap sheet, but most of his crimes were nonviolent. His record included theft, carjacking, driving without a license, and similar offenses, which is why his DNA had never made it into the FBI's database. Detectives also uncovered something shocking. Shepard's name had never appeared in the original case files. For some reasons that remain unclear, the police never considered him a suspect. Maybe they had been convinced from the start that the killer fled the scene, as neighbors reported hearing footsteps running down the stairs, so they never entertained the possibility that the murderer could have been living just a few steps away from Carmen's apartment this entire time. By the time the DNA results came in, Shepard was living in Missouri, working as a janitor at a university. Detectives quickly got a warrant to collect a direct DNA sample from him and made their way to the state. When they showed up at his door with the warrant, Shepard started shaking visibly, but he cooperated and gave them his sample. The sample was rushed to the lab and the results came back as a perfect match. In September 2024, Dana Shepard was arrested and extradited to Indiana to finally face justice. Despite the match, Shepard denied any involvement in the crime, and the case has been sent to court. As of now, the trial has not yet begun, but the prosecution believes they have a strong case to secure conviction. According to the prosecutor's version, Carmen knew Shepard pretty well. That evening, he allegedly came over to her apartment for dinner and drinks. According to statements from neighbors, at some point, Shepard began making unwanted advances toward Carmen. When she rejected him, he attacked her with a knife. Shepard is currently in custody, awaiting trial, and has been denied bail. Carmen's brother expressed gratitude to the investigators for finally identifying a suspect, even though it took more than 30 years. Now, he and the rest of Carmen's family are preparing for the difficult journey ahead as the trial unfolds, a process that could take years. One thing is clear: if Shepard is convicted, he could face up to 105 years in prison. At this stage, the prosecution may be withholding additional evidence that connects Shepard to the crime. If such evidence exists, it will likely be revealed during the trial. Even without it, the DNA match alone could be enough to persuade the jury of Shepard's guilt, or lead him to accept a plea deal to avoid a harsher sentence. Moving on to the next case. Paul Savage. Wales is often portrayed on TV as a scenic country filled with quiet, remote villages and stunning landscapes, including ancient castles, beautiful coastal views, and lush greenery. It's no wonder it's a popular destination for tourists. However, beneath its picturesque exterior, Wales is also the site of some of the UK's most chilling unsolved murders, including the case of Paul Savage. On February 4, 2003, Paul Savage, a Royal Mail worker in the town of Mold, started his day like any other. He rode his bike through the chilly morning to continue his postal route along Clayton Road at around 7:15 a.m. After parking his bike against a wall, Paul was suddenly and violently attacked. Moments later, he was discovered unconscious at the bottom of a driveway by a resident on their way to work. The attack had occurred quickly and without warning. No screams were heard, and there were no witnesses to the incident. Paul was rushed to Wrexham Mailer Hospital. Paul had been brutally attacked with a blunt instrument. His mother, June White, and wife, Charlotte, were notified about the assault, and the police began investigating the shocking and unprovoked attack. By 11 a.m., authorities were treating the case as a homicide. Paul passed away without regaining consciousness, leaving behind a 4-year-old daughter without a father. The police continued their search for answers. Neighbors reported seeing 2 young men wearing dark hoodies fleeing the scene around the time of the attack. However, no one was able to identify them, and they remain unknown to this day. The severity of the attack was evident. Paul had been beaten so viciously that his jaw was shattered, and the base of his skull was crushed. The makeshift weapon is believed to have been an 18-inch piece of wood fashioned from the banister of a staircase. Initially, authorities theorized that the father of one had been the victim of either a random attack or a robbery gone wrong. But that changed when they began looking into Paul's past. The 30-year-old was originally from Sale in Greater Manchester and had a criminal record dating back over a decade. He had been jailed just a few years prior in October 2001 for 9 months for possession of drugs with the intent to supply. Reportedly, Paul had over £8,100,000 worth of cannabis in his possession. After he was released from prison, he moved with his wife and child to North Wales, where they settled in the village of Gennefield. At first, Paul joined the Royal Mail as a casual employee, but he quickly picked up more hours and became a full-time worker. Upon learning about the 30-year-old's criminal history, the police speculated that perhaps the attack had been some kind of gangland hits or grudge attack. Shortly after the investigation started, the Welsh police were assisted by the Greater Manchester Police Intelligence Units, and a £100,000 award was offered for any information leading to Paul's killer. According to Wales Online, while the inquiry failed to procure the culprits, it exposed a criminal network through the area of Mold. And in November 2003, an undercover operation code-named Lion resulted in a series of arrests of suspected traffickers. The operation's goal was to bring Paul's murder to justice, but none of those arrests were ever linked to that crime. In spring of that same year, just months following the horrific murder, 5 people were arrested and questioned about the incident, but all were released without charge following a lack of sufficient evidence. A few years later, in February 2005, the police announced that they knew the motive behind the attack, but they did not publicly disclose what it was. For years, Paul's case remained dormant, at least publicly. Very little progress appeared to be occurring, and hope for the postman's loved ones began to dwindle as they questioned whether or not they would ever see justice. In 2017, the case was featured on BBC's Crime Watch Live program and included a reconstruction of events. Although this brought in some leads, none of them panned out. A year later, authorities revealed that they had never been closer to a conclusion during the investigation. They also announced that they would be reviewing forensic evidence, hoping advances in forensic science would lead them to a new clue. Paul's mother, June, continues to look for answers. She told the media, "Someone knows who murdered my son. I will never give up. I won't." June described her son as a cheerful, easygoing man who loved football and his job. After his death, she spent 5 years fighting ovarian cancer before finally being given the all-clear. Her husband, Lance, passed away in February 2007. June left Mold in February 2004 and now resides in England with her partner. Law enforcement believes that the key to solving this case lies within the local community. They mention that people may be too afraid to come forward and are hopeful that, with time, more individuals will feel comfortable sharing what they might have witnessed or heard. Paul's case remains unsolved. If anyone has information about his murder, they can contact Crime Stoppers at 080051. Moving on to the next case. The Zhu shooting case. On a frigid November evening in 2003, the quiet town of Grand Forks, North Dakota, was shaken by the sudden and baffling disappearance of Zhu Ling, a college student who had just completed her shift at the local mall. Zhu's absence left her family and friends deeply worried, prompting a desperate search. This investigation would span multiple states, grip the nation's attention, and ultimately uncover a harrowing truth that would turn the case into one of the most tragic and unforgettable in the region's history. Zhu Ling was a 22-year-old senior at the University of North Dakota, pursuing a degree in graphic design with aspirations of a career in the arts. Juggling her studies, 2 part-time jobs, and a growing relationship with her boyfriend, her future appeared bright and full of potential. On the night of November 22, 2003, Zhu completed her shift at Victoria's Secret in the Columbia Mall and headed toward the parking lot. Before leaving, she made a brief stop to purchase a new purse. While on the phone with her boyfriend, their conversation was suddenly cut short, her final words eerily simple. Okay. Concerned by the sudden disconnection, her boyfriend tried to reach her again, but all he heard was static and the sound of buttons being pressed. Later that evening, Zhu was supposed to show up for her second job, but when she failed to arrive, her friends and family knew something was terribly wrong. A quick search of the mall parking lot uncovered her car still parked there, and a knife sheath near one of the tires. Signs that something sinister had occurred. It seemed Zhu had vanished without a trace. As panic set in, law enforcement launched an intense search for her, and multiple agencies, including the FBI, became involved. They traced her last phone call to an area near Crookston, Minnesota, about 25 miles from the mall. Then, a crucial tip came in. A witness reported seeing a familiar face. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., a convicted offender in the mall the day Zhu disappeared. Rodriguez had a violent criminal history, including multiple assaults against women, and had recently been released from prison just months before Zhu's disappearance. Investigators zeroed in on him as a prime suspect. During a search of Rodriguez's car, the police found blood traces that matched Zhu's DNA, along with knives similar to one that could have been paired with the sheath found by her vehicle. The evidence mounted, and Rodriguez was arrested and charged with Zhu's kidnapping. But despite Rodriguez's arrest, Zhu remained missing for months. Her family, friends, and volunteers searched tirelessly, holding out hope for a miracle. On April 17, 2004, nearly 5 months after she went missing, Zhu's body was found in a ravine near Crookston, Minnesota, buried under snow. She had been bound and left half naked in a shallow grave. Her body concealed for months by the harsh winter conditions. The discovery ended the agonizing search, but brought unimaginable heartbreak to her family and the community. Zhu's lifeless body confirmed everyone's worst fears, leading to Rodriguez being charged with her abduction and tragic murder. This charge made him eligible for the federal death penalty. Although he was initially sentenced to execution on February 8, 2007, an appeal overturned the decision on May 18, 2023, resulting in a life sentence without the possibility of parole. For Zhu's family, the pain of her loss remains ever present. Her father, Alan Ling, continues to share her story, ensuring her memory endures and celebrating the vibrant life she once lived. Their advocacy efforts led to the creation of the National Offender Public website, commonly referred to as Zhu's Law, which grants communities greater access to information about offenders in their area. This law serves as a lasting tribute to Drew and reflects her family's commitment to protecting others from experiencing the same tragedy. Alan still cherishes the final voicemail his daughter left him, a precious reminder of her warmth, kindness, and the light she brought into the lives of so many. Moving on to the next case. Gabby Doolin. A young girl went to the school stadium with her parents to watch a football game. During the match, her parents suddenly noticed that she was missing and began searching for her. The police quickly joined the effort, but they had no idea where this investigation would lead. Eventually, they uncovered a chilling truth that rocked the entire town. Gabby Doolin was born on December 26, 2007, in the small town of Scottsville, Kentucky. With a population of just over 4,000, Scottsville was primarily a farming community where most people knew each other or at least had connections to local families. Like many small towns, there weren't many entertainment options in Scottsville. The highlight of local life was school sports, especially football. The school had well-maintained fields for football, baseball, and tennis, which regularly hosted games and competitions. It had become a tradition for the town to attend these events, particularly when their own children were involved. Gabby's family was like any other in their small town. Her parents had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The oldest son played on the school's football team, while Gabby herself was involved in cheerleading. In November 2015, when Gabby was 7, the town was buzzing with excitement for the biggest football game of the year. The local team was set to play against a rival team from another county, and everyone was looking forward to it. Gabby's older brother was on the team, but she was more excited about spending time with her friends than the game itself. Her parents had initially planned to leave Gabby at home with their youngest son, under the supervision of a relative, but Gabby managed to persuade them to take her along. On the evening of November 14th, they made their way to the school field. In addition to the local crowd, many people from the other county came to cheer on their team. As soon as they arrived at the stadium, Gabby spotted her friends and asked her mom if she could go play with them. Her mom agreed but reminded Gabby to stay within the school grounds and stay with the other kids. After that, Gabby headed off to join her friends, and her mom made her way to the bleachers. Gabby ran back to her mom a few times, but each time, she quickly went off to play again. At one point, Gabby went to see her dad, who was in the announcer's booth. She asked him for some money to buy snacks at the concession stand before running off again. Sometime later, Gabby's friends rushed up to her mom in the bleachers. Her mom glanced at the group and immediately realized Gabby wasn't with them. The girls asked if she had seen Gabby, looking worried. Her mom, too, was concerned, as she hadn't seen her daughter for a while. She asked what was going on, and the girls explained they had been playing hide and seek. Gabby was supposed to find her friends, but they had hidden in the restroom, and as time went on, Gabby never found them. Thinking they had won, the girls eventually left their hiding spot to search for her, but Gabby was nowhere to be found. They called out her name and checked all the places they had been playing, but it was as if she had disappeared. They then thought Gabby might have gone to the bleachers to find her mom and ran in that direction. Her mom immediately started to panic and went to find her husband, but Gabby wasn't there either. She told him that Gabby was missing, and he rushed to search the area around the stadium. Meanwhile, the mother went to the concession stand where Gabby had wanted to buy snacks and began searching there. On her way, the parents encountered some friends and informed them about their daughter's disappearance. Upon hearing this, they joined the frantic parents, helping with the search. After thoroughly searching the entire area around the stadium with no sign of Gabby, her parents returned to make an announcement over the loudspeakers, hoping she would hear it. Unfortunately, that didn't yield any results either. By that time, there was a break in the game, and people were returning to the bleachers. The parents continued asking everyone if they had seen Gabby, and some of the bystanders joined in the search. They once again ventured out to search the surrounding area and asked the staff to turn on flashlights around the baseball field, which led into a small forest. The group walked through the woods but still couldn't find Gabby. By now, about 20 minutes had passed since her disappearance, and the parents decided to call the police. Officers quickly arrived at the school, listened to the parents' and Gabby's friends' accounts, and began their search. The local police department had limited experience with such serious cases, as child disappearances were rare in their small town. The officers immediately feared the worst, considering the possibility that someone had abducted or attacked her. The police faced a significant challenge. The likely perpetrator was probably still at the stadium, watching the game, which was about to conclude. Realizing that time was running out, they knew the crowd would soon start to disperse, including the potential kidnapper. To prevent anyone from leaving, they made the decision to halt the game and lock down the stadium, ensuring no one could slip away unnoticed. Officers kept a close watch on all exits. In order to avoid alarming the public and jeopardizing the investigation, the police did not inform anyone about the unfolding situation. If people became aware that the authorities suspected a child abduction might have occurred right in their midst, it could cause panic. Meanwhile, state police arrived to assist with the search. They made their way to the baseball field and entered the woods. After traveling a bit further, they came across a small creek and, to their horror, discovered the girl's body in it. They identified her as Gabby and called for an ambulance to take the body to the medical examiner. However, even a visual inspection was enough to suggest that the cause of death was asphyxiation, as there were distinct marks on her neck. Part of her clothing was also missing, leading the police to suspect that the victim had been sexually assaulted. Gabby's mother saw the ambulance near the woods and thought the police had found her daughter, who needed medical attention. She rushed there, but the police stopped her. They didn't want the woman to see this horrifying scene. Now that the police were dealing with a murder, they decided to move everyone from the stadium to the school gym. Investigators believed that the killer was likely among them, so they needed to quickly figure out how to identify them. They spoke to Gabby's parents and told them about what likely happened to their daughter. Investigators also asked if they had any suspicions about who could have committed such a heinous act. Perhaps they had noticed someone suspicious or someone had threatened their family, but Gabby's parents insisted they had no idea who could have done this. Detectives then talked to Gabby's friends and asked if they had seen anything strange that evening. Maybe someone had been watching or following them, but the girls said they couldn't recall anything like that. The police also brought them to the gym and asked them to look carefully at the people present, hoping they might remember something, but it didn't lead to anything. The lead detective continued to believe that the victim's friends might have seen the kidnapper, but either they were afraid to point him out or simply didn't understand the significance of their observations due to their age. He kept asking them to remember every moment of that evening. And finally, one of them mentioned that when they hid from Gabby in the restroom, she saw a man near the door. The girl remembered almost no details about his appearance, except that he was wearing a denim jacket. The police spoke to the cashier, who sold tickets to the game, and he also recalled the man with the denim jacket hanging on his arm. He added that this person seemed strange and intoxicated to him. However, they still couldn't identify this man at that moment. The police gradually interviewed the attendees of the game, and pretty soon everyone learned why they were being held there. Realizing that they might police and answered their questions, investigators cross-referenced the list of names of all the men in the gym with the sex offenders registry, but there were no matches. The police also sent officers to the homes of several such offenders living within close proximity, but they all had solid alibis and none of them were near the school. Meanwhile, officers continued to interview people at the school, and they soon came across some interesting leads. Several individuals told them that during the game, they saw a man named Timothy Madden near the women's restroom, behaving strangely. He was a local resident, so many people knew him. But according to witnesses, that evening he was acting suspiciously. They also mentioned that he was wearing a denim jacket, the same description provided by one of Gabby's friends who had also seen a man near the restroom. Another witness was a distant relative of Timothy. He mentioned that during the game, Timothy seemed kind of off. His younger son was playing on the field, and according to the witness, Timothy, who usually was very involved in his son's sports achievements, wasn't even paying attention to the field and seemed lost. Several more witnesses told the police that Timothy's behavior seemed strange to them, prompting investigators to talk to him. By that time, It was already nighttime and they had to release almost everyone from the school. They decided to visit him, but first asked the local sheriff what he thought about Timothy. The sheriff said that he had known him practically all his life and highly doubted that he was capable of such a crime. Timothy had almost no criminal record, except for some traffic fines, and he had never been involved in any suspicious situations before. Timothy lived with his wife and 5 children, and the police decided to go talk to him immediately. When they knocked on his door, Timothy opened it, and the officers asked if he knew why they were there. He replied that he had heard about the girl's murder but had nothing to do with it. Detectives then decided to try one trick and asked him a loaded question. They asked whether he had any explanation for several videos provided by eyewitnesses showing him talking to Gabby shortly before her murder. There were no videos or witnesses, and the question was designed to prompt the man to reveal some new information if he indeed had something to do with the crime. At first, Timothy said he didn't know, but then he quickly corrected himself. He admitted that he did talk to Gabby that evening near the stadium. According to him, he stepped out to smoke, and at that moment, several girls ran past him. Shortly after, Gabby passed by and asked if he had seen her friends because they were playing hide and seek and she needed to find them. Timothy pointed her in the right direction, and she ran off. The detectives found it suspicious how quickly Timothy changed his story. Moreover, his account indicated that he spoke to the victim just minutes before her disappearance. And at that time, there were no witnesses outside the stadium, so it gave him the opportunity to commit the crime. The detectives also asked if he would have any explanation if they found his DNA on the victim's body, and Timothy calmly replied no. Finally, they asked him to provide them with a DNA sample and the clothing he wore at the stadium. He agreed to both requests. But as soon as Timothy handed over the clothing to the police, they discovered some stains on it. There was something resembling bloodstains on the pants, denim jacket, and even underwear. Detectives asked if he could explain it. Timothy claimed that they were insane and that it wasn't blood, but some dirt. However, the police thought otherwise, although they needed to wait for the DNA analysis results before they could arrest him. Even though this case was a priority for the lab, it still took several days for the experts to examine all the samples and conduct the analysis. The forensic pathologist soon finished examining the body and confirmed that Gabby's cause of death was manual strangulation. He also confirmed that the victim had been brutally assaulted and extracted a biological sample of the perpetrator, which was sent to the laboratory. The day after the murder, something unexpected happened. The police received an anonymous letter from someone who reported a suspicious individual present at the game. The author wrote down the model of his car and even the license plate, which allowed the investigators to quickly identify the owner of the vehicle. It turned out to be a student living half an hour drive from Scottsville. The police went there and began questioning him, but the guy claimed he hadn't been to any game and hadn't even heard of the murder. He added that he was at work that evening and the police found undoubtful confirmation of his alibi. He was crossed off the list of suspects, but the author of the letter was never found. Perhaps someone decided to frame him or play a cruel prank, but the guy was truly innocent. The police soon received another lead. Several people reported strange behavior by a local 16-year-old boy. He told different people that he had been at the game, but then claimed he hadn't attended it. The young man also mentioned seeing girls playing hide and seek. Detectives found out that this boy was Timothy Madden's son, but that wasn't the most surprising revelation. They learned that just 2 weeks before the murder, the boy had become angry with his father and held a knife to his throat, threatening to kill him. Knowing this information, the police headed to speak with him, but there was a problem. They needed the presence of the minor's parents, and his mother refused to provide a DNA sample. So, this left the police empty-handed. In Scottsville, a small town where everyone knew each other, rumors spread like wildfire. People heard that the police were looking into the Madden family regarding Gabby's murder, sparking various theories. Some thought one of Madden's troubled older sons could be responsible, while others suspected Madden himself or thought he might be covering for his sons. Gabby's parents also became aware of these rumors, which came as a big shock to them. Gabby's father had known Timothy since 3rd grade and also knew his whole family. Their sons played on the same football team, and their daughters were cheerleading together. Both families were close, even sitting near each other at the game. With all this in mind, Gabby's parents found it hard to believe that anyone from their circle could have been involved in the murder. After the rumors spread around town, something else happened. The eldest son of the Madden family, who was 20 years old, began contacting local officers on social media. He used foul language and threatened them, demanding they leave his family alone. He was immediately arrested for the threats, and police quickly discovered that there was an active warrant for his arrest in another town. It turned out he was suspected of assaulting a minor girl. They brought him in for questioning, and the young man claimed he was simply frustrated by the accusations against his family. He also said he had nothing to do with the murder, and that he was at his cousin's house in the neighboring town that evening. He agreed to provide his DNA sample, which was also sent to the laboratory. On November 20th, 6 days after the murder, Gabby's funeral took place. Hundreds of people came to say goodbye, not only from Scottsville but also from other towns. People donated a significant amount of money to Gabby's parents to help cover the funeral and farewell ceremony expenses. Meanwhile, the lab completed the DNA analysis and compared the blood and semen samples with Timothy and his son's DNA. The results showed a complete match. The semen found on the victim's body belonged to Timothy Madden, and the blood on his clothes belonged to Gabby. Upon receiving this news, detectives went to the funeral. When Gabby's parents were alone, they informed them of the discovery of the killer. At the same time, the police officers went to Timothy's house, and he was arrested. As he was being transported from the police station, he shouted to the gathered reporters that he was innocent. Later, he claimed that the blood on his clothes was his own, as he had scratched himself passing by a fence. Even though initially, as we remember, he had told the police that it wasn't blood at all, but mud. With the DNA match in hand, the investigators took the case to court, and the prosecution stated they would seek the death penalty. During the trial preparation, Timothy's lawyer insisted his client was innocent, and the origin of the evidence raised serious questions. He argued that during the supposed murder, Timothy was at the stadium filming the game, even though Timothy himself told the police he saw Gabby around the same time. The lawyer also tried to point out the fact that Gabby's body was found in a creek, but his client's clothes were dry when he returned to the stadium. Timothy's mother, who lived with him, stated that Timothy returned home in clean clothes, didn't look troubled, and behaved as usual. But the prosecution pointed out that all these arguments crumbled in the face of the fact that the suspect's semen was found on the victim's body. There could be no other explanation for this, and therefore, there was no doubt about Timothy's involvement. According to the police, his account of that evening contained some portion of the he could have indeed stepped out of the stadium during the game and encountered Gabby, who was looking for her friends. She knew Timothy well because he was the father of one of her friends. She might have approached him and asked where the other girls had gone, and that's when he devised the plan. He could have said they ran into the woods behind the baseball field and offered to escort Gabby there. Once they were a few hundred yards away from the school, he could have assaulted and killed her, then returned to the game. The wait for the trial dragged on for years, much to Gabby's family's dismay. They wanted the murderer to be punished, but due to bureaucracy, the case progressed slowly. In 2019, for years after the murder, the parties began discussing a possible plea deal. The prosecution offered to drop the death penalty in exchange for a life sentence, with Timothy having to admit his guilt. Gabby's parents agreed to this option because the endless wait for the trial was a heavy burden for them. Moreover, if the trial finally began, they would have to attend hearings for months, essentially reliving their daughter's death all over again. Timothy, who kept insisting on his innocence, eventually agreed and confessed. However, the terms of the deal didn't require him to reveal the details of what he did. He just had to admit his guilt. These terms didn't satisfy Gabe's family because they wanted the perpetrator to fully confess to what he had done to their daughter. During the court hearing, Gabe's father started yelling at Timothy, while the defendant's relatives began shouting at Gabe's family. Eventually, the judge had to take a break and separate them. In the end, Timothy received a life sentence and went to serve it in a maximum security prison. But that's not all. In 2016, a year after Gabby's murder, something else happened involving Timothy Madden. A boy from a neighboring state saw a news report about Gabby's murder and recognized Timothy Madden. Years earlier, he and a friend had been walking near a mall parking lot when an adult man approached them, offering a ride. The boys found the offer suspicious and ran away. The friend's relative reported the incident to the police, and the man they described matched Timothy Madden. However, there was no concrete evidence to link this incident to any charges, so the case didn't progress. Still, if Timothy had indeed tried to abduct the two boys, it could offer insight into his disturbing nature. It suggested that before Gabby's murder, he might have been attempting to find other victims without success. That night, when Gabby came near him at the stadium, it's possible that he saw an opportunity to act on his dark and twisted desires. Moving on to the next case. Levi Boonhelm. Levi Boonhelm, infamously known as the Kentucky Cannibal, was born on January 28, 1828, in Lincoln County, Kentucky, to Joseph and Nancy Wilcox Helm. Raised in an honest, hard-working, and well-respected family, Levi stood out as the rebellious black sheep. Even as a child, he was drawn to physical challenges, often provoking fights with older, larger men. He also enjoyed performing daring stunts, such as hurling his knife into the ground and retrieving it while riding a horse at full gallop. At some point during his childhood, the Helm family relocated to Missouri, but the move did little to alter Levi's unruly nature. He had a deep-seated defiance against authority. On one occasion, when a sheriff attempted to arrest him, Levi boldly rode his horse up the courthouse steps and into the courtroom while a circuit court session was underway, taunting the judge in the process. In 1848, at the age of 20, he married 17-year-old Lucinda Browning, and the couple had a daughter. However, their marriage quickly unraveled due to Levi's heavy drinking, violent outbursts, and bizarre habit of riding his horse into their home. Levi's violent tendencies escalated to the point where he frequently assaulted his wife, leading her to file for divorce. His father covered the legal expenses, which left the family financially ruined and tarnished their once respected reputation. With his home life in shambles, Levi set his sights on California, hoping to strike it rich in the gold rush. In 1850, he invited his cousin, Littlebury Shute, to join him on the journey. Littlebury initially agreed but later changed his mind. Enraged by his cousin's decision to back out, Levi fatally stabbed him in the chest before setting off for the West alone. However, this murder did not go unnoticed. He was relentlessly pursued by Littlebury's brother and a group of the victim's friends, who eventually captured him. Instead of facing immediate justice, Levi's erratic behavior during captivity led to his placement in a mental asylum. While institutionalized, he became increasingly withdrawn, barely speaking, and eventually manipulated a guard into taking him for a walk in the woods. These walks became routine, eventually earning Levi the guard's trust. Seizing the opportunity, he used one of these scheduled outings to make his escape. Once free, he resumed his original plan of heading west to California. Along the way, he killed multiple men, initially in confrontations, but eventually through deliberate, premeditated murder. His growing reputation for violence made it impossible for him to settle anywhere, forcing him to remain on the run as both law enforcement and vigilantes pursued him. Realizing he couldn't survive alone, Levi joined forces with 6 other fugitives. While traveling together, he revealed the horrifying truth: he had resorted to cannibalism. He admitted, "Many is the poor devil I've killed at one time or another, and the time has been that I've been obliged to feed on some of them." This marked the first known report of his cannibalistic tendencies. However, the group's journey was far from easy. While making their way toward Fort Hall, Idaho, they were ambushed by Native Americans, forcing them to scatter and flee deeper into the unfamiliar wilderness. Short on provisions, they decided to kill their horses and consume their meats using the hides to make snowshoes. But the winter was harsh and unforgiving and the journey long. Without nature on their side, the number of party members slowly dropped down from 7 men to 2. It was just Levi Boonhelm and a man known as Burton. When Burton could go no further, Levi left him behind but then thought better of it and decided to go back to him. He returned just in time to hear Burton pull the trigger on himself. Levi ate one of Burton's legs and parceled the other one up to take with him. His movements after this are hazy at best, but at some point, someone discovered him at a Native American camp and then accompanied him to Salt Lake City, Utah. Despite having a wealth of money on him, Levi reportedly never thanked the man who'd escorted him, not for feeding him, clothing him, or transporting him. Unsurprisingly, Levi got into trouble while spending time at Salt Lake City. Upon becoming a wanted fugitive by the law, he fled to San Francisco, California. While there, he killed a rancher who'd befriended him and taken him in, sheltering him from authorities. After this, Levi went on to Oregon and resumed robbing people to survive, frequently murdering them. In 1862, after drinking heavily, he gunned down an unarmed man named Dutch Fred in a saloon before fleeing. While on the run, he ate another escapee who he'd been traveling with. At last, Levi Boone was caught, but the public was not safe for long. He begged his older brother, Old Tex, to help him out. A wealthy individual, Old Tex paid off the witnesses to his brother's crimes so the authorities couldn't successfully convict him. Upon his release, Levi accompanied Old Tex back to Texas. It seemed that Levi Boonhelm's reign of terror would never end as he began reappearing in many of the spots he'd already run from. He was finally apprehended for good after teaming up with crime boss Henry Plummer and his gang, where Levi and 4 other gang members were captured, arrested, and tried in secret. During the trial, Levi kissed the Bible and committed perjury, accusing Three-Fingered Jack Gallagher, a close friend and fellow gang member, of committing Levi's own crimes. Ultimately, the Montana vigilantes hanged Levi along with the other 4 captured gang members in Virginia City, Montana on January 14, 1864, in front of 6,000 people. Allegedly, when the executioner approached Helm, he exclaimed, quote, "Every man for his principles. Hurrah for Jeff Davis." Just before his execution, Levi Boonhelm shouted, "Davis, let her rip," and jumped off the hangman's box before it could be kicked away. He also reportedly scolded fellow gang member Jack Gallagher, telling him to stop making a fuss, adding, "There's no use being afraid to die." Levi Boonhelm's complete disregard for human life was evident. His own existence seemed as insignificant to him as that of anyone who stood in his way. His volatile temper, formidable strength, and insatiable thirst for violence made him a truly feared figure. The mere mention of his name was enough to strike terror into the hearts of those who had heard of his crimes. Boonhelm was laid to rest in Boot Hill Cemetery in Virginia City. He is remembered as one of the most merciless men of the Wild West, leaving behind a legacy of brutality and horror. While some estimates suggest he was responsible for around 11 murders, it is widely believed that his true body count could be far greater. Moving on to the next case. Monica Fay Pritchette. Monica Fay Pritchette was born on February 16, 1979 in Anniston, Alabama, to Donald and Dorothy Pritchette. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers. Monica married her high school boyfriend, Jeremy Rollins, and they settled in Heflin, Alabama. Their marriage was stable until the birth of their second son, Aaron. For reasons that were never disclosed, the couple decided to separate, despite Monica being pregnant with their 3rd child. In mid-2001, Monica and her 2 sons, Dalton, who was 6, and Aaron, who was 2, moved into a home on Sugar Hill Road. Jeremy Rollins continued to have visitation rights, seeing his sons every other weekend. Monica was deeply devoted to her children. Monica was eagerly anticipating the arrival of her 3rd son, Shane, in just a few weeks. As a busy mom, she balanced a full-time job with raising her 2 sons. She worked at a daycare called Kitty Castle until July 2002, when she accepted a higher-paying position at ITC Deltacom. On Friday, September 13, 2002, after work, Monica and her sons visited her father, Donald Pritchette, at his home in Anniston. While there, her father had a gift for his oldest grandson, Dalton, a foal. Dalton named the foal Mojave. The evening was spent enjoying horseback riding, playing, sharing dinner, and having conversation. At 8:30 p.m., Monica and the boys left to head back to their home in Heflin. Monica and her sons had planned to return later that weekend to spend more time with her father and his wife. However, when the weekend passed without any communication from Monica, her relatives decided to check in to ensure everything was okay. When they arrived at Monica's mobile home on the morning of Monday, September 16th, they were met with a scene beyond their worst fears. Monica and her 6-year-old son, Dalton, had been brutally murdered inside their home. It appeared that Monica went into labor from the shock during the attack. The baby was found partially delivered and had not survived. However, her 2-year-old son, Aaron, was found alive and unharmed, hiding in a closet. A relative quickly called 911. Later that same day, after finishing his 12-hour shift at Southwire, Jeremy Rollins, Monica's ex-husband, returned home. A few hours later, officers arrived at his house to inform him of the tragic news. They asked him to come to the police station. According to officials, Jeremy Rollins was quickly ruled out as a potential suspect and was cooperative throughout the investigation. After being ruled out, Jeremy said how he felt when he learned about what happened to Monica and Dalton. "It was unbelievable. There where I was at, somebody was telling you something that you just cannot believe." Early press reports indicated that Monica and Dalton had both lost their lives due to stab wounds received at some point over the weekend. Everybody pretty much knows everybody when you live in a small town. And with a population of less than 3,500 people, Heflin is one of those towns. When something as horrible as a triple slaying occurs somewhere like Heflin, it rocks the very foundation of the community, especially when the victims were a young pregnant mother, her 6-year-old son, and her unborn son. The crime terrified the community, and people started improving security measures on their homes and kept their kids inside. Family members described Monica as an easygoing, loving mother who was always smiling and good with kids. Debbie Clark, owner and director of Kitty Castles, said she was just always smiling, just a good person. Her little boy, he was so precious. Funeral services were held for both Monica and Dalton on September 19, 2002 at Dryden Funeral Home Chapel. They were set to be buried at the Cedar Creek Cemetery, but prior to the burial, investigators decided they needed to collect more DNA for investigative purposes. On September 20, 2002, Governor Siegelman offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person who committed this terrible crime. Very few details about the slaying were made public even years later. The Heflin Police Department kept the details confidential as an investigative technique. They believed that the perpetrator would one day mention something about the slaying that was never made public, leading to an arrest. Captain Joe Neighbors of the Alabama Bureau of Investigation confirmed that DNA, fingerprints, and other evidence had been collected at the scene and were sent to the Alabama Department of Forensic Science for analysis. At the time, the department was facing serious backlog issues due to budget constraints, which created a delay in processing. In June 2014, Heflin Police Chief A.J. Benefield contacted the Attorney General Office's Cold Case Unit, and the two agencies started working together. Based on new information, they began to interview people again. They met with the State Bureau of Investigation and local prosecutors and started new discussions. Police Chief Benefield was an officer at the time of the slayings. He and his partner responded to the 911 call of the relative who found Monica and her son's bodies. When talking about the case in February 2014, Benefield had this to say: "So really, there were 3 victims. It was the worst crime scene I have ever seen. Not a day goes by that we are not talking about this or working on it in some way. It is very near to our hearts." In February 2015, Benefield hinted that they were looking at someone that they have known about since February 2002, but he did not elaborate further. In March 2015, the Alabama Attorney General's office joined the investigation. Authorities periodically posted on social media asking for information on the case. Unfortunately, no useful leads came in, and the case went cold for some time. In February 2021, the case was reopened by Chief McGaughan and Captain Scott Bonner. They resent multiple items to forensic labs, both private and state. They continued to keep close contact with some of the family members and tried their best to provide support as much as they could. Although they could not go into specific details due to the ongoing investigation, Captain Scott Bonner said there was a suspect and evidence. There is no threat to anyone from the suspect in this case at this time. The suspect, who I cannot name yet, is in jail in another state for unrelated crimes, he said. With help from the state, grant money from Seasons of Justice, and a literal truckload of evidence, investigators were able to make an arrest more than 20 years after the crime. Louis Landon Spivey was arrested on June 26, 2023 and charged with taking the lives of Monica, Dalton, and Shane. On June 30, 2023, Heflin Police Department made the announcement to the public. Louis Spivey kept the sordid secret to himself until he was released from a Florida prison. He is now 39 years old and was 18 years old when he committed that horrendous crime in February 2002. They were acquaintances, Captain Bonner said in a press conference. They had a relationship. Bonner did not reveal a motive or the circumstances leading up to the slayings. For the last 15 years, Louis Spivey has been sitting in a Florida prison cell for an unrelated robbery and aggravated assault case out of Bay County for which he was sentenced in February 2010. Captain Bonner and Chief McGaughan took Louis Spivey into custody after his release from the Florida prison. Captain Bonner explained, Louis Spivey has since cooperated with the investigation. He was looked at early on in the investigation by other agencies before we opened up the case. Good investigation work gave us some good leads. We did not have surveillance, pictures, or cameras, said Bonner. We did not have the things that you would have nowadays. When investigators sat down with Louis Spivey, he allegedly gave them a complete confession, outlined the crime, and took sole responsibility for the slayings. A bond hearing was held on June 29, 2023. The court determined that the criteria for invoking Anaya's law had been met, leading to Louis Spivey's continued pretrial confinement without the possibility of bond. Anaya's law is a legislation named after Anaya Blanchard, a college student whose life was tragically taken in February 2019. The law aims to enhance penalties for certain violent offenses in Alabama. It allows judges to deny bail or parole for individuals charged with certain violent crimes, ensuring that they remain in custody throughout their trial process. The law seeks to prioritize public safety and protect potential victims by keeping individuals considered dangerous off the streets during legal proceedings. Investigators gave few details on what led to the break in the case, but we do know about the confession and that the department was given a grant for DNA analysis, and several items were processed by a state lab and private labs in Canada. In a statement on behalf of Mayor Robbie Brown, Chief Ross McGaughan offered his condolences to the family of Monica and Dalton. We hope this brings some sense of closure to this painful chapter in your lives, the authorities said. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to Captain Bonner, the Heflin Police Department, and all the other agencies and individuals who showed steadfast dedication and determination in their pursuit of justice for Monica, Dalton, and their grieving family. Investigator and Captain Scott Bonner, who worked tirelessly on the case, described it as the toughest he had ever faced, despite handling several similar cases during his career. The box of reports and everything we had to sift through took months, Bonner recalled. The case became deeply personal for him. Bonner admitted that he had likely spent more time with Monica and Dalton's family over the past 3 years than with his own. I've become really close to them, he said. It feels good to finally give them some peace. Meanwhile, Jeremy Rollins, Monica's ex-husband, remarried in February 2011 and had twin daughters with his wife. Monica's second son, Aaron Rollins, graduated from high school in 2018 and is now in his early 20s. The family still resides in Heflin. Louis Spivey, the suspect in the murders, was transferred to the Cleburne County Jail, where he is being held without bail, awaiting trial. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Werner. On the morning of August 19, 1937, the disfigured body of Pamela Werner was discovered near the Fox Tower in Beijing, just outside the city's legation quarter. Pamela was the adopted daughter of Edward Werner, a scholar at the former British Council in Peking. She had a love for ice skating, music, and was fluent in Mandarin, though she was known to be somewhat of a loner. On the day of her death, Pamela had gone to a dental appointment in the morning, then returned home to write letters. She left the family home in the late afternoon. Ho Ying, a servant who regularly went out to purchase food around 3 p.m. each day, spoke with Pamela at the time. He offered to buy sweetmeats for her during his trip, but she declined, saying she would be leaving shortly and would return by 7:30 p.m. for dinner, requesting that he prepare meatballs and rice. When he returned, she was already gone. The family's gatekeeper reported seeing her leave with her bicycle. Pamela visited friends and went ice skating at the French embassy with them. Around 7:30 p.m., Pamela's friends recalled that she mentioned needing to go home for dinner. They asked if she felt comfortable returning alone at night, to which she confidently replied that she always went by herself and that nothing could happen to her in Peking. This would be the last time anyone saw her alive. By 8 p.m., she had still not returned home, although her father had. Her father then went out looking for her. The next morning, just after 8 a.m., 2 rickshaw drivers near the Fox Tower, along the city's old walls, noticed a group of wild dogs showing interest in something lying in a ditch near the wall. An elderly man, also noticing this, approached for a closer look and discovered a mutilated body that appeared to be that of a young European woman. He quickly ran to the nearest police station to report the grim discovery. An autopsy concluded that the probable cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt instrument. Within the body, muscles had been severed cleanly. Through 2 slits in the abdomen, most of Pamela's internal organs had been removed and her blood drained. The skill required to do this as cleanly and quickly as it had been done suggested to the pathologist that whoever had done it had a considerable skill, perhaps that of a surgeon or anatomist. Her heart was also missing, with the ribs surrounding broken from inside to do so, a task requiring a considerable amount of force. A knife had also been used to repeatedly penetrate her vagina, to the point that it could not be determined whether Pamela had been sexually assaulted either before or after she was killed. One of the few internal organs remained was Pamela's stomach. It was found to contain some partially digested Chinese food. Since she had not been known to have eaten anything other than bread, cake, and tea that she had at her friend's house, this, along with the time her watch stopped, suggested that she had been alive for several hours after leaving the ice rink. The time of death was placed between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. It was concluded that the killing had been sexually motivated. The Peking police investigated in the Badlands and the arrest of Peking, while British legation police had jurisdiction in the legation quarter. Pamela and her father lived just outside the legation quarter in Armor Factory Alley. The joint investigation between Chinese and British police was unusual and struggled to get much information from the community. The second Japanese invasion of China earlier in the year meant local police and colonial authorities had a lot to do. Unhappy with the lack of progress in the case, Pamela's father, Edward Werner, took matters into his own hands and began investigating the case himself. He hired a private investigator and sent detailed reports to the Metropolitan Police at Scotland Yard in London. Edward was convinced that he knew who was responsible for his daughter's death, a prominent American dentist named Wentworth Prentice. He believed that Prentice had known Pamela from some dental work he had done on her and that he invited her to a party. Werner theorized that Prentice got her drunk, attempted to sexually assault her, and then murdered her when she resisted. The mutilation of the body, he thought, was intended to make it appear as though a local, uncivilized assailant had been responsible, and the body was then discarded near the Fox Tower. After the Japanese invasion, both Werner and Prentice were placed in the same internment camp. However, due to Scotland Yard's other pressing concerns, no further action was taken regarding the evidence. Edward Werner passed away in 1954 in England, never knowing the true identity of his daughter's killer. Moving on to the next case. Sheila and Catherine Lyon. In 1975, 10-year-old Catherine Lyon and her 12-year-old sister Sheila Lyon lived in Kensington, Maryland, with their parents, John, Mary, and their older brother, Jay. On March 25th, between 11 a.m. and noon, Sheila and Catherine left their home. Their mother asked them to return by 4 p.m. They were headed to the Westfield Wheaton Plaza shopping mall, about half a mile away, to check out the Easter exhibits. It was during their spring break, so they were excited for a fun day, even planning to have lunch at a pizzeria in the mall called the Orange Bowl. By 7 p.m., the sisters hadn't come back home, prompting their parents to call the police and report them missing. Despite extensive searches and investigations, there was no sign of the girls. However, witness testimonies helped the police establish a timeline they believed to be accurate. Around 1 p.m., a local boy saw the sisters outside the Orange Bowl, talking to an unknown man. By 2 p.m., their older brother, Jay, spotted them at the pizzeria, where they were enjoying their meal alone. A friend of theirs later reported seeing the girls walking westward down a street near the mall between 2:30 and 3 p.m., on the direct path toward their home. That was the last time Sheila and Catherine Lyon were seen alive. The neighborhood boy who had noticed them speaking to someone outside the Orange Bowl described the man as being around 6 feet tall, between 50 and 60 years old, and dressed in a brown suit. The boy also mentioned that the man was holding a briefcase containing a tape recorder. He was demonstrating an audio cassette player to a group of teenagers and children, which included the Lyon sisters. 2 composite sketches of the man were drawn up and shared with the public, and several more witnesses came forward, claiming they had seen him at the mall that day. A girl roughly the same age as Sheila and Catherine came forward to speak with detectives and provided a new potential suspect. She explained that the young girls had approached a man who had been staring at them so intensely that it made them uncomfortable enough to confront him. The man was described as a white male, about 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing around 140 pounds. He was believed to be in his late teens or early 20s, with acne on his face and scars on his left cheekbone. The man was wearing a light-colored Peters jacket, a blue and white horizontal striped shirt, and white pants. The disappearance of the Lyon sisters deeply disturbed the community in Kensington, Maryland, causing parents to become so fearful that they no longer allowed their children to play outside or walk to Wheaton Plaza. Despite the valuable details from witnesses, the case soon became overwhelmed with false leads and dubious suspects, ultimately going cold. A week after the girls' disappearance, an 18-year-old named Lloyd Lee Welsh approached a security guard at the Wheaton Mall. He claimed that he had been there that day and had witnessed the girls being abducted by the man with the tape recorder. Mall security contacted the police, who brought Lloyd to a nearby station. When investigators administered a lie detector test, Lloyd failed, prompting him to admit that he had fabricated the entire story. It was believed that he had been motivated by the $9,000 reward being offered. He was subsequently released. On April 7, 1975, nearly 2 weeks after the sisters' disappearance, a witness in Manassas, Virginia, reported seeing 2 girls who resembled Sheila and Catherine in the back of a beige 1968 Ford station wagon. The witness stated that the girls appeared to be bound and gagged inside the vehicle. The driver of the station wagon closely matched the description of the man in the publicly released composite sketch. The witness also claimed that when the driver noticed them following, he ran a red light and sped west on Route 234, toward Interstate 66. The station wagon had Maryland license plates, with the possible combination of DMT6, though the last 2 digits could not be confirmed due to the bending of the plate. Though the known combination was issued in Cumberland, Hagerstown, and Baltimore at the time. This supposed sighting inspired a small army of mobile CB radio users to scour the area throughout the night with a running commentary and chatter, but without any tangible results. A search for matching plate numbers failed to produce any information. Although this witness's report was at first treated as credible and a media firestorm erupted because of it, it was later deemed questionable by police. The disappearance granted calls from psychics, extortionists, and detention seekers. Several phone calls from people claiming to be holding the girls for ransom were made to the Lyon family in the immediate aftermath of their disappearance. One began with an anonymous mail on April 4, 1975, and demanded that John Lyon leave a briefcase with $10,000 inside an Annapolis courthouse restroom. John Lyon left $101 in the briefcase as directed by law enforcement officials. It was just enough to make the crime a felony, but the briefcase was never claimed. The same anonymous person called John later and said there were too many police officers around the courthouse, and he could not retrieve the ransom. John said he would have to hear the girls' voices before he could do anything else. The caller never made contact again. There were suspects, but nothing that linked them to the crime. One being Fred Howard Coffey. Coffey was convicted in 1987 for assaulting and strangling a 10-year-old girl in North Carolina in 1979. Authorities learned that he interviewed for a job and was subsequently employed in Silver Spring, Maryland 6 days after the Lyon sisters vanished. This is a short distance from Wheaton Plaza. Investigators were unable to determine if Coffey was connected to the case, and he was never charged in the disappearances. Raymond Rudolph Molesky Sr., a resident of Suitland, Maryland at the time of the disappearance, took the lives of both his wife and teenage son in November 1977. He was convicted and sentenced to 40 years in prison. Based on both prison informants' tips and Molesky's own claims to know something about the case, which he offered to share more fully in exchange for more favorable prison conditions, authorities searched his former residence in April 1982. No evidence was discovered. Raymond Rudolph Molesky passed away in prison in February 2004. Police interviewed countless witnesses and followed hundreds of tips. Every stand of woods or weeds were searched. Storm sewers were explored. As was every vacant house for miles, the residents of a nearby nursing home were interviewed one by one. Scuba divers groped through mud at the bottom of ponds. Nothing was found. Nothing came of anything the police did. The case haunted the Montgomery County Police Department. Generations of detectives had come and gone, and many had taken a crack at it. Periodically, a new team would start over, combing through the many boxes of yellowing evidence, hoping to find something missed. In February 2012, the Montgomery County Police Department decided to make one final push to solve the Lyon sisters' mystery. Their approach was to act as if a call had just come in for the two missing girls and to scour the boxes of case records as if starting from scratch. One of the most intriguing finds early on was a brief report written by investigators a week after the disappearances. The report was about 18-year-old Lloyd Lee Welsh that falsely claimed to see the tape recorder man abduct the sisters. The detectives newly plowing the case learned that Lloyd Welsh went on to compile an extensive criminal record. His record includes an arrest in 1977 in Montgomery County for breaking into a house 8 blocks from Wheaton Plaza Mall and stealing $580 worth of jewelry. The burglary case yielded a mugshot, which bore a striking resemblance to a composite sketch drawn in 1975 of the man at the mall who stared at the Lyon girls so long that they confronted him. The newly assigned detectives learned Welsh was imprisoned in Delaware after being convicted of assaulting a 10-year-old girl in that state in 1998. Detectives drove to see him, not sure what to expect. Would he even want to talk to them? It turns out he did. Welsh talked and talked for 8 hours. It was on October 16, 2013 that Detective Dave Davis traveled with Montgomery Deputy State's Attorney Pete Feeney to Dover, Delaware to interview Welsh. He acknowledged he was at the mall the day the Lyon sisters were reported missing, but said he had no involvement in their disappearance. The investigators continued trying to uncover as much as they could about Welsh. They learned that his mother lost her life when the car driven by his drunken father, Lee, crashed. Lloyd Welsh was a passenger. He was placed in foster homes, but ran away to live on the streets instead, where he did whatever he wanted to. As an adult, he traveled around the country, sometimes hitchhiking, and at one point started a landscaping business in South Carolina. In that state, he was also convicted of assaulting a 10-year-old, just like in Delaware. As the detectives gathered Welsh's history, they repeatedly returned to interview him in Delaware. In subsequent interviews, Welsh lied elaborately and repeatedly about his connection to the Lyon case. He eventually admitted that he had helped kidnap the girls, but insisted that the crime had been planned and carried out by others in his family. He would talk for hours, shifting his story and offering names of relatives he said he had seen abduct the Lion girls and hold them captive. In the February, investigators began an extensive probe of the entire Welsh clan. What the detectives found shocked them. The clan had 2 branches, one in Hyattsville, Maryland, and the other 5 hours southwest on a secluded hilltop in Thaxton, Virginia. It was a place locals called Taylor's Mountain. Here, the family's Appalachian roots were still in existence even though some members had gradually moved into more modern communities in and around Bedford, the nearest town. The family's mountain hollow ways, a suspicion of outsiders, an unruly contempt for authority of any kind, stubborn poverty, a knee-jerk resort to violence, set it perpetually at odds with mainstream suburbia. During one of the interviews, Welsh named relatives he had seen abuse and take the lives of at least one of the Lion girls. If the sisters had been taken by this family, as Welsh claimed and the detectives now suspected, then someone in the family might help investigators with more information. In February 2015, Welsh was claiming that the chief culprit had been his Uncle Richard, who he said had planned the girls' kidnapping and demise. Richard Welsh was nearly 70 at the time, but seemed older. In addition to heart trouble, he faced a frightening array of accusations. Various family members had accused him of ugly and violent behavior toward them in the past. Richard Welsh denied it all. He was summoned to appear before a grand jury in February 2015 where he still stuck to his story. He said he never saw either of the Lion sisters and did not know what happened to them. On May 12, 2015, detectives visited Lloyd Walsh again to see if he could tell them anything else. He continued spinning one story after the next to explain what had happened to Sheila and Catherine, always placing the blame for the crime on others. Gradually and often inadvertently, he revealed more and more about himself and the crime. The detectives came to realize that you had to forget the narrative. The way to read Welsh was to look past his stories to their details. Running through many of his versions were certain particulars that recurred. Stalking girls in the mall, a station wagon, a crying girl in the back seat, a basement access from the backyard, an axe, an army green duffel bag, and a bonfire. On a Monday in May 2015, Detective Dave Davis went looking for the place where Welsh said his Uncle Richard had taken Catherine's life before stuffing her remains in a duffel bag and ordering him to take it to Taylor's Mountain. Uncle Richard's old house had been completely destroyed to make room for a new district court building, but Dave knew where it had been. Right away, Welsh's story didn't add up. The house was the last place you would bring 2 little girls who were the object of a massive manhunt. The house was right next to police headquarters. Dave next sought out Buchanan Street, which Lloyd Welsh had also mentioned and where members of the Welsh family had once lived. When Dave arrived there, he recognized the house from snapshots in the police file. It was the house where Lloyd Welsh's parents had lived. The current owners of the house led Dave to a basement only accessed by walking around the house to the rear. Dave stepped into a dark, low-ceiling stone dungeon heaped with old furniture. This was the place he knew it. It was exactly where one would stash 2 frightened young girls. You could do anything without being seen or heard. Dave returned the next day with a forensics team. They squirted Blue Star spray to try and find any blood. It lit up from the floor to the ceiling. The room announced itself as the place where Sheila and Catherine Lyon, or at least one of them, spent their last moments. Welsh often talked about his Uncle Richard's sanctuary, but that was all untrue. This was the space where Lloyd Welsh hung out. It was his. Not long after Dave Davis found the likely crime scene, the case against Lloyd Welsh was solid enough to charge him. On September 12, 2017, Lloyd Welsh pleaded guilty to the murders of Sheila and Catherine Lyon. However, despite his guilty plea, he continued to insist that his role in the crime was minimal. He was sentenced to 48 years in prison, which, given that he was 60 years old in February 2017, essentially amounted to a life sentence. Despite his conviction, Welsh still refuses to disclose the whereabouts of the girls' bodies. Investigators are continuing to explore the possibility that Welsh did not act alone. An individual named Uncle Richard, who worked as a mall security guard around the same time, may have had a greater opportunity to abduct the two girls than Welsh. What are your thoughts on the case? Let me know in the comments. Moving on to the next case. April Jones. A young girl stepped outside to play near her home and disappeared without a trace. Her sudden vanishing led to the largest search operation in the country's history, but despite all the efforts, she could not be found. For days, there were no answers. Then, investigators began uncovering a series of disturbing clues that eventually revealed the unsettling truth behind this dark and chilling case. April Jones was born on April 4, 2007 in the small British town of Meticulously. The town was peaceful and quiet, with a population of just over 2,000, situated far from any major cities. April was the youngest in her family, with an older brother and sister. She enjoyed spending time with friends, riding her beloved pink bike around the streets of her town, and swimming. When she turned 5 in 2012, April started primary school, where she quickly stood out as a bright, determined student who was adored by her teachers. April was also a social butterfly, quickly making friends with other kids. On October 1, 2012, she attended her swimming lesson at a local sports center while her parents went to a school meeting. Afterward, she invited a friend over, and her parents drove the girls home. The two watched a cartoon together, and around 7 p.m., April asked if she could go for a walk outside. Initially, her mom was hesitant because it was already starting to get dark, but April managed to convince her. Having done well in school the day before, her mom decided to allow it as a reward, though she reminded the girls not to wander too far from home. With that, April grabbed her bike and rode off. About 20 minutes later, her mom stepped outside to call her back, but April was nowhere to be found. Panic immediately set in. She began searching the nearby streets, hoping to catch a glimpse of her daughter. The neighborhood was on the outskirts of town, a small residential area with several apartment buildings. She walked around, checking behind the buildings, but there was no sign of April. Eventually, she spotted April's friend and hurried over to ask if she'd seen her. The friend's response sent chills through her. The girl explained that a car had pulled up next to them, and April had spoken to the driver before getting inside. The vehicle then drove away. Upon hearing this, April's mom was filled with dread and immediately called the police. Within minutes, officers arrived at their home and spoke to April's friend. She described the vehicle as a gray van and mentioned that the driver was a man with dark hair and a beard, wearing a green jacket and sweatpants. April's friend had gotten a clear look at the man because he actually stepped out of the van to help April climb inside. Her mother later explained that April had cerebral palsy, which made it difficult for her to get into a vehicle on her own. The friend also mentioned something that struck her as odd. She said April had entered the van from the driver's side. This immediately caught the police's attention because, in the UK, most cars have the steering wheel on the right side. The friend had simply assumed April was getting into the driver's seat, but in reality, she was likely entering the van from the passenger side. Realizing this meant April had most likely been abducted, the police quickly called for backup and declared the situation a critical incident. A massive search operation was launched, and investigators sent out an alert with details about the suspect and his van. News of April's disappearance spread quickly, first through the neighborhood and then far beyond. Dozens of people gathered outside her home, eager to assist with the search. However, the large crowd ended up complicating things for the police, who needed to go door to door, questioning each resident. Meanwhile, news of April's disappearance spread online, attracting even more volunteers to the area. By nightfall, hundreds of people had joined the search, walking the streets alongside law enforcement. The urgency of the situation was so great that even the local waste collection service stopped working, with every single worker leaving their job to help in the search for April. Before long, the case made national headlines. News outlets picked up the story, and the police issued a public appeal, asking anyone with information to come forward. They released April's photo and a description of the suspect, and soon tips began pouring in. Unfortunately, despite the massive effort, the search yielded no results. Within the first few hours, the entire town had been scoured, but there was still no sign of April. The next step was to search the surrounding forests and fields, but that proved to be more challenging than anticipated. By this time, it was completely dark, and rain had begun to fall. The terrain around the town was rugged and difficult to navigate, and officers knew they wouldn't be able to cover much ground overnight. Despite this, they remained determined to continue. The search went on until morning, and as the sun rose, even more volunteers showed up to help. Some had even traveled from neighboring towns to assist. Meanwhile, the police expanded their efforts by putting up missing persons alerts on billboards outside the city in hopes of generating any leads. As the case spread across the country, the police received a flood of calls, but most of the tips led nowhere. However, one name kept surfacing repeatedly: 46-year-old Mark Bridger, a local resident, who was mentioned by several callers. Mark Bridger quickly became a person of interest for several reasons. First, he fit the description of the suspect. Second, he was one of the few people in town who owned a left-hand drive vehicle, which was significant because April's friend had mentioned that she had gotten into the van from the driver's side, likely indicating it was a left-hand drive. But the biggest red flag came when witnesses reported seeing Bridger's car near April's neighborhood around the time she went missing. As detectives dug deeper into his background, they discovered that Mark Bridger had a criminal history, though it mostly involved minor to moderate offenses such as assaults, thefts, and driving without a license. The police intensified their search for him and identified a few possible addresses where he might be staying. Officers were dispatched to all of them simultaneously, but Bridger and his car were nowhere to be found. Just when it seemed like they had lost track of him, a breakthrough came. A police helicopter spotted Bridger walking his dog not far from his home. But what really stood out was his behavior. The helicopter had been circling for nearly half an hour, and he never looked up, not even once. A short while later, a police officer approached Bridger and asked him to identify himself. He gave his name and immediately added, "I know what this is about." The officer then asked the question everyone wanted an answer to: "Where is his April?" Bridger responded, "It was an accident. I hit her with my car." Right after that, he was placed under arrest and taken to the station. During the drive, he kept talking, despite the fact that the officer didn't ask any additional questions. He claimed he had no idea where April was because he had blacked out. According to him, after accidentally hitting her with his car, she was unresponsive. He panicked, put her in his vehicle, and tried to give her first aid, but nothing worked. Then he said everything just went blank for hours, and by the time he came to, April's body was gone. Bridger insisted that after realizing what had happened, he spent the entire night searching for her, wandering through the forests and fields. He also claimed that he only found out who April was that morning when he saw news reports about her disappearance on TV. Naturally, detectives weren't buying Bridger's story because there were too many inconsistencies. First, there was April's friend who had seen everything. She clearly remembered April talking to the driver and getting into the van with his help, fully conscious. But Bridger insisted he had hit her with his car and placed her inside while she was unconscious, so his version just didn't match the eyewitness account. Then there was the whole memory blackout claim. It sounded far-fetched on its own, but what made it even more suspicious was what police discovered next. Shortly after April disappeared, Bridger had shaved off his hair and beard. It looked like a clear attempt to alter his appearance and avoid being caught. Still, Bridger stuck to his story. When detectives pointed out the inconsistencies, he changed his tune slightly, now claiming he had been heavily drunk that day, which in theory could explain his supposed memory blackout. He also insisted that while he couldn't remember where he had put April's body, he was sure she was dead and in a safe place. No matter how hard investigators pressed him, they couldn't get the truth out of him. So they shifted their focus to his house. The moment they stepped inside, they were hit with the strong smell of cleaning products. The house was also uncomfortably hot. That's when they noticed the wood-burning stove in the living room. It had clearly been running for hours. Forensic teams collected the ashes and sent them for testing. But aside from that, there were no obvious clues. No sign of April, no belongings, nothing. However, when forensics took a closer look, they found traces of blood, and the lab results later confirmed it was April's. Next, investigators turned their attention to Bridger's car. If his story was true, that he had accidentally hit April with his vehicle, there should have been some evidence to back it up, but there wasn't. There was no blood inside the car, no damage to the exterior, nothing that suggested an accident had even happened. Once again, his version of events didn't add up. Then came the results from the ashes in his fireplace. Forensic experts found 17 fragments of human bone, all belonging to April. Another bone fragment was also discovered in the bathroom drain. This confirmed the heartbreaking reality. April was no longer alive. But detectives didn't believe Bridger had managed to completely destroy her remains. It was far more likely that he had taken what was left and hidden it somewhere. So despite the grim discovery, police pushed forward with their search, determined to find whatever was left. The news that April was most likely dead sent shockwaves through the community. Until that moment, people had held on to hope that she would be found alive. Now, the focus of the search had shifted. Hundreds of volunteers and police officers were no longer looking for a missing girl, but for her remains so her family could lay her to rest. By then, the search operation had grown into something massive. In fact, it would go down as the largest in the country's modern history. Alongside local volunteers, hundreds of professionals from various emergency services joined in. They searched through the most difficult terrains, rivers, forests, lakes, determined to find any trace of April. Meanwhile, detectives kept digging for evidence linking Bridger to the crime. When they examined his computer, they found something really disturbing. It was filled with illegal content involving minors. Even more sickening, he had saved photos of victims from other high-profile cases. On top of that, they found dozens of images of local children from their own town, including April and her older sister. It seemed like he had been downloading their pictures from social media. Then, few months before the abduction, Bridger had sent her a friend request on social media. She had mentioned it to their father, who immediately recognized the name. He had known Bridger back in the early 90s, but had lost touch with him over the years. The request struck him as odd. Why would Bridger, a grown man, want to connect with his teenage daughter? Trusting his instincts, he told her not to accept it. It's also worth mentioning that Bridger was a father himself. He had 6 children from 4 different women. Yet at the time of April's disappearance, he lived alone. Police discovered a troubling pattern. Bridger frequently pursued relationships with women who had young children. Given the horrific evidence found on his computer, this detail took on a whole new level of significance, and only made detectives more convinced they were dealing with a predator. As police dug deeper into Bridger's background, they discovered that he never stuck to one job for long, constantly jumping between different fields of work. He also had a habit of making up stories about himself. To some people, he claimed he had served in the military and even had to change his identity for security reasons, but that was a complete lie. What made it even stranger was that he repeated this claim during police interrogations. He insisted that he had served his country, that he was a good person, and that he would never have done something like this on purpose. Between that and his strange claims about April's death, detectives started to realize they were probably dealing with a pathological liar. It didn't matter how many times his stories were proven false, he just kept sticking to them. They also learned something else supporting this theory. Bridger had told everyone he knew that his parents were dead, but in reality, they were very much alive. Another interesting detail was that Bridger had broken up with his girlfriend just days before April's abduction. People who knew him said he didn't take it well at all. He started drinking heavily, and it only sent him further downhill. As police continued combing through his computer, they found something even more disturbing. Just hours before April disappeared, Bridger had messaged 3 different women asking to meet up, but all of them turned him down. After that, he opened and watched some illegal content from his sickening collection. At this point, his guilt seemed undeniable, but there was still one major problem. April's remains were nowhere to be found. Desperate for answers, detectives repeatedly turned to the public, hoping that someone had seen Bridger or his vehicle that night. Any small lead could help them retrace his steps and finally figure out what he had done with Abel's body. At some point, a witness came forward with an interesting lead. He reported seeing Bridger the morning after Abel's abduction, around 9 a.m. The man was walking along the riverbank carrying a black bag. Investigators also discovered that shortly after that, Bridger had taken his car to a repair shop. The mechanics remembered him well because he had been acting strangely. By that time, everyone in town knew about April's disappearance, and emotions were running high. But Bridger talked about the case as if he were a grieving parent. He was on the verge of tears, speaking as though the missing child was his own. His reaction stood out to the workers. It was overly emotional, almost theatrical, and something about it just didn't sit right. Following this new lead, search teams focused their efforts along the river, hoping to find any trace of April. But no matter how thoroughly they combed the area, they still found nothing. Realizing that April's body might never be recovered, detectives made a difficult decision. They charged Bridger with murder, relying on the overwhelming evidence they already had. With April's blood found inside Bridger's home, police pieced together what they believed had happened. Their theory was that Bridger lured April into his car under some pretense, then took her back to his house, committed SA, and killed her. After that, he started disposing of her body. Investigators learned that Bridger had previously worked at a slaughterhouse. They suspected he might have used those skills to get rid of the body before burning parts of her remains in his fireplace. But forensic experts agreed there was no way he had gotten rid of everything, which meant some of it had to be hidden somewhere else. With the case moving forward, Bridger was placed in jail to await trial, which was set to begin in a few months. Meanwhile, search teams weren't planning to give up. Even as the weather got worse and new leads dried up, they kept searching, still hoping to find April's remains. The prosecution was confident they could secure a conviction even without a body, but they still refused to give up the search. In total, search teams scoured 60 square kilometers or 37 square miles of land, covering every possible location where April's remains could have been hidden, but they found nothing. In the end, April's parents had no choice but to bury only the small fragments recovered from Bridger's home. To honor her memory, they also placed some of her belongings inside the coffin. Hundreds of people attended her funeral, many traveling from other towns just to say goodbye. Over the course of the search, April had become like family to an entire community, and now they had to let her go. In January 2013, 3 months after April's murder, Bridger stood before the judge and pleaded not guilty to murder. But at the same time, he admitted that he was likely responsible for her death. During the trial, he stuck to his story, claiming that he had accidentally run over April with his car, despite overwhelming evidence proving otherwise. He also insisted that he still couldn't remember where he had hidden her remains. And yet, Bridger continued to paint himself as the good guy, saying he had only wanted to help April after the so-called accident. The trial lasted until late May, and in the end, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, which is a pretty rare sentence in the UK. After the trial, Bridger was transferred to a new prison, where he was attacked by another inmate. He stabbed him several times with a shank, but the injuries weren't fatal. For years after his conviction, detectives kept reaching out to Bridger, hoping he'd finally tell them where April's remains were, but he never wavered. He just kept insisting he remembered nothing. Then, out of nowhere, police got a tip from another inmate. According to him, Bridger had confessed, saying he had dumped April's remains in the river near his home. But investigators weren't convinced. If a bag containing human remains had been thrown into the water, it likely would have surfaced. And given that search teams had thoroughly scanned the river for miles, it seemed highly unlikely that Bridger was telling the truth. A year after his sentencing, the local government bought Bridger's house, and in November 2014, they decided to demolish it. Hundreds of locals, including April's parents, gathered to watch as the house was torn down, the very place where she had been taken from them. In 2018, April's family endured another devastating chapter. her father became seriously ill, which led to partial memory loss. When he regained consciousness, he asked his wife why April hadn't visited him in the hospital. Tragically, this meant she had to break the heart-wrenching news to him once more, informing him that their daughter was gone. In an unbearable twist, he was forced to relive the agony of losing April all over again. As for the search for April's remains, it has remained stalled since 2013. While the police have stated they are prepared to resume the search if new information surfaces, no significant progress has been made. More than 12 years have passed since April was abducted, and detectives have admitted that the chances of ever finding her are slim to none. Moving on to the next case. Destiny Renee Pittman. Destiny was born on January 9, 1992, in Kokomo, Indiana, to Melvin Douglas and Carla Pittman McCombs. She was one of 5 siblings, with 2 brothers and 2 sisters. By February 2013, at the age of 21, Destiny was living at 815 James Drive in Kokomo with her 2 young children, her boyfriend, a female roommate, and 3 dogs. On the evening of February 7, 2013, 2 armed individuals forced their way into the home. Destiny came out of her bedroom into a hallway to confront them and was fatally shot by one of the intruders. The bullet passed through her chest and lodged in a wall at the end of the hallway. Although her boyfriend, roommate, children, and pets were all present during the attack, they hid out of fear and were not harmed. At around 9:33 p.m., Kokomo Police Department officers responded to reports of gunfire at the residence. When they arrived at the scene, Destiny had already succumbed to her injuries, and there was nothing they could do to save her. A single .40 caliber shell casing was found at the scene. Neither Destiny's boyfriend, whose name was never made public, nor the roommates saw the intruders, leaving investigators without any descriptions to work from. Authorities suspected that the attack may have been a robbery attempt, targeting Destiny and her boyfriend for marijuana and cash linked to their involvement in drug sales. The boyfriend reportedly told police that he had sold marijuana and, just days before the home invasion, had taken a bag containing weed and over $2,000 in cash to another residence. Both he and the roommate also told investigators that Destiny had been involved in selling as well, though she had done so less frequently after coming into an inheritance. Despite the leads, investigators were unable to identify those responsible, and the case eventually went cold. For over a decade, Destiny's murder remained unsolved, with no suspects ever named. Her death left a lasting impact on her loved ones. Even years later, her mother remained heartbroken, often in tears. "I hope and pray to God someone will come forward," she said. "My life has turned absolutely upside down. They took my child for no reason. Whoever it was, I hope they are satisfied. They did not get anything out of it. She was just getting ready to start modeling and have a life for herself." Her mother said, not knowing who did this to her daughter or why eats at her each and every day. On March 2, 2023, 2 men were finally identified as suspects in Destiny Pittman's case. Investigators announced the arrest of 32-year-old Joey McCartney and 36-year-old Jesse McCartney. Joey McCartney was taken into custody by U.S. Marshals at the crack of dawn at a residence in Graham, Kentucky. Jesse McCartney was arrested by U.S. Marshals and local police roughly 2 hours later at a residence in Kokomo. Graham and Kokomo are more than a 4-hour drive apart. As a result of the continued investigations since February 2013, along with citizens continuing to provide leads, investigators with the Criminal Investigations Section were able to determine that these 2 individuals were responsible for what happened to Destiny. On December 5, 2022, a woman called in and claimed to have information about Destiny's case. She told police she could not keep this information to herself anymore after repeatedly seeing press releases on the case over the years. According to the court documents, this informant claimed to have been with Jesse McCartney on the night Destiny's life was ended and had been sitting in his white Jeep Cherokee outside Destiny's home. According to the informant, Jesse and Joey said they were running an errand, which the individual reportedly believed meant a deal that involved illegal substances. Jesse reportedly told the informant to stay inside the vehicle while he proceeded to put on black leather gloves and grabbed his handgun. Joey McCartney met Jesse at Destiny's front door before the pair entered the residence. The two of them then started searching the home, which police believe it was for substances that Destiny and her boyfriend were selling. The informant heard a gunshot, and so both men come running out of the house. Jesse was sweating heavily and had a large bag of marijuana and cash in his hand, according to the informant. She alleges that she and Jesse drove back to his apartment, and Joey joined them. She said Jesse then made her drive back by the home the next day. When they drove past, there was police tape surrounding the house. The informant also told police about Jesse McCartney changing his phone number and said he still lived in Kokomo on Monroe Street. She told investigators that 6 months after the incident, he sold both his gun and his Jeep. The woman explained that she hadn't come forward earlier because she was afraid, and still is. She also reportedly had a past connection with Jesse. After receiving this new information, Lee showed Destiny's boyfriend photos of Joey and Jesse McCartney. The boyfriend said Joey looked familiar and might have been to the house before with a mutual friend, but investigators were still unsure whether Destiny personally knew either of the McCartneys. Both men were eventually charged, and their hearings were scheduled for March 2023. Jesse McCartney's trial was held on August 11, 2023, where he was acquitted of some of the charges after it was determined he wasn't the one who shot Destiny. Joey McCartney's trial has yet to occur. Moving on to the next case. Kelsey Barrett. A young mother disappeared under mysterious circumstances after returning home from a trip to the grocery store. At first, police believed the case would be straightforward, but what they eventually uncovered shocked even the most experienced investigators, revealing twists no one could have anticipated. Kelsey Barrett was born on September 15, 1989, in Moses Lake, Washington. She was raised on a farm alongside her parents and older brother, taking on a variety of chores from a young age. Although she enjoyed life on the farm, Kelsey was especially captivated by crop dusting planes, the small aircraft used to spray crops or spread seeds. Determined to fly one herself, she enrolled in a local college to pursue her dream as soon as she graduated from high school. After earning her pilot's license, she worked as a flight instructor while continuing to help her family on the farm. Life was full and fulfilling, but Kelsey longed to start a family of her own. In 2016, at age 27, she finally got the opportunity to make that dream a reality. Kelsey met a man named Patrick through an online platform, and they connected instantly. Like her, Patrick was a farmer and shared her dream of having a large family. After several months of getting to know each other, Kelsey made the decision to move to Colorado to be with him, and not long after, the two became engaged. Soon after relocating, Kelsey secured a position as a flight instructor at a respected aviation school known for training military pilots. It was an excellent career move, but it came with one major drawback. The school was located about 70 miles from Patrick's farm. To manage the commute, Kelsey rented a home in Woodland Park, a town closer to her job but still within a reasonable distance of Patrick's place. Although living separately wasn't ideal, they made the most of their time together, and their relationship progressed quickly. In early 2017, Kelsey learned she was expecting, and not long after, the couple welcomed a baby girl. It looked like Kelsey's dream of starting a family was finally becoming reality. However, not long after their daughter was born, her relationship with Patrick began to unravel. She noticed him becoming increasingly distant, emotionally withdrawing, showing less interest in their partnership, and seeming disengaged from the life they were building together. Despite the shift, Kelsey wasn't ready to give up. She remained committed and did everything she could to mend the relationship. On the morning of November 22nd, which was Thanksgiving Day, Kelsey had plans to cook a holiday meal. She called her mother that morning to chat and mentioned she was heading to the grocery store to pick up some last-minute ingredients. In the days that followed, she sent a few text messages to her mom, but then, without warning, she stopped replying. At first, her mother assumed Kelsey was simply preoccupied. After all, she had a demanding job and a 1-year-old daughter to look after. As the days went by and Kelsey continued to ignore calls and messages, her mother's concern turned into alarm. Nearly a week had passed with no communication, which was completely unlike Kelsey. Hoping for some clarity, her mother contacted Kelsey's older brother, but he, too, hadn't heard from her. Growing desperate, she reached out to Patrick, thinking he might have some answers, but what he said only deepened the mystery. Patrick claimed that he and Kelsey had broken up, supposedly on Thanksgiving Day, over a week earlier. According to him, Kelsey had told him beforehand that she needed some space and wanted to end their relationship. He said that on Thanksgiving, she dropped off their daughter with him, gathered a few of her belongings from his home, and then disappeared. He insisted he hadn't heard from her since. Kelsey's mother, however, didn't buy his explanation. She couldn't imagine her daughter walking away from her 1-year-old child without checking in, not even once. What troubled Kelsey's mother even more was that she had spoken to her daughter on the very day Patrick claimed the breakup happened. During that conversation, Kelsey never mentioned ending the relationship. In fact, she sounded upbeat and was excited about preparing Thanksgiving dinner. Sensing that something was off, her mother asked Patrick if he could go check on Kelsey at her home. Patrick agreed but said he needed to finish some work on the farm first. However, he never followed up or called back. That silence was the final red flag for Kelsey's mother. Realizing that something might be seriously wrong, she decided to report her daughter missing. She contacted the police and explained everything she knew. In response, local officers were dispatched to perform a welfare check at Kelsey's home. When they arrived, her car was parked outside, but there was no sign of Kelsey. No one answered the door, and without a warrant, the police were unable to enter the residence. All they could report back was that she wasn't there. Officers did speak with Patrick during the initial investigation, but he repeated the same story, that Kelsey had left him, saying she needed time and space. This time, Patrick added a new piece of information to his story. He claimed that Kelsey had taken some of her belongings from his house, including her handgun. He also said she had been acting strangely in the days leading up to her disappearance, and suggested he was worried she may have done something drastic. Police requested access to Kelsey's home, and what they found inside only deepened the mystery. Nearly all of her personal belongings were still there: clothing, important documents, and other essentials she would have needed if she had left voluntarily. But one item was missing: her car keys. Her vehicle was still parked outside, yet the keys were nowhere to be found. It was difficult to understand how or why she would take her keys but not her car. At that point, the local police decided to officially open a missing persons investigation. One of their first moves was to analyze data from Kelsey's phone. When they reviewed the GPS records, they discovered that the last known ping from her device occurred on November 25th, 3 days after she was last seen. Even more puzzling, the signal came from Gooding, a small town located in Idaho, roughly 800 miles away from Kelsey's home in Colorado. That didn't make sense. When police spoke with Kelsey's family, they confirmed that she had no friends, relatives, or any known connections in Gooding. No one could understand why she would have traveled to such a remote town. Detectives contacted law enforcement in Gooding for assistance, but their search came up empty. In a small town like Gooding, any unfamiliar face would have stood out, yet there were no signs that Kelsey had ever been there. This raised even more questions, and investigators realized they needed to explore other avenues for answers. They reviewed CCTV footage from the grocery store Kelsey had visited on Thanksgiving Day. The video showed her behaving completely normally. There was nothing about her actions that seemed out of the ordinary. She wasn't in a rush, didn't appear upset, and didn't seem like someone who was planning to vanish without a trace. She picked up groceries for dinner, and even bought a flower before leaving the store. Police conducted another search of Kelsey's home, but once again, they found no clues. Days passed without any breakthroughs, and in that time, Kelsey's mother and brother flew to Colorado to help with the search. They stayed at her house, and right away, her mother had an unsettling feeling. Something just didn't seem right. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Then one day, Kelsey's older brother went to use the bathroom and happened to notice something red on the inside of the toilet. It caught his attention, and when he looked closer, he realized it could be blood. He immediately reported it to the police, and tests confirmed his suspicion. It was human blood. But this discovery was just the beginning. Investigators had already searched the house once, but their examination had been fairly basic. This time, forensics decided to use luminol, a chemical that reveals traces of blood even if it has been wiped away or cleaned to the point of being invisible to the human eye. They started spraying luminol in the bathroom, and what they saw was truly chilling. There was blood everywhere. It had been cleaned, but under the chemical reaction, it lit up across the walls and floor. The same thing happened in the living room. There were large stains of wiped away blood, revealing a gruesome scene that had been carefully scrubbed from sight. Samples were sent to the lab, and the results confirmed what investigators feared most: the blood belonged to Kelsey. But there was something else. Among the samples, forensic experts discovered 2 additional DNA profiles, one belonging to a man, the other to a woman. At this point, detectives were almost certain Kelsey was no longer alive. Their focus now shifted to identifying the 2 unknown individuals whose DNA had been found in her home. Naturally, Patrick became the prime suspect. Investigators had already found his version of events suspicious. But now that they were almost certain Kelsey was dead, their doubts about him only grew stronger. When they got access to Patrick's phone, they saw that he had been calling and texting Kelsey up until November 25th, the day she stopped responding to everyone else. Their messages mostly revolved around their breakup, but there was nothing particularly useful in the exchange. However, detectives were already leaning toward a different timeline. They believed Kelsey had actually been killed on Thanksgiving, November 22nd. The problem was that aside from those text messages, there was no real evidence that she had been alive for the next 3 days. That raised a terrifying possibility. Kelsey might have been murdered shortly after returning home from the grocery store. And if that was the case, someone else had been using her phone to send those messages. That's when detectives noticed something interesting. Patrick had repeatedly called a phone number with a Gooding area code, both before and after Kelsey disappeared. Wanting to know more, they traced the number and found that it belonged to a woman named Crystal. Investigators called her and asked how she knew Patrick. Crystal explained that they were essentially business partners. They co-owned several horses. When asked when she had last seen him, she initially claimed she couldn't remember. But after some hesitation, she admitted that they were supposed to meet right after Thanksgiving. According to her, she and Patrick had planned to buy another horse, so she drove to Colorado to see it herself. However, along the way, she found out that Patrick didn't have enough money for the purchase, so she turned around and went back home. Considering that the drive from her town to Patrick's was almost 1,000 miles, detectives found Crystal's story suspicious. It seemed unlikely that someone would embark on such a long road trip just to see a new horse. Adding to their doubts, Crystal claimed she hadn't even used her own car for the trip. Instead, she had borrowed a friend's vehicle because it was more fuel efficient. That detail felt oddly specific, almost as if she was trying to justify why her car wouldn't show up on any traffic cameras or toll records. Before ending the conversation, detectives asked Crystal if she knew Kelsey. She responded that she had heard about her on the news but had never met her in person. That statement immediately raised red flags. Crystal lived in another state, and at that point, Kelsey's disappearance hadn't yet made national headlines. So how would she have already heard about it? After wrapping up their call with Crystal, investigators decided to dig deeper into her background. They discovered that she had recently gone through a divorce, so they reached out to her ex-husband, hoping he could provide more insight. When detectives asked Crystal's ex-husband if he knew Patrick, his response completely contradicted what Crystal had told them. He revealed that she and Patrick had known each other since February 2006. Patrick was actually her first love. Over the years, they had an on and off relationship but had always stayed in touch. Even more suspicious, her ex-husband claimed that their affair had never truly ended, not even after he and Crystal got married. According to him, She was still seeing Patrick in 2017, the same year he got engaged to Kelsey. But that wasn't all. Crystal had also lied to her ex-husband about her whereabouts after Thanksgiving. At first, she told him she had gone to visit friends from November. But after the police contacted her, she finally admitted to him that she had actually been in Colorado. Then came another suspicious detail. On December 4th, Crystal asked her ex-husband to go with her to buy a new phone, claiming she had lost hers. Detectives immediately took note of the timing. December 4th was the exact same day they had obtained Patrick's phone for investigation. With all this information, investigators had enough evidence to obtain a warrant for Crystal's DNA sample. They flew to Idaho to collect it, and while Crystal complied with the request, she flat out refused to answer any of their questions. As they waited for the lab results, detectives reached out to the friend who had lent Crystal her car for the trip to Colorado. She allowed them to inspect the vehicle and mentioned that she kept a handgun inside. When investigators checked the gun, they noticed something alarming. One bullet was missing from the magazine. The friend was adamant that the gun had been fully loaded when she lent Crystal the car, and she had no idea where the missing bullet had gone. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. Investigators then spoke with another one of Crystal's friends, a woman named Michelle, and what she told them completely turned the case on its head. Michelle revealed that Crystal had called her in late October, about a month before Kelsey disappeared, and told her something shocking. Through tears, Crystal confided that Patrick had asked her to kill his fiancée. According to Michelle, Patrick told Crystal that Kelsey was mistreating their daughter. He insisted that he couldn't do it himself because it would be too obvious, and he needed someone else to carry out the murder. During the conversation, Michelle urged Crystal to go to the police, but she never did. This revelation completely changed the course of the investigation. Police were now almost certain that both Patrick and Crystal were somehow involved in Kelsey's murder. But despite the mounting evidence, they still had no DNA results, and more importantly, no concrete proof of what had actually happened to Kelsey. As investigators continued searching for more evidence, the case took another unexpected turn. Crystal called them and said that she had hired a lawyer and was ready to talk. When detectives met with her, she didn't hesitate and dropped a bombshell. Crystal admitted that Patrick had killed Kelsey and confessed to cleaning up the crime scene afterward. According to Crystal, Patrick had been planning Kelsey's murder for months. But from the very beginning, he had intended for Crystal to be the one to carry it out. Just as she had told her friend Michelle, Patrick repeatedly insisted that Kelsey was abusing their daughter, using drugs, and drinking excessively. He convinced Crystal that getting rid of her was the only option. Crystal agreed to help Patrick, and 2 months before Kelsey's disappearance, they came up with their first plan. The idea was simple. Crystal would poison Kelsey's favorite coffee with some medication. Since Crystal was a nurse, she had easy access to the necessary drugs. But there was one big problem. Crystal and Kelsey had never met. To get around this, she and Patrick came up with a cover story. Crystal would pretend to be a new neighbor who had just moved to the area and was introducing herself to the locals. In September, she put their plan into motion. She grabbed Kelsey's favorite coffee, but Crystal actually couldn't go through with it. She hadn't poisoned the coffee. She just wanted to see Kelsey in person. And just like that, their first attempt failed. Patrick's next plan was more direct. Crystal was supposed to drive to his farm, pick up a metal pipe he had prepared, go to Kelsey's house, and kill her. She drove nearly 1,000 miles, picked up the pipe, and even pulled up outside Kelsey's house. But once again, she couldn't go through with it. She sat there for a while, then drove off without ever stepping out of the car. But Patrick didn't give up. His third plan was almost identical to the last one. But this time, instead of a pipe, he left a baseball bat for Crystal to use. Once again, she took the long drive, picked up the weapon, and approached Kelsey's house. And once again, she couldn't go through with it. At that point, Patrick realized if he wanted Kelsey dead, he would have to do it himself. According to Crystal, it all happened in the afternoon on Thanksgiving Day. Patrick showed up at Kelsey's house with a twisted plan. He told her he had bought several holiday-scented candles and suggested they play a game. She would be blindfolded and try to guess the different scents. Kelsey went along with it, completely unaware of what was about to happen. As soon as Patrick tied the blindfold over her eyes, he grabbed the baseball bat and carried out the murder. What made it even more horrifying was that their 1-year-old daughter was in the next room the entire time. After killing Kelsey, Patrick placed her body in a large plastic container and loaded it into the trunk of his car. Then, as if nothing had happened, he took his daughter and drove to his family's Thanksgiving dinner. While his relatives gathered around the table, laughing and celebrating, Kelsey's body sat just a few yards away, hidden inside his vehicle. After dinner, Patrick drove out to a small town called Cripple Creek, where he had rented a barn and left Kelsey's body there for several days. That same night, he called Crystal and told her she needed to come and clean up the mess he had made. She immediately understood. Kelsey was dead. Trying to cover her tracks, Crystal borrowed her friend's car, thinking it might help throw off investigators if the police ever looked into it. She then gathered a stash of cleaning supplies and set off for Colorado. While she was on the road, Patrick called her again. This time, he had a specific request. He warned her to be extra careful because he couldn't find one of Kelsey's teeth. He didn't want it turning up somewhere it shouldn't, especially not in front of Kelsey's family. When Crystal stepped into Kelsey's home, she was met with a horrifying scene. There was blood everywhere. It covered the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. She spent over 4 hours scrubbing the place, but some stains were impossible to remove, even with heavy-duty cleaning chemicals. So she gathered anything that had blood on it, rags, towels, and other items, stuffed them into garbage bags and loaded them into her car. After finishing the cleanup, she casually stopped at a cafe for something to eat before heading to meet Patrick. They stopped at a gas station where Patrick filled up a canister with gasoline. Then, they drove to the barn, retrieved Kelsey's body and took it back to Patrick's farm. There, they built a fire and burned her remains. As they stood by the flames, Patrick's mother stepped outside. She watched them for a while, but whether she realized what was really happening remains unknown. Before Crystal left for home, Patrick handed her Kelsey's phone. For the next few days, she responded to texts from Kelsey's family and friends, trying to keep up the illusion that Kelsey was still alive. But eventually, she got rid of the phone, destroying the last trace of Kelsey's connection to the outside world. Despite helping Patrick cover up a brutal murder, Crystal insisted that she hadn't acted of her own free will. She claimed she had been terrified of becoming his next victim, and only did what he asked out of fear for her life and for her children's lives. She said Patrick had threatened to harm them if she didn't cooperate. Before ending her confession, Crystal added that she had actually tried to help police catch Patrick. She claimed that she had deliberately left a few bloodstains in Kelsey's home, hoping investigators would find them. The detectives were highly skeptical of this claim. Crystal had countless opportunities to go to the police and prevent the murder. Instead, she not only allowed Patrick to go through with it, but had been willing to kill Kelsey herself 3 separate times. And even after Patrick carried out the murder, she didn't come forward. She helped him clean up the crime scenes, dispose of the body, and mislead Kelsey's family and friends. In the end, her confession wasn't motivated by guilt or a sense of justice. The truth was, her lawyer had advised her to take a plea deal, one that would drop all charges against her except for a single count of evidence tampering related to destroying Kelsey's phone. Despite Crystal's detailed confession, police still needed solid physical evidence to take the case to trial. They had already searched Patrick's farm once and found nothing incriminating. But this time, with Crystal's help, they returned to the property, and she pointed out the exact spot where they had burned Kelsey's remains. Had done a thorough job of covering it up, so investigators had to dig through layers of dirt and ash. Eventually, forensic experts uncovered traces of a burned body. However, there was almost nothing left that could be used for DNA analysis. The only piece of evidence was the tooth Crystal had found while cleaning up the crime scene. But even that was so badly damaged by fire, investigators couldn't conclusively prove it belonged to Kelsey. Still, there was one crucial breakthrough. By this time, the lab results from the DNA samples found in Kelsey's home had come in. The results confirmed what detectives already suspected. The two unidentified profiles belonged to Patrick and Crystal. That was the final piece of evidence they needed. Patrick was eventually arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He spent the next years behind bars while prosecutors built their case against him, refusing to admit any guilt. According to the prosecution, Patrick had multiple motives for wanting Kelsey dead. First, their relationship was falling apart, and he wanted nothing more to do with her. But since they had a child together, simply walking away wasn't an option, so he decided to get rid of her permanently. The second motive was financial. Patrick was struggling with some serious money problems and was at risk of losing part of his farming business. Investigators believe this could have also played a role in his decision to kill Kelsey. Even though prosecutors couldn't pinpoint a single clear-cut motive, by the time of the trial, investigators had gathered undeniable proof of Patrick's guilt. One of the biggest pieces of evidence came from his phone records. Data from his smartphone showed that he had spent several hours at Kelsey's home on the day of her murder. This directly contradicted his claim that he had only stopped by for a few minutes to pick up their daughter and drop off some of her belongings. CCTV footage from a neighbor's house further discredited his story. The video showed Patrick arriving at Kelsey's home with their daughter. But instead of leaving shortly after, as he claimed, he didn't come back outside for several hours. Then came another damning detail. After leaving Kelsey's home, Patrick's phone traveled to his farm, but Kelsey's phone moved with him. He hadn't even bothered to turn it off. For the next few days, Kelsey's phone remained near Patrick's, tracking alongside his movements, until he finally handed it off to Crystal, who had used it to send misleading texts before destroying it. On top of all this, detectives uncovered a wealth of surveillance footage linking Patrick to the crime. One camera captured him driving with the large plastic container, the same one he later used to hide Kelsey's body. Another camera at the gas station recorded him and Crystal filling up a gas canister, further confirming their involvement in destroying the remains. Then, during the trial, another disturbing detail came to life. An employee at a mobile carrier store testified that Patrick had visited on the same day police seized his phone and asked a very suspicious question. He inquired about how to remotely wipe all the data from a device. However, the most incriminating testimony came from someone in the jail. One of Patrick's cellmates revealed that while awaiting trial, Patrick had created a hit list with 3 names on it: Crystal, her ex-husband, and Kelsey's mother. He wanted them dead. This testimony solidified the case against Patrick, proving he was not only guilty but still dangerous. With the overwhelming evidence in Crystal's testimony, the jury found Patrick guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, along with an additional 156 years. As for Crystal, her plea deal resulted in a surprisingly lenient sentence of just 3 years in prison, though a judge later reduced it to 18 months, with the possibility of early release after just 1 year. In the end, she served very little time, despite the fact that she could have stopped the crime but instead helped cover it up. On a brighter note, Kelsey's family was granted full custody of her daughter, who has lived with them ever since. To honor Kelsey's love for flying, her parents also started a nonprofit to support aspiring pilots, ensuring that Kelsey's legacy endures. Moving on to the next case. Ludlow John and Jane Doe. In November 1980, an archaeologist working in a remote area of the Mojave Desert uncovered the remains of a man and a woman. Both had been murdered and buried in a shallow grave several miles east of Ludlow, California. The victims were found without clothing or identification. An autopsy later confirmed that they had died from a combination of gunshot wounds and blunt force trauma. The coroner estimated that they had been killed and buried between 6 to 8 months before their discovery. The victims were believed to be in their 20s at the time of their deaths. Despite years of effort, law enforcement was unable to determine their identities. However, investigators did manage to identify a possible suspect. Howard Neal, a former Ludlow resident, had left the town shortly after the murders. He was later charged in Mississippi for the 1981 killings of his brother, his 13-year-old niece, and her 12-year-old friend. In February 1982, Howard was sentenced to death for the murders. However, 8 years later, his sentence was overturned and reduced to a triple life sentence after an IQ test revealed that he was borderline mentally disabled. Over the years, law enforcement attempted to interview Howard multiple times, but his attorney consistently denied their requests. Privately, however, the attorney hinted to police that they did not need to search for another suspect in the Ludlow murders. In 2017, investigators were finally able to question Howard. During the interview, Howard admitted to committing the Ludlow murders. He explained that the two victims had been hitchhiking along Highway 66 when he picked them up. He brought them back to his home, where he attempted to sleep with the female victim. This led to a confrontation between Howard and the male victim, ending with Howard shooting and killing him. He then sexually assaulted the female, and killed her as well. He then buried their bodies in a shallow grave in an isolated area off of Highway 66. Howard, however, did not know much about the victims. He did mention that the female may have been from Arkansas and may have had a daughter that she had left behind to travel across the country. He could not provide any information about the male other than he looked like a quote hippie. In 2018, Christine Marie Sally, who lived in Virginia, hired a private investigator to find her biological parents. The private investigator submitted her DNA to the GED Match database. In December of 2020, her DNA finally matched with the DNA of the female victim, which had been submitted by the police a few years prior. The match indicated that the victim was most likely the mother of Christine Marie Sally. Christine told the investigators that the adoption papers obtained by the private investigators had her biological mother's name, Pamela Diane Duffy. The investigators then submitted another sample of Christine's DNA along with the female victim's DNA to the California Department of Justice, who confirmed that the female victim was indeed Christine's mother. The female victim was finally identified as Pamela Diane Duffy. Christine told investigators that she learned before that her mother had gone missing. She recalls that her mother had been associated with a man known as Diggers Lane. She also told the investigators that the man had served time in a Virginia prison. Her mother had planned to travel across the country with him after his release from prison in 1979. However, when investigators searched the database, they found no records of a man named Diggers Lane. With assistance from the Virginia State Police, they narrowed down their search to one individual who fit the description, William Everett Lane. However, there was no evidence that he had ever gone by the name Digger. His arrest records included a home address, which led police to several of his relatives. William's mother provided a DNA sample, and in April 2021, the male victim was officially identified as William Everett Lane. After 42 years, both victims were finally given their true identities, bringing closure to the case. Moving on to the next case. Michelle Norris. On May 26, 1988, 7-year-old Michelle Norris went to the playground of Captain G. Harold Hunt Elementary School in Central Falls, Rhode Island. She was in first grade and wanted to play with her brothers. Her mother, Julia, stayed behind to rest due to a kidney infection. After her parents' separation, Michelle and her siblings were staying with their mother at their grandmother's house. One of the windows of the home overlooked the playground. Before leaving, Michelle asked her mother if she needed any Tylenol, but Julia declined. Michelle told her mother she loved her, said goodbye, and left. That was the last time Julia saw her daughter. At the playground, Michelle's brothers did not notice anything unusual. Julia believed her daughter would not have gone with a stranger without a fight, and suspected that whoever took Michelle was someone she knew. Michelle was last seen between 6 and 7 p.m. that evening. A search party was quickly organized, but it wasn't until a few days later that volunteers found Michelle's body. She was deceased and unclothed, less than half a mile from the playground, on the side of a hill behind the dance hall on Brook Street. Her pink t-shirt and purple shorts were neatly folded next to her body. The area had been searched just a day prior by her father, William. Medical examiner Kristen Sweeney performed the autopsy, and discovered that Michelle's end was violent. She'd been beaten and sexually assaulted before being forced into the soil and suffocated. Her body sported numerous cuts and bruises which she had sustained from trying to fight off her abuser. Forensic testing, however, found that the soil Michelle had inhaled did not match that of the dump site, suggesting that she had been slain elsewhere. This vile attack on a little girl sent shock waves throughout the city. Parents held their children tighter and became wary of letting them out of their sights. Although several people were questioned during the initial investigation into Michelle's demise, leads were quick to dry up. Several years later, the police chief of Central Falls at the time told a reporter with Providence Journal that he believed a local resident was responsible for the abduction and homicide. This unnamed suspect has never been taken into custody, however, due to a lack of evidence. It has baffled investigators and online sleuths alike that Michelle did not scream or run away, adding credence to the thought that she must have known whoever took her. However, it still seems unusual. There were no witnesses to the crime or its aftermath. Did the abductor live nearby? How did they get away from the playground with Michelle? There are so many questions and so few answers. There is one publicly known suspect in the case. He is possibly the one who investigators are interested in. According to the investigation Discovery show, Breaking Homicide, Michelle's best friend's stepdad faced criminal charges for molesting his stepdaughter. It was reported that the man who might have been involved in Michelle's abduction lived just a few blocks from the playground. However, he has never been charged in connection with her disappearance or death. Similar to the case of Lila, Michelle's murder has been featured on playing cards distributed to prisoners, in hopes that it might lead to a breakthrough in the investigation. Michelle's mother, Julia, now lives in Massachusetts and has 7 grandchildren. Following Michelle's death, a memorial reward was established in her honor by the Children's Friend and Service Agency in Rhode Island. The Michelle Norris Memorial Award is given annually to an individual or organization that makes exceptional contributions toward improving the futures of the state's most vulnerable children. Unfortunately, Michelle's case has remained largely unsolved in recent years. If you have any information about her case, you can contact the Rhode Island State Police at 401-444-1046. Moving on to the next case. Baby boy Harry. A male baby's lifeless body was found wrapped in a blanket in a bag of Meadowbrook Drive on December 4, 2008 in Harry County, South Carolina. The baby was given the name Baby Boy Harry and buried at a Hillcrest Cemetery in Conway. There were no signs of the baby's identity or his biological parents. Investigators hoped that someone would come forward with information, but no one did and the case went cold. His DNA was collected in February 2008, and in 2020, it was used to identify the mother of baby boy, Harry. In March 2020, investigators confirmed that Jennifer Sarr from Pensacola, Florida, was the mother of baby boy Harry. In February 2008, at the time the infant's body was discovered, Jennifer had been a student at Coastal Carolina University. Rather than conducting an immediate on-site arrest, investigators chose to inform Jennifer over the phone that she would be taken into custody. Since there was no immediate danger to anyone's life and she had 2 young children, authorities wanted to avoid traumatizing them by arresting their mother in front of them. Jennifer then traveled to Myrtle Beach, where she was officially taken into custody. She was booked into the J. Reuben Long Detention Center in Conway on March 4, 2020. The baby's father was also identified, but he was not arrested, suggesting that he had no knowledge of the events surrounding the infant's death. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Connor and Sheila Dwyer. The mysterious disappearance of married couple Connor and Sheila Dwyer from County Cork in 1991 has left both investigators and the public puzzled for decades. Despite the passage of nearly 30 years, the case remains unsolved. At the time, the couple resided in Fermoy, County Cork. Connor, age 63, had worked as both a plumber and handyman before recently landing a job as a chauffeur for a wealthy German tourist, Fritz Wolf, who was vacationing in a nearby village. Reports suggest Connor thoroughly enjoyed this new role, particularly because it gave him the opportunity to drive luxurious vehicles he had long admired. In a modest neighborhood, the presence of a gleaming Rolls-Royce outside their home did not go unnoticed. It was conspicuous and drew attention. While Connor relished his new position, Sheila, aged 61, focused on maintaining their home. The couple's 2 adult children had already moved out, both relocating to England. Sheila kept herself occupied with daily routines such as cooking, running errands, and maintaining the home. Friends and neighbors often remarked on her polished appearance, and noted that she always presented herself with care. There were no outward signs of trouble before the couple suddenly ceased all communication and disappeared without warning. Their last confirmed public appearance was at a funeral held at St. Patrick's Church in Fermoy on April 30, 1991, located only a short distance from their residence on Chapel Hill. They returned home afterward without incident. That same evening, Sheila had a phone conversation with one of her sisters. The precise timing of their disappearance remains uncertain. The final known contact with them occurred on May 1st, during another phone call with Sheila's sister, after which all further attempts to reach the couple went unanswered. Reports differ on the date they were officially reported missing, with some stating May 19th and others suggesting May 22nd. Either way, it's clear there is a gap of around 3 weeks in which the pair's movements are not accounted for. It's unclear why nobody reported the couple missing, not friends, nor family, nor neighbors during that time. One of the Dwyer's children, also named Connor, said he had last spoken to his parents on St. Patrick's Day, March 17th. He reported that nothing had seen amiss with the couple. The Dwyers were finally reported missing when one of Sheila's sisters went to the home after failing to contact either half of the couple. She was met with a silent, empty house and she alerted the local authorities. When the guard arrived on the scene, they immediately began to investigate. Nothing seemed out of place and nothing was missing. There were no signs of a struggle or forced entry. The couple's personal belongings, including clothes and passports, were found in the home. A biscuit tin kept in the house still contained around A2-100. The only thing the guard couldn't locate was the couple themselves and their car, a white Toyota with the registration plate 5797ZT. In the years since their disappearance, no trace of the Dwyers has ever been found. Their bank accounts have never been accessed and their car has never been located. Since the river Blackwater runs through the town, authorities conducted an exhaustive search of the water and the surrounding countryside, all to no avail. Shortly after their vanishing, Interpol was alerted and ferry records were combed through for any sign of either the couple's car or their presence on any of the ships. But once again, this lead was a dead end and no sign of the Dwyers was found. Although there have been no confirmed sightings of the couple since 1991, several witnesses stepped forward in the years following their disappearance, claiming to have seen them alive and well. One local woman believed she had seen the pair in their car stopped at a set of traffic lights in Fermoy just shortly after the couple were thought to have vanished. There have also been different sightings in the cities of Dublin and Waterford. In 1993, the case was featured on an episode of Crime Call, the Irish equivalent to UK's Crime Watch program. After seeing the show, a woman reported seeing the couple at Lauders Airport in France in June of 1991. She said that the man appeared suspicious because he wore a long trench coat and kept a constant careful eye on his wife while he went to grab a newspaper. She thought it seemed like he was worried the woman would talk to somebody else while she sat and waited for his return. She said when the man returned to his wife, he said something to her, and they both left. The witness claimed that the couple both had Irish accents. At the time, the witness was unaware that the couple had vanished, so she did not report the sighting right away. She later told authorities, during an interview that included one of Sheila's sisters, that the clothing she saw matched items missing from the couple's home, likely the outfits they were last seen wearing, as no other clothes were reported missing. Another notable sighting occurred in 1993, when someone claimed to have seen the couple at an airport in Munich. This account drew interest from investigators due to Connor's prior work with a German businessman. Despite this lead, the sighting could not be verified by either the Bavarian police or Interpol. An additional uncertainty in the case was whether Connor was still employed by Fritz Wolff at the time of the disappearance, or if he had stopped working, possibly due to Wolff's return to Germany. If he was still in Wolff's service, it raised the question of why his employer never reported his absence. In February of that year, a tip prompted law enforcement to search a lime quarry located about a 45-minute drive from Fermoy, but the investigation did not produce any new evidence. One of the most curious aspects of the case is that it is shrouded in rumor and hearsay. Reddit forum users have noticed their family's reluctance to discuss the case, while accusations range from Connor orchestrating a murder-suicide plot to the 63-year-old being involved accidentally in a drug-running business. One particularly interesting whisper involves Connor disappearing for several years back in the 1980s. It is unclear where this rumor started, and it is unknown why he left or returned if the rumor is true. It's also been speculated that the couple took their own lives together in a suicide pact. This theory arose because Connor's brother mentioned that he had suffered from depression before. If Connor really did disappear in the prior decade, then perhaps his mental health struggles played a role in that too. One theory in the case postulates that the couple's vanishing is linked to the disappearance of William "Billy" Fennessy, who vanished from Fermoy almost exactly a year prior. William was of a similar age, and his car was also missing. However, his body and car were both pulled from the River Blackwater in 2013. The most plausible theory suggests that the pair may have met a similar end as William Fennessy, though their car and remains have yet to be discovered. Their son, also named Connor, expressed his thoughts in a February 2008 interview, stating that his parents were well regarded and had no known enemies. He described them as kind, respectful, and familiar faces within their community. Despite the passage of time, he maintained hope that they might still be alive, but admitted that the uncertainty was tormenting, saying, "The not knowing keeps you awake at night. I wonder what the hell was going through their minds." He described the experience as deeply unsettling and surreal, calling it a living nightmare. In the years since their disappearance, few developments have emerged. No suspects have ever been publicly named, and law enforcement continues to emphasize that finding the couple's vehicle may be the key to solving the mystery. Until then, the disappearance of Sheila and Connor Dwyer remains unsolved. If you have any information on the vanishing of the Dwyers, you can contact the Fermoy Garda on 02582100. Moving on to the next case. Denver Strangler. The Denver Strangler, also referred to as Jack the Strangler or the Strangler of Denver, was active between 1894 and 1903 and claimed only a few known victims. His targets were typically sex workers, and his identity has remained the subject of speculation for over a century. The first known victim was 37-year-old Lena Tapper, a French sex worker who had previously lived in Heron Lake, Minnesota before relocating to Denver. She was romantically involved with Richard DeMarty, and both were reportedly part of a secretive French group linked to underground human trafficking activities. On September 3, 1894, Lena was discovered strangled in her bed at her home on Market Street. Investigators at the time were unable to determine a motive for her murder. The second known victim was 23-year-old Marie Contis, another French sex worker involved in the same clandestine organization, along with her partner Tony Sanders. Her body was found lying on her bed, having been strangled with a piece of cord pulled so tightly around her neck that it embedded into her skin. Marks from fingers were also visible on her throat. Marie was known to be relatively affluent, which led investigators to suspect robbery as the motive for her murder, especially since only 75 cents was found on her person. In the aftermath of her death, 5 individuals were taken into custody, including Richard DeMarty, the partner of the first victim, Lena Tapper. Reports indicated that DeMarty had previously shown romantic interest in Marie. However, all 5 suspects were eventually released due to insufficient evidence. Authorities found 2 of the men particularly suspicious. One of them, Antonio Santapietro, was a former police employee who had been dismissed from the force for reasons that were never disclosed. At the time of the murder, He was working as a messenger and was apparently favored by Marie over Emile Taymans, a cook who worked for her and was rumored to be jealous of Antonio. Both men were reportedly present in Marie's home around the time of her death, yet claimed they heard nothing out of the ordinary. Due to the lack of concrete evidence, neither was charged. The strangler's final known victim was 24-year-old Kiku Ohama, a Japanese immigrant who had first arrived in the United States during the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. While there, she met Ayami Ohama, a cook, and the two began a relationship that eventually led them to relocate to Denver in 1893. A few days before Kiku's death, the police had raided the local prostitution business and arrested several of her associates. She secured their release while being aided by a French saloon keeper, but he later demanded money as a reward and the two got into a fight. It is unclear if this man was ever cleared of any involvement in her subsequent murder. Kiku was last seen alive on November 13th. She took a short walk with her friends before returning home and taking a nap with her curtains drawn. Ayami then decided to go for a walk. When he returned, he found Kiku lying in her bed with a towel around her neck. She was still alive and gasping for air, and Ayami pulled the towel off her before running across the street to yell for help from the other Japanese women who lived nearby. His shouts attracted the attention of a police officer who entered the room with them. By this time, Kiku was dead. There was clear evidence that a struggle had occurred as Kiku's bedsheets were disturbed and covered with blood. Additionally, a second damp towel was found lying on the washstand, and it was obvious that the perpetrator had been rifling through the 24-year-old's drawers, likely looking for cash. The keys to both the front and back of the house were missing, and Kiku had finger marks near her windpipe as well as some bruising on her forehead. It was theorized that she had been thrown onto her back on the bed after the towel had been tied around her neck. Ayami along with several Japanese women were arrested for the crime, but a lack of evidence led to their release. In the years following Kiku's death, 2 other women were murdered by strangulation, and no one was ever charged with the crimes. It has been suggested that these 2 women were also victims of the Denver Strangler. The first victim was Julia Vaught, a 40-year-old psychic medium living on Champa Street. She had previously told investigators that she had been given a description of the strangler by spirits who had reached out to her. On October 7, 1898, she was found dead in her apartment, a towel tied tightly around her neck. It's been suggested that the crime may have been committed by a copycat, or someone attempting to divert attention from themselves. However, another theory posits that the Denver Strangler targeted Julia out of fear that she knew too much or could identify him. The next known victim was 20-year-old Mabel Brown, discovered in her Market Street residence in 1903. Her hands were bound with suspenders, a handkerchief was stuffed in her mouth, and marks on her neck indicated she had been strangled. Like the previous victims, Mabel was found lying on her bed. It's worth mentioning that alternative suspects existed in both cases. Julia's husband suspected a man named George Randall, an African American who frequently borrowed money from her, but Randall was ultimately acquitted. In Mabel's case, she was reportedly romantically involved with 2 men, Harry Shallis and Samuel Holzweg, at the time of her death, though neither was ever formally charged. While several suspects emerged following the first 3 murders, none were successfully prosecuted. The first suspect was Richard Damity, Lena Tapper's boyfriend who worked as a landlord. Local rumors at the time claimed that he was a violent man, but the evidence pointing towards him was circumstantial at best. Despite this, he was considered the most promising strangler according to the Morning News. Prosecutors felt that they could get a successful conviction at least in Lena's case while detectives listened to the ravings of his sister who was imprisoned at the county hospital after allegedly going mad following her brother's arrest. She claimed to see the ghosts of the victims of the strangler. Eventually, Damity was charged with Lena's death. A total of 45 witnesses were brought in to testify, and 2 of the alleged witnesses, a man and a woman, claimed to have seen Lena struggling with Damity through their window. Ultimately, however, a jury acquitted him, and after the trial, he moved to Brazil. The second suspect in the case was a married French-Canadian man named Frank Rock. He was arrested because he matched the description of a man running from Kiku Aoyama's crime scene. Reportedly, He had even associated with the French underground human traffickers in the past, but eventually, Rock was dismissed when authorities failed to obtain a confession. Next, an Italian man named only as H. Meller was suspected of being the strangler when on November 8, 1894, he strangled a woman named Marie Venders who was thankfully able to escape. He attempted to cut her throat with a razor but was thwarted by a police officer who arrived on the scene. The morning call reported that Police Chief Armstrong did not believe Meller was the strangler though, and so it appears he was never charged in connection with those murders. Victor Manchero was a 40-year-old French carpenter who came to the attention of police when a former friend of his, Alphonse Lemaire, drunkenly told a story about how he had committed the crimes. One day, Lemaire entered a saloon half-drunk, sat down and began listening to a conversation that Tony Sanders, the boyfriend of the second strangler victim Marie, was having with a friend about the string of crimes. Lemaire then told Tony that the perpetrator was a man he knew. Upon being fed more alcohol, he expanded on this, revealing the name Victor Manchero and claiming that the pair had met while serving time in San Quentin State Prison, California. He then said Manchero arrived in Denver in 1893, 3 months before the crime spree began. Lemaire claimed Manchero strangled all the women with the use of chloroform before robbing them. He reportedly even attempted to kill another woman named only as Xavier but failed, although Xavier did not report the incidents to the police. However, that's not where this story ends. When Victor Manchero got wind of Alphonse Lemaire's story, he replied by claiming that Lemaire was the true strangler. At first, investigators were uncertain if either man was truly responsible, but they eventually leaned toward Lemaire as the likely suspect. Manchero alleged that Lemaire was a transient sailor who had come to Denver from Salt Lake City, Utah, under his real name, Charles Guichard. The two had met while incarcerated, and after their release, Manchero traveled to Denver in search of work. Lemaire was later apprehended by Tony Sanders after sharing his story at a local saloon, and Manchero was subsequently arrested as well. While in jail, Manchero accused Lemaire of murdering women using towels and chloroform to rob them. Despite these serious allegations, either man was ultimately convicted of the crimes. Unlike many older unsolved cases, the Denver Strangler mystery involved a wide range of suspects, yet none provided definitive answers. More than a century later, the case remains unresolved, standing as one of the most chilling and enigmatic chapters in true crime history. Moving on to the next case. Lawson family murders. On Christmas morning of 1929, a horrifying tragedy unfolded on a tobacco farm in Stokes County when Fanny Lawson and her 6 children were found murdered. Each had been shot or bludgeoned to death. The case took an even darker turn when the family's patriarch, Charlie Lawson, took his own life just as authorities arrived. While his suicide shocked the community, it paled in comparison to the gruesome and chilling scene awaiting investigators, a scene of violence and mystery that remained cloaked in secrecy for decades. It would take more than 60 years before the deeper truths behind the murders were revealed. Just days before the killings, Charlie Lawson made an unusual decision. He brought his entire family into town to have their portrait professionally taken. As a working-class man and the son of a sharecropper, this was a rare and extravagant gesture. He had recently managed to purchase a centuries-old farmhouse and land for growing tobacco, and though far from wealthy, he spent money on new outfits for his wife and 7 children to wear in the portrait. The photograph, showing the family arranged in 2 solemn rows, all wearing serious expressions, would become a haunting symbol of the tragedy to come. In the now infamous family portrait, 16-year-old Arthur Lawson stands in the back row alongside his older sister Marie, 17, and their parents, Charlie and Fanny. Fanny, looking grim, cradles the youngest child, 4-month-old Mary Lou. In the front row, the younger children, James, 4, Mabel, 7, Raymond, 2, and Carrie, 12, stare solemnly into the camera. No definitive reason has ever been established for why Charlie arranged the professional photograph, but within days, nearly everyone captured in the frame would be dead. On Christmas afternoon, Marie was in the kitchen putting the finishing touches on a 2-layer cake meant for the family's holiday meal. Around that time, Carrie and Mabel set out to visit their aunt and uncle nearby. As they passed the tobacco barn on the property, Charlie, lying in wait with a shotgun, ambushed the girls, shooting them at close range before brutally bludgeoning them to ensure they were dead. He hid their bodies inside the barn. Returning home, Charlie found Fanny sitting on the porch and shot her. He then entered the house and shot Marie as she worked in the kitchen, while the family's two youngest boys, James and Raymond, ran to hide in terror. After hunting down his sons, he turned on the infant. Nobody survived. Investigators would find the remains of the 6 children and their mother, Fanny, arranged on the ground outside with their heads propped on rocks and their arms crossed over their chests. In a strange and unclear exception, the eldest son, Arthur, age 16, had been sent by his father on a specific errand the evening before the brutal and senseless killings, thus sparing his life. When Arthur returned home from his errand to find the terrifying scene, he alerted neighbors who began to gather. Being that it was 1929, the police were not able to be called as instantaneously, and so a small crowd of onlookers had gathered at the scene before first responders could. Charlie, whose whereabouts were unknown to the gathering crowd, then took his final shot, this time aimed at himself. His only remaining son, Arthur, and a police officer who was called to the scene found Charlie's body along with letters he had written, seemingly suicide notes, which, although they are no longer able to be found, are said to have not made any explanation in terms of motive. Investigators noted that a tree that was nearby to the murderer's body had the markings of footprints around it, as if somebody had been pacing. The funeral, attended by many, was poignantly and powerfully morbid in its arrangement. White coffins of various sizes stood propped up on stands all lined up in a row. By the size of the coffin, it was evident which housed the youngest victims. Furthering the pain of loved ones still reeling with the death of Fanny and her 6 innocent children, Charlie's brother, Marion Lawson, seemingly a bit of a monster himself, opened the now departed family's farm home on Brook Cove Road to tourists interested in the morbid crimes that had taken place there on Christmas Day. Horrifyingly enough, and in a tactless display of callousness, the killer's brother, Marion, chose to display the cake that the eldest daughter, Marie, had been making for Christmas Day. The 2-layer cake baked in the early morning of the holiday was, unbeknownst to Marie or her family, the last thing that she would make in her short life, which would span only 17 years. The cake was eventually covered beneath glass by the killer's greedy brother turned House of Horrors tour guide because onlookers were plucking the raisins from it to keep his souvenirs. This tourist attraction remained as a morbid remnant of simpler times for the Lawson family, but sources close to the family who had kept quiet for so long revealed that the family may have not been so happy as the rest of the world had thought prior to the atrocities. Although technically the murderer was already known, Charlie Lawson had all but admitted it by committing suicide in such a public way. The actual motive behind the killings was unclear and on the minds of many for decades to come. No more so than on the minds of Bruce Jones and Trudy Smith, a father-daughter investigation duo. In 1990, after years of painstaking investigation, they were set to publish a book on the murders when something extraordinary happened. Stella Lawson Bowles came forward after 61 years to tell a startling secret. She confessed that prior to the murders she had overheard a discussion between Stella's own mother, Jetty, and Fanny's sister-in-law as well as Fanny's aunt. In this conversation, Stella overheard that Fanny Lawson, the mother of 6 children at the time with her 7th born only 4 months prior to her death, had confided to relatives that she had been concerned about an incestuous relationship between her husband, Charlie, and her eldest child, Marie. Because we know that Stella's mother, Jetty, died in early 1928 and the Lawson family was murdered at the end of 1929, the fact that this conversation happened almost 2 years prior to the murders shows that this was a concern long held by Fanny, and not just an early inkling of concern. Further evidence to stipulate this disturbing fact was produced in a true crime book where a neighbor of the Lawsons claimed that he was aware of some serious problems going on within the family, but he refused to give more details. Another neighbor, Sam Hill, claimed that he was aware of the fact that Charlie had forced himself upon his eldest daughter. The neighbor alleges that when Marie told him of the pregnancy, he swore her to secrecy, saying that if this vow of silence were to be broken, quote, there would be some killing done. Then, in February 2006, right before the manuscript was set to be published, a close friend of Marie Lawson's, Ella May finally revealed that, a few weeks before the massacre, Marie opened up and told her that she was pregnant and that the father of the baby was her own father. Ella May recalls that while they were having a sleepover with each other, 17-year-old Marie confessed that both her mother and father were aware of this incestuous pregnancy. No evidence of pregnancy was apparent, but scientific progress at that time did not allow for pregnancy tests in the same way that we can test victims of crimes today, and so these dark and shameful secrets were not revealed until decades later. Some have tried to excuse Charlie Lawson's actions by pointing to a head injury he sustained just months before the murders, arguing it may have caused a dramatic shift in his behavior. However, a post-mortem examination of his brain at Johns Hopkins Hospital found no abnormalities to support this claim. The only widely accepted explanation for the brutal killings remains the alleged secret involving Charlie and his daughter Marie. His surviving son Arthur, who many believe was intentionally spared, went on to marry and have 4 children, but the shadow of tragedy followed him. He died in a car accident in 1945, leaving his children fatherless, much like he had once been. Charlie Lawson was laid to rest in the same burial plot as the wife and children he killed. The gravestone, large and commanding due to bearing the names of 7 victims, stands out starkly in the cemetery, a looming monument to a horrific family tragedy. Inscribed on it are the haunting words, "Not now, but in the coming years it will be a better land. We'll read the meaning of our tears and then sometime we'll understand." Moving on to the next case. Mary Boyle. Mary Boyle is a name well known to many in Ireland, associated with one of the country's most heartbreaking and contentious missing persons cases. Often referred to as Ireland's Madeleine McCann, Mary's disappearance remains the longest-running investigation involving a missing child in the Republic of Ireland. Born on June 14, 1970, Mary was a bright, outgoing 6-year-old with a lively personality. She had a close-knit family, including her older brother, Paddy, and her twin sister, and to whom she was especially close. Mary was known to be the more daring of the twins. Though she was born in Birmingham, her family relocated to Ballyshannon, Ireland, in the early 1970s. The last confirmed sighting of Mary occurred around 3:30 p.m. on March 18, 1977. Mary had been playing outdoors with her siblings and cousins near her grandparents' remote farm, where the family had been staying since St. Patrick's Day on March 17. During the afternoon, she noticed her uncle heading off to return a ladder to a nearby neighbor and decided to follow him. However, when they reached a large bog, she gave up and turned back toward the house on her own. The return trip should have taken just a few minutes, but Mary never made it home. Her uncle remained at the neighbor's property for about half an hour, engaged in conversation. As time passed and Mary failed to return, her family grew concerned and began searching the surrounding area, asking anyone nearby if they had seen the child. One report from the Irish Independent mentioned a fisherman who claimed to have seen Mary being abducted in a red Volkswagen Beetle. However, he later clarified in a BBC podcast that he hadn't witnessed an abduction, but had seen a suspicious red car in the vicinity around the time of her disappearance. When the Garda arrived on the scene, they sprung into action, draining bogs in the area in an attempt to uncover her body. The lake behind Mary's grandparents' house was also drained, and authorities filmed a reconstruction of her last known movements using her twin sister and a famous Irish country music star named Margot O'Donnell, who was a friend and distant relative of the family, caught wind of the case and funded searches for Mary on the surrounding hillside by selling new music. Searches have been regularly carried out since 1977, but so far, Mary has never been located. Mary's case is extremely controversial. There are unclear details, conflicting reports, and allegations of corruption surrounding it. It is widely believed that a politician stops law enforcement from detaining and questioning a prime suspect in the case. Thus, it has never been solved. One of the loudest voices supporting this belief is a right-wing journalist named Gemma O'Doherty. O'Doherty is a determined journalist who has not only written about the case in publications, but has also created a documentary about the disappearance called Mary Boyle, The Untold Truth. The documentary is available to watch on YouTube, although O'Doherty herself was banned from the platform in 2019 for repeatedly violating YouTube's hate speech policies. O'Doherty is largely considered to be a controversial character herself. She's known to be a racist anti-vaxxer with anti-LGBTQ+ beliefs. Reportedly, her news-gathering ethics have also been called into question in the past. That said, her theory pertaining to Mary's case can't be entirely discredited, as there are several pieces of evidence supporting corruption and a cover-up. In her documentary, Gemma suggests the theory that Mary was sexually abused and murdered. Her sister and several other relatives have publicly claimed that they know what happened to the 6-year-old and they know who the culprit is, and supports O'Doherty's theory and says the perpetrator is still alive and still living in the country. In the documentary, and can be heard saying, "I believe Mary had a secret. I believe Mary had to be killed to stop her telling." This allegation has come at a personal cost, and is now estranged from her mother, and deep divisions have formed within the Boyle family due to differing opinions about what happened. In 2016, the twins' mother also named and dismissed the renewed public appeals as the most ridiculous carry-on I have ever seen in my life. Margot O'Donnell later recounted confronting the politician believed to have blocked the questioning of the main suspect. He denied any interference and accused Margot of being a barefaced liar. The original suspect was let go without any charges and was never publicly named in the media. Journalist Gemma O'Doherty has claimed that the politician involved was not only close friends with the suspect, but also maintained a strong rapport with the superintendent overseeing the investigation. Former Detective Sergeant Aidan Murray corroborated this, stating that he had nearly secured a confession from the suspect before being ordered by a superior to back off. Murray also said he witnessed a phone call between the politician and police instructing officers not to pursue further questioning. The politician in question is believed to have been Sean McAniff, who died in 2017. When still alive, McAniff was supposedly surrounded by accusations of sexual abuse and grooming. Mary's uncle, Jerry Gallagher, reportedly worked for him. Many believe that Jerry Gallagher is responsible for the disappearance of his niece. And Boyle has never outright accused her uncle, but armchair detectives have put 2 and 2 together. According to O'Doherty's documentary, Gallagher gave conflicting statements over the years and apparently didn't even admit that Mary had been with him when she initially went missing. The documentary is not without its criticisms, even from those who starred in it, but it does give viewers some compelling information. Even if no politicians were involved, it appears that law enforcement's efforts to find the murderer of a 6-year-old girl were severely lacking. Other suspects in Mary's case are few and far between. In 2014, a man named Brian McCann, who had been jailed for 2 years for several sex offenses just a few years before, was pulled in for questioning, but later released without charge. He has publicly denied any involvement with the 6-year-old's disappearance. Another man who was considered a suspect for a time was the infamous Scottish serial killer and pedophile, Robert Black. He was thought to have been involved when authorities discovered that he was a cross-border truck driver who, as part of his job, often visited that same county from which Mary vanished. He was even known to have been in the area at the time of her disappearance. One witness even claimed they heard crying coming from the back of his van, which was parked outside of a pub in the village of Annagry. However, he has since been dismissed as a suspect. According to the Gardaí, Mary's case remains active, though her family has expressed little confidence in the investigation and doubts they will ever find justice. In 2018, a silent demonstration took place outside the coroner's office in Strandorler. Protesters called for an official inquest into Mary's disappearance, which would allow key witnesses to give sworn public testimony for the first time. A petition with 10,000 signatures was submitted in support of the inquest. However, this effort did not lead to any formal proceedings, and there are reports suggesting that Mary's mother has consistently opposed the idea of holding an inquest. Multiple theories persist regarding what happened to Mary. A common belief is that Jerry Gallagher may have been involved and that Gemma O'Doherty's allegations of a cover-up are credible. Others have speculated about the behavior of Mary's mother, suggesting that the family might have been complicit in concealing what occurred. There's also a theory that Mary may have died in an accident that was never reported, or that she never actually left the house, implying the possibility of her death occurring inside the cottage. Mary's father tragically died in a fishing accident in February 2005. The rest of the family remains split by their opinions on what really happened to the little girl. To this day, her case is still unsolved. Moving on to the next case. The Annecy shootings. At 3:45 p.m. on September 5, 2012, multiple gunshots were fired on a roadside turnout near Shelley Ling, close to the southern edge of Lake Annecy in France. Brett Martin, a British former RAF pilot, came upon the aftermath while cycling nearby. Due to the noise of the nearby river, he hadn't heard the shots and only discovered the grisly scene as he followed his usual route. The first sign of the tragedy was 7-year-old Zainab Al-Hili, who, against all odds, was still alive. Investigations later revealed that Zainab had been shot in the shoulder and struck on the head with the weapon. She managed to make her way out to the road before collapsing in front of her family's BMW. The car was still running, the doors locked, and its windows riddled with bullet holes. Inside were the bodies of 3 adults, 50-year-old Saad Al-Hili, his 47-year-old wife Iqbal, and her 74-year-old mother Suhaila Al-Alaf. Saad and Iqbal were British citizens of Iraqi origin, while Suhaila held Swedish citizenship. The BMW had been sharply reversed into the lane by leaving visible marks on the road, and it was still in reverse gear when Brett arrived on the scene. Its rear wheels spun in loose sand. Each victim had been shot twice in the head. There was one more body lying in the roads, Sylvain Mollier, a 45-year-old Frenchman who'd been out cycling when he was caught in the crosshairs. He had been shot 7 times. The Al-Hili family's youngest daughter, just 4 years old, was later found by forensic investigators hidden beneath her deceased mother's legs in the rear footwell of the car. She had remained there for 8 hours but was found physically unharmed. Ballistics analysis of cartridge casings and fragments from the pistols but plate revealed that the murders had been committed using a Luger P06 semi-automatic pistol. This firearm, which fires 7.65 by 21 mm parabellum rounds from an 8-round magazine, is typically viewed as a collector's item, though it had once been exported to the US and adopted by the Swiss Army. While not particularly powerful, the weapon is known for its accuracy and reliability. The case, which resulted in 4 deaths and left a child injured, was investigated by both the French National Gendarmery's criminal and forensic divisions. In September 2012, a joint task force was also formed between British and French authorities to help move the case forward. However, the scene yielded very little useful evidence. The location, a picnic area, provided limited clues, and those that were uncovered pointed in different directions. Some aspects of the case, such as the calculated, execution-style killings and the brutal targeting of a child, suggested the involvement of a professional assassin. On the other hand, the perpetrator had left behind 21 shell casings and had used a very distinct and uncommon weapon. Much like the Florence case we discussed earlier, investigators working on the Annecy shooting struggled to find an obvious motive. For some time, it was theorized that 50-year-old Saad was the main target of the attack, that his family were collective damage, and that Sylvain was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Saad and Iqbal had been living in the UK for over 20 years, with Saad working as an engineer and Iqbal a dentist. The couple's neighbors and friends had nothing but good things to say about the family. Saad by all accounts was a doting father, while Iqbal was a devoted wife and mother. There were rumors during the initial investigation that the father of 2 worked around some sensitive topics due to his career. A French newspaper named Le Monde alleged that Saad had access to a Swiss bank accounts that belonged to Saddam Hussein's political party. The paper claimed that they had obtained this information from the German Secret Service. However, there is no evidence to connect Saad to Saddam Hussein. The Swiss bank account that has been linked to the 50-year-old is actually his father's. Saad's father, Kadim, was a lawyer and businessman who moved the family to the UK in 1971 after his brother was arrested by Iraq's intelligence agency and vanished for a year. When he returned, he had slurred speech and brain damage, which prompted Kadim to move his family to safety. While the family moved, Kadim returned to Iraq in 1974 to continue running his businesses. He retired in 1982, moving permanently to the UK. When he passed away, he left behind $1 million in a Swiss bank account for his two sons, Saad and Zaid, as well as properties in England and Spain. Following his passing, the two brothers began to argue about who should get what. This disagreement was still ongoing when Saad was killed. Upon learning all this information, authorities turned their attention to Zaid, believing he had a motive to want his brother dead. Zaid, for his parts, didn't believe Saad was a victim of a professional hit. Zaid pointed out that if someone had truly wanted to kill his brother, it would have been far simpler to do so in the UK, where Saad had a predictable routine and lived at a permanent residence. He also emphasized that Saad's job never granted him access to sensitive information. Nonetheless, on September 28, just a few weeks after the murders, authorities executed a search warrant at Said's home. While examining the crime scene, investigators had discovered that Saad possessed a taser, a weapon illegal in the UK. This led them to believe he may have feared for his or his family's safety. In conversations with other relatives, police learned that Saad had allegedly expressed fear of his brother. However, the search of Zaid's property yielded no evidence linking him to the killings. Even without physical evidence, investigators continued to treat Zaid as a primary suspect, subjecting him to repeated interrogations over the next 7 to 8 months. Some of these sessions reportedly lasted up to 8 hours. In June 2013, French authorities requested Zaid's presence as a witness, but he declined to appear. Later that same month, he was arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit murder, with investigators theorizing that his motive was to inherit the entirety of their father's estate. However, the case quickly fell apart as there was still no evidence connecting Zaid to the crime. Zaid continued to maintain his innocence and suggested that Sylvain was the true target of the attack. Sylvain was a divorced father of 3 who worked as a welder at a factory which crafted components for nuclear reactors. The 45-year-old's career choice led to wild speculation that he and Saad knew one another and that the two were in cahoots. However, there is no evidence to support these suggestions. Authorities have found no evidence to indicate Sylvain was the main targets, and this lack of motive and evidence has led to the idea that the 4 adults were killed by a lone psychopath, someone who killed for the sake of killing with no motive and no specific target in mind. This is supported by the fact that neither Sylvain nor the Al-Healy family intended on being on that road at the time of the shootings. Sylvain had been out on a bike ride using a route that had been suggested by his girlfriend's father, but he had gotten lost and somehow turned around on the way. Similarly, the Al-Healy family had only decided that morning to go for a walk, and they had been given directions by a local but had gotten lost along the way. Going with the lone psychopath theory, law enforcement cross-referenced military records with psychiatric visits, but found nothing of use. In April of 2014, while going through a list of everyone Sylvain's girlfriend knew, they came across a man named Patrice Menegaldo. Detectives called him in for an interview, which lasted an hour. They hoped he might have been privy to some information about Sylvain that they had not seen. Patrice was a 50-year-old former paratrooper in the French Foreign Legion, but appeared to have no useful information about the cyclist. 2 months after his interview, he took his own life. The note he left behind read in parts that he couldn't handle being a suspect in the murder. This struck investigators as odd, as they had never named him as a suspect or even a person of interest. They had not treated him as such either, and overall had no reason to think he was involved. His sudden suicide, however, led to some speculation that he was the lone psychopath. After all, he had a military background and was mentally unwell. Still, many find it odd that he waited 2 months before taking his own life if he was truly the perpetrator and was scared of getting caught. It's unknown what other information his last letter contains, as it has never been made public, understandably. There is no evidence tying Patrice to the murders. 1 month later, in July of 2014, it came to light that Saad's wife, Iqbal, had briefly married an American police officer in 1999. The pair had quickly split up, and only a few people knew of their marriage. 7 hours after the demise of Sylvain and the Al-Healy family, the former police officer, James Thompson, told a friend that he wasn't feeling well. He died of a massive coronary while driving home. While there was nothing suspicious about James's death, he was unhealthy and unwell. The bizarre timing of the death caused even investigators in France to give pause. The final theory in the Annecy shootings is that a child rapist and killer named Nordal Lelandis was involved. In 2022, a man previously convicted of multiple serious offenses was examined for possible connections to the case, but no direct link was established. Given the nature of his past crimes, it seemed inconsistent that he would have spared two young survivors. A reconstruction of the victim's final movements was conducted in 2021. In early 2025, a previously interviewed individual was questioned again. Though he was briefly held, authorities quickly confirmed he was no longer considered a suspect. The investigation remains open. Moving on to the next case. The Florence Salon murder. The morning of Tuesday, November 6, 2001, began like any other for the patrons and employees of the Hair Gallery, a hair and nail salon located off Route 93 in Florence, Montana. At 11 a.m., a client arrived for her scheduled appointment. As she parked, she noticed something unusual. Someone was exiting through the salon's front door, which was rarely used. The salon typically used the rear entrance for daily operations. She watched as the individual, who appeared to be a man, walked away wearing an oversized black duster-style coat and a wide-brimmed hat, possibly a fedora or a top hat. After he disappeared from view, the customer proceeded to the back entrance, only to find a horrifying scene: 62-year-old Dorothy Harris, the salon's owner, lying lifeless in a pool of blood just inside the door. In shock, the woman rushed inside and called the police. When police arrived at the Hair Gallery, the grim scene only worsened. In a utility closet in the back room, they discovered the bodies of two more women: 44-year-old Brenda Patch, the salon's nail technician, and 71-year-old Cynthia Paulus, a regular customer. Both had suffered the same brutal fate as Dorothy Harris. Their throats had been cut. The crime immediately puzzled investigators. There was no apparent sexual motive, and nothing had been stolen from the premises. Even the salon's cash drawer remained untouched. Dorothy had made her usual Tuesday morning trip to the bank in Stevensville just 30 minutes before her body was found. Since the drive from Stevensville takes around 15 to 20 minutes, detectives believe the killer had a very short window to act. They theorized that Brenda had opened the salon and let Cynthia in for her appointment, and that the two were killed first, possibly forced to their knees in the utility closet, where signs of a struggle were evident. Despite the brutality of the attack, the lack of a clear motive, no robbery, no known personal grudges, left authorities with more questions than answers. Would you like a timeline of the events or more details about the investigation's suspects? One officer likened the state of the closet to a battle scene. They also believe that the perpetrator had waited for Dorothy to return before taking her life. It has been stated that all three women sustained other injuries outside the cuts to their throats, but the authorities have declined to elaborate on what those injuries are outside of noting they were not of a sexual nature. Very little evidence was discovered at the scene, and investigators have declined to give details. Looking into the personal lives of all three women, the police failed to find any reason that may have led to their deaths. They were unable to even determine who, if anyone, was specifically targeted. While there has been some speculation that Dorothy was the main focus since the culprit appeared to have waited for her return, it has been argued that she may have simply stumbled onto the scene and was killed for that reason alone. It has also been theorized that the person responsible for the murders was someone who'd committed a crime of opportunity and picked the women at random. The crime had occurred in broad daylight in a tiny town of fewer than 1,000 residents where it was commonplace for doors to be left unlocked. Not only did this lead to panic among the residents, but it led to the idea that someone outside the community was responsible, that someone had passed through just to commit the crime and then left. The man who was seen leaving the salon at 11 a.m. is considered a suspect. Investigators believe that the customer who found Dorothy's body had arrived on the scene just minutes after the murders occurred. Furthermore, Other witnesses came forward to the authorities following the crime and stated that they had also seen the oddly dressed man. He is described as being in his 20s or early 30s with narrow facial features and is around 6 feet tall. According to local gossip, there is some speculation that the perpetrator is a woman. However, this is unsubstantiated and law enforcement does not support this theory. Witnesses who saw the man said he was walking with a purpose. Using this lead, the police had sent dogs to trace the man's movements. They followed his scent through a nearby alleyway, through a dirt car park off a local restaurant, the Wild River, through several back streets and then to a school parking lot. The canine lost the scent in a nearby pasture 4 blocks from the crime scene. However, a second scent dog led the police from the pasture to a nearby home. The resident, however, was physically unable to have carried out the crime and was promptly ruled out of the investigation. One other similar crime then occurred almost a year later on September 4, 2002, although it took place in Great Bend, Kansas, about 1,300 miles from Florence. On the afternoon of the 4th, a customer pulled into the parking lot of the Dolly Madison Cake Discount Bakery at 1004 Harrison Street. The customer immediately noticed a man they didn't recognize locking up outside the front door. He told the customer as they approached that the bakery was closed for the day. The customer thought this was odd since it was early in the day but thought nothing of it and returned home. Later that evening, however, a delivery driver entered the bakery using the back entrance and was horrified to see 2 dead bodies on the floor. The victims were 24-year-old Mandy Alexander, who'd been an employee for just 3 days, and 79-year-old Mary Drake, a customer. Both women had been stabbed to death. Like the crime in Florence, investigators struggled to find a motive for the deaths of Mandy and Mary. While a small amount of cash had been taken from the register, the bags and purses of the 2 women were left untouched. Neither victim had been sexually assaulted and law enforcement found nothing in their backgrounds to indicate why they had been targeted. Like the case in Florence, it seemed totally random. The customer who'd seen the man locking up earlier that day helped investigators create a composite sketch which was distributed throughout the town. It noted that the suspect stood around 6'1", weighed around 175 pounds, was between the ages of 30 and 35, and had light brown or blonde to color-length hair. A worker at a nearby motel recognized the description and told the police about a transient man who checked in on the 4th and checked out the following day. The man had shaved his head before leaving. Still, both the transient man and the suspect from the bakery have never been identified. In the years since, law enforcement have stated their belief that the 2 cases are linked but once more declined to give further details. In February 2005, authorities revealed that they had identified a suspect in the Florence case. Brian Weber at the time of the crime had been living in Nampa, Idaho, about 375 miles away. A small-time drug dealer who sold meth, Weber was also an addict himself, which had led to him becoming increasingly violent. He eventually began to engage in petty criminal behavior to help fund his habits. Weber was questioned shortly after the Florence slayings had occurred and his DNA was taken. Weber was questioned about whether his DNA might be found at the scene, but he stated he hadn't been inside the building since it was used as a post office, before it became the salon. He later admitted to being under the influence during the interview and was unclear about the questions and his responses. In February 2003, he was arrested following an assault related to a methamphetamine deal. By February 2004, he faced multiple drug-related charges and received a 24-year prison sentence. Over time, he continued to deny involvement in the case. Authorities claimed he made suggestive remarks to 2 different inmates. A wired informant tried to obtain a confession but was unsuccessful after being detected. His attorneys eventually secured a reduction of his sentence to 10 years. Another individual under scrutiny was Lincoln Benavides, a longtime drug user from Idaho. As a teenager, Benavides lived on the streets with his sister, and he began to run into trouble with law enforcement from the age of 13. Like Weber, Benavides began dealing drugs and soon became a career criminal. In February 2008, authorities alleged that both men knew each other, and they were responsible for multiple assaults and drug offenses together. The 2 were then charged with the triple murders. The indictment alleged that the slayings were carried out as part of a collection of a drug debt, and that Benavides was the leader of a drug distribution ring which operated throughout Idaho and Montana between 1999 and February 2001. It also claimed that Weber worked as a violent enforcer for the organization. The indictment read in parts, quote, "On occasion, Weber would threaten other dealers or beat them in order to facilitate the collection of money for the organization. On occasion, Brian Weber and Lincoln Benavides would together threaten or beat someone." Little evidence was revealed at the time. Authorities stated that much of the detail in the case would be revealed during the trial. Benavides was not believed to have physically committed the murders, but was accused of directing, encouraging, or facilitating the killings. The indictment also highlighted that both he and Weber left the States soon after the crimes, with Benavides even leaving the country before returning to Texas a few months later. Prior to trial, Benavides accepted a plea agreement. The murder charges were dropped and he received a 25-year sentence for drug-related offenses. Weber's exoneration came later, in 2010, when evidence confirmed he was not in Montana at the time of the murders. This, combined with the death of the prosecution's only credible witness, most others being inmates or individuals with criminal backgrounds, in February 2008, caused the case to collapse. In 2018, Weber was sentenced to 15 years in prison for drug offenses, with an additional 10 years of supervised release. The case against Weber and Benavides has drawn significant criticism, as many believe the prosecution built a weak case and that local authorities may have attempted to coerce confessions from the two men under pressure to secure a conviction. Since their names were cleared, no new arrests or meaningful developments have occurred in the investigation. The Florence Salon murders are still unsolved. If you have any information about the case, you can contact the Ravalli County Sheriff's Office at 406-375-4024. Moving on to the next case. Debbie Lynn Randall. Debbie was born on August 21, 1962, in Marietta, Georgia. She was raised in a nurturing household with two older brothers. After Debbie's birth, her parents went through a divorce, though her father remained active in their lives. A few years later, her mother remarried a man named Roy, who then became Debbie's stepfather. The family settled in a small apartment complex in a peaceful neighborhood near a military base. As a child, Debbie was bright and happy, enjoying time with her friends and playing basketball. She also had a strong fondness for dolls, amassing a large collection with which she spent hours playing. On the evening of January 13, 1972, when Debbie was 9 years old, she had dinner with her family. Later, her mother asked her to go to the laundromat, a task Debbie had done many times before. Debbie's task at the laundromat was to keep an eye on the laundry while it washed, and a family member would assist her with carrying the clothes back home. The laundromat was just a short walk across the street from their house, so her mom wasn't overly concerned. It was quite typical for parents to have their children help with chores like laundry, and Debbie had even made friends with some of the other girls who frequented the laundromat. That day, her mom had planned for Debbie's older brother to go with her, but he wasn't feeling well and preferred to stay home to watch his favorite TV show. So, her mom asked her husband to take the laundry instead, and Debbie went along with him, picking up a box of detergent on the way. After dropping off the laundry and loading it into 2 washing machines, her stepfather left, and Debbie stayed behind to wait for the wash to finish. Once the laundry was done, she was supposed to walk home and ask someone to help carry the clean clothes since they would be too heavy for her to manage alone. Later, Debbie's mom noticed that she hadn't returned, even though the laundry should have been finished by then. As it was getting dark, she and her husband decided to go to the laundromat, but when they arrived, Debbie wasn't there. The employee told them that Debbie had left some time ago and hadn't returned since. Debbie's mom grew increasingly worried and, with Roy, began walking around the nearby streets, searching for her. After a while, they noticed something unusual. A few dozen yards from the laundromat, in the parking lot next to a car, there was spilled detergent. Since Debbie had been carrying the detergent box, her mom immediately suspected it might belong to her. They continued searching the parking lot and the surrounding area, but found no other trace of Debbie. Several neighbors, who were familiar with the family, joined in the search, but their efforts turned up nothing. Concerned, Debbie's mom decided to contact the police. The officers examined the area where the detergent had spilled and noticed their first potential clue. The detergent had spilled just inches from a parked car, and they spotted several fresh fingerprints on the car's door. These prints were unusually low on the door, which seemed odd. The officers speculated that at this spot, an unknown person might have grabbed Debbie, potentially leaving the prints behind in the process. The police collected the fingerprints and sent them to forensic experts for analysis, while also attempting to locate the car's owner to confirm if the prints were theirs. With no further leads, the officers began canvassing the area, looking for new evidence or potential witnesses. The laundromat employee reported that she hadn't seen anything suspicious. She recalled that Debbie had been sitting and waiting for her laundry to finish before taking the detergent and leaving, presumably to head home and ask someone to pick up the clothes. The investigation took a pivotal turn when a key witness came forward. A 12-year-old girl named Sandra, who was walking to the laundromat with a friend while carrying dirty clothes, had seen something alarming. As they approached the laundromat, they witnessed a man grabbing a girl in the middle of the street and forcibly pulling her into his car, which was parked nearby. The girl screamed and struggled to escape, but the man quickly slammed the door shut, started the car, and sped off. Sandra and her friend were almost hit by the car as it drove away. One of the girls started shouting after him, but he sped away. At the time, Sandra didn't realize she had witnessed an abduction. She thought the man was the girl's father or some other relative picking her up, while she wanted to stay out longer. Because of this, Sandra didn't tell any adults about what happened or report it to the police. Now, when she learned about Debbie's abduction, she provided investigators with crucial information. Based on her description, the perpetrator drove a dark pickup truck, likely a 1957 model, according to her description. She described the man as young, white, with thick dark hair. He wore a white t-shirt, jeans, and black work boots. Another girl who lived in the same building as Debbie also shared her observations. That evening, she was standing outside her apartment when a dark pickup truck drove past the building. At first, she thought it was her uncle behind the wheel, but when the driver stopped right in front of her and looked at the girl, she realized it wasn't him. According to her description, it was a white man with medium-length dark hair. She also provided investigators with a few more details about his appearance that she could remember. The girl mentioned that this man parked near their building, next to the same car where the spilled detergent would later be found. The police soon found another witness. A man who lived near Debbie's house was driving to the hospital to visit his wife. At one point, a dark pickup truck, likely a Dodge, nearly crashed into him before driving off recklessly. The driver appeared to be around 30 years old with dark hair. However, the most crucial detail was that the witness also saw a girl in his car, seemingly attempting to escape, while the driver held her with one hand. After listening to all these accounts, the police had no doubt that Debbie had been abducted. The police quickly alerted all patrol units about the suspect's vehicle, and a police sketch artist was brought in to create a drawing based on the descriptions provided by the witnesses. While some officers focused on tracking down similar vehicles and checking their owners, others organized extensive search efforts for Debbie. As the days passed, more volunteers and officers from surrounding towns joined the search, eventually reaching a total of 4,000 people, setting a record for both the city and the state. Detectives also questioned several individuals who knew Debbie, including male neighbors, her stepfather, and her biological father, but all of them were cleared as suspects. Debbie's father, who lived in the same city, learned of his daughter's disappearance at work and immediately joined the search. Investigators also looked into previously convicted criminals living near Debbie's home, but none of them were deemed viable suspects. The massive search continued for over 2 weeks, but no significant leads surfaced. Finally, on January 29th, a group of students joined the search and were assigned to explore the wooded area several miles from Debbie's house. After nearly 5 hours of searching, one of the students noticed tracks in the ground leading off the trail and deeper into the forest, suggesting that something had been dragged along that path. Following the tracks deeper into the woods, officers, they quickly realized that they had found Debbie Randall. She was wearing the same clothes described by her mother on the day of her abduction, a lavender dress and a dark blue zip-up jacket with a hood. However, her shoes were missing. She had socks on, but her lavender shoes were nowhere to be found. She had received these shoes as a Christmas gift just a few weeks before her disappearance, and she loved them very much. Her body was handed over to medical experts, who determined that she had died from strangulation. The victim had also been sexually assaulted. Experts found a single dark hair on her body, most likely belonging to the killer. Since DNA analysis was not used at that time, experts couldn't do much with this evidence. They examined it under a microscope and, based on their knowledge, aged between 18 and 30 years old. Debbie's clothing was also covered in dirt, and lacking other leads, detectives decided to examine it more thoroughly. They contacted a geologist and asked him to work with their forensic team. Together, they determined that some of the dirt consisted of a particular type of clay mined less than 10 miles from their city. The geologist confirmed that it was indeed the unique northern Georgia clay that couldn't be found anywhere else nearby. There were also other dirt stains, different from the first. They were traced back to another type of clay mine by a local company just 2 miles from where the body was discovered. Based on this information, detectives theorized that the perpetrator didn't kill the victim immediately. Instead, he drove her to remote areas where those types of clay were located. Most likely, he initially took her out of town, where he sexually assaulted her. Then, he drove to the location where the second type of clay was mined, killed her and took her to the forest, dragging her body behind the trees and leaving it there. Supporting this theory were not only the clay traces, but also the forensic analysis indicating that Debbie was already dead when brought to the forest. If the perpetrator had killed her there would have been signs of a struggle around that area. The traces on the ground from the trail into the trees also suggested that the victim was already dead. The clay mining sites were quite remote and difficult to access, leading detectives to speculate that the killer might have worked there. They reached out to the mining companies, and a supervisor for one of them confirmed this theory. It was hard to believe that someone unfamiliar with that area could have taken the abducted girl there. Even the workers themselves sometimes struggled to navigate through these vast areas. Police checked employees from both companies, trying to find a man matching the description or the similar vehicle, but it didn't lead to anything. They also had fingerprints left on the car just inches away from the abduction site and compared them with all suspects, but this yielded no results either. The news of Debbie's brutal murder shook the entire city, and thousands of people came to bid farewell at her funeral. The local police department continued their efforts to find the killer and bring them to justice, but they couldn't find any new leads, hitting dead ends over and over again. Eventually, the case remained unsolved for many years. Detectives continued to work on it, checking dozens of suspects, but they couldn't establish their involvement. For the lead detective on the case, Morris Nix, Debbie's murder remained a priority throughout his entire career. The crime happened when he was just 19, and he had been involved in the search and investigation from day one. For many years, Nix pursued various leads, scrutinized different suspects, and eventually compiled a list of 4 men whom he considered the most likely suspects. When the FBI established a DNA database, experts were able to extract the genetic profile of the perpetrator from the hair found on Debbie's body. It was entered into the database, but no matches were found. This indicated that the killer either had never been convicted of other serious crimes, or it occurred before the time when DNA samples started being collected from such individuals. In 2015, 43 years after the murder, the case was reopened, and detectives decided to re-examine the victim's clothing using modern technology. It had been stored in the evidence warehouse all this time, and experts found biological material from an unknown man on it. However, over the years, it had degraded significantly, resulting in a partial profile. In 2018, Debbie's mother, who had hoped for decades to see the police arrest her daughter's killer and hold him accountable, gave an interview. She said that after Debbie's murder, she couldn't bear to live in the apartment where everything reminded her of her loss. She moved to another city, and year after year, the lack of progress in the investigation slowly destroyed her. She also said her only desire now is to see the closure of this case before her time comes. Unfortunately, that was not meant to happen. Just a few weeks after the interview, she passed away to cancer at the age of 78, and she was laid to rest next to her daughter. Sandra, who witnessed the abduction at the age of 12, also spoke out in an interview. She said that she had never stopped blaming herself over the years. According to Sandra, she believed she could have stopped the perpetrator and prevented the abduction, even if it meant taking Debbie's place and dying instead of her. In 2019, the local police department received additional funding, enabling them to request a more detailed analysis of Debbie's clothing. This time, experts were able to extract a full DNA sample from it, but the perpetrator's DNA still wasn't in the FBI database. Debbie's father was also interviewed, and he shared that not a day had gone by over the decades when he didn't think about Debbie. He still kept a box of her old photos, hoping for only one thing, to reunite with his daughter in heaven. In 2022, shortly after the interview, he passed away. In the same year, detectives focused all their efforts on the one lead they had, DNA. They reached out to a company in Florida specializing on an innovative DNA analysis method called genetic genealogy. The police handed over all the biological samples they had collected over the years and waited. Experts created a profile of the unknown man and began searching for his relatives in public genetic databases. They needed to find people who had uploaded their DNA because family members' genetic material has similarities. Modern tools can detect even distant relatives. After examining thousands of potential relatives of the killer, investigators narrowed down their search to a family living in Marietta in 2023. They asked them to provide DNA samples, and they agreed. The analysis showed that the killer was indeed their close relative, so experts looked into their family more carefully. They soon identified the most likely owner of the killer's DNA sample, a man named William Rose. However, there was a problem. Rose had taken his own life in 1974, just 2 years after Debbie's murder. But detectives were determined to finally close this case, no matter what. They obtained a warrant to exhume his grave, and experts took a direct DNA sample from his remains. After 51 years since Debbie's murder, the police finally got a full match. William Rose was indeed the killer. At the time of the murder, he was only 24 years old and had never been a suspect. It turned out that his relatives lived in the same building as Debbie's family. Rose frequently visited his relatives, so investigators speculated that he might have seen Debbie on previous occasions. On that particular evening, it's possible that he was on his way to visit them when he saw Debbie leaving the laundromat and heading home. According to testimonies from her neighbors and other witnesses, Rose likely drove into the parking lot between the laundromat and Debbie's house, left his car running, and abducted her before heading north. It's believed that he may have gone toward the clay quarry, which was in that direction. Notably, Rose did not have any previous criminal record. It seems that aside from Debbie's murder, Rose had not committed any other serious crimes, or if he had simply avoided detection. When the case was finally resolved, the only close relative of Debbie still alive was her older brother, Melvin. He attended the press conference where the culprit's identification was announced and expressed his gratitude to everyone who had worked on the case for over 50 years. He also shared his wish that their mother could have been present to see the conclusion of the case, but acknowledged that she was now in heaven with Debbie. Moving on to the next case. Denise Plunkett. A perplexing mystery found its way to the Cook County Sheriff's Office when they were assigned the task of identifying the remains of an individual with no known identity and apparent amnesia. In life, this person had gone by the name Seven, but forensic analysis revealed that Seven was biologically female. The question remained, who was Seven, and why had she lost all memory of her past? It was a particularly frigid day in Chicago, Illinois, in 1976 when Denise Plunkett prepared to leave for her shift at the hospital. At the time, she was residing at St. Francis's Catholic Worker House, a shelter that provided assistance to those in need while also operating as a soup kitchen. As she stepped outside, she noticed an unfamiliar figure curled up on the porch. The person appeared to be a middle-aged man dressed in a camouflage jacket and an aviator cap fastened under the chin. However, upon closer inspection, Denise realized that the individual was, in fact, a woman. This encounter was so unusual that, even at 83 years old, Denise Plunkett still remembers it vividly. The individual referred to themselves in the third person and consistently avoided answering personal questions about their background. When asked for a name, they would only reply with cryptic statements such as Mr. 7 or, "He is a number, not a name. His name is 7. The reason behind this peculiar behavior remained a mystery. Denise initially assumed 7 was a man, largely due to their broad shoulders, thick fingers, and overall masculine features. The military-style jacket further reinforced this impression, leading some at the worker house to speculate that 7 might have had a military background. However, it was soon confirmed that 7 was, in fact, a woman. The lingering question remained, why did she seem so disconnected from her own identity? People who refer to themselves in the third person often do so due to underlying mental health issues. During Denise Plunkett's time working with 7 at the shelter, there were concerns about her mental well-being, yet 7 refused any form of assistance. Denise, who remained at the worker house until 1983, cared deeply for 7 and, along with other members in management, attempted to get her evaluated for mental health treatment. However, 7 was uncooperative. Despite this, 7 quickly became an integral part of the household. It soon became apparent that she had exceptional cooking skills, as if she had spent her entire life as a chef. She took on the responsibility of preparing meals, frequently making beans, rice, casseroles, and pasta dishes. Her talent in the kitchen made her well-liked, especially in a neighborhood where many were struggling with homelessness. Several organizations funded soup kitchens and shelters for those in need, and 7's presence contributed greatly to their efforts. Before long, people began gathering at the St. Francis Catholic Worker House. Although the shelter had only been established in 1974, 7 played a significant role in its growing popularity. Crowds would line up for her cooking, with some days seeing over 100 people waiting for a single meal. The residents embraced 7 as she was, and for more than 2 decades, she called the shelter home, often spotted smoking on the porch. She mostly socialized with men and even chose to sleep in the men's quarters. Some believed that 7 knew exactly who she was but preferred to keep it a secret, while others suspected that amnesia caused by deep emotional trauma had erased her past. Regardless, one thing was clear: she would share her story only when she was ready. Sam Guardino, a social worker in Uptown, attempted to uncover 7's history but ultimately accepted her for who she was. For 27 years, 7 remained at the shelter. She occasionally shared fragments of her past, recalling childhood visits to the Indiana Dunes, a national park along Lake Michigan. Though she could remember having a family, she couldn't quite put faces to their names. One thing, however, remained constant: her love for the Cubs. Whether it was on the communal television or over the radio, she never missed a game, having been a devoted fan for as long as she could remember. But in February 2003, one of the residents found 7 unconscious in the hallway and immediately called an ambulance. At the hospital, doctors determined she was in severe diabetic shock. The shelter, with its limited resources, was unable to manage the ongoing medical needs of someone with diabetes, as she required consistent monitoring, insulin, and specialized care. By this time, 7 appeared to be in her 60s. It was difficult to determine her exact age, as 7 had a face that could belong to someone anywhere between 35 and 60, calm, smooth, yet framed by graying hair. Since she had no legal identity or social security number, the hospital contacted the Chicago police. In response, the Chicago PD filed a found persons report. Twice, officers attempted to take her fingerprints, but both times, they were deemed unreadable due to severe disfigurement. Such damage is typically seen in burn victims or the elderly, raising new questions. Had 7 survived a fire? Her photos were distributed across Illinois law enforcement agencies in hopes of identifying her. At one point, it seemed she might be linked to someone named Skevin, but that lead ultimately proved false when it was discovered the individual had died in a car accident. While searching through missing persons cases, online web sleuths speculated that Seven might be Marian Switolski, a teenager who disappeared from Cook County. Marian was last seen on July 15, 1963, at a carnival hosted by St. Priscilla's Catholic Church in Chicago. Just 2 days after her disappearance, her parents received a letter postmarked from Oak Park, Illinois. Though it appeared to be in Marianne's handwriting, the writing style seemed different. The letter reassured her family that she was safe and expressed her desire to earn money to support them. However, no further messages ever came. Some theories suggested she had been coerced into joining a door-to-door sales group bound for California, while others speculated she may have suffered an accident. Strikingly, Marianne's features bore a strong resemblance to Seven. They shared the same eyes, nose, and gentle smile. Both women shared a strong bone structure, likely of Polish descent, yet there was no definitive way to confirm a connection. Seven was described as a heavy-set woman with few teeth, one of which was noticeably large in the front. She had short white hair, blue eyes, and a fair complexion. Authorities disregarded gender identity and focused strictly on biological sex, despite Seven's personal statements. The official police report noted, "Seven believes she is a male. A medical exam confirmed she is female." Soon after, the investigation into her identity was abandoned. The report concluded that she had no known last name, no recollection of her past beyond the last 27 years, no identifiable relatives, and no social security number. With no confirmed identity, next of kin, or any known family, Seven became a ward of the state and was placed in a nursing home near Lake Michigan. Years later, in February 2012, the Chicago Tribune published a feature on unidentified adult wards, including Seven, but no one came forward to claim her. 3 years later, in February 2015, Seven passed away at Apex Hospice on November 18. Her exact age remained uncertain, but she appeared to be in her late 70s or early 80s. The medical examiner listed heart disease as the primary cause of death, likely exacerbated by her diabetes and dementia. By February, the examiner had successfully obtained some fingerprints, possibly due to post-mortem changes in the skin's moisture content, which can make prints more distinguishable over time. This can result in clearer and more defined fingerprints, compared to those taken from living individuals where moisture can interfere with the process. It is also possible that there was a mix-up or incompetence, as there were only 2 previous attempts to take Seven's prints. Whatever the case, the office ran her fingerprints in the police databases as usual. There was no match for a person with a criminal record. She was laid to rest at the edge of the Mount Olivet Catholic Cemetery in Chicago in the section for unidentified people. Her grave was marked by a cement cylinder in the ground with the number 04985. The medical examiner had marked it as the 4,985th case of the year. And so it appeared Seven would be forgotten by the world while she lay nameless but numbered. But Seven's case would prove to be the most unusual cold case to land in the Cook County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Tom Dart's office became quite famous for working on cold cases since they identified victims of the notorious serial perpetrator, John Wayne Gacy. It became a specialty of them to find missing women in the state. Officer Dart commented, "We never had anything like that before. This one is different, and it just keeps getting more different." His office typically works on cases that have been cold for at least 3 years. They do not want to interfere with open ongoing investigations, so they started working on it in February 2021. They ruled out foul play or becoming a victim at someone's hands with the medical examiner's report. They ran Seven's fingerprints in a nationwide database such as federal and military databases. And finally, after years of a nameless existence, Seven had a name, and was not merely a number anymore. Her fingerprints matched with Reba Caroline Bailey, enlisted in the Army. Investigators discovered Army records from 1961 belonging to Reba. They then searched for her relatives from the 1970s. They found 5 siblings who had passed away, with the most recent being a sister in February 2007. Additionally, they found several nieces and nephews who were alive, a marriage record, and evidence of difficult events that would help them understand her life. Reba had lived a life before she went missing in the 1970s. Reba's living relatives and next of kin were mostly nephews and nieces who lived in Florida, Alabama, and Illinois. Most of them never had a chance to meet her, but they had indeed heard of Aunt Reba who had gone missing. It was part of the family folklore, a story they told children when they all gathered, testing out theories, speculating about what had happened to her. While all of Reba's 6 siblings are deceased, she has more than half a dozen nieces and nephews. Rick Bailey, a Florida funeral home director, was going about his day when he got a call from Cook County Sheriff's Office. He was in absolute shock when they explained about his long-lost aunt's demise. Richard was named after his father who had passed in the year February before his younger sister passed away. The 65-year-old Richard explained that his father had tried to look for his little sister for many years. He would have been overjoyed to know she was alive and well, loved and cared for. Richard Jr. and other relatives have helped investigators learn more about Reba's early years. Born on May 19, 1940 in the town of Danville, Illinois, it made sense why Reba had memories of going camping. The town is famous for outdoor enthusiasts who like sports such as biking, hiking, camping, and fishing. It is a well-known tourist spot featuring the great outdoors. Reba was the daughter of a carpenter named Edward Franklin Bailey. They had to move houses often for his work. The family changed their address multiple times from Illinois to Alabama. When Reba was only 10 years old, she lost her mother in a devastating car wreck. Reba, her elder brother Richard, and their father were severely injured. According to an October 1950 article, her father reversed his car to pick up a random suitcase he saw lying beside the highway. A speeding vehicle then crashed into their car. Reba's mother, Edna Bailey, 46 years old at the time, was pronounced deceased at the hospital. Reba's photo does not appear in the yearbooks of public or private Catholic schools in Danville. The building in Chicago's Gold Coast where 1950 census records show her family lived no longer exists. Her name also does not appear in a nearby high school's yearbooks. Reba was employed as an elevator operator at a private club and as a sales clerk in a department store. Military records report that Reba loved swimming, bowling, and golf. She also had a passion for photography. When Reba was 20 years old, she was enlisted in the Women's Army Corps serving in Alabama, Texas, and California. She was awarded a Medal for Good Conduct during the time she served. Then in 1962, Reba found love. She met John Henry Bilberry, also working for the Army in California. A year older than her, John was born on July 6, 1939 in Hamilton, Texas. Reba was honorably discharged from the Army due to marriage. There are no records for Reba and John's divorce, so it is safe to say the couple remained married until she possibly went missing. But 14 years later, in 1976, records show John got remarried. In Clark, Nevada, Reba's husband tied the knot with Donnie and Ralston on the September 1st, oblivious to his wife being alive. Reba would be found the following month in October 1976 by Denise Plunkett at St. Francis Catholic Worker House. 1976 is also the year in which her father passed away. John Bilberry passed away in Brown, Texas when he was only 49 years old in 1989. He was buried in Zephyr Cemetery in Brown, Texas. John's new wife and 2 siblings were not alive anymore either, so there was no way to ask about Reba. Little is known about her discharge from the military, except for the rumors and myths in the family. The family talked about how Reba once visited relatives in Arizona, and sometimes they would visit her in Chicago. But something had changed. She had started taking illegal substances and was an alcoholic. She even began dressing as a man and calling herself a man. It is said that there were fights between the husband and wife as he was not so accepting of her new lifestyle. But all that is hearsay since nothing of the sort was documented and no divorce lawyers were involved. One relative in particular was convinced that this was the haunt they had been searching for all these years. Amanda Ingram, the family's official historian, was keen on documenting the family tree as it grew. One missing piece had always been the lost sister her grandfather had been searching for. She looked at Reba's photographs from the time she identified as 7 and realized there were certainly some recognizable Bailey features. Her face was long and she had prominent teeth, especially the one that protruded. But in a button-down shirt and hair cut very short, Reba could have easily been one of her grandfather's brothers. Amanda keeps all census records and photographs on their family's website. She wanted to know more about this aunt to document her journey and where she ended up. "It is kind of like an onion," Amanda said. "You keep peeling it back, and hopefully, you find the story you wanted to know." Reba's eldest sister was Virginia Bailey, born in 1920 and deceased in February 2007. Then there was her brother, Edward Bailey, who passed away when he was a year old. Then came her brother William Franklin Bailey. He was born in 1927 and passed away in 1992. Peggy Bailey, another sister, did not make it past her second year. Richard Lewis Bailey, who was in a car crash with Reba's mother, passed in February. He was born in 1934, so he was the closest to any of the siblings with Reba. Another infant was born after him, but only made it to 3 years before she passed away. And then it was Reba Caroline Bailey, born on May 19, 1940. Reba's surviving family members who have learned more about their great-aunt's life in later years have found comfort in the fact that she was comfortable and loved. "We know she was cared for," Amanda Ingram commented. "That is the best that my grandfather could have ever asked for." All these years, the Baileys thought Reba had been kidnapped, assaulted, or perhaps was living on the streets. It is still unclear as to what happened to her after her military discharge and whether she fought with her then husband. Family members are left with a lot of questions about Reba's life. Did she have children? What became of her marriage? And even about their aunt's gender identity. The reasons behind her disappearance from their lives remains a mystery. Family stories hint at a possible disagreement with her father. Investigators have attempted to unpack the mystery of Reba's memory loss. They have explored theories ranging from potential brain damage caused by the car accident that tragically claimed her mother's life to the impacts of her military service. It was recently revealed that Reba was working at Fort Ord in California, a polluted former Army base, and Fort McClellan in Alabama, once the home of chemical weapons training. The federal government has acknowledged potential exposure to toxins. For nearly 8 decades, soldiers stationed at Fort Ord faced the grim realities of military service. It is possible that Seven's dementia and amnesia were caused by her time spent in service. No one has been able to figure out the meaning behind the name Seven. Investigators hypothesize that it was possibly related to military service or a birth order, as Reba was the youngest of 6 siblings. However, a discovery was recently made by Amanda, her great-niece, on Ancestry.com. She got potential matches for previously unknown relatives. This possibly included another Bailey sibling. Amanda recalled her grandfather occasionally mentioning the possibility of another baby in the family. Despite efforts to confirm this through public records in Illinois and some checks with the police, no evidence of another birth could be found. Nevertheless, if indeed there was another sibling, Reba would certainly have been the 7th Bailey child in the family, hence the title Seven. According to investigators, the next step would be to honor her with a new gravestone and military honors. Commander Jason Moran, who oversees the Missing Persons Unit, stated that the sole purpose of solving such cold cases was dignity. A body must be laid to rest with a name they lived by. Human identification is a mix of science and circumstance, Moran, who has been with the Sheriff's Department for more than 2 decades, said of his work. It makes it very interesting to learn about who they were. The passage of time creates these difficulties, so we do the best we can to piece together who they were in life. Reba's case has the potential to establish a change in Illinois legislation. The Cook County Sheriff's Office is advocating for an alteration to the state's Missing Persons Identification Act. They propose that post-mortem fingerprints should be cross-referenced against all accessible state and federal databases. It must be expanded beyond solely law enforcement databases. This proposal aims for a more detailed search process at the time of passing, which could expedite the identification of individuals. With unidentified slain victims, an earlier match could help with investigations that are already affected by the amount of time that has passed. It could also possibly give closure to the loved ones of the deceased. In Reba's case, relatives could have held a memorial service and buried her where they wanted when she passed away. As a family, they made the choice not to disturb where she lay. According to Richard, they could have brought her remains to her family buried in Florida or Alabama. Her brother, Richard Bailey, was buried at Barranca's National Cemetery in Florida as he was a Vietnam War veteran. However, transferring her remains there would have been a bit expensive, and they would need the entire family to pitch in. Richard Jr. stated, "As a family, we chose not to disturb her. At least now we know where she is." When those who had lived with Seven at the workers' house were informed about Reba's identification and her early life, their reactions were similar. Denise Plunkett remarked, "It's absolutely mind-boggling." Meanwhile, the sheriff's office is working to arrange a new gravestone, a military marker, and a memorial service to honor Reba's life. Once again, advancements in forensic technology have played a crucial role in reuniting families. The mystery of Seven has finally been solved, offering her loved ones a sense of closure. However, the reason Reba vanished in the first place remains an unanswered question, one that may forever rest with the elders of the Bailey family. Moving on to the next case. Ellie Gould. A 17-year-old girl was getting ready for school one morning but never arrived for her classes. When police began investigating, they quickly uncovered a disturbing trail of evidence and surprising clues. These findings eventually led to a shocking discovery that, although it resolved the case, sparked national outrage. Ellie Gould was born on February 6, 2002, in the quiet British town of Cowan. She grew up in a large, tightly knit family. In addition to her parents and older brother, Ellie had many relatives living nearby, and they were all very close. From an early age, she developed a strong passion for animals, especially horses. Her parents supported this love by frequently taking her to the stables, and they eventually bought her a pony of her own. Ellie became an avid rider, taking part in various competitions and earning notable achievements. Outside of her equestrian interests, Ellie aspired to study psychology after high school and had dreams of joining the mounted police. By early 2019, at 17 years old, she was in her final year of school. She was well liked by her peers, known for her friendly nature and efforts to avoid conflict. That same year, a classmate asked her out, and the two began dating. For Ellie, who had never been in a relationship before, the experience felt new and exciting. On May 3rd, Ellie woke up early, following her usual morning routine as she prepared for school. That day, she didn't have any morning classes, so she only needed to be there by noon for a few afternoon lessons. She had arranged for a friend to give her a ride, said goodbye to her parents as they left for work, and stayed home to wait. A few hours later, she sent a message to her friend, saying she had decided to skip school and would be staying home, asking her not to come by. Her friend assumed Ellie just didn't feel like attending a couple of classes and went on without her. At around 3 p.m., Ellie's father returned from work. As he stepped into the kitchen, he was confronted with a horrifying scene. His daughter was lying face down on the floor in a pool of blood. Initially, he thought she might have had a terrible accident, possibly falling and hitting her head. But then he saw the extent of the blood splatter throughout the kitchen and noticed a knife embedded in her neck, with Ellie's hands clutching the handle. He immediately called emergency services and began performing first aid, following the 911 operator's guidance. Sadly, Ellie showed no signs of life, and her father was forced to accept the heartbreaking reality. His daughter was already gone. When paramedics arrived at the scene, there was nothing they could do except confirm what Ellie's father had already feared: she was gone. Based on their assessment, she had been dead for at least 4 hours. They also noted multiple stab wounds, most of which were concentrated around her neck. Ellie's parents were devastated and in complete disbelief. Even after the police informed them that their daughter had been murdered, her father struggled to comprehend it. In his state of shock, he clung to the idea that this might have been some tragic accident. Ellie's body was soon turned over to the medical examiners, who provided further insight into what had occurred. In total, she had suffered 13 stab wounds, and there were also signs of strangulation around her neck, suggesting the killer had first tried to suffocate her before resorting to a knife. Additionally, examiners found numerous defensive wounds on her hands and arms, indicating that Ellie had fought desperately to protect herself. As forensic teams combed through the crime scene for evidence, police launched an investigation to uncover who was behind this brutal attack. Ellie's parents were brought to the police station, where investigators asked if they knew anyone who might have had a reason to hurt their daughter. After a brief exchange of glances, both parents mentioned the same name, Thomas, Ellie's boyfriend. Her mother explained that Ellie and Thomas had only been dating for a few months, and at first, Ellie was overjoyed. It was her first relationship, and Thomas seemed like a great match. He was a high achiever, involved in sports, and played on the school's rugby team. However, their relationship soon began to deteriorate. Thomas became increasingly possessive, wanting to spend nearly all of his time with Ellie. Over time, his need for constant attention grew more intense and demanding. Ellie, however, had other priorities. She was preparing for her final exams and had responsibilities caring for her ponies. As she tried to create some space, Thomas's behavior only worsened, revealing a controlling side that concerned her and those around her. He would get upset with her, accusing her of not wanting to spend time together, and became increasingly controlling. He would call and text her constantly throughout the day, and then get angry when she couldn't respond right away. Ellie's parents had always felt that Thomas wasn't the right match for her. When he visited their home, he would mostly stay quiet, which they found odd. Ellie, on the other hand, was very outgoing, and her parents figured the relationship wouldn't last long. And they were right. Just a few months into the relationship, Ellie started thinking about breaking up with him. Not only was Thomas's behavior making her more and more uncomfortable, but she also realized that she needed to focus on her exams and getting into college. In the end, she decided to end things and broke up with him on May 2nd, just one day before she was killed. The police also spoke with Ellie's friends, who shared more details about the breakup. Ellie had told them that Thomas didn't take it well. He kept trying to convince her to stay together, calling her constantly and asking to meet, but Ellie refused to talk about it. Their mutual friends mentioned that Thomas's behavior changed drastically after the breakup. That same day, he posted on social media saying that the past few days had been incredibly hard for him. Not only had he just broken up with Ellie, but his father had been diagnosed with cancer, and his aunt had recently passed away. Thomas ended the post by saying he was struggling to cope and planned to seek help from the school counselor. After seeing the post, some of Thomas's friends reached out to offer their support. When they spoke with him, they noticed he seemed genuinely depressed. But when the police asked if they thought Thomas could have harmed Ellie, his friends couldn't believe it and insisted that it was impossible. With all this information in hand, the investigators decided to talk to Thomas. But before that, they examined Ellie's phone and discovered that Thomas had messaged her that morning asking to meet. They went to Thomas's house and asked where he had been that morning. Thomas explained that his mom had driven him to school, but he was too upset over the breakup and his other problems to attend classes. So instead of going in, he waited until his mom left, walked to the bus stop and headed back home. On the way, he messaged one of his teachers to let them know he wouldn't be at school today. According to Thomas, he didn't leave the house after that. He spent the rest of the day doing homework and relaxing. During the conversation, he also asked if Ellie was okay, and the officers told him about her death. After speaking with Thomas, the investigators went to talk to his mother, and here they encountered an interesting twist. She confirmed that she had dropped him off at school that morning, but when she returned home later, Thomas wasn't there. The police returned to talk to him again. He explained that he hadn't wanted his mom to know he skipped the entire day of school, so he hid in the closet and waited until she left for work. During the conversation, the officers noticed fresh scratches on Thomas's face. When asked how he got them, Thomas claimed he did it himself, but the investigators were skeptical. Given that the medical examiners concluded Eli had fought back during the attack, these injuries could have easily been inflicted during the struggle. The police also questioned all of Eli's neighbors, and one of them shared an interesting observation. That morning, they had seen a man approaching Eli's house. However, due to the distance, the neighbor couldn't make out the man's face or any other useful features. They could only provide a rough description of what he was wearing. The police decided to check Thomas's alibi by looking at the GPS data from his phone. They confirmed that he returned home after leaving school, but what they discovered next sharply contradicted his story. At 10:50 a.m., Thomas's phone disconnected from his home Wi-Fi and began moving in the direction of Ellie's house. Just 3 minutes later, his phone was located near her home, where it remained for about an hour. At 11:51 a.m., the phone started heading back towards Thomas's house and reconnected to his home Wi-Fi within minutes. The police realized that it would have been impossible for Thomas to cover the distance between his and Ellie's home on foot in just 3 minutes, since he lived in a neighboring village several miles away. Then, they reviewed surveillance footage along the route and spotted a silver Ford Focus, which belonged to Thomas's parents. The movement of the car matched the phone's location data, leading investigators to conclude that Thomas must have been driving it. The camera also captured the same car leaving Thomas's house again and returning just 18 minutes later. The investigators couldn't find any footage that showed exactly where Thomas had gone during that short trip. However, they managed to narrow down the general area where he might have stopped. Since it seemed like Thomas had only been there for about a minute, the police suspected he might have been getting rid of evidence. Their hunch soon proved correct. While searching a small wooded area, officers found a trash bag containing blood-stained rags and an apron. With all this evidence, the police obtained a warrant to search Thomas's home. They asked him to provide the clothes he had been wearing that morning, and Thomas said he had put them in the washing machine. The officers seized the clothing, along with his shoes, and sent everything to the lab. Forensic experts quickly conducted the analysis and found traces of blood on nearly all of his clothes. Although Thomas had tried to wash them, the experts were able to extract a DNA sample from the blood. The analysis confirmed that the blood belonged to Ellie, just like the blood found on the rags in the woods. Thomas's clothes also matched the description given by Ellie's neighbor, who had seen a man near her house that morning. All the evidence, along with other findings, helped form a clear picture of what likely transpired that day. According to the investigators' theory, Thomas had planned the murder from the beginning. After his mother dropped him off at school, he immediately took a bus back home, hid in the closet, and waited for Ellie to leave. Once she was gone, he drove the family car to her house. It seems Ellie let him in, perhaps thinking he wanted to talk, and they ended up in the kitchen. The medical examiner's report suggested that Thomas first tried to strangle Ellie, which is when he received the scratches on his face. When that failed, he grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed her 13 times. Over the next hour, Thomas attempted to clean the crime scene, using rags and inadvertently leaving blood smudges around the kitchen. He then stuffed the rags into a trash bag and tried to wash the blood off his sneakers in the sink, where blood traces were also discovered. Finally, he wiped the knife with a kitchen apron, probably to remove any fingerprints, and discarded the apron in the bag. Then, he placed the knife in Ellie's hand and positioned it around her neck, seemingly hoping the police would think she had done it herself and wouldn't suspect him. Detectives also recalled the message Ellie had sent to her friend, saying she wasn't going to school and asking not to pick her up. They concluded this message was sent after she had already died. It seems Thomas had taken her iPhone, unlocked it using Ellie's fingerprint, and sent the message himself. Apparently, he didn't want the body to be found so soon. But that wasn't the end of Thomas's attempts to cover his tracks. After throwing his clothes in the washing machine at home and dumping the bag of evidence in the woods, he ran into a neighbor and asked for a ride to school. There, he attended the remaining classes, chatted with his friends, and even stopped by the school nurse. He told her how difficult the last few days had been for him and how he was struggling to cope. The nurse, concerned about his emotional state, called his mother, who then took him home. Later that day, Thomas posted on social media about his breakup with Ellie and the other problems he'd been dealing with. At the time, Ellie's body hadn't been discovered yet, and police believed that all of these actions were part of his attempt to create an alibi. It took the police only a few hours to gather all these evidence, and by the same evening, the 17-year-old was arrested on suspicion of murder. During the interrogation, Thomas continued to deny any involvement, and the case was eventually sent to court. The first hearing took place on August after the murder. This time, Thomas suddenly changed his story. He stood before the judge and confessed to killing Ellie, though there was a catch. According to his new version, he had gone to Ellie's house that morning to study for their exams. During their study session, an argument broke out, and from that point on, he claimed he could hardly remember anything. He recalled trying to strangle her, but said the rest of his actions were a complete blur. The prosecution didn't buy Thomas's news story, pointing out several major inconsistencies. First of all, Ellie didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore, and all her friends and family knew this. So, the idea that they were studying together seemed highly unlikely, especially since her friend was supposed to pick her up soon. Thomas's claim of memory loss also didn't add up with the fact that he spent an hour trying to clean up the crime scene. On top of that, he placed the murder weapon in Ellie's hand, as if trying to make it look like she did it herself. After that, he went on to get rid of the evidence, create an alibi at school, and even tried to wash all of his clothes. Given all of this, the court sided with the prosecution, and in November 2019, Thomas was found guilty of murder. Before the sentencing, he gave a final statement, apologizing to Ellie's family and expressing genuine regret for his actions. However, there was another issue at the end of the trial. Thomas was only 17 at the time of the murder, which directly impacted his sentence. The judge sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole in just 12 years. He also added an additional 5 years for the brutality of the crime. This means Thomas could potentially be released at 34 years old. This verdict sparked outrage not only from the victim's family, but also among many citizens across the country. People were baffled as to how someone who committed premeditated murder could receive such a short sentence. Despite the public outrage, there was nothing that could be done to overturn the court's decision. Ellie's father expressed his belief that the sentence put other women at risk, warning that Thomas could become a danger to society when released. He viewed Thomas as a psychopath who should remain in prison for life. This sense of injustice motivated Ellie's parents to dedicate the following years to advocating for changes in the law. In 2021, they finally made headway. The authorities passed Eli's Law, which allows juvenile murderers to be sentenced to up to 27 years in prison without the possibility of parole. Unfortunately, this change did not apply to Thomas, as he was convicted under the old legal framework. The only concession Ellie's parents managed to secure was that Thomas would be required to undergo extensive therapy after his release, hoping this might prevent him from committing similar crimes in the future. Since then, Ellie's parents have been organizing events in her memory, inviting children to ride her horses. According to her mother, these activities help ease the pain of their loss, as horseback riding was Ellie's greatest passion. Moving on to the next case. Lorie Hacking. Lorie K. Saez was born in December 1976 and was adopted by her parents, who resided in Salt Lake City, Utah. She met Mark Hacking in high school, and the two eventually married. Their life together was relatively quiet and uneventful. By February, Lorie was 5 weeks pregnant, and the couple had plans to relocate to North Carolina, where Mark was set to begin medical school. However, everything took a drastic turn in July. At 10:49 a.m., Mark dialed 911 to report that his 27-year-old wife was missing. He claimed that she had gone out for a jog that morning in the Memory Grove and City Creek Canyon area of Salt Lake City but had never returned, nor had she shown up for work. Later, a witness initially stated they had seen Lorie that day but later retracted their claim. As police delved into the couple's background, they discovered that Mark Hacking had never actually completed his undergraduate degree at the University of Utah, despite having led his friends and family to believe otherwise. It was his father who ultimately revealed the truth. Mark had previously claimed to have graduated with honors in psychology, but investigators soon discovered that this was untrue. Additionally, the North Carolina medical school he was supposedly set to attend had no record of his application. This revelation immediately raised suspicions about Lorie's husband. Shortly after Lorie's disappearance, Mark was found running naked through the streets. He was taken to a hospital for a mental health evaluation and quickly secured a defense attorney. Many law enforcement officials speculated that Mark's apparent psychological break was a deliberate act to support an insanity defense or to seek sympathy. They noted that he was wearing shoes while running, something unlikely for someone in the midst of a true breakdown, as it suggested he was still thinking about protecting himself. In August 2004, Mark was arrested on suspicion of aggravated murder. At the time, police believed he had acted alone, shooting Lorie with a .22 caliber rifle while she slept before disposing of her body in a dumpster. Blood evidence was discovered in multiple locations within their apartment, including on the headboard of the bed and a knife found in the bedroom. There was even blood in Lorie's car, in which the seat had been adjusted to fit someone 6 feet tall. The police also noted that the bathtub was extremely clean and smelled of bleach, and that the mattress on the couple's bed was new, purchasing the mattress when he claimed to have been searching for his missing wife. As police were confident they'd gotten their man, Mark's 2 brothers came forward to put the final nail in his coffin, claiming he'd confessed to them just 5 days after she disappeared. As a result of their testimony, first-degree murder charges were brought against Mark on August. Several months later, on October 2004, at 8:20 a.m., searchers found the remains of a woman in Salt Lake County landfill. That afternoon, the remains were positively identified as those of Lorie Hacking. Searchers had also found the carpet she had been rolled into by her husband. On October, Mark pleaded not guilty to the charge of first-degree murder despite desperate pleas from Lorie's brother to save his family the grief and cost and plead guilty to murder. 6 months later, on April 2005, Mark Hacking pleaded guilty to the first-degree murder charge in exchange for the other charges he was facing being dropped. On June, he was sentenced to 6 years to life, the maximum penalty that could be given under Utah law. In March 2006, Lorie's law came into action, which increased the minimum penalty for a person convicted of first-degree murder in Utah to 15 years to life. However, this can't be applied to those already charged, and so Mark's sentencing remains unchanged. His first parole opportunity will be in August 2034. According to authorities, Lorie found out about her husband's lies about his education when she was inquiring at the school about his financial aid. The school told her he was not enrolled there and was not an upcoming student. When confronted by his wife, Mark claimed that it was just a computer malfunction and nothing more troubling. But Lorie later found out the truth. It's believed that Mark came across the gun whilst packing and shot Lorie around 1 a.m. Mark came from a well-educated family who excelled in everything they did, especially his brothers. Despite being less academically gifted, Mark still felt pressured to meet his family's expectations. After his conviction, the source who had been involved in the case removed Hacking from Lorie's headstone, stating, "We felt Mark obviously didn't want her anymore." Lorie's mother, however, maintains contact with Mark's family and has forgiven him for her own peace of mind. In honor of her daughter, the source established a scholarship under Lorie's name. This scholarship is awarded to women who have overcome significant challenges to pursue a college education. Moving on to the next case. Kim Langwell. A woman disappeared mysteriously after leaving her job, with no trace of her whereabouts. Authorities quickly joined the search, uncovering several unsettling clues that hinted at something sinister. Despite their best efforts, the investigation dragged on for a staggering 25 years. It wasn't until recently that an unexpected breakthrough uncovered the shocking truth. Kim Langwell, born on December 24, 1965, in Houston, Texas, was at the center of it all. She was raised in Houston by her parents and sister, surrounded by a supportive group of friends, and was recognized for her strong-willed nature from an early age. At 18, Kim became a mother to her daughter, Tiffany. However, Tiffany's father soon left them, and Kim was left to raise her daughter alone. Seeking a fresh start, she moved to Beaumont with hopes of building a more stable life for herself and Tiffany. The transition wasn't easy. Kim often had to work 3 jobs simultaneously to make ends meet. But eventually, she secured a stable position at a local oil refinery, which allowed her more time to focus on her daughter. It was there that she met a man named Ken. They started dating, and not long after, they became engaged, excited about their future together. On July 9, 1999, 34-year-old Kim had plans to enjoy an evening at a restaurant with Ken and her 15-year-old daughter, Tiffany. That day, Kim was supposed to finish her work shift around 5 p.m., head home, and then go to the restaurant. At around 5:15 p.m., she called Tiffany to confirm the plans and mentioned she had a few errands to run before heading home, so she might be a bit late. However, by 6:30 p.m., when Ken arrived at the house, Kim still hadn't returned. He and Tiffany tried calling her, but there was no answer, which was highly unusual for her. As the hours went by without any word from Kim, Ken's concern grew. By 10 p.m., he decided to go look for her. He drove along the route she would have taken from work to home, checked local shops, and stopped at other places she might have been, but there was no sign of her. His search continued until he spotted Kim's car parked outside a pharmacy, but there was no sign of Kim. He searched the area, hoping to find her, but she was nowhere to be seen. Initially, Ken thought maybe Kim had changed her mind about dinner and gone somewhere else. He even considered the possibility that she had left with a friend and decided to leave her car behind, though it didn't seem to add up. Still, he convinced himself she was probably fine and went home. The next morning, Ken returned to the pharmacy and found Kim's car still parked there. She hadn't come home that night, nor had she made any contact with anyone. At that point, his concern shifted to genuine fear. Realizing something was seriously wrong, Ken decided to call the police. Upon hearing the details, the officers quickly got to work. Their first move was to inspect Kim's car. There were no signs of a struggle or blood inside, but they did find something disturbing. Kim's cell phone was found left behind in her car. The police then interviewed Kim's daughter, Tiffany, who was the last person to speak with her. Tiffany explained that after work, Kim had planned to stop by the home of a man named Terry, with whom she had been in a relationship for 7 years. Although they had broken up over 6 months earlier, Terry still occasionally kept in touch with Kim. That evening, he had asked her to help with a repair project, needing someone to hold a few shelves while he mounted them to the wall. Tiffany mentioned that she called Terry the night her mom disappeared, and he told her that Kim had stopped by briefly but had left soon after. When the police spoke to Kim's friends, they learned that her relationship with Terry had been far from smooth. Initially, when Kim started dating him, her friends thought he seemed like a good guy, but that perception quickly changed. Over time, Terry's behavior became more aggressive and controlling. Terry constantly bombarded Kim with calls, demanding to know her whereabouts and who she was with. He insisted that she follow his commands and often picked fights over trivial matters. Eventually, Kim decided to end the relationship, but breaking up with Terry was far from easy. He tried everything he could to stop her, sometimes promising to change and other times threatening to hurt her if she left him. Despite his attempts, Kim was able to walk away. Afterward, Terry didn't do anything extreme to win her back, but he continued to stay in touch. Kim was afraid to sever all contact, fearing that if she did, he might harm her or her daughter. Through conversations with Kim's friends, the police uncovered even darker aspects of her relationship with Terry. Just before their breakup, Terry had become physically violent, even choking Kim during an argument. After the choking incident, Kim grew genuinely afraid that Terry might escalate things further. She even confided in her friends, telling them that if she ever disappeared, they should start looking for her in Terry's backyard. This, along with the fact that Kim had visited Terry shortly before she vanished, led investigators to focus on him as a potential suspect. When they questioned him, Terry denied any involvement in her disappearance. He told police that Kim had only stopped by briefly to help him mount the shelves and had left shortly after. Terry also claimed that about 4 hours after Kim's visit, he went to a local bar and spent the rest of the evening there. This left him with no alibi for the time frame when Kim went missing, and his possible motive seemed apparent. Investigators obtained a warrant to search his home and thoroughly combed his property, but found nothing, no trace of Kim, no personal belongings, no blood, nothing that could link Terry to her disappearance. Forensic experts also examined Kim's car, but they didn't find any clues there either. In the end, the police were unable to find any evidence tying Terry to her disappearance, or offering an explanation for what happened to Kim. But soon, a new suspect entered the picture. Kim's friends revealed that she had repeatedly complained about her boss, Frank. Not long after she started working for him, Frank began showing her unwanted attention. He openly flirted with her despite being married. As time went on, Frank began writing her love letters, trying to convince her to start a relationship with him. In total, he sent more than 100 letters. The whole situation made Kim uneasy. She was afraid Frank might fire her one day just because she didn't feel the same way. In fact, Kim had been so uneasy about the situation that she gave all of Frank's letters to her close friends, asking to hold on to them in case anything ever happened to her. The police reviewed Frank's letters, and their content made it clear he was completely obsessed with Kim. On top of that, Kim had confided in her friends that Frank would slowly drive past her house several times a day. Sometimes, he'd even park across the street and just watch her. What made the situation even more bizarre was that Ken, Kim's current boyfriend, also worked at the same company, but that didn't seem to bother Frank at all. Given all this, investigators began seriously considering Frank as a suspect. Kim had vanished shortly after leaving work, and Frank had more than one motive for doing something like that. First, his obsession with her could have escalated to the point where he decided to abduct her. Second, he may have feared that Kim might expose him, either to their employer or to his wife. Either scenario could have caused him serious trouble, giving him a strong reason to silence her. The police decided to question Frank, but he claimed he didn't have any strong feelings for Kim, describing it as nothing more than a fleeting crush that had long passed. He also denied writing her any letters, despite the fact that investigators had all of them in their possession. Frank's behavior struck the detectives as odd, and they weren't quick to take him at his word. He also claimed to have an alibi, but that raised even more questions. Frank provided a receipt from a store showing he'd been there at 6:56 p.m. However, in theory, he still had enough time to abduct Kim before that. Later that evening, Frank hosted a poker game with some friends, who confirmed he was with them during that time. But there was still a window of over an hour between the time Kim left work and when Frank's alibi kicked in, a period for which he had no explanation. Despite their efforts, the police couldn't find any evidence linking Frank to Kim's disappearance, so they shifted their focus to other potential leads. Investigators tried to locate surveillance footage from cameras along Kim's route, from her home to Terry's house, and then to the parking lot where her car was found, but this effort yielded no results. They also reviewed her phone records and discovered that her last call had been to her daughter, with no further activity afterward. The detectives then concentrated on search efforts, scouring the city and its outskirts. Volunteers joined in, and police made a public appeal, asking anyone with information to come forward. Yet, despite these efforts, they made no progress. At the same time, more reports about Terry's odd behavior started to surface. Just days after Kim's disappearance, her sister decided to confront him at his home, as both she and the rest of Kim's family strongly suspected him. However, Terry appeared not only indifferent to Kim's fate, but went as far as openly mocking her relatives, showing no sign of concern for the missing woman. Another interesting observation came from Terry's employees. He owned a small business, and his office was located on his property, so his workers frequently came by. One of them reported that on the day Kim disappeared, he arrived at Terry's house around 5:50 p.m., and Kim's car was parked outside. However, he didn't see Kim herself. Considering that Kim had left work around 5:15 p.m., this raised some serious questions. Terry had claimed that she only stopped by for a few minutes, but his employee's account clearly contradicted that. Soon after, the police received another lead. Multiple witnesses reported seeing a tow truck owned by Terry near the parking lot where Kim's car was eventually found. According to them, the tow truck was there at around 6:45 p.m., which didn't align with Terry's alibi of being home all evening. Despite these suspicious details, there still wasn't any solid evidence linking Terry to Kim's disappearance. Investigators kept searching for more clues, but ultimately, the case would drag on for years. Kim's family never stopped believing that Terry was responsible for her disappearance, and by then, no one held out hope that she would be found alive. Her sister also told police that Terry continued acting strangely. At one point, he called them and said he was planning to take a polygraph test to clear his name, but then he casually added that he would probably fail it. On top of that, Terry occasionally called the family to ask if they had heard from Kim, as if she had simply gone away for a while instead of vanishing without a trace. And if that wasn't unsettling enough, someone had been calling Kim's relatives for years only to stay silent on the other end of the line. The family was convinced Terry was behind it, but once again, the police couldn't find anything to tie him to Kim's disappearance. 3 years later, another strange incident involving Terry raised suspicions again. He approached Tiffany on the street and started asking if she had heard anything from her mother. Kim's sister stepped in and told him to leave. In response, Terry said something like, "Aren't you curious about which polygraph question I failed?" It was the one where they asked if I killed Kim. Kim's family immediately contacted the police again, but their response was the same. Without solid evidence, they couldn't confirm Terry's involvement. From that point on, the case completely stalled. 8 years later, investigators reopened it and reviewed everything from scratch, but it led nowhere. Terry, by then, had stopped cooperating with the authorities and flat out refused to answer any more questions. This went on for many years, until early 2024, when the Oxygen True Crime documentary team took an interest in Kim's case. They decided to create an episode about her disappearance and launched their own investigation. They interviewed Kim's friends and family before turning their attention to the two main suspects, Frank and Terry. Frank agreed to answer all their questions, but even 25 years after Kim's disappearance, his behavior was still quite unusual. He continued to deny ever pursuing Kim romantically or write her love letters. Once again, he insisted he had nothing to do with her disappearance. With little progress, the team shifted their focus to Terry. Unlike Frank, Terry refused to speak with them, but they didn't give up and decided to confront him in person. When they arrived at his house, Terry saw them through a window and immediately ran out the back door, apparently trying to escape in his car. Blocked his path, leaving Terry no choice but to answer their questions. He claimed he hadn't seen them and wasn't trying to run, even though his actions suggested the opposite. Terry then insisted he had no reason to harm Kim, saying he wasn't bothered at all by her leaving him. This directly contradicted what Kim's friends and family had told investigators. She had often mentioned threats and erratic behavior from Terry. Things took an even stranger turn when Terry began contradicting his own original statements. Initially, he told police that Kim had stopped by to help him put up shelves. Now, he claimed she'd only come to pick up the rest of her belongings from his house. The contradiction caught the attention of investigators, prompting them to reopen the case. After the documentary aired, prosecutors decided to take a bold step. They prepared to charge Terry with murder. Even though they still lacked solid evidence tying him directly to Kim's disappearance, almost no one doubted his involvement by this point. Investigators hoped that during the trial, new evidence would surface or that the jury would find Terry's suspicious behavior enough to convict him. However, just as prosecutors were finalizing their case, something unexpected happened. A witness came forward after watching the documentary, and their testimony changed everything. According to this individual, Terry had once told him that he had killed his ex-girlfriend and buried her body on his property. With this new information, police secured a warrant to search Terry's property and arrived with a team of forensic experts. For days, dozens of people combed through the area using high-level ground-penetrating radars. Finally, they made a breakthrough. The radar revealed a section of the concrete floor beneath Terry's bedroom that was about the size of a human body. Oddly, pieces of rebar had been cut out of this spot, even though the rest of the foundation was fully reinforced. Investigators began digging and soon uncovered a blanket buried in the ground. Inside, they found human remains. They were sent to forensic experts who quickly confirmed what everyone had already suspected. The remains belonged to Kim. Right after this discovery, Terry was arrested and charged with murder. With Kim's body now found beneath his bedroom, the prosecution finally had the evidence they needed to secure a conviction. As of now, 67-year-old Terry remains in jail awaiting his trial, which is scheduled for the spring of 2025. In addition to the criminal charges, Kim's daughter has filed a civil lawsuit against him, seeking compensation and aiming to strip Terry of the financial means to fund his defense in the criminal case. It's important to note that after Terry's arrest, the original investigative team came under heavy scrutiny. Kim had told her friends that if she ever went missing, they should look for her on Terry's property. Remarkably, 25 years later, her body was found exactly where she had said it would be. To this day, it remains unclear why Terry's house and property weren't thoroughly searched at the time. It's possible that investigators did examine the yard but found no evidence of recent digging. The exact moment when Terry buried her beneath his house remains a mystery. It's possible he initially hid her body elsewhere and only moved it under the house after police had completed their first search. Regardless of the details, Terry now faces near certain justice, and Kim's family has finally been able to give her the proper burial she deserved. Moving on to the next case. Kristen Denise Smart. Kristen was born on February 20th, 1977, in Augsburg, Germany. She and her family relocated to Stockton, California when she was young. In 1996, she started attending California Polytechnic State University. On May 25th, Kristen went to a party at a fraternity house. Around 2 a.m., she was discovered unconscious on a neighbor's lawn by two fellow students, Cheryl Anderson and Tim Davis. They helped her up and decided to escort her back to her dorm, which was nearby. Paul Flores, another student, joined them and offered to assist in getting Kristen there safely. After walking for a while, Tim Davis parted ways as he lived off campus. Anderson soon followed, telling Flores to take Kristen the rest of the way since he lived closest to her. This was the last time Kristen was seen alive. Kristen was reported missing to the University Police Department. Initially, they believed she had taken an unannounced vacation, but when she failed to return, an investigation was launched. Paul Flores was questioned, and he claimed that after walking with Kristen to his dorm, he left her to walk back to hers alone. Investigators have consistently regarded Paul Flores as the primary suspect in her disappearance. Between 1996 and February 2007, investigators conducted several searches at properties linked to the Flores family. One tenant found an earring that possibly belonged to Kristen at a former residence of Paul Flores' mother. In September 2016, investigators excavated an area on the campus and recovered a few items, which were subsequently analyzed. No further information regarding those items has been publicly released. In 2021, investigators started searching at Paul Flores' home once again. They used ground-penetrating radar and dogs. Numerous items of interest were found. This included a car belonging to Paul Flores' father, Ruben Flores. On April 13, 2021, Paul Flores and Ruben Flores were arrested by the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office in relation to the case. Paul Flores is being held without bail and his 80-year-old father on a $250,000 bail. San Luis Obispo County Sheriff Ian Parkinson said that he could not reveal what new evidence led to the break in the case. He also said that he is confident that they will find Kristen's remains. Kristen's parents made a statement after hearing about the news. "It is impossible to put into words what this day means for our family. We pray it is the first step to bringing our daughter home. While Kristen's loving spirit will always live in our hearts, our life without our hugs, laughs and smiles is a heartache and never goes away. The knowledge that a father and son, despite our desperate pleas for help, could have withheld this horrible secret for nearly 25 years. Denying us the chance to allow our daughter to rest is an unrelenting and unforgiving pain. We now put our faith in a justice system and move forward comforted in the knowledge that Kristen has been held in the hearts of so many, and that she has not been forgotten. Kristen's case has now been transferred to the district attorney's office, and we are hopeful that the case will be in good hands. We eagerly await the day when justice for Kristen is served. To heal, we must not only remember Kristen but also honor the hearts that carried both her and our family through this journey. Kristen's story stands as a testament to unwavering commitment, resilience, and deep gratitude. In an update, more information has been made public. San Luis Obispo County District Attorney Dan Dow stated that Paul Flores took Kristen's life after attempting to assault her. He explained that the incident occurred in Paul Flores' dorm room and that Ruben Flores assisted in disposing of Kristen's body. Dan also revealed that he now knows the location where Kristen's body was buried. Moving on to the next case. Melissa Tremblay. Melissa was born on March 1, 1977, in Lawrence, Massachusetts. At just 1 month old, she was placed for adoption by her biological parents and was taken in by Jeanette and Robert Tremblay. She grew up in Salem, New Hampshire, a nearby town. As a child, Melissa was full of energy, with interests in fashion, singing, and reading from an early age. She made many friends at school and spent much of her time at the Boys and Girls Club of America. When she turned 9, her adoptive parents divorced, and her father became absent from her life. Later, her mother began a relationship with a man named Robert, although he didn't live with them. On September 11, 1988, when Melissa was 11, her mother took her to Lawrence to meet Robert. They often visited a local bar, where Jeanette would bring Melissa along because she had no one else to leave her with. Melissa would typically play outside while her mom socialized, as she found it boring to stay inside with them. Jeanette always told Melissa not to wander too far, so Melissa would usually stay around the nearby streets. Since her mom frequented the bar, Melissa made friends with other local kids and would sometimes play with them. On that particular day, she spent most of her time outside, checking in with her mom every so often. During one of these visits, the bartender made her some popcorn. Melissa told her she'd return soon to pick it up but never came back to the bar. By 4 p.m., Jeanette started to get concerned because Melissa had been gone for a while. She went outside to check the car, but Melissa wasn't there. Jeanette and Robert began searching for her, walking up and down the streets, but couldn't find any sign of her. They continued looking for several hours, and around 9 p.m., Jeanette called the police. Officers joined the search right away, but they too were unable to locate any clues about her whereabouts. By the time it was dark, the search had become much more challenging, but the police continued their efforts into the night. They considered the possibility that Melissa had run away, though her mother firmly believed that wasn't the case. Jeanette argued that Melissa was afraid of the dark and hated being alone, so she would never have left on her own. The next day, with no sign of Melissa, the search continued. It wasn't until around 3 p.m. that a railroad worker contacted the police. The worker had been inspecting an old rail yard just a few hundred yards from the bar. The yard was quite large, with up to 8 tracks in its widest section, although some of them had been out of use for years. It contained several empty boxcars, and between 2 of them, the worker noticed something strange. As he got closer, he realized it was a human body and immediately called the police. Detectives arrived at the scene and quickly confirmed that the body was Melissa Tremblay. In addition to the fact that Melissa had been missing since the previous morning, a card with her name from the Boys and Girls Club was found in a purse located near her body. Her body was found on active tracks, and one of her legs had been severed, which the detectives initially believed could have been caused by a passing train. However, they soon began to question whether the train was truly responsible for her death. The lead detective observed several inconsistencies that made him doubt this theory. The purse, containing the Boys and Girls Club card, was found nearly 20 yards away from Melissa's body. This struck the detective as odd, as it seemed unlikely that a train accident could have thrown the purse such a distance. The detective also noticed a significant number of footprints and bloodstains near the purse, which led him to suspect that Melissa had been attacked in that spot. He theorized that her body might have been moved to the tracks afterward, possibly by the assailant, in an attempt to stage her death as a train accident. Another factor that pointed to foul play was the location of the body. The old rail yard, filled with empty boxcars, was a known spot for homeless individuals and people seeking secluded areas to use illegal substances. This led the detectives to consider that one of these individuals might have been involved in attacking Melissa. Her body was sent to the medical examiner for an autopsy, and the police began their search for evidence. With no useful clues found at the scene where Melissa was discovered, investigators turned their focus to finding witnesses to help establish a timeline of events. The first person they interviewed was a railroad employee, who recalled seeing a girl matching Melissa's description near the tracks the day before her body was found. He had told her to leave immediately because it was dangerous for children to be there, and she complied. Next, the police spoke to a woman who lived near the bar. She said she had known Melissa for several months because her children had become friends with her, and Melissa often visited their home. On that particular day, Melissa had come by to invite the woman's children to play, but the woman told her they were grounded and couldn't go out. Melissa then left on her own. Investigators soon discovered another witness who provided the first significant lead in the case. The witness reported seeing a girl who resembled Melissa standing next to a van at an intersection near the rail yard, speaking to the driver. The witness described the man as large, unkempt, about 30 years old, with dark hair and a thick beard. The van was brown, old, and rusty. The police began to consider this man as a potential suspect and began searching for similar vehicles in the area. Meanwhile, the medical examiners completed their report and confirmed that the train was not the cause of Melissa's death. Her body showed numerous bruises and 3 fatal stab wounds. No signs of sexual assault were found, and there were no foreign biological samples on her body or clothing. The experts determined that the stab wounds had been inflicted with the left hand, suggesting that the killer was likely left-handed. With this new information, the case was officially reclassified as a homicide, and detectives shifted their focus to finding the perpetrator. Despite having only one lead, the description of the van seen near Melissa before she disappeared, the police focused on locating similar vehicles in the area but repeatedly came up empty. The challenge was that even if they found the correct van, connecting its owner to the murder would be nearly impossible without a confession. At the time, DNA analysis wasn't available, and there were no additional pieces of evidence, such as Melissa's belongings or fingerprints, that could tie the van to the crime. The police also continued their search for new witnesses. They interviewed hundreds of local residents, but this effort yielded no new information. The search for the van and other clues continued for several months, but eventually the case went cold. Melissa's murder received substantial media attention, and many people began to blame her mother for what had happened. They were outraged that Jeanette allowed her 11-year-old daughter to wander the streets alone, especially in such a dangerous area near the rail yard. What angered them further was that while Melissa was roaming the streets for hours without supervision, her mother was drinking at a bar. Rumors began spreading in the newspapers that Jeanette had developed a drinking problem after her divorce and was struggling with her parental responsibilities. People also started blaming social services for failing Melissa by not intervening in the situation. Amid all these accusations, Jeanette refused to speak with media or answer their questions. When reporters reached out to Child Protective Services, they stated they were aware of the family's complicated situation and had tried to take some measures, but revoking Jeanette's parental rights had never been considered. Since then, there had been no progress in the case. Police repeatedly reviewed it and examined potential suspects, but this yielded no results. In 2000, 12 years after the murder, investigators identified their first potential suspect, Tommy Lynn Sells. He confessed to 22 murders, and investigators in Melissa's case found that many details of his crime closely matched those of her murder. Moreover, Tommy resembled the van driver seen with the girl, and he often spent nights in empty boxcars while traveling across various states. Detectives began investigating his possible involvement in Melissa's murder, but they eventually concluded that he was unlikely to be responsible. They couldn't find any evidence placing Tommy near Lawrence at that time. Instead, they determined he was probably in another state. The case remained cold for several more years until 2013, when detectives unexpectedly obtained a new lead. They arrested a man from Lawrence for an unrelated case, and during questioning, he suddenly claimed to know some details about Melissa Tremblay's murder. The man said that in 1988, when he was just 13, he used to steal cars for a living. He spent a lot of time on the streets looking for suitable vehicles, and on the day Melissa disappeared, he saw a girl resembling her. She was sitting on the steps of that same bar, and next to her was a man named Mike. The witness knew Mike, but his family had warned him to stay away from that man because of his questionable reputation. The boy walked past them, and about 10 minutes later, on his way back, he saw the girl leaving the bar with Mike. At some point, another man whom the witness didn't recognize approached them, and the three of them continued walking together. The police asked the witness why he had remained silent for 25 years. He replied that at the time, he didn't want any unnecessary contact with the police. However, when he learned about Melissa's murder and realized he might have seen her, he asked his brother if he should tell someone, but he advised him to stay quiet. However, the detectives immediately found a serious contradiction in the story. According to the witness, he saw the girl on the bar steps when it was already dark outside, but Melissa was reported missing around 4 p.m. when it was still daylight. Given that all the bar patrons and staff were aware of her disappearance, and her mother had been searching for her for hours, the detectives found it highly unlikely that Melissa could have been right outside the bar without being noticed. The police considered the possibility that the witness had either seen a different girl or his account was inaccurate. Despite this, they investigated Mike for potential involvement, but made no progress. Nevertheless, the witness's story brought renewed attention to the old case, and in 2014, it was reopened. By then, DNA analysis was widely used, and the police hoped that experts could find some new clues by re-examining all the available evidence. They examined Melissa's clothing and other items but found no foreign DNA. However, there was something else among the evidence: samples taken from under Melissa's nails collected in case she had scratched her attacker. The experts analyzed these samples and indeed found traces of foreign skin, which were promptly sent to the lab. But there was a new problem. Experts were able to extract a DNA profile of an unknown male, but it was only partial. It wasn't enough to get a match in the database, but the investigators were determined not to give up. Sometime later, they reached out to a company specializing in genetic genealogy. The company analyzed the sample and began searching for potential matches in available databases. This was a challenging task because they had to work with a partial profile, which made it impossible to identify the person with absolute certainty. Nevertheless, through meticulous work, they managed to find a possible distant relative of the sample's owner in the databases. This led them to a specific family with the last name McClendon. Detectives began investigating the members of this family, trying to determine who might have committed the crime. This process took several years due to the primary challenge: the lack of a complete DNA profile to definitively prove the guilt of any family member. Therefore, investigators carefully examined who among them could have been in Lawrence in 1988, matched all the criteria like age, and so on. Eventually, they focused on two brothers, one of whom was Marvin McClendon. Marvin lived in Alabama, but investigators discovered that in the late 80s, he lived just 20 minutes away from Lawrence and worked as a carpenter. Digging into Marvin's past, they learned that he frequently visited a church located just a few hundred yards from the bar where Melissa was last seen. Marvin had also worked as a prison guard for about 30 years, but with breaks, one of which occurred in 1988. The intriguing findings didn't stop there. Police found that Marvin owned an old brown van during those years, which he used for work. Despite this, Marvin had no criminal record, aside from numerous traffic fines for not wearing a seatbelt. He had been married twice, but both wives had left him. He had 2 sons from his first marriage, but was not actively involved in their lives. Finally, Marvin was left-handed, unlike all his close male relatives. While detectives were investigating this suspect, Melissa's mother passed away in 2015 at the age of 70. She had struggled with a severe illness for a long time and never found out who killed her daughter. After gathering all the information on Marvin and checking his other relatives, detectives concluded that he was the most likely perpetrator. In 2021, they went to Alabama to question him about that time in the late 80s. Eventually, they brought up the murder of Melissa Tremblay, and Marvin claimed he had nothing to do with it. When told that DNA from one of his close relatives was found on the victim, Marvin suggested that the killer might be his brother. That same year, Marvin voluntarily provided his DNA sample, but experts still couldn't establish a complete match. The partial profile from under Melissa's nails only indicated that Marvin was either closely related to the killer or was the killer himself. However, investigators who had already examined all his close male relatives knew that none of them could have committed the crime, leaving Marvin as the prime suspect. They also understood that without a full DNA match, it would be extremely challenging for the prosecution to secure a conviction. As a result, they spent another year trying to find any additional clues. Detectives also checked Mike, the man whom the 13-year-old boy claimed to have seen with a girl resembling Melissa on the bar's steps. After obtaining his DNA sample, experts determined that it didn't match the skin particles found under the victim's nails, ruling him out as a suspect. They visited Marvin several times, asking him various questions, and in April 2022, they finally decided to arrest him. Despite his continued claims of innocence, Marvin allegedly made a suspicious remark during his arrest. He told one of the officers, "At least I got to enjoy 20 years of my pension." Marvin, who was 74 years old at the time, was sent to jail awaiting trial. The judge had to place him under constant protection because other inmates quickly learned about his charges and the fact that he had worked as a prison guard. Without conclusive evidence, the prosecution relied on a process of elimination. DNA from someone in Marvin's family was found under the victim's nails, but none of his close relatives had the opportunity to commit the crime. As for distant relatives, a match with their DNA would be less evident, and experts could easily see the difference. They also pointed out that in 1988, Marvin frequently visited a church on the same street as the bar, owned a similar van, and matched the description given by a witness who saw a girl near his vehicle. The trial began in December 2022. Marvin's lawyer immediately focused on the lack of a complete DNA profile of the perpetrator, claiming that without it, his client's guilt couldn't be confirmed. The defense then called two experts. One was a forensic specialist who testified that, based on crime scene photos, she couldn't confirm that the killer was indeed left-handed. Another expert, a genetics specialist, argued that a partial DNA match with one family doesn't necessarily rule out the possibility of it belonging to distant relatives, as any individual could have hundreds or even thousands of such relatives. Marvin chose not to testify in his defense, and by December, the jury began deliberating. After nearly a week, on December 27th, they reported that they were unable to reach a unanimous decision. Some jurors felt that, without a complete DNA profile, they couldn't definitively convict Marvin, prompting the judge to declare a mistrial. In early 2024, the prosecution announced plans for a retrial, scheduled to begin on September 30th, 2024. Until then, Marvin remains in jail. Given that he is 76 years old and suffers from multiple health issues, there is a possibility he may not survive until the new trial concludes. If the court fails to convict him once more, Marvin could be released, and Melissa's murder may never be solved. The truth could remain forever unknown. Moving on to the next case. Tanya van Keelenborg. Tanya was born on March 7, 1969, in Victoria, Canada. She grew up with loving parents and an older brother with whom she was very close. From an early age, Tanya had a passion for animals and even considered pursuing a career as a veterinarian. She also harbored a strong desire to travel and explore the world. During high school, Tanya went to Paris with her best friend, which fueled her dreams of traveling even more. Just before graduating high school, when she was 18, Tanya met Jay Cook, a boy 2 years older than her. They went to the same school but met through a mutual friend after Jay had already graduated. Soon after, they began dating. While Tanya dreamed of becoming a veterinarian, she decided to take a break from college to travel. After high school, she worked at a cafe and also as a dog walker to save up for her travels. Jay, like Tanya, didn't attend college right after high school. Instead, he helped his father run their small family business, which specialized in installing heating systems. In November 1987, Jay's father received an order for a part that local suppliers didn't have in stock. The nearest place to get it was Seattle, Washington, so Jay's father decided to make the trip himself to save both time and money. Due to being swamped with work, Jay's father knew he couldn't fit the trip to Seattle into his schedule, so he asked Jay to go in his place, and Jay agreed. While Jay was happy to help his father with the business, he also had another reason for agreeing to the trip. He wanted to invite Tanya, knowing she would likely enjoy the journey. At the time, they had been dating for about 6 months, though their relationship wasn't very serious. Jay hoped that the trip would help bring them closer. As expected, Tanya agreed to join him right away. They planned to leave Victoria in the morning, reach Seattle by evening, and return the next day. Jay's father gave him his van and money to book a hotel for the night. However, Jay and Tanya decided to save the money and just sleep in the van instead. Jay's father also gave him a check for $700 to purchase the part, and a few $100s for other expenses. Despite Seattle being relatively close to Victoria, the couple had to take 2 ferries, one to enter the US and another to cross a bay near Seattle. On the morning of November 18th, they got into the van and headed to the first ferry, which would take them to Port Angeles. Their families expected them to return the next afternoon, but when Jay and Tanya didn't show up, they began to worry. Knowing the ferry schedule, they realized that if the couple had taken the ferry, they should have been home by now. However, their families initially considered the possibility that Jay and Tanya had decided to take a detour and enjoy the sights, causing them to miss the ferry in Port Angeles. As time passed with no word, Tanya's parents contacted Jay's parents. By afternoon, the concern deepened, and despite their fears, they continued to hope the couple had simply extended their trip. When Jay and Tanya still didn't return by the end of the day, their parents went to the police station the following morning to file a missing persons report. However, the local police initially decided there wasn't enough evidence to justify a full search. Tanya, at 18, and Jay, at 20, had no direct signs indicating they were victims of a crime, so the police assumed they had simply gone off on an adventure and advised their families to wait a few days. Naturally, their families were unsatisfied with this response, but the officers refused to initiate a search. Jay had an important job to do for his father's business, and he had never been irresponsible before. The family continued to hope they had just extended their trip, but Tanya's father decided to take matters into his own hands. First, he and Jay's parents learned that the couple had never picked up the part in Seattle. The supplier reported waiting for hours, but no one arrived. Tanya's father then drove the route to Seattle, but didn't find any sign of Tanya, Jay, or their van. Determined, he contacted a private company and rented a helicopter to survey the area from the air along their route. The search efforts continued without success due to the dense forests that made it difficult to find any trace of Tanya and Jay. Undeterred, Tanya's father created flyers with details about their disappearance and traveled to Seattle to post them, hoping to raise awareness. For several days, the families did everything they could to locate the couple, and eventually, the local police began to take the case more seriously. However, the authorities still believed that Tanya and Jay had just gone off together and would eventually return. As a result, the police only contacted their colleagues in Seattle, giving them a description of the van and details about the missing couple, asking to be notified if anyone saw them. On November 24th, 5 days after their disappearance, a man walking in the woods near a small town about 90 miles north of Seattle spotted something unusual under a tree. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a human body and immediately contacted the police. Officers arrived at the scene and discovered the body of a young woman. Her clothes were partially missing, hands were tied, and there was a gunshot wound on her head. Investigators quickly determined that the victim had been killed elsewhere, as there was almost no blood near the body. There was no ID on the victim, so the police checked the list of missing women in the area. They quickly concluded that the victim matched the description of Tanya Van Keelenberg and contacted her father. He went to the morgue and confirmed that the deceased was indeed his daughter. Detectives began their investigation, trying to establish all the details of what had happened. They learned that Tanya had been traveling with Jay, whose whereabouts were still unknown. Jay's van was also missing, leading investigators to consider his possible involvement. Jay's family refused to believe he could have done something like this. They insisted that he had never shown signs of aggression and that he loved Tanya. He also did not own a firearm and would not have been able to purchase one easily. While the police were trying to locate him, they got another call. A bartender from a town called Bellingham, about 18 miles from where the body was found, went outside and saw a wallet and keys on the ground. When he opened the wallet, he found an ID with the name Tanya Van Keelenberg. At first, he didn't call the police. Instead, he took everything back to the bar, thinking the owner might return for them. But after seeing a news report about Tanya's murder on TV, he immediately called 911. Searched the area around the bar and found several plastic zip ties, identical to those used to bind Tanya's hands, under the back porch. They also discovered rubber gloves and a half-empty box of bullets. But that wasn't all. One of the officers noticed a van parked nearby, and the police quickly determined that it was the same vehicle Tanya and Jay had traveled in. Inside the van, there was utter chaos. Everything was scattered and broken, but investigators managed to find several important clues. There were numerous receipts that could help reconstruct Tanya and Jay's route, as well as a ferry ticket. This indicated that the couple had indeed made it to Seattle, and something horrible happened to them there. Detectives also noticed that Tanya's camera, which she had taken on the trip, was missing from the van. Since it wasn't found near her body either, they speculated that the killer might have taken it. The interior of the van was covered in blood. Forensic experts collected these samples and sent them to the lab, hoping that this evidence would bring them closer to solving the case. At that time, DNA analysis was just starting to be used in criminology, but it had already helped solve several cases. The lab in Seattle conducted the analysis and found 3 blood samples, Tanya's, Jay's, and an unknown man's. Since the FBI's DNA database did not exist yet, it was impossible to identify the third person without a direct comparison. Nevertheless, detectives realized that Jay was likely not involved in the murder and stopped considering him as the main suspect. They now faced other questions. Was he still alive? And where was he? Unfortunately, it didn't take long to find the answer. On November 26th, a group of friends went hunting just a few dozen miles from Seattle. While walking near a bridge over a small river, they saw a human body in the bushes and reported it to the police. Investigators quickly identified the deceased as Jay Cook. His body showed numerous bruises, and the cause of death appeared to be strangulation. Given the brutality of this crime, detectives even considered that the perpetrator might have known Jay and had some personal motives. They also theorized that Jay had been killed first since his body was found closer to Seattle. The perpetrator then drove Tanya in the van almost to the Canadian border, killed her, and left her body in a wooded area. Medical experts also found traces of semen on her body, and DNA analysis revealed that it belonged to the same man whose blood was found in the van. However, his identity remained unknown. At the same time, investigators were trying to reconstruct the couple's route, and the receipts found in the van helped them establish an approximate timeline. After Tanya and Jay took the ferry from Victoria to Port Angeles, they stopped at a store to buy some food. Then, they headed towards Seattle, but Jay apparently missed the turn for the shortest route. This was supported by a receipt from a store in the small town of Hoodsport and the testimony of the store clerk, who saw a young couple matching their description and remembered they asked for directions to the ferry crossing. The clerk also shared an interesting observation. She thought that a man in a brown raincoat was following the couple. He entered the store shortly after them and left right after they did, but she didn't see where the man went next. The next receipt showed detectives that Tanya and Jay had visited a store in the small town of Allen. After that, they reached the ferry near Seattle and bought a ticket. Several witnesses saw them near this location, but detectives couldn't track their movements beyond that point. Investigators began checking various individuals in Seattle who had previous convictions for violent crimes, trying to find suspects. But these efforts yielded no results. Despite having the killer's DNA, the police had no idea how to identify the perpetrator. They suspected this person had committed serious crimes before, as it was hard to believe an amateur could pull off such an elaborate crime. It seemed likely he had followed the couple for a while and managed to abduct them once they reached Seattle. Investigators thought he might have gained their trust by asking for a ride, and at some point used a gun to force them to comply with his demands. They also thought that the killer had deliberately left Tanya's belongings and the rubber gloves in a visible place to taunt the police. Perhaps the killer was trying to say that it was useless to search for his fingerprints since he wore gloves and they wouldn't be able to catch him. It's worth mentioning that forensic experts found several fingerprints on the van that did not belong to Tanya RJ. However, the police doubted they belonged to the killer, given that he likely wore gloves. These prints were not in any databases, so they did not bring investigators any closer to catching the perpetrator. For the next few weeks, detectives continued to search for new leads or witnesses and checked various suspects, but none of these efforts yielded results. This continued until December, about a month after the murders, when something unexpected happened. Tanya and Jay's family started receiving letters and postcards from someone claiming to be the killer. In these messages, the sender confessed to the crimes, mocked the victims' families, and said the police would never catch him. Investigators tried to trace the sender, but this was extremely difficult in those days. All they could determine was which cities the letters were sent from, but this information did not help identify the perpetrator. The letters continued to arrive on a regular basis, often during holidays, which investigators believed was the sender's way of causing the families even more pain. Police also found that the letters were sent from different cities and states, indicating that the sender traveled around the country. However, they weren't entirely sure that the sender was the killer. In high-profile cases, it's not uncommon for people to torment the victims' families with fake letters claiming to be from the perpetrator. Unfortunately, fake letters from supposed perpetrators are a common thing. Since then, there was no significant progress in the case for many years. Detectives continued to investigate potential suspects and did not rule out the involvement of a serial killer. This theory was supported by the fact that 2 other couples had been abducted in the same part of the state in recent years, although the police found the connection between these cases tenuous. In the following years, investigators caught several serial killers operating in the area, but none were linked to the murders of Tanya and Jay. In February 2003, the case was reopened, and detectives entered the perpetrator's DNA sample into the FBI database, but no matches were found. Despite this, they continued to believe that the perpetrator must have had a lengthy criminal history, but either had not been caught by the police or had been arrested before DNA sampling became mandatory. In 2010, something else happened. This case was featured on a popular national TV program, resulting in numerous fresh tips. One caller suggested that he might know the identity of the person who sent the letters to the victims' families. This lead pointed to a 78-year-old man from Seattle, and the police began investigating him. It turned out that this man had traveled extensively around the country during those years, and the location of his trips matched the cities from which the letters were sent. Detectives concluded that he was indeed the author of these letters, but had no connection to the actual murders. This individual clearly suffered from severe mental health issues, and his DNA did not match the blood and semen samples from the crime scenes. This confirmed that the letters were written not by the real perpetrator, but by a completely unrelated person. The case remained cold for several more years. In 2018, detectives learned about Paraban, a company offering to create composite sketches of individuals based on their DNA samples. Given the lack of any other leads, investigators decided to try this method. Paraban experts created estimated sketches of the killer at different ages, and the police distributed these images to the media, hoping someone might recognize the man. However, it led nowhere. Despite this, the investigators refused to give up and decided to try another method, genetic genealogy. Parabon experts uploaded the killer's DNA sample to public databases and began searching for any distant relatives of the perpetrator. Soon, they identified a possible second cousin of the killer and started tracing her family tree. They were searching for a man who lived in Seattle or its vicinity in 1987 and matched all the criteria, including age. With the help of his cousin, they eventually identified their suspect, a 55-year-old man named William Talbot. He lived in a Seattle suburb and worked as a truck driver. Before they could arrest him, police needed to confirm that the killer's DNA matched his. They surveilled William for a couple of days and eventually retrieved a coffee cup he had discarded. The saliva sample from the cup provided a DNA profile that was a perfect match. In mid-May 2018, 30 years after the murders, investigators finally arrested William. He denied any involvement, and the case went to court. The trial began in 2019, and the defense attorneys tried to challenge the primary evidence, the DNA. They argued that the semen on Tanya's body could have resulted from consensual intercourse. They also pointed out that the prosecution had no other evidence directly linking William to Jay's murder. However, the prosecutor had a strong counterargument. As we remember, back in 1987, experts found fingerprints on the fan that did not match Tanya or Jay, nor did they match anyone in the database at the time. Now, experts compared these fingerprints to William's, and they were a match. Another crucial piece of evidence came from William's friend. He testified that he saw a brown van outside William's house in 1987, which clearly didn't belong to him. This suggested that William might have driven the van to his house, although it was unclear whether this was before or after the murders. William also lived only a few miles from where Jay's body was found, indicating he was familiar with the area. None of William's relatives attended the trial, but they did share quite a bit with the investigators. They described William as always being very aggressive, and other family members were genuinely afraid of him. Because of this, most had cut off contact with him after he had moved out. When they learned about the charges against him, none were surprised that William could have committed such crimes. The prosecution's theory was that William had asked Tanya and Jay for a ride to Seattle under some pretext. Once they arrived in the city at night, he used a gun to force them to drive to a remote area. He then killed them at different locations, discarded Tanya's belongings and the van in another town, and remained off the police radar for the next 30 years. Without a confession, it was impossible to establish more details, but with such substantial evidence, no one doubted William's guilt. The trial ended in June 2019, and William was found guilty of the double murder. He received 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. This case was significant not only for the resolution of Tanya and Jay's disappearance, but also because it marked the first time genetic genealogy led to a conviction. However, the trial didn't end without complications. After the conviction, William's lawyers appealed, arguing that the jury had been biased against him, thus violating his constitutional rights and rendering the jurors unfit to serve. This appeal led to the conviction being overturned in 2021, granting Williams the right to a retrial. However, in 2022, a higher court reversed this decision, reinstating the original conviction. As for Williams' involvement in other crimes, uncertainty still surrounds the issue. Although he had prior convictions for minor and medium offenses, he had never been charged with murder before the conviction in this case. Investigators continue to suspect that Williams may be connected to other unsolved crimes. The way he carried out the murder of Tanya and Jay, executing it with such precision and managing to evade justice for decades, suggested that he could have committed other crimes before, though we may never know the full extent of his actions. Moving on to the next case. Covina Massacre. On Christmas Eve 2008, in the quiet suburb of Covina, California, a horrific mass killing took place during a family holiday celebration at 1129 East Knollcrest Drive. At around 11:30 p.m., 45-year-old Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, disguised in a Santa Claus costume, entered the home carrying a cart with 4 semi-automatic handguns and a large gift-wrapped package. The package concealed a homemade flamethrower, Upon arrival, Pardo was greeted by his excited 8-year-old niece, Katrina. In a shocking act of violence, he immediately shot her in the face. Chaos erupted as some guests tried to help Katrina while others fled. Pardo opened fire on the gathering, indiscriminately shooting at those inside. After emptying rounds from his weapons, he opened the wrapped present and used the flamethrower to douse the home in racing fuel before setting it ablaze. The fire consumed the house rapidly. A 20-year-old woman survived by leaping from a second-story window, sustaining only minor injuries. Another victim, a 16-year-old girl, was shot in the back but survived the attack. The young girl who was shot in the face miraculously survived her critical injuries, but 9 others at the Christmas Eve gathering were not as fortunate. Investigators later theorized that some of the victims were executed at close range, with Bruce Pardo standing over them as he fired. One of the survivors managed to flee the burning home and seek help from a nearby neighbor, alerting authorities. The fire itself was intense, with flames reportedly reaching heights of 40 to 50 feet, requiring the efforts of nearly 80 firefighters to bring it under control due to the massive quantity and volatility of the accelerant used. The ferocity of the blaze meant that the victims' remains could not be recovered until the fire had been fully extinguished. As a result, authorities had to rely on dental and medical records to identify the deceased. Among those killed were Bruce's ex-wife, 43-year-old Sylvia Ortega Pardo, and her mother, 70-year-old Alicia Ortega, who suffered gunshot wounds to the abdomen. Bruce also shot and killed Sylvia's father, who died from multiple gunshot wounds. In addition to those killed by gunfire, 6 others lost their lives to the fire and smoke: Charles Ortega, 49, Sherry Lynn Ortega, 45, James Ortega, 51, Teresa Ortega, 52, Alicia Ortega Ortiz, 46, and Bruce's 17-year-old nephew, Michael Andre Ortiz, who was the youngest victim of the massacre. In addition to the 9 murder victims, 2 children lost one parent, and an estimated 13 children were tragically orphaned as a result of these heinous murders. After his reign of pain and chaos, Bruce calmly got out of his Santa suit and into his street clothes, which he had packed ahead of time. He then got into his rental car, a Dodge Caliber, and drove to the house of his brother, who was not at home at the time, in Sylmar, California, about a 30-minute drive from the crime scene. It was in his brother's home that he made the cowardly decision to take his own life and died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Because the cheap polyester fabric of the red and white Santa suit had partially melted adhering to his skin, the suit was never truly taken off, and remnants of the false holiday cheer would be found adhered to his skin long after death. His body was found with $17,000 in cash wrapped in a girdle attached to his leg. His rental car was parked 1 block away from his brother's home, and it had been seemingly booby-trapped so that anyone who attempted to Santa suit or anything else in the car would perish in a fiery blaze courtesy of black powder, a temperamental explosive. Seeing the threat for what it was, the bomb squad was able to shoot an incendiary device into the Dodge Caliber, which destroyed the imminent threat, but also destroyed precious evidence that may have answered some of the investigators' questions. The 4 semi-automatic handguns that he had brought with him to the Christmas party were found near Bruce's lifeless body, packed with at least 200 rounds of ammunition. While police initially thought that Bruce had plans to flee to Canada because of a ticket he had purchased from Air Canada in the days leading up to the attack, it was later discovered to be a domestic flight that would have taken him from LA to Moline, Illinois. It was discovered that Bruce had called an old friend of his from high school to tell him that he would be visiting in the next few days. He had previously visited this friend back in February, but as Bruce took the cowardly way out prior to the flight, we will never know if this supposed trip was a red herring or if his plans simply changed after his senseless killing of 9 people. Back at the residence of Bruce Pardo, officers found what they described as a virtual bomb factory. It contained, in addition to various explosive materials, as well as the empty high-octane fuel container, empty boxes of 5 semi-automatic handguns. It is unclear if the 5th handgun was ever recovered, and also had a Benelli M2 tactical shotgun. A prior student of John H. Francis Polytechnic High School in Sun Valley, Los Angeles, and a graduate of Cal State Northridge, The would-be killer had worked at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in La Canada, Flintridge. He had met his soon-to-be wife back in February 2004, 4 years prior to the massacre. After a less than 2-year-long courtship, the couple wed in February, but marital problems arose almost instantly. The marital issues described by those closest to the couple surrounded the issue of finances. Bruce refused to open a joint account with his new wife Sylvia and expected her to pay all the expenses of her 3 children from a previous marriage all on her own without the help or support of her new husband. In February, less than 2 years after the couple had married and just 6 months before the tragic Christmas killings would occur, Los Angeles County Divorce Court ruled that Bruce needed to pay Sylvia $1,785 a month as spousal support. Bruce, to his dismay, was also made to pay a one-time payment of $10,000 to cover Sylvia's building a new life separate from him. The courts, using an algorithm which took into account Bruce's current income and previous tax returns, calculated the spousal support number objectively. But unsurprisingly to those who knew him, Bruce thought that this government-ordered aid to his wife was patently unfair and morally unjust. A month after the tragic massacre, Bruce Pardo was terminated from his job under circumstances that suggested fault on his part rather than a routine layoff. Although the specific reasons remain undisclosed, sources familiar with the family reported that Bruce had grown furious over having to pay spousal support to his ex-wife, Sylvia. He allegedly believed she was misusing the money, claiming she lived rent-free with her parents while indulging in luxuries such as a high-end vehicle, spa treatments, golf lessons, and repeated gambling trips to Las Vegas, all funded, he claimed, by the financial support he provided. With limited forensic leads, investigators quickly focused on Bruce and Sylvia's divorce, which had been finalized just a week prior to the killings, on December 18th. Those close to the couple also raised the possibility that Bruce had kept a significant secret from Sylvia, the existence of a child from a previous relationship. That child had reportedly suffered a severe injury in a swimming pool accident, though little is publicly known about the incident, including whether Bruce played any role in it. Earlier in July of that year, Bruce had been dismissed from his role as an electrical engineer at ITT Electronic and Radar Systems. Despite extensive investigation, no definitive motive emerged beyond the fractured divorce and personal grievances, leaving the horrific events carried out by Bruce, infamously dubbed the Santa Shooter, etched into memory, with many survivors and families still grappling with the trauma he left behind. Moving on to the next case. Julianne Gonzalez. In February 2010, 21-year-old Julianne Gonzalez lived in Dripping Springs, Texas. She was married to George de la Cruz, but they were estranged and in the process of getting a divorce. The couple had a 2-year-old daughter, Layla, whom they shared custody of. Julie was busy balancing her job as a pharmacy technician, her studies, and spending time with her daughter. Julie was described as a hardworking and kind-hearted person who fully embraced her role as a mother and worked to raise her daughter independently. In February, Julie was last seen by George, who said she came by to drop off their daughter. Julie's aunt Dora expected to hear from her that day but never did. When Julie didn't respond to calls and texts, Dora began to worry. Julie's family, her aunt, mother Sandra, and sister Samantha, spoke to George, who claimed that Julie had told him she was going on a trip for a few days. However, the family found this explanation hard to believe, knowing Julie would never leave without informing someone and would never abandon her daughter. Julie's family emphasized that her daughter was her entire world, and they believed there was no way she would ever leave her behind. Julie was known to be reliable and in constant contact with her loved ones. By 11 p.m. that night, her aunt and mother filed a missing person report with the Austin, Texas police. The police, however, found no evidence suggesting Julie hadn't left voluntarily, noting that as an adult, she had the right to go wherever she chose. Julie's mother and aunt also pointed out that her new car was missing. The following day, in February, Julie's family and her new boyfriend, Aaron, began receiving text messages from her. Julie's sister believed the messages were from her, as they included her nickname, but Julie's aunt, mom, and Aaron were skeptical. Erin had just received a message from Julie saying she was breaking up with him, which shocked her mother because Julie was deeply in love with him. Additionally, Julie, or someone using her phone, had posted messages on Facebook stating she was depressed and had left known or if foul play was involved. But they did speak to George as he was the last person who saw Julie alive. George only told them that Julie dropped off their daughter and then she left abruptly. Julie's family began their own investigation. Her aunt went driving around South Austin and spotted Julie's new car in the parking lot of a Walgreens. Her aunt ran inside, looked all over the store for Julie, but she was nowhere to be found. Concerned about what she could find, Julie's aunt contacted Julie's mother. Together, they checked Julie's trunk but didn't find her. They did spot a paper bag in the back seat which had asthma medication inside for Julie's daughter. It wasn't like Julie to not give George such an important medication for their own daughter. Julie's family asked one of the employees inside Walgreens if Julie had been there. They showed him a picture, and he said she looked familiar. They also asked him if he knew anything about the car outside. He said that a girl had entered the store, and she said she was having car issues. The police obtained the surveillance footage from Walgreens. There were several women that matched the description of Julie, but Julie herself had not entered the store. Julie's family then plastered the city with a billboard, posters, and handed out T-shirts with Julie's picture on them. The police looked at Julie's phone records and social media accounts. Her phone and social media had gone quiet. It hadn't been used since February, the day after she was last seen. George's mom, Victoria de la Cruz, made a frantic phone call to the police. She asked them to come to her house. Victoria called them because she had found a large hole in the storage shed of the home she shared with her son. Victoria told them that she started to dig, but then she got scared and decided it's best to call the police. When detectives arrived, Victoria was covered in dirt and was clearly shaken. The hole that she had contacted them about looked eerily like a grave. George told the police that the hole was an electrical trench. Investigators decided to dig anyway, but found no sign of Julie in the hole. The police obtained Julie's bank records. They found that on the day Julie was last seen, George had used her card at Walmart and Best Buy. George had purchased an Xbox Points card at Best Buy because he had an obsession with video games. His obsession was one of the reasons he and Julie got divorced. George would have rather stayed home all day to play video games than to work and earn money. Victoria gave the police permission to search the house. Inside, they found the purchases from both stores and a receipt from Best Buy. The police obtained the surveillance footage from both stores. They saw George with his daughter at both stores. Jim Cook, a wireless expert, examined George's phone to map out his movements on February. He also compared them to Julie's phone. Julie and George's phones both moved together, which proved that George had possession of her phone. George had also accessed his MySpace page and Julia's page from the same IP address. The police also looked at George's Xbox activity. George was known to play video games for around 12 to 15 hours a day. On March 26th, he hadn't played for about 20 hours. The police believed George had done something to Julie, but they did not have much evidence to even prove that she was not alive anymore. Unfortunately, the case then went cold for some time. For 3 years, Julie's family waited for answers and had to share custody with George. Julie's mom asked George constantly if Julie was going to come back. George always told her she was going to someday. Finally, on February, George de la Cruz was arrested and charged with taking Julianne Gonzalez's life. The prosecution offered George a reduced sentence of 50 years if he cooperated and told them where Julie's body was. George always denied being involved. He rejected the offer and decided to plead not guilty. George's trial began in February. George never showed remorse, but seemed nervous. The prosecution didn't have a body, but needed to convince the jury that Julie was never coming back. They said a knife, ammunition, and some clothing that appeared to have been burned was also found in the de la Cruz's backyard and shed. Yet, defense lawyer Robert McCabe and Keith Lauerman contended that prosecutors had left too many loose ends and too many unanswered questions. They attacked the state expert's analysis. raised questions about its witnesses, and said the timeline prosecutors had offered was impossible. George de la Cruz, who was described as an immature and irresponsible heavy video game player, would not have had the time or wherewithal to clean his home, dispose of his estranged wife's remains, and dig a hole in his backyard to bury her. All before he was captured on security camera footage shopping with their daughter, McCabe said. Convictions are about knowledge, the attorney argued. You convict on fact, not fantasy. You convict on logic, not emotions. When you don't, he told jurors, innocent people end up in prison. On February, George de la Cruz was found guilty. He put his head down while Julie's family celebrated. In February, 27-year-old George was sentenced to life in prison. At present, he remains incarcerated at the Jim Ferguson Unit in unincorporated Madison County, Texas. He will be eligible for parole in the year February 1943. Julie's family said that they are praying that George will someday tell them where Julie is. They hope that he will let his daughter know what really happened to her mom. In February, the house belonging to Julie's mother, Sandra Soto, burned down. Julie's family managed to escape safely after being alerted by their dog, but their house was destroyed, and they lost everything. To support them, a benefit was held at Jack's Roadhouse in San Marcos. The event featured homemade barbecue and live music, and the family was deeply moved by the outpouring of support from strangers during such a difficult time. Julie's sister, Samantha Petrie, expressed her gratitude, saying, "We have been through a lot. At first, when I got the news, I did think this was just one more thing being thrown at us. Today, it really shows that not only the love and support from our family and friends, but also from people who know the story of my sister, Julianne Gonzalez, who have not forgotten about our family and our story." Moving on to the next case. Khadija Britton. Born on April 22, 1994, Khadija Rose Britton was remembered by her loved ones as a bright, athletic teenager with a promising future. A member of the Round Valley Indian tribes of the Round Valley Reservation, she grew up in Covina, California. Khadija was a high-achieving student and the star player on her high school basketball team. Friends and classmates described her as popular, confident, and quick-witted, and many believed she would leave her small town behind to pursue college and greater opportunities. Unfortunately, that future was stolen from her in the early months of 2018. On the night of February 7, 2018, Khadija was last seen alive. 3 days passed before her family reported her missing, not out of indifference, but because Khadija had been living a more unpredictable lifestyle in recent years. After graduating high school in 2012, she had planned to attend community college, but instead began associating with the wrong crowd. It wasn't long before she'd become involved in abusing drugs. Her community was known to be suffering from both drug and alcohol issues. Through her substance abuse, Khadija got to know a man named Niji Tony Falais IV, who was around 14 years her senior. Although she didn't know it right away, Falais was bad news. He'd had far more than his fair share of brushes with the law and had been charged with numerous offenses ranging from manufacturing meth to endangering the health of a child to domestic violence. Falais had previously lost custody of his children due to keeping them in filthy, squalid conditions. Despite a stint in prison in San Joaquin County, it appeared he fathered more children afterward. When he met Khadija, she found herself caring for his kids, doing their laundry, cooking meals, and picking them up from school. While those close to her were deeply concerned about her relationship with him, their warnings went unheeded. On January 30, 2018, a bruised, bleeding, and visibly distraught Khadija arrived at the home of her father and stepmother. She recounted how Falais had attacked her with his fists and then grabbed a hammer. The following day, with help from the tribe's domestic violence center, Khadija filed a restraining order against him. She also received financial support to replace belongings she had left behind, including her clothes and phone. However, Falais ultimately convinced, or coerced, her into dropping the charges. Given his extensive criminal record, a conviction would likely have resulted in a lengthy prison sentence. However, that was not the end. After Khadija was reported missing on February 10, 2018, a witness came forward to police with a horrific story. On the night of her disappearance, Khadija was known to have been visiting a friend in the 23,000 block of Airport Road. The witness claimed that around midnight, Falaise, accompanied by his new girlfriend, a woman named Antonia, turned up at the house in a black Mercedes. Armed with a small pistol, Falaise went to the door of the house and demanded that Khadija come out and speak with him. After this, a physical altercation ensued and Falaise began to chase his ex-girlfriend around the car, which was being driven by Antonia. Falaise managed to hit Khadija and shove her into the car, and the three drove off together. The 23-year-old was never seen since. 10 days later, in mid-February, Falaise was charged with multiple offenses in connection with the disappearance of Khadija, including assault, kidnapping, first-degree burglary, threats to commit a crime resulting in death or great bodily injury, attempted murder, and for being a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition. However, Falaise pleaded not guilty and refused to cooperate with detectives who were investigating the vanishing of his ex-girlfriend. Several months later, in June of 2018, the police were forced to drop most of the charges due to a lack of evidence. Falaise's bail was reduced, and he was released shortly afterwards, although he still faced the gun and ammunition possession charges. In August, Antonia was arrested for suspicion of harboring or concealing a wanted felon. A few months later, in October, Falaise pled no contest to the firearm charges, while his girlfriend pled no contest to being an accessory to a felony. Falaise, who was 37 at the time, was sentenced to 4 years in prison, while Antonia was sentenced to 18 months in prison and 18 months under supervision. She was also ordered to have no further contact with her boyfriend and was forced to spend 6 months in an inpatient drug rehabilitation program. Both detectives and Khadija's family believe that Falaise kills the 23-year-old on the night she was taken. The problem is they're unable to prove it without first finding her body. During the investigation, authorities questioned and arrested many of Falaise's associates. They also set up an anonymous tip line, and missing persons posters were plastered all across the surrounding counties. Meanwhile, friends and family did their best to raise awareness for Khadija's case on social media, including setting up a Facebook group. In 2019, a pond in Mendocino County was drained when cadaver dogs indicated that something was buried there. However, no human remains were found. Lieutenant Shannon Barney of the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, who was also a member of the reservation, said in a 2018 article that he believed somebody knew what happened and where Khadija was, but they were keeping quiet, telling the press Democrats, throughout the ages, tribal people have closed down among their own within their own little tribal system for protection. That's part of the culture. We know there are people who know more than they're telling us, but we have not been able to break through that tribalism. In 2018, a $50,000 reward was offered for information in Khadija Britton's case. That amount was doubled in 2020 with support from the FBI, who continue to assist in the investigation. Khadija's family remains determined to uncover the truth. In March 2018, her father, Jerry, and one of her brothers ventured into the snowy terrain of the Mendocino National Forest after receiving a promising tip. When their SUV became stuck, they pressed on by foot, but the search yielded nothing. Jerry has personally investigated abandoned buildings and chicken coops, always bringing a shovel to probe for shallow graves. Despite the apparent suspect in the case, Khadija's family has yet to see justice or closure. Her body has not been recovered, and without it, authorities are unlikely to bring formal charges against Falaise. The investigation remains open and active. If you have any information on the location of Khadija or her remains, you can contact the Mendocino Sheriff's Office tip line on 707-234-2100. Moving on to the next case. Kiara Coles. Born on September 24, 1992, to Joseph Coles and Karen Phillips, Kiara was the fourth of 5 children and grew up in what appeared to be a stable, typical household. As an adult, she remained especially close to her mother, with whom she spoke nearly every day. Kiara had long expressed her desire to start a family of her own, often saying she wanted to have a child as soon as she was financially secure. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Kiara seemed to be on track to achieving that dream. She had recently moved into her own apartment on the south side of Chicago, Illinois, and had purchased a new car. She had also just learned that she was pregnant, with her baby due in April 2019. At the time she went missing, the 26-year-old was working for the United States Postal Service. Reports vary regarding when Kiara began working for the USPS. Some suggest she started in 2017, while others claim she'd been there for about 3 years. According to her mother Karen, Kiara had taken some personal time off from work in October 2018 and was scheduled to return on the 3rd. However, she never showed up for her shift. Instead, she called in sick that day. From October 3rd to 4th, Karen repeatedly tried calling her daughter, but each call went straight to voicemail. Assuming Kiara's phone battery had died, she asked one of her other children to check Kiara's social media accounts. There had been no recent activity there either. Growing increasingly worried, Karen contacted the Chicago Police Department and requested a welfare check. Kiara's car was still parked outside her apartment block, but the young woman herself was missing. Initially, police didn't think much of Kiara's vanishing, believing it to be a non-suspicious case, but eventually they began to suspect foul play. Karen had last seen her daughter on the Sunday before she vanished, September 30th. The pair had spoken about Kiara's preparation for the baby and what milk was best to drink while she was pregnant. However, the case grew a little complicated when the 26-year-old sister claimed that she had last seen her on Monday the 1st after picking her up from work. This account contradicted Karen's earlier statement that Kiara had taken Monday, October 1st, and Tuesday, October 2nd, off from work. To date, this discrepancy has never been fully clarified in official reports. As investigators dug deeper into Kiara's disappearance, the situation became increasingly complicated, particularly surrounding the identity of her unborn child's father, Joshua Simmons. Kiara had reportedly been in a 5-year relationship with Simmons, who was revealed to already be in a long-term relationship with another woman. He also had multiple children and, according to some sources, may have had a third girlfriend, though this has only been briefly mentioned in limited reports. At the time of Kiara's disappearance, both she and Simmons' long-term girlfriend were pregnant. It's believed that both women were aware of each other's existence, and according to Karen, they did not get along. Kiara had allegedly been banned from visiting Simmons at his home. It remains unclear whether investigators ever formally interviewed Simmons. However, in early 2019, he was wanted for questioning in connection with Kiara's case. Not long after she vanished, Simmons, along with his girlfriend and their children, reportedly relocated out of state. They never participated in any searches for Kiara nor any vigils. NBC5 found Simmons living in Louisiana in 2021, but he failed to reply to any of their letters. Following her disappearance, investigators found CCTV footage from a neighbor's surveillance camera, which showed a woman resembling Kiara walking toward her car on the morning of October 3rd. The woman was possibly wearing a postal worker uniform, although this has been heavily debated. The woman appeared to spot something out of frame and walked towards it. She didn't appear fearful or hesitant as she passed by Kiara's car and disappeared from view. Her movements led some to speculate that she had seen someone she knew or a car she recognized and walked towards it. Over the years, this footage has been subject to much scrutiny. At first, the Coles believed that this was their missing loved one. Over time, however, they have changed their minds. Most notably, Karen came forward earlier this year to tell the media that she never believed the woman was Kiara, but that authorities had asked her to keep quiet about her suspicions. Karen explained that the woman's gait and the shape of her body did not match that of her daughter. She also added that she was only revealing this information now because the investigation had stalled and she felt she had nothing to lose. The USPS, for their parts, also does not believe that the woman in the footage is Kiara, but another postal worker who was on that route that day. In February of 2021, Karen also revealed that another neighbor had come forward with CCTV footage from the nights of October 2nd. The videos showed Kiara and Simmons leaving her apartment in separate vehicles. Investigators told the media that they had also recovered surveillance images of the 26-year-old withdrawing $400 from her bank accounts before handing it over to Simmons. It's unclear if Kiara's bank account has been used in the years since she vanished. After Kiara disappeared, her phone, bag, and lunchbox were recovered from her car. Meanwhile, her keys and purse were found in her apartment. Online sleuths have noted that the lunchbox being found in the car was odd given that she had supposedly called in sick. This phone call has been a controversial part of the case online. Many armchair detectives has suggested perhaps someone called in sick pretending to be the 26-year-old. Her family have been unable to confirm if the phone call was in her call log, as they have been unable to access her phone without her passcode. It's unknown why authorities haven't looked into this. The USPS worker who took Kiara's call is adamant that it was her. Authorities also searched Whistler Woods Forest Preserve in Riverdale after following some anonymous tips they'd received. While a few bones were discovered at the scene, it's unknown if they were animal or human. Many areas in and around Chicago were searched, but all to no avail. A reward of $50,000 was also set up, although it has yet to be claimed. Kiara's family are desperate to bring her home and hopefully meet her baby. Her father Joseph quit his job in Wisconsin and moved to Chicago following the disappearance. He has spoken frequently about the case online and to the media and has handed out flyers on the street. For a period of time, he lived in his car outside of Kiara's apartment block determined to find answers. The 26-year-old's friends and co-workers also continued to tirelessly spread awareness of her case. Even today, Joseph continues to hold meetings to spread awareness about his daughter's disappearance. In 2020, he said that he believed Kiara was alive, but being held captive in a vacant home. He added that he believed authorities had not done enough to help bring her back. In July of 2020, law enforcement announced that the investigation was suspended because they'd exhausted all leads. They have stated that they still suspect Kiara met with foul play, but have otherwise been tight-lipped. They told the media that they are looking for evidence to back up their theory, and that they believe 2 or 3 people were involved with the 26-year-old's disappearance. In September of 2020, the Chicago Police Department told the Chicago Tribune that they were working with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service and the FBI to continue the search. They also noted that the case was not closed and they'd be investigating any new evidence or tips they received. Although there isn't much in the way of evidence in Kiara's case, there is a lot of speculation online. The prevailing theory among the public is that Joshua Simmons played a role in Kiara's disappearance, with some even suggesting that his girlfriend may have been involved as well. This belief largely stems from the fact that both Simmons and his partner left Illinois shortly after Kiara went missing and did not participate in the investigation or public search efforts. Some speculate that jealousy may have been a motive, while others theorize that the couple wanted to avoid responsibility for Kiara's baby and took drastic action. Karen, Kiara's mother, has admitted that although she initially doubted Simmons was capable of harming her daughter, his refusal to speak out has led her to reconsider. Another theory posits that Kiara may have left voluntarily to escape the pressures of her changing life. However, her family strongly disputes this idea, insisting that she would never abandon her responsibilities or fail to contact them. There are also suggestions that she may have fallen victim to a gang-related incident or a random act of violence. While her case remains open, progress has slowed significantly in recent months. Anyone with information about Kiara Coles' disappearance is urged to contact the Area South Division of the Chicago Police Department at 312-747-8274. Moving on to the next case. Laura Berkland. In 1991, 94-year-old Laura Berkland was living in the Solbakken neighborhood with her 26-year-old grandnephew, Chytil Berkland. Chytil occupied the first floor of the home, while Laura resided on the ground floor. She allowed him to live there for a minimal rent in exchange for helping her with household tasks. Laura was known as a quiet, reserved woman, and in the time leading up to her murder, she had grown increasingly reliant on Chytil. She had stopped cooking and, for the past 9 months, had been receiving meal deliveries from the local care home. On the afternoon of December 28, 1991, at around 12:35 p.m., Chaito went downstairs to let his cat inside due to the harsh, cold weather. According to him, the following events took place. Asterisk. When I turn around in the hallway, I notice that the door leading to the basement is open and the door into my aunt's kitchen is open. The cat runs into my aunt's apartment because that's where he gets his food. I walk into the living room where she stores her valuables. I look to the right and see her corner cabinets. Asterisk. I see that it's open and there is paper lying all over the floor. I yell, "Aunt, Aunt," and run into her bedroom. There she was, dead. After discovering Laura's body, Chaito panicked and fled to a neighbor's house to call the police. When investigators arrived, they quickly saw that the home had been ransacked and many of Laura's valuables were missing. At first, there were no visible signs of violence on her body. Laura was found lying on her bed with her hands tied behind her back. The autopsy later confirmed that she had died from strangulation. Police noted there were no signs of forced entry, which raised suspicions. This suggested that Laura had willingly let her killer inside, someone she likely knew and trusted. Following an examination of the crime scene, law enforcement began going door to door speaking with around 30 of Laura's neighbors. Few of them had seen anything. One witness reported they'd seen the 94-year-old at her window at around 11 p.m., suggesting that she was murdered sometime after this point. Another reported an odd thing she'd seen while looking out of her window that morning, a stranger sitting on Laura's doorstep and petting her grandnephew's cat. This was at around 10:25 a.m., about 2 hours before the body was discovered. This stranger is described as being a man between the ages of 20 and 25 and standing between 5'5" and 5'9". He had dark scruffy hair that covered his ears and went down his neck and wore a dark battle jacket, a sleeveless type of jacket, possibly denim that is most associated with punk, heavy metal and biker subcultures. The man also wore dark or possibly blue jeans. After he petted the cats, he went east along the street. Neither neighbors nor Laura's family, including Chattel, recognized this description. And while detectives have asked him to come forward, he never has. To this day, he is still unidentified and it's unknown if he had anything to do with the crime. The day after Laura's body was discovered, Chattel and a friend of his were arrested and charged with the murder. The pair had inconsistent alibis pertaining to their whereabouts on the evening of the murder, although both denied being involved. Reportedly, the two disagreed about what time they returned home. However, after less than a week on January 1, 1992, Chattel's friend was released due to a lack of evidence. A year later, on January 14, 1993, the charges against Chattel himself were also dropped for the same reason. According to Chattel's friend, who later spoke with the media, the two visited another companion on the night of the crime. They then returned without that companion to Chattel's home. At around 1:30 a.m., the friend left and drove home. A forensic examination of the crime scene showed that out of the 40 different fingerprints taken from Laura's home, not one of them matched her friend's. He told one local newspaper, quote, "I pray to God that the police find the culprits because I am not the right man. I did not help kill Laura Birkeland." The initial investigation into the crime concluded after 14 months. Since then, it has largely been cold. Chaito remains the primary suspect in the case, as he was at home during the time of the murder and had no alibi beyond 1:30 a.m. A week after the killing, police stated they had evidence from the crime scene linking the 26-year-old to the incident, though they never revealed what that evidence was. Investigators also expressed doubt that he could have slept through both the murder and the ransacking of the apartment. Additionally, witnesses reported that Chaito often voiced frustration and resentment about having to care for Laura. He, however, supported his friend's account of events and claimed he had locked the door after his friend both entered and left the house. In a surprising development, about a month after his arrest, Chaito confessed that he had intended to kill Laura, but claimed someone else had done it before he could. He admitted feeling overwhelmed by the responsibility of caring for her and acknowledged stealing money from her to support his marijuana use. Despite this, he consistently denied any involvement in her death. Laura's family do not believe Chitil was responsible and suspect an outsider instead. During the early stages of the investigation, Norway's National Crime Unit, Kripos, also launched their own inquiry into the case. They found several pieces of information that differed from that which had been discovered by the local authorities. The police claimed there was no sign of forced entry, but Kripos discovered evidence of a break-in. There were marks on a window in the basement, and footprints that reportedly led from the basement upstairs. They were found on a kitchen stool and in Laura's living room and bedroom. Furthermore, the rope used to tie her up came from a hook in the basement. This led Kripos to theorize that the break-in might have been staged. They also noted that there was dust on the windowsill which hadn't been moved, proving their theory further. It was also discovered that Laura's dinner delivery, the one she received from the local nursing home every evening, had been cancelled on the day of the murder. On the morning of December 28th, the nursing home received a call from an anonymous person who cancelled Laura's dinner. It's unknown if they gave a reason why or if the home asked that question at all. The delivery driver drove past her house that evening but then remembered her delivery for the night had been cancelled. It does not seem likely that the 94-year-old cancelled the dinner herself, as she didn't own a mobile phone or a landline, and neither did her grandnephew. If he had cancelled it, then he must have left the house and called using someone else's telephone. In 1999, Chitil contacted a private investigator named Tor Sandberg. Although he had been released and the charges against him dropped, he felt he was still thought of as Laura's killer. Sandberg discovered there were a few things that hadn't been followed through during the original investigation and that other things had been done wrong. He believed that evidence had been manipulated and key information had been withheld. In his reports, he noted that the cancelled delivery hadn't been followed up on and the footprints hadn't been thoroughly examined. And there were several other individuals without alibis on the night of the crime. He also stated that Chitil's sister had left a few business cards with Laura that had gone missing on the night of the crime. Reportedly, this sister was contacted by an anonymous man who asked if she'd like to see the crime resolved. While a Norwegian article mentions that Sandberg was able to track this man down, it's unclear what became of this lead and the man's involvement with the case. It was also vaguely noted in another article about the case that a woman mentioned to a hotel employee that she knew who had killed Laura but couldn't tell anyone for fear that she would wind up dead herself. While the private investigator attempted to reopen the case, his appeal was rejected. The case was examined again in 2016, but no new information was uncovered during this time. Chitil, who has since changed his name, continues to assert his innocence. He claims the last time he saw Laura was when she shouted at him to take out the garbage after he returned home with a friend. He also stated that he smoked marijuana before going to bed and was later awakened in the night by the sound of a car door slamming. He recalled hearing the doorbell ring but chose to ignore it, saying, "I'm too tired. I'm too stoned." He said he turned over and tried to go back to sleep. Based on his account, some have theorized that the killer rang the doorbell and was let in by Laura. However, many online sleuths continue to suspect Chitil of involvement in her death. Laura's case remains unsolved. If you have any information, please contact the Mora Ramstad Police District at 701-18700. Moving on to the next case. Marianne Rugos Knutson. Born around 1974, Marianne Knutson was described by her teachers as a cheerful and kind child. Her sudden disappearance during the summer of the early 1980s remains one of Norway's most puzzling and unexplained cases. On August 28, 1981, 6-year-old Marianne finished school at noon and went to a friend's house to play before heading home. At the time, her mother Torun had recently given birth to Marianne's baby sister, just 4 months earlier. Marianne's parents were divorced, with her father living approximately 40 minutes away. Marianne, her mother, and her infant sister had recently settled into a new home in the town of Risa, where they lived with Torun's boyfriend. The property featured a large garden, which Marianne adored, and they were situated near other family members. That afternoon, Torun informed her daughter that she intended to go out to shop for curtains. Marianne wanted to join her mother, and Torun agreed. She gave her daughter some money to buy ice cream from a nearby shop before they left. Marianne, a familiar face at the store, enjoyed her ice cream in the car park before heading back home. When she returned, her older cousin Nina had arrived, and Marianne chose to stay and play instead. Torren then left for the shops, leaving Nina, Marianne, and the baby at home. Before leaving, Torren gave Marianne some extra money for more sweets and ice cream later in the day. The girls played until around 2:30 p.m., when Marianne left once again to go to the store. She was barefoot, wearing a summer dress, and carrying some empty bottles. After buying a bag of sweets and 2 ice creams, the shopkeeper reminded her to hurry home before they melted. Marianne followed the advice and quickly made her way down the front steps of the store. After she left, she was never seen again. 8 witnesses saw Marianne between 12:30 p.m. and when she left the store with the ice creams. However, nobody was questioned until 4 to 5 days after she had gone missing. Although authorities were alerted about 3 hours after she disappeared, it seems that her case was not treated as a crime until September 1st, when investigators announced they were dealing with a criminal act. Prior to this, it was thought that she had gotten lost or been in some kind of accident, and on the evening of her disappearance, a large-scale search operation was carried out. This search included the use of scent dogs and a helicopter equipped with a thermal imaging device and was assisted by the Red Cross and Kripos, the National Criminal Investigation Service in Norway. Both land and sea were searched in the following days, and officers made sure to check wells and manholes. There was no trace of the 6-year-old. Even her ice cream and sweets were never located, and investigators were unable to discover the crime scene. It wasn't until August 31st that Marianne's disappearance made the national news. One of Norway's biggest papers wrote an article titled, "Where is Marianne?" Around this time, investigators received a tip that a girl resembling the year-old had been seen alone in the city of Kristiansand, but this didn't pan out. 15 detectives worked on the case, and they theorized she may have been taken by someone with a vehicle while she was at the store. She may have been abducted, transported away from the scene, and killed. Still, they could find no evidence that told them what had transpired when she left the store. The official search for Marianne ended on September. On October 16, 1981, a man in his 50s was arrested and charged with the kidnapping. However, he was released on June 22, 1982 due to a lack of evidence. Another brief suspect in the case was Marianne's father, who would much later reveal to the media that he had been monitored following her disappearance. In 1998, a man named Sture Bergwall confessed to taking her, and this led to the reopening of the case. However, Bergwall is a known liar with a history of mental health issues who confessed to crimes he didn't commit for years. Beginning in the early 1990s, we covered Bergwall's case in a previous episode of Cold Case Detective. Marianne's case was reopened earlier between 1993 and 1994 due to several tips that came in, but they all led nowhere. In 2016, a self-proclaimed psychic claimed in a YouTube video that he had a vision of the culprits and his whereabouts. This video triggered a new search in which over 100 people participated. However, no evidence was uncovered, and the psychic later deleted the video. The following year, a private investigator claimed that the police had made several errors during the initial investigation and called for the case to be reopened. This request was ultimately denied. Due to Norwegian laws and the amount of time that has passed, even if Marianne's abductor is identified, they cannot be prosecuted and will never face legal consequences. Her mysterious disappearance left a lasting impact on her parents. In the aftermath, children were no longer allowed to go out unsupervised, and the tight-knit community of Riso began to fall apart as trust between neighbors eroded. The case has since gone cold. Marianne is described as a white girl with dark hair and thick eyeglasses. If you have any information regarding her disappearance, please contact the police in Riso at 381-36000. Moving on to the next case. The Austin Axe Murderer. Before Austin, Texas became known for its vibrant culture and growth, it was once a quiet town with fewer than 5,000 residents, a place journalist Skip Hollandsworth described as a rustic cow town. But by 1885, the city had rapidly expanded, boasting a population of 14,500 and a bustling downtown filled with hotels, restaurants, and opportunity. Amidst this progress, a terrifying figure emerged, an unidentified killer who wielded an axe and left a trail of horror in his wake. Over time, 8 innocent people would lose their lives to this unknown assailant. The first known victim was Molly Smith, a 25-year-old African-American woman. Molly and her boyfriend were employed by a prominent local family, performing domestic duties such as cooking and cleaning. The pair lived in the family's residence on West Pecan Street and led a seemingly ordinary life, until the night of December 30, 1884. That evening, chaos erupted. Molly's boyfriend, Walter, awoke in excruciating pain. When he looked into the mirror, he discovered a gash across his face. After tending to his wound, he noticed that their living quarters had been ransacked. A trail of blood led investigators from the ransacked quarters to the couple's outhouse, where they found Molly's lifeless body lying in the snow. She had endured multiple stab wounds to her face, chest, arms, and legs, and it was determined she had also been sexually assaulted. During their investigation, police discovered a blood-covered axe inside the couple's quarters, presumably the murder weapon. A few months later, on March 19, 1885, the unknown attacker struck again, this time seriously injuring 2 Swedish servant girls, Clara Strand and Christine Martinson. Though both women survived, the brutality of the attack deepened the community's growing fear. After a brief lull, the killer returned in May. The second known fatality was Eliza Shelley, a 30-year-old African-American cook employed by Dr. L. B. Johnson. She was found dead at the doctor's cottage, located between San Jacinto Boulevard and Cypress Street. Eliza lived with her 3 children in a cabin behind the home. Her murder was strikingly similar to that of Molly Smith, but the brutality had only gotten worse as her head had been split in 2. Her blood-soaked bedsheets indicated that she'd been attacked while sleeping and her body had been dragged onto the floor afterwards. Reportedly, Eliza's 8-year-old son saw a man enter the cabin in the middle of the night, but he was unable to recall any details the following morning. He only remembered waking up to find a man standing over him before he was thrown from the bed, covered with a blanket, and told to stay quiet. Later that month, on May 22nd, a third African-American servant named Irene Cross, 33, was struck while she was sleeping. Except this time the murder weapon was determined to be a knife, not an axe. The first police officers who arrived on the scene were allegedly able to speak to the young woman before she passed away, although it doesn't seem that they gathered any useful information from her. Irene's arm was so severely cut that it was almost severed from the body. She'd also been scalped, leaving her with massive head wounds. In August, a young woman named Clara Dick was seriously wounded. That same month, on the 30th, a 40-year-old cook named Rebecca Ramey was attacked in her home. She wasn't killed, but her 11-year-old daughter Mary caught the Austin axe murderer's attention and was dragged outside. She was sexually assaulted and stabbed through the ears with an iron rod. Mary died from her injuries just a few hours later. Meanwhile, her mother, Rebecca, had been violently beaten and left on the floor in a pool of her own blood, a deep wound on her temple. On September 28th, the culprit struck again, this time targeting a couple named Gracie Vance and Orange Washington. The pair lived and worked in the home of a local attorney. Much like the other victims, Gracie awoke in the middle of the night to find a stranger standing over her. She screamed in fear and panic, and Orange rushed to her defense. But the 25-year-old suffered a blow to the head with an axe, smashing his skull and leaving him to collapse on the floor. Afterwards, the unidentified man dragged 20-year-old Gracie out into the yard, assaulted her, and then bludgeoned her to death with a brick. He left his axe behind for the police to discover. The attack on Gracie Vance was so brutal that the Austin Daily Statesman described her body as having been beaten into a jelly. Investigators believe the killer had entered the cabin through a window. Around the same time, 2 other servant girls who lived in the same quarters were also assaulted but managed to survive. One of them, Lucinda Body, later recounted disturbing behavior from the intruder, most notably him yelling, "Don't look at me," after he had murdered Gracie. A peculiar detail emerged during the investigation. Gracie was found clutching a gold watch, which was not recognized as belonging to anyone residing at the property. The murderer's final two victims broke from his established pattern and were both killed on Christmas Eve of 1885. Unlike his previous targets, these victims were not servants. One of them, Susan Hancock, was a 41-year-old white woman and a mother of two, described as one of the most refined ladies in Austin. She had either been sleeping in her daughter's bed or had her 16-year-old daughter beside her when the attacker seized her and dragged her outside into the garden. Strangely, her husband, asleep in the master bedroom, heard nothing during the attack. Authorities found Susan's body, her skull split open. Like the other victims, she'd been sexually assaulted. Less than 1 hour later, 17-year-old Eula Phillips, a white married mother of one, was found dead in her back garden in a wealthy neighborhood in Austin. She had been sexually assaulted and bludgeoned to death and was discovered lying face down. Heavy timber had been placed on her, possibly to restrain her, and some articles note that the young girl had been stripped of her clothing. Her husband, 24-year-old James Phillip Jr., had also been attacked and wounded. Eula Phillips is the Austin axe murderer's final victim as far as we know anyway. All in all, he killed 8 people and injured another 5. Over the course of the investigation into these deaths, the police interviewed around 400 suspects, but none were ever charged. Boyfriends and husbands of the slain women were examined, but nothing concrete was ever found. James Phillips Jr. was at one point convicted of murdering his wife and accused of using the Austin axe murders as a cover for his crime, but he was acquitted 6 months later after a court deemed him innocent. Additionally, Walter Spencer, the boyfriend of the first victim, Molly Smith, was also charged but was acquitted after a 2-day trial. By the time additional law enforcement officers were hired, rewards were offered and citizens had formed a vigilance committee to patrol the streets at nights the murders stopped. They seemed to stop as quickly as they started. Despite the fact there were at least 5 survivors of the Austin axe murderer, none were able to give a complete description of him. Some reports stated that he was white, others that his complexion was dark. Other accounts note that he was a quote yellow man wearing a lamp black or carbon black to conceal his skin color. He has also been described as a man wearing a Mother Hubbard-style dress, a popular dress style in the Victorian era described as being a long, wide and loose-fitting with long sleeves and a high neck. He may also have been wearing a slouch hat, a wide-brimmed felt hat commonly worn as part of a military uniform, or perhaps wore a white rag covering his face. It is generally believed that one person is responsible for all of these crimes, but some theories suggest there was a group who participated in and perpetuated the slayings. Several gang theories also emerged around 1885, proposing possible financial or racial motivations, but nothing substantial ever came of these notions. The most prominent suspect in the killings is a man known only as Maurice, a Malaysian cook who spent most of his life working on ships, but eventually landed himself a job at an Austin hotel named the Pearl House in 1885. Each crime that occurred did so somewhere near to the hotel, and the slaying stopped shortly after Maurice left his job in January of 1886, opting to go to London. This has prompted speculation that the Austin axe murderer and Jack the Ripper are one and the same, especially as the Ripper crime stopped 2 weeks after Maurice left London again. The Maurice theory was first reported by the Austin American Statesman. According to their article in August 1888, a sailor named George Dodge was interviewed by Scotland Yard. He claimed that he met a Malaysian cook named Alaska, although it was possible his name was Lasker, an old Malaysian word for sailor. The pair met at the Queen's Musical Hall in Poplar, London, and Alaska showed George a double-edged knife, which he always carried with him. Alaska was described as a 35-year-old who stood at 5'7" and weighed around 140 to 153 pounds. Reportedly, Alaska had said to George that he had been, quote, robbed by a woman of bad character, and that unless he found the woman and recovered his money, he would murder and mutilate every Whitechapel woman he met. Writer Shirley Harrison put forward the theory that the individual responsible for the Austin axe murders, also known as the Servant Girl Annihilator, a nickname coined by a contemporary journalist, was actually Jack the Ripper. She believed this person to be James Maybrick, a cotton merchant from Liverpool, who happened to be in Austin when the murders took place. Maybrick died in 1889, and his personal journals allegedly contained confessions to murdering sex workers, with one entry even signed, Jack the Ripper. A more recent theory surfaced in 2014 during an episode of History Detectives on PBS. Combining historical investigation with modern psychological and geographical profiling methods, the program suggested that the killer might have been Nathan Elgin, a 19-year-old African-American cook. Elgin was known to have worked in close proximity to the murder locations and was missing a small toe, a detail that matched unusual footprints found at the crime scenes. In February 1886, he was fatally shot by police while trying to attack a woman with a knife. Yet, despite numerous theories and possible suspects, the true identity of the Austin axe murderer has never been confirmed. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.